One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 321 to 340. 321 Shatter Space. It's not surprising. It can be said that Haki and devil fruit are inherently mutually reinforcing. The stronger a person's spirit and the tougher his mind, the stronger his Haki will be. The ability to suppress devil fruit is normal, Boa Hancock said suddenly, and her words were immediately recognized by everyone. After all, as long as Yibai from the Happy Pirates knows that Hancock is Haki's candidate in the entire Happy Pirates, even Lu Chengkong and Khalifa's Haki are both appointed by Boa Hancock, so Hancock can be said to be an authoritative representative in terms of Haki. In the Happy Pirates, Hancock is the only one who can equalize with Lu Chengkong on Haki. Even Angelina, the arrogant daughter of the sky, can only bow down to Hancock, who has the Emperor's color Haki and Haki's amazing cultivation. Of course, it can be said to be very significant. When will I be able to have such a Haki? Khalifa and Angelina looked at Lu Chengkong's figure like a demon emperor and thought to each other. Although the two women are both powerful beyond the four emperors, one of them is without the qualifications of the king, the other only has the conqueror, so the two girls really want to get the transformation to have the emperor's color Haki, especially Khalifa, knowing that the conqueror is born, not something that can be changed the day after tomorrow. But knowing that the emperor's color Haki is not only a person who has the qualifications of a king and has a conqueror, she can have it all the time. Although her current strength is also very strong, but she does not want to miss any chance to become stronger. After all, she does not want to be unable to help Lu Chengkong one day and only be protected by her. Hee, how can I not know what the two of you are thinking, but even though I have an emperor-colored Haki, this is really too mysterious. It can only be understood and cannot be expressed in words. I can't express it at all. You can rely on chance and understanding. Quote. Boa Hancock looked at the eagerness in the eyes of the two girls, and couldn't help showing a wry smile at the corners of her mouth. It can be said that Hancock now has an emperor-colored Haki, but many times when she thinks of the danger and horror of her transformation process, her mind still can't help but give a cold one. Trembling. For her, even death is not unfamiliar, not scary, not mysterious. Hancock can't help but shudder. By this can see how mysterious and difficult it is to get the emperor color. Oh, I'm a great swordsman who is really going back more and more. Is the peak of the great swordsman really the peak of the swordsman's end? It's really unpleasant. Juliana suddenly said. Her tone was full of unwillingness and bitterness, especially when she thought that she could only act as a spectator in the Battle of Gorosei, 5 Elders, which made her very unhappy. Once upon a time, she and Lu Chengkong fought together. She is not afraid of any danger, what she is afraid of is that she can't help herself. After all, she can be said to be one of the first few people who joined the Happy Pirates when they established each other. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a veteran, but now she is a veteran who can only watch the few people who were still little devils fighting in front of her. Of course it's uncomfortable. Hakai Mahak said with his eyes. Vivi's eyes flickered, and a trace of unwillingness flickered out. Obviously, it was the same in his heart. He said that he was the sharp edge of the Happy Pirates, but now he is one of the strongest swordsmen. Not following the pace of Lu Chengkong and others, he also did not make any progress after reaching the peak of the great swordsman, exactly the same as Juliana. It can be said that the strength of the Hakai Mahak and Juliana at this time is not much worse than the red hair who has not broken their hands, but they are still as weak as ants in the face of the powers beyond the level of the 4 emperors. Of course, compared to others in terms of it is a stronger ant, and that's all. I don't know about this. I'm not a swordsman, but I think that one of the Gorosei, 5 elders was a swordsman. His strength is obviously beyond the peak of the great swordsman, so I think the great swordsman is strong. The peak is not the end of the swordsman. Portgas D. Dana Lu frowned and said after a little thought. It's time to decide the winner. Just when Juliana was about to say something, Angelina suddenly said that she didn't give him a chance to speak, and as soon as Angelina said this, everyone's attention immediately shifted. In the past, sure enough, as Angelina said, the outcome is really going to be decided. Hee, I didn't expect my strongest defensive trick to be broken, but it's not enough. In the past few months, I have developed a more powerful trick. If you can follow, then I will admit defeat. After Whitebeard said that, he threw the scallop knife in his hand aside, and the invisible armament hockey suddenly covered his fists. At the same time, two white light balls that were several times larger than before were almost in armament hockey covered while appearing on the fist. Come on. Lu Chengkong didn't have the slightest timidity. It can be said that he knew from the beginning that Whitebeard would definitely lose. If nothing else, he still had demon transformation and mirror fusion that he didn't use, but now he had already suppressed Whitebeard. Although it seemed to outsiders to be evenly divided, Angelina and the others, who had the strength to surpass the four emperors, knew that Lu Chengkong had the upper hand. Shake the world, shake the emperor. Whitebeard roared, the blue veins on his face burst out, the fierce light in his eyes burst out, and he punched out, and the two originally huge white light balls on the hands at the same time actually merged into one. A sphere of light with a radius of more than 20 meters was formed. Click. In an instant, the sound of a series of glass shattering continued to sound, crisp and pleasant, but the red-haired and others who were watching on the side changed their faces greatly. They all knew that Whitebeard's ability to use the shaking fruit could even shatter space, but the plain laws of the One Piece King of Pirates world are very strong. When Whitebeard shattered the space was repaired by Bai Sheng. But this time was different. A large space in front of Whitebeard appeared crisscrossing cracks like spider webs, as if they would be completely shattered at any time. It's so strong. Lu Chengkong's expression changed, and he went straight to the first stage of demon transformation. Whitebeard's move was too powerful. If Whitebeard could use this move in the Gorosei 5 Elders battle, he didn't need a secret technique at all. Enough to kill any of the Gorosei 5 Elders. 322 lost to Whitebeard. No, when did Whitebeard become so powerful? It's only been a long time and half a year. The space that was shattered can't be repaired. How much power does it take? Kizaru shouted in disbelief. His face was flustered. He had not seen the space shattered, but it was repaired in an instant. But the current Whitebeard has made the space so terrible. Monster. Kuzan's eyes widened. His expression was not much better than Kizaru's, but he didn't speak as much as Kizaru, but the two words he said were recognized by most of the people present. Whitebeard, is this the strongest attack of your shock fruit, the strongest profound meaning? After Lu Chengkong's transformation, the violent whiteness on his body became more and more obvious and thicker, and his voice was also unconsciously. It became more and more cold, like the cold wind of the Arctic, which made people feel cold when they heard it. That's right, this is the most profound meaning of Lao Tzu's Junjun fruit, an absolute attack. Whitebeard's face turned pale. Obviously this move was very expensive. Come without being indecent. Since this is the strongest trick of your Junjun fruit, then I can't hide my clumsiness. My mirror fruit has two strongest mystical abilities. One is mirror fusion, and the second is me too. In the recent meeting, I will let you see it today, mirroring the profound meaning, mirroring the world. There was a flash of silver light on Lu Chengkong's body, obviously not dazzling, but everyone closed their eyes in vain, but they opened them instantly, but when they opened their eyes and looked again, they opened their mouths in surprise. The wide open mouth can completely put down an ostrich egg. What is this? An idea popped up in everyone's minds. Lu Chengkong's people didn't know where they went, but where he was standing just now, there was an oval mirror with a radius of about 1 meter. It didn't look like much. But when everyone looks at this mirror, they have a feeling of being all-encompassing and illuminating the entire space. What kind of attack is this? Forget it, you'll know when you hit it, take it. Whitebeard felt the same way. This ability is too weird, and in the hearts of many people, Lu Chengkong's mirror fruit is too weird. With such an idea, Whitebeard immediately punched the mirror with both fists. Although Lu Chengkong's person was gone, his intuition told him that facing the mirror was Lu Chengkong. As this shock wave rushes forward, the space it passes through vibrates one after another. After the film arrives, it cracks open. It seems that if the strength is stronger, the space will be shattered. Facing such a powerful attack by Whitebeard, Kuzan and the others didn't have high expectations for Lu Chengkong's ability to stop him. Only the two daughters Khalifa and Boa Hancock, who knew Lu Chengkong best, knew this move. Horrible. A dazzling light suddenly flashed from the mirror that had been silent for a while, and the apparently small mirror suddenly reflected Whitebeard's appearance and the shock waves that came upon his face. A frightening scene finally appeared. I saw the shock wave that was rushing to the mirror seem to be entangled by something after reflecting Whitebeard's appearance on the mirror, and he could no longer go a step. Give it back to you, Whitebeard. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly came from all directions, making it impossible to tell where he was. As his voice fell, the shock wave in front of him was directly reversed under the influence of some strange energy. Come and shoot Whitebeard in the opposite direction. How is that possible? Whitebeard's face changed greatly. If Lu Chengkong summoned a mirror image clone and used ability fusion to obtain his ability to attack him, he would not do this, but now this scene is too strange. He can see it clearly, the reflected attack was unleashed by himself. But at this time, he was no longer allowed to think too much. As the one who released Junwang, he knew how powerful he was. His body instinctively sensed the danger. The extra thoughts in his mind disappeared immediately, and there was only one word left, that is flash. It's a pity that just when Whitebeard was about to dodge or resist, he suddenly found that he had lost control of all parts of his body except his brain, and he couldn't even turn his eyes, so he could only watch his attack take him completely. People devoured. Dag! The eyes of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly turned red. If it wasn't for a domineering and fierce emperor-colored haki that pressed them all down, it would be impossible for them to rush out to find Lu Chengkong. That guy Whitebeard isn't dead, is he? Garp stared at the front in a stunned manner, and it took a long time to spit out such a sentence. Why doesn't he dodge? It's weird to be motionless. Kuzan wondered. It's not that he doesn't want to hide, I think his body is affected or restrained in some way, so he can't move. It should be caused by the mirror. The most experienced Sengoku flashed a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. He really deserved to be Marshal Marine. Although he couldn't keep up with his strength, he had enough experience to see the real reason at a glance. As expected of Sengoku the Buddha, the title of the resourceful general really doesn't come for nothing. Lu Chengkong's disappearing figure reappeared in everyone's sight at some point, standing in that terrifying mirror behind. Okay, the beginning of the battle means death. You have been pirates for so long, can you still see such a simple truth? You want to take revenge on me, do you have the strength? To put it horribly, I want to kill you. You can kill all of you in 10 strokes. Lu Chengkong looked at himself with red eyes and hatred, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates who wanted to eat him. Only Sengoku and Garp with red hair were the most calm, because they knew that Whitebeard would not be so easy to kill, or Lu Chengkong won't kill Whitebeard. Sure enough, a sinister smile appeared on Lu Chengkong's mouth, and the conversation changed. What's more, you didn't make sense to kill me. Your father is not dead yet. As soon as these words came out, the Whitebeard pirates froze. When they came back to their senses and were about to say something, the mirror in front of Lu Chengkong suddenly flashed a ray of light. At the same time, Whitebeard, who disappeared at the same time, suddenly appeared. Only Whitebeard now looked like a beggar. There was absolutely no high-spiritedness at the beginning, very embarrassed. But all this is no longer important to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The most important thing is that Whitebeard can survive. 323 The ability to make people fear. Bah, bah, bah. Whitebeard spat out a few mouthfuls, and after a few seconds he looked at Lu Chengkong with eyes full of resentment, only to see Lu Chengkong's scalp tingling for a while. What kind of moves are you doing? It's so terrifying, I really thought I was dead. Whitebeard said with lingering fears, and the picture returned to when Whitebeard was swallowed by his own shock wave. Originally, Whitebeard was going to die in his own attack. Even if he didn't die, it was almost the same. However, the chance of death was a little higher. At that moment, Lu Chengkong used the ability of the time fruit to pause the time for 1 second, and then at that second the ability to use the space fruit in it will transfer Whitebeard to the disaster island. Whitebeard, who had just been transferred by space, was bombarded by all kinds of weather disasters and sea disasters before he had time to understand what was going on. If it wasn't for his strong physique and amazing strength, he would face him in the moment of loss. Attacked by various weather disasters without dying and shedding a layer of skin, but even so he was disgraced. I can't die. Lu Chenkong Ha Isho. He is also using this ability for the first time. It is indeed terrible. If the mirror fusion is a very powerful attack ability, it can make one's strength improve a lot and become very powerful, then the mirror just now turning the world as the most terrifying attack ability. To be precise, it is a combination of offense and defense that can play a very terrifying attack while absolutely defending. As long as the person who is illuminated by the mirror will be unable to move, and then the opponent's attack will be completely bounced back to attack the person who is illuminated by the mirror. Chen Fei's strength was stronger than Lu Chenkong's, and he forced himself to break free, but even so, as long as his strength was not so disparate, it would be very difficult to break free. It's enough to tell the difference between life and death, so the ability of this move is very terrifying, you can see from Whitebeard's appearance. Lu Chenkong was right. Mirror fusion and mirror turning heaven and earth are the two strongest mystical abilities of mirror fruit, and the power of the effect is simply appalling. Cut, it doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Whitebeard stood up angrily. In fact, he didn't suffer much damage, that is, he was consumed too much, and he was transferred to disaster by Lu Chenkong's use of space transfer. For a moment, Shima was in a trance and was slightly injured before he could defend himself. With Whitebeard's constitution, he can fully recover in a few days. After all, the vitality of giant Yijing is very terrifying, let alone the royal white giant among giants. Even those lizard snails in Dragon Island can't compare to Whitebeard. Vigorous vitality and strong resilience. Of course, I just know that standing and talking won't hurt my back, so I'm standing. You see, your back hurts when you sit and talk. Lu Chenkong was completely angry with Whitebeard on purpose, and directly misinterpreted the meaning of this sentence, as if he didn't know the meaning of this sentence is similar. Stop talking nonsense with you. Well, I lost to you. Laugh tail will go behind. To be honest, I am also very curious about what is in it. When Whitebeard said this, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. The curiosity of people who speak the truth can often kill people. But Whitebeard has been stationed in the waters not far from Laugh Tail for so many years, but it is really amazing to hold back his curiosity. You don't know that you are here every day. How can I know? That old boy really should know it. Forget it, just sail over to see it, and now you don't need to guard here, let's see together look. Okay. Whitebeard nodded, and just as the two were about to return to their pirate ship to head towards Laugh Tail, Lu Chenkong's face changed suddenly, and he suddenly punched behind him without saying a word. Like thunder and lightning, the powerful impact burst into the air with a terrifying strong wind. It's just that such a powerful punch was actually received, and Whitebeard also reacted at this time, saying it was too late, although he said so much, but in fact, only 1 second passed and not enough time. Whitebeard's reaction was only a little slower than Lu Chenkong's, but this time can be divided between life and death in the battle of life and death. Who? Whitebeard glared angrily. He wasn't a fool. He could hide it. Otherwise, what he found was obviously stronger than himself, or at least not worse than himself. Khalifa and the other women obviously noticed the change here. Khalifa and Hancock exchanged glances, and the lotus steps moved slightly. The two had disappeared from where they were standing, and came to Lu Chenkong's side almost at the same time. One left and one right. Gorosei, 5 elders, Alkiba. Lu Chenkong was not surprised when he saw who was coming. After all, in his opinion, Gorosei, 5 elders would come to seek revenge one day, but it just made him feel strange. Why was there only one person here? But when he noticed the aura on Alkiba's body, his eyes flickered. A look of comprehension suddenly appeared on his face, as if he had understood something. Don't forget that Lu Chenkong is a mirror image clone that can summon Alkiba and knows the effect of the Fruit of Death, so he has already guessed Archie at this moment. Changes in Ba. Long time no see, Lu Chengkong. Alkiba smiled sullenly, the breath of death constantly emitting from him. How could this be? The strength has increased so much, Whitebeard exclaimed. His eyes almost didn't come out. Alchiba standing in front of him gave him a very terrifying feeling, as if he saw that his death would come at any time. This feeling is like facing Alkiba for the first time when he was young. Obviously, Alkiba's strength has surpassed the current Whitebeard, and it is much more. If I guessed correctly, you should have swallowed up the souls of several of your companions. Disgust flashed across Lu Chengkong's eyes. This kind of companion who has been in friendship for more than 800 years can actually do it. The most annoying, and at the same time, a terrifying murderous intention emerged in the heart of Alchiba. 324 Blackbeard is dead. Jia, I didn't expect you to be able to guess. Oh, I remembered. You can summon my mirror image and use my abilities so you know it. Alchiba was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood, but he didn't care about it. The rapid expansion of his strength made him think that Lu Chengkong was just a dead person to him now. Obviously, this forced promotion the method of strength also has great sequelae. At least the disposition of the heart can't keep up, so that Alchiba has long lost the wisdom and calmness of the past, but has a cold and arrogant arrogance. He can actually do it. Rayleigh's face didn't look much better. What he hated most in his life was betrayal, especially the kind of people who attacked his companions. If it wasn't for his reason to tell him to rush over now if he was courting death and would become a burden, he would have rushed over and killed Alchiba. It's really disgusting. The expression on the face of the red-haired Wux was not much better than that of Rayleigh, while Garp, who was Marine, and others felt that their faces were dull. The world government has such a supreme ruler. Heart-wrenching, although they are no longer Marine, but after all, they once fought for Marine, especially Sengoku, who gave his whole life of youth, but felt very sad. What's going on? What's wrong with everyone? Luffy, who was stubborn, didn't know what was going on. Fortunately, Sanji whispered a few words in his ear, and Luffy's expression changed again. There was no giggling before, instead he became very serious, and there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, Akuma's actions deeply touched Luffy's bottom line. Fortunately, Luffy was very rational in this state, and he didn't rush over innocently, which also relieved Rayleigh, who was secretly paying attention to him. After all, he was really worried that this disciple, who was very satisfied with him, became a hero again. He's so weird. Angelina's wild but alluring eyes stared at Alkiba for a while, before spitting out a puzzling sentence. What do you mean? Vivi asked curiously. She could be said to be the only non-combat member on the ship, but everyone didn't look down on her, because Vivi also had her own profession. Although his strength has increased a lot, it is obviously forcibly increased, and the side effects are very large, not only for the body, but also for the soul. No matter what, he will not live long, and he will die soon. It's a pity that he was a fan of the authorities and didn't realize his state at all. Angelina's tone couldn't help being a little mocking, and it was the dignified Gorosei, 5 elders who ruled the world government for more than 800 years, and they would fall into this field. Sure enough, it's better not to have a power that doesn't belong to you, and a power that you can't control perfectly. It will not only harm others, but also yourself. Kuina sighed a little for a while. To be honest, she felt that her pressure was not ordinary. There are too many people who are stronger than her, and almost every woman has a skill. I'm relieved if you think so. Juliana touched her precious daughter's head lovingly. Obviously she was worried that Kuina couldn't bear the pressure and moved her heart crookedly. Now hearing Kuina's words, she looked at her with the same stubbornness and pride as myself. I can't help but feel relieved. What? Look down, forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Today I will wipe out all of you, and all those who oppose me will die. Didn't you get a happy branch to replace the marine branch to rule everywhere? It's a pity it's going to change hands soon. Alkiba looked at Lu Chengkong with the undisguised contempt and disgust in his eyes. He couldn't control his mood and emotions, and his heart immediately became hot. When he said that in the end, he actually took the shot first. Like two cannonballs, it blasted towards Lu Chengkong. At the same time, Alkiba looked at Whitebeard with strange eyes, which made Whitebeard feel a little nervous. Whitebeard, I have prepared a good opponent for you, come out. Whitebeard looked at the past labor in the direction Alkiba's finger was pointing. After a few seconds, a fat man appeared 300 meters ahead of Whitebeard, and he even lost a few teeth. Teach. Whitebeard's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. In the original book, Whitebeard finally kept his hand and did not kill Blackbeard. Otherwise, no matter how weak Whitebeard was, his dying blow would be very terrifying and could completely kill Blackbeard. Dad, let me come. Ace's voice suddenly sounded behind Whitebeard's back when he was about to shoot. Ace's body had changed a lot in more than 2 years. The previous one was hidden. His arrogance has been polished away, and replaced by a capable and calm one. He is indeed the son of One Piece, King of Pirates. There has been a qualitative change in the strength of Ace in the actual combat. Originally, Ace's strength was comparable to Crocodile, but now he has clearly surpassed Kuroketa by a lot, and he has a combat power that is infinitely close to the Admiral level. Still not enough. Haha, is it Roger's son? The strength is really bad. He is a little stronger than 2 years ago. It's a pity that the Blackbeard I cultivated is not something you can defeat. Ace, who still had time to look at it, looked at Ace disdainfully and said. It's not unreasonable for him to say so. At this time, Blackbeard's eyes are so empty. He hasn't said a word since he appeared. This is obviously not his character, and if you look carefully, you will find that Blackbeard has something on his body. Intense death. Blackbeard is dead. As the natural enemy of darkness and death, or the light of mutual growth and restraint, Khalifa saw Blackbeard's true condition at a glance. What? Ace's face changed. Originally, he planned to be ashamed. Because Blackbeard is dead, ordinary people can't see his strength. For more than 2 years, Ace thought that he had already had won the strength of the former shame, but now it seems that it is not what he thought. I have a good eye. Blackbeard's strength is originally Admiral level. After eating the dark fruit, he reached the peak of Admiral. I met him 2 years ago and controlled him. With the ability of the Fruit of Death, Blackbeard absorbed countless death. Chi, and with the dark fruit, the death energy he can bear is even more amazing, and it can even be said to be second only to me, the spokesperson of death, so his strength is not his opponent even if the Jingfa over there, the kid wants to die. Just go up. 325 Thunder vs. Darkness. Ace, there are people outside the world and there are gods. A strong person can't be formed just by working hard for a year or two, not to mention that you have wasted too much time. Whitebeard sighed. He was very satisfied with Ace's aptitude, which was on a par with Luffy's, but it was a pity that Ace wasted too much time, and he couldn't catch up in a year or two. Since he's dead, the grievances of the past should be gone. No matter what, he used to be Lao Tzu's son, so let him go to earth when he dies. Whitebeard said that his right fist condensed a white ball of light. Obviously he was planning to do it himself, but unfortunately there was someone faster than him this time. Haha, it's been a long time. I finally met a good opponent. Don't fight with this god this time. Enel's wild smile suddenly sounded, and at the same time, a thick lightning flashed past Whitebeard like a laser. Shoot directly at Blackbeard. Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. A powerful ability, but the dark fruit is not so easy to deal with. Whitebeard hesitated, and finally stopped, mainly because Enel had already fought Blackbeard. Stand up. That god fights with her husband's avatar every day, not to mention the secret fruit. He has also faced the fruit of nothingness, and it is not so easy to defeat. Khalifa loosened the rosin shoulder and did not say anything, but looked at the fighter. Lu Chengkong and Alkiba were both in the dark. 100 million volts tilde discharge. Enel doesn't care so much. He has been holding back for a long time, and the strength gap between Lu Chengkong is too big, and Blackbeard is obviously a very good opponent, with strong fruit ability and strength, and he can let him let go of everything. Bound with full force without any scruples. Dark tunnel. Blackbeard's voice was very empty and without a trace of emotion. It was like a walking dead, but it was extremely ruthless when he started. The black vortex directly absorbed Enel's lightning, and at the same time, he planned to use dark water with his left hand facing Enel. Pity that Enel is not Ace who fought Blackbeard's holy war in the original book. Enel's observation hockey has become more perverted in this candidate year. Predicting Blackbeard's attack is simply very simple, long before Blackbeard started. It was already foreseen, and it turned into lightning and disappeared in advance, making Blackbeard unable to aim. Sure enough, his speed can't keep up with my speed, and he can't even use the dark water that sucked him over if he can't catch my figure. Hee, I'm not that hairy boy over there. Enel curled his lips, sneered, his hands held high. Bang! The originally clear sky suddenly became dark, and it can be said that the sky was covered with dark clouds in the blink of an eye, and every now and then there would be thunderous rumblings that were deafening, as if nature was angry. Let's taste the Lei Ying of this god. Enel did not know when it appeared on the top of Blackbeard's head. Lei Ying had been released before Blackbeard used the dark water. With Enel's current strength, using Lei Ying is not only unnecessary, the cooperation of the main boat, and the release speed and power are simply not comparable to the original. Destroy the Sky Island directly bombarded the center of Blackbeard with its teeth and claws like a thunder dragon. Blackbeard, who could not be elementalized, was really in trouble. Enel's attacks were not those of Ace. I don't know how fire can compare. Damn. Ace gritted his teeth and watched Enel beat Blackbeard. He was once in Blackbeard's hands, but he wanted to be ashamed all the time. More importantly, Blackbeard almost killed the entire Whitebeard. There is also Whitebeard in the pirate group. He hates Blackbeard to the core. It's a pity that he should have been high-spirited when we met again, but the reality is cruel. The huge gap in strength makes Ace unable to face Blackbeard. Meteor volcano. Except for Lu Changkong, no one noticed a wicked smile flashing at the corner of Alkiba's mouth. Sure enough, Enel's Blackbeard, who was struck by a thunderbolt, suddenly turned into lava with his hands. Lei Ying, who was about to devour Blackbeard, shot countless huge magma fists, with power and proficiency far exceeding that of Akainu. Akainu's fruit power. Akainu seems to be really dead. Blackbeard is so lucky to have found Akainu's fruit power. Now even Sengoku couldn't see the real situation. No, Blackbeard didn't eat Akainu's fruit ability, but grabbed Akainu's fruit ability. Portgas D. Dana shook his head and denied Sengoku's words, while explaining a little about the ability of dark fruit. Sengoku, Kuzan and others suddenly realized, I secretly said in my heart that none of the top 10 Logia fruit abilities are simple, even the dark fruit at the bottom should not be underestimated. Unstoppable. Enel's Thunderbolt is not something that Akainu's Meteor Volcano can resist. Now Enel's Thunderbolt is no longer a pure devil fruit ability. Every Thunderbolt has the imprint of nature, and its power is amazing. Juliana shook her head, with a hint of mockery in her tone, as if mocking Akainu's fruit ability. In fact, this is also true. After Lu Chengkong mentioned the characteristics and abilities of magma fruit before, Gulena looked down on this fruit, and Akainu's personality made her even more unhappy, even with the fruit ability. All he needs is time. Hawkeye Mahawk glanced at Blackbeard. Sure enough, as soon as his words came out, Blackbeard seemed to confirm Hawkeye's words. At the moment when Lei Ying paused in the sky, Blackbeard's right hand Dajong, the dark energy was released as if he didn't need money to form a big black ball. At the same time, Lei Ying had already defeated Meteor Volcano, and slammed into the Blackbeard's big black ball with unabated force. Haha, it's useless. Although Blackbeard just got magma fruit, no matter how powerful it is, Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, alone can't break the devourer of darkness. Alchiba said disdainfully. It's better not to be distracted during the battle. Lu Chengkong said indifferently. He had already discovered the strength of Alkiba in a short period of time. One word is strong, even if he uses the second stage of demon transformation now, it is only a matter of time. He can only hold on for a while. If he continues like this, he believes that he will be defeated in a short time. This is because Alkiba wants to play Lu Chengkong and does not make a ruthless attack. Otherwise, he may have been injured or even defeated. Oh, if you have anything else, just use it. I remember that you seem to have some kind of mirror fusion. Use it. Otherwise, you will die. Alkiba automatically filtered Lu Chengkong's words. As always, Wild laughed. 326 Enel opportunities. This move is. Ace's face became extremely ugly in an instant, his eyes widened, staring at the huge black ball in Blackbeard's hand. He couldn't help but see the scene of his confrontation with Blackbeard a few years ago. He used Dai Enkai, Entei and Blackbeard to fight against each other, but he lost in the end. He remembers this move, still new. Thunderbolt will be absorbed. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ace, who had faced this move, could only tell the truth. Not necessarily. This time, Whitebeard surprisingly gave Ace the opposite answer, without looking at Ace's surprised and disbelieving eyes. Is my Lei Ying so easy to absorb? You can absorb the power of the devil fruit. What if it is the lightning of the real nature? What about the lightning without a trace of devil fruit energy? Enel said here that his eyes flashed with crazy light, his height suddenly changed, and he instantly turned into a giant servant with a height of more than 10 meters. Thor tilde summons thunder. Enel roared. This move is different from his 200 million volts tilde Thor. In addition to the change in his appearance as Thor, there is also the effect, because after Enel became Thor instead of attacking Blackbeard following Lei Ying, he first released a thunderbolt from the sky. After a long rumbling, the already cloudy sky became even darker now, as if even the sun was covered. Taste the most powerful meaning of this god, Thor's wrath. The continuous thunderous sounds continued to sound, and the terrifying power descended on everyone like the power of the sky. At this moment, those who couldn't keep up with the strength even thought that the god was true. The anger came and came. What is this? As a sniper, the sharp-eyed Usopp keenly captured the dark clouds in the sky as if they were bred with terrifying energy. It's nothing. This is Enel's use of its own lightning energy as an introduction to change the natural climate and weather, to create lightning that belongs to the laws of nature, genuine lightning. Angelina is worthy of being Angelina. The mystery is seen through his. Garp and the others suddenly changed their faces when they heard the words, and they gasped. Don't think this is a simple matter. They have never seen anyone who can truly control nature, or even borrow the power of nature. There are very few people. The so-called Logia fruit has always used the energy of the devil fruit. Enel's lightning is not the real lightning of nature, although the effect of hitting the enemy and the effect of real lightning have no effect. Different, but in some cases there is a big difference. As it is now, Blackbeard's dark fruit can attract even Enel's powerful Lei Ying, obviously telling Enel that as long as it is the energy of the fruit, that is, as long as it is the energy of Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit, as long as the limit of the dark fruit is not reached, he can absorb it. And now Blackbeard is obviously stronger than Enel. It is obviously impossible for Enel to increase the power of lightning beyond the limit of the dark fruit, so that Blackbeard cannot absorb it, so Enel can only use himself at this time. The most powerful secret trick, borrowing the power of nature, releases endless thunder and lightning, and the power is theoretically endless. I see how you can absorb it. Enel was furious this time. His roar just came out. The thundercloud covering an extremely huge area in the sky seemed to have bred terrifying thunder and lightning. The thundercloud overhead released a bolt of lightning. Click. An unbelievable scene appeared. As Enel's thunder and lightning hit the thunderclouds in the sky, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by some kind of attraction, and the extremely terrifying natural thunder and lightning all hit Enel. This guy is crazy. So much energy is enough to destroy a country. He absorbed it. Does he want to die? Sengoku and Kizaru exclaimed. If it weren't for this, he would not be able to control this energy of nature at all. As long as he uses himself as an introduction, he can use this energy for his own use to achieve the purpose he needs. Forced to burst, but after all, he is the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, the Thunderbolt Man. The endurance of thunder and lightning is not comparable and imagined by us. So this time, he will not only improve his strength, but even his own thunder and lightning will undergo qualitative changes, becoming like the thunder and lightning of nature, and Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, will also undergo qualitative changes. Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, will be promoted to the position of the top 10 Logia fruits. Not to mention Blackbeard can't absorb it. Even if I have the same strength, I will take it seriously. Angelina pondered for a while, and said after pondering for a while. So Enel Brat may be a blessing in disguise, Gulena said. Yes, of course the prerequisite is that he can survive. No one can help him now. Everything depends on his own fortune. Angelina nodded, agreeing with Gulena's words. Get out of nowhere. Lu Chengkong knew what he was going to do when he saw the madness in Enel's eyes, but he didn't stop it. He knew that the arrogant Enel would not look back once he made up his mind, so he could only silently bless him, but at this time he doesn't have time to take care of so much. No matter whether Enel can survive or not, after this energy of nature is released, any creature within a radius of 100 miles or even 1,000 miles will be wiped out, and must leave here. If you want to go, stay with me. Alkiba was very calm, although Enel's performance surprised him, and the lightning energy that was continuously instilled into Enel should be taken seriously even by him, but he did not think that he will be killed by this energy, but he intends to use this energy to affect Lu Chengkong's crew and let them die in the hands of his own crew's tricks. As soon as the idea appeared, Alkiba immediately took action. The mirror images merged. Get out of my way. Lu Chengkong sneered. 3 mirror images immediately appeared in a mysterious formation and directly transformed into a ray of light and merged into Lu Chengkong's body. Brush. In an instant, Lu Chengkong completed the mirror fusion, and the whole changed greatly. The 2 pairs of demon wings and the demon scales on his body disappeared, turning into a pair of silver-black demon wings that looked very much like fallen angels. A crystal depicting a mysterious array appeared, and at the same time, a pair of dark eyes that flickered with palpitations from time to time had turned silver-black. Devil Profound Truth. Demon Order. Lu Chengkong's strength in the mirror fusion state changed qualitatively in an instant, causing the originally heartless Alkiba's complexion to change suddenly, but it was too late to resist. Lu Chengkong in the state of mirror fusion, it can use the fruit ability of 3 body mirror images. 327 God's Wrath. Therefore, when Alkiba was just about to react and plan to avoid the ferocious demon order, Lu Chengkong immediately resorted to time suspension and space blockade. Under the joint blockade of space and time, Lu Chengkong was even stronger than Alkiba at this time. To have a slightly better strength, Alkiba couldn't escape and was directly bombarded into the ground by the demon order. Space Portal. Lu Chengkong was not chasing after Alkiba, but summoned a space gate and shouted at the same time, "Come in." He took the lead and rushed in with Khalifa and Hancock in his arms. At the same time, the 3 boats of the Happy Pirates group were also kicked in by Lu Chengkong. Whitebeard also rushed in without any directness. Garp and others seemed to understand. What is the matter? He rushed in without saying a word, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 pirate groups in this sea area had disappeared. Enel, who had no scruples in his eyes with blue veins, and a black beard like a fool, and of course, Alkiba, who was blasted and overjoyed. Thank you, Captain. Of course Enel understands what Lu Chengkong is doing. Just now, he was worried that if he fails unfortunately, it will affect the people of the Free Pirates. After joining the Free Pirates for so long, he is not interested in any of the Free Pirates. People are very concerned, although the nostrils are turned up on the surface, but if anyone dares to think about anyone in the Happy Pirates, Enel will definitely send his whole family to hell. Death to this god. Enel let go of all worries, only one thought in his heart, that is, if you don't succeed, you will become a benevolent person. Bang! Lu Chengkong and the others had just left the front foot, but there was a huge thunderous sound like dozens of atomic bombs exploding together in this sea area. At this moment, they have come to the sea about 3,000 nautical miles away from the sea area just now. A dozen boats and of course a bike. It's exaggerated. Enel is crazy enough. I hope he can survive. Lu Chengkong looked ahead. Even though he was so far apart, he could still hear the deafening thunder clearly, as if it sounded in his ear. He looked at the huge incomparable lightning beam in front of him and said, "Wow, I will say 88 to this beautiful world ahead of time." Garp, Sengoku and others said with lingering fears, especially when they looked at the huge thunder and lightning beams that could be seen from so far away. After a bit of panic, after all, the power of nature is really terrible, especially the nature of the One Piece King of Pirates world is not comparable to the Earth. It's really God's wrath. This guy doesn't seem to be stupid and arrogant. The situation in the world has changed. The only person who can make this God safe and secure is this demon emperor. Kuzan glanced at the situation ahead, the heaven and the earth, and then took another look at the silent eyes. The eyes were as plain as water. Lu Chengkong, who was not in the ancient well, thought to himself. He fought with Enel back then, but at that time Enel had to join forces with Juliana and others to barely remain unbeaten in Kuzan's hands, but he didn't expect Enel to have grown to this point after so many years. It's not that Kuzan didn't pay attention. He didn't pay attention to this, but everyone including Kuzan was attracted by Lu Chengkong's light. Lu Chengkong's light covered the people in the boat, causing Lu Chengkong's enemies and friends to subconsciously ignore his crew. The presence. Shanggong, can you survive with long ears? Shirahoshi took small steps to Lu Chengkong's side, and said in an ethereal, crisp and melodious noise like a yellow warbler out of the valley. He won't die so easily, and even if he dies, I will bring him back to life even if I control the land. Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered. His tone was flat, but the firmness in his words made him awe-inspiring. A captain is the greatest blessing for any pirate group. The era of Gorosei, 5 elders has passed. Since the world government and marine have all died out, then they have no value in existence, not to mention that the 5 have gone and 4 have gone, so it is time for Al-Kiba to accompany them. Otherwise the 4 of them will be alone. Lu Chengkong's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, leaving only one sentence, "Wait for me to come back." It seems that the new era has been completely stabilized. The protagonist of this era must be him. With his character, he will never condone the appearance of scum like Tenryubito Marine. Garp's eyes were very complicated, and he couldn't bear it in the end. Zhu sighed, as did Kuzan and the others who were once a member of Marine. "Where did you go?" Lu Chengkong closed his eyes. An indescribable feeling appeared in his heart. He only felt that any place within a few kilometers was like an image appearing in his mind. Middle. Okay, stop pretending, show up. After a while, Lu Chengkong opened his eyes again. The corner of his mouth was vivi-colored, showing that his master was in a very happy mood. "I really can't hide anything from you." Enel's voice suddenly appeared. A flash of lightning flashed, and Enel had already appeared beside Lu Chengkong. "Hee, if you lied to me, I would come out and mess with you, huh? It seems that Angelina is right. Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, has undergone a qualitative change, and in your hands it will be powerful. You can already match the power of the top 10 Logia fruits. I think your name can also be remembered in history. There are very few people who can increase the power of the devil fruit to be comparable to the top 10 Logia fruits." Lu Chengkong looked at Enel up and down, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Enel's strength was no worse than that of Whitebeard, who was old and covered in dark wounds in the original book, or even worse. "Che, you and the Empress are not pressing the gods, aren't you both Paramesha? The fruit's ability is so strange that Angelina has to deal with it." Enel made a cut and said unhappily, but he was not talking nonsense. He was influenced by Lu Chengkong, and sweet fruit was the most suitable fruit for Hancock. It can be said that the fruit ability was born for Hancock. The power of sweet fruit is too terrifying. Enel can be said to be not afraid of heaven and earth, but the only thing he is afraid of is Lu Chengkong and Hancock. 328 The Last Gorosei, 5 Elders. "Where's Blackbeard? Dead?" Lu Chengkong smiled and didn't bother about this topic. After all, there's nothing to say. Devil fruits without garbage only use garbage. This sentence is not entirely true, and it is also 80% correct. Even Lu Chengkong had to write a word for Hancock's use in development of sweet fruit. It would be really strange if the fat man who lost many teeth could survive in my hands. Nilu said with certainty, and only in front of Lu Chengkong, a arrogant god, would not take this god claims to be himself, but uses me to claim himself. In that case, he is the only one left. Lu Chengkong's eyes suddenly flashed a dim light, like a bloodthirsty hungry wolf aiming at the prey hidden on the side. Death flashes. Suddenly, an icy voice with a terrifying slaughter sounded from behind Lu Chengkong. Enel, the incarnation of thunder and lightning, a powerhouse known for his speed, could only see a dead gray light flashing in front of his eyes, and he didn't even have time to do it. From this, it can be seen that the speed of the person is not fast. If the person attacked him, Enel can only be killed in seconds. Momentary teleportation. It's a pity that he was not facing Enel, but Lu Chengkong. The space fluctuated, Lu Chengkong disappeared in place in an instant, and the person who came here had already exposed his identity without a hit. It was Gorosei, the last Alchiba among the 5 elders who survived. Obviously he expected Lu Chengkong to come back here, so he hid and attacked together, but what he couldn't accept was that Lu Chengkong escaped him and was proud of him. The fastest move. It's not a good habit to be dazed when fighting, isn't it? The hand of space. At the same time, he looked forward, as if he had passed through layers of space restraints, and came directly in front of Alchiba and pinched him. Want to bind me? The same moves are useless to me. I have been able to face the space fruit for hundreds of years. How could I not know it? Death Tombstone. After all, Alchiba is Alchiba, and he swallowed up 4 of the same powerhouses. His strength is only under Lu Chengkong after the mirror fusion. How can he be blocked so easily? Countless tombstones with an aura of death suddenly appeared beside Alchiba, as if to form an absolute defense to surround Alchiba. The strong aura of death seemed to corrode the entire world and sea. It's a bit tricky. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly. Although Alchiba at this time did not have the calm mood of the past, he was a strong man who had survived for more than 800 years. The consciousness is very rich and terrifying. In addition, his understanding of the space fruit is so easy to obtain. Before, Lu Chengkong was able to catch Alchiba by surprise because of the combination of space and time. The same recruitment and close to the space fruit, it is simply impossible to perform the same function again. Soul Eater. Just when Lu Chengkong was groaning, Alchiba's attack also arrived. This time it was actually a soul attack, which not only eroded the body, but also directly eroded the soul. The people who are basically not dead are seriously injured, let alone the death chi of a powerhouse like Alchiba. Time, space together. Time and space are reversed. Lu Chengkong's left eye flashed a silver light, and his right eye flashed a golden light. His hands were vacant, with Lu Chengkong's body as the center. It seemed to form a vortex of time and space. Time and space suddenly became incomparably chaotic, but they recovered in an instant under Lu Chengkong's control. Impossible. The 2 taboo abilities of time and space are just like water and fire colliding with each other, and it is impossible for them to be perfectly integrated. Alchiba glared in anger and roared in disbelief, but there was a trace of fear that could not be concealed under his eyelids. Yes, he was afraid. If space and time were used alternately, he was not afraid. But the perfect combination of space and time has turned into a terrible time and space fruit, which is not as simple as 1 + 1. Nothing is impossible in the world, it's just up to you to try it. I will never let you escape this time. This sea area is your burial place. Lu Chengkong said that the murderous aura on his body broke out unreservedly, and the surging demon Emperor Haki pressed down on Alchiba wave after wave like an endless tsunami wave with infinite power. No, I'm the strongest. Even that woman can't kill me. It's even more impossible for you as a kid. I can't die, it's impossible. Alchiba is afraid. This is the consequence of not being able to keep up with the state of mind. In the case of absolute advantage, it may be nothing, but in the case of evenly matched or the strength is not too big, as Alchiba is now, it is very dangerous. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogant and domineering look that he had before, and some were just afraid. He only had one thought left in his heart now, then run away. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong would give him such a chance. No, obviously not. Such an enemy is still unstable, and an enemy whose mentality has become crazy is very dangerous to stay in the world, especially if the opponent has no one other than himself to be his opponent. Maybe Angelina, Khalifa, Hancock. 3 girls can keep a period of time without attacking under Alchiba, can retreat to save their lives, but the other is only a dead end. Space-time wormhole. Lu Chengkong shouted and punched in front of him. Alchiba, who was about to escape, suddenly tensed, as if Lu Chengkong had hit him. Time and space seemed to have stopped suddenly, but Enel, who was standing on the side, kept his eyes wide open, for fear that he would miss the slightest bit. A battle at this level was a rare encounter in a century or even 1,000 years. How can this be? What is this? Alchiba was terrified. He didn't want to die. The longer people live, the more afraid of death. This sentence is not entirely true, but it is not entirely wrong. If Alchiba's mood can keep up with him, he will definitely face all this calmly. It is just unwillingness and anger, and you will never be afraid. After all, a strong person at this level has a solid state of mind. It's a pity that his strength was not acquired by his own cultivation. Many root causes. This is why Lu Chengkong rarely uses demon transformation and mirror fusion. Although these 2 moves can greatly increase his strength, he would never use it if he was not facing an invincible enemy. Compared with Alchiba's forced swallowing, his stunt doesn't have such big sequelae, but it's not good to use it for a long time. This is also because Lu Chengkong is surrounded by Khalifa and Dana, and he always accepts the washing of life and light, so that he does not lose his nature by power. Otherwise, in the long run, it is very likely that he will become the second Archibama as a slave of power. 329 completely kill the Gorosei, 5 elders. As the 2 strongest opponents I have faced since my debut, I will send you back to the west with my strongest demon mystery, Demon Emperor's order. Lu Chengkong's right hand turned into an afterimage, as if releasing a spell. He hit countless seals, but even so, in fact, a second pass was not enough, and if Alchiba was not blocked, he could completely use a escape in less than a second. It is only possible that Alchiba is now completely attracted by the space-time wormhole behind him. Although he has performed 120% under the oppression of death due to his powerful strength, Lu Chengkong is strong. In addition to blocking the enemy's ability to move, the time-space wormhole has extremely terrifying lethality. Once attracted, it will be teleported into the endless space, and the strength of Alchiba in the face of the infinite time-space storm is also inevitable. Undoubtedly. And Alchiba obviously understood this, so he kept struggling with fear, but unfortunately Lu Chengkong had already ordered him to kill him, so how could he give him this chance? Go to hell! Lu Chengkong roared. The silver-black eyelids burst out with a pressing cold light and killing intent, and his right hand suddenly hit Alchiba with 2 palms in the air. Bang! The space suddenly trembled when he got up. The space was completely shattered in an instant. A shock wave visible in the silver-black inner eye seemed to break the shackles of time and space and hit Alchiba directly. Obviously, this move is really the strongest in Lu Chengkong's demon mystery. Except for the combination of the demon Rokushiki, the demon in addition to his powerful physique, he has added the ability of time and space, so that the opponent has no chance to dodge. Poochie. Sure enough, as Lu Chengkong thought, Alchiba still couldn't escape the terrifying attraction of the time wormhole, and was directly hit by the demon sovereign order, which contained various power elements. Ah! Alchiba screamed, and there was no trace of blood on his face. The body that was still struggling suddenly seemed to have been emptied of strength and no longer resisted, and was directly attracted by the space-time wormhole, vaguely as if a shrill scream could be heard coming from the space-time wormhole, but it soon disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Hey, don't be stupid, let's go. Lu Chengkong turned around and found that Enel was staring at him with a monster-like look. Lu Chengkong couldn't help but feel a little shiver in his heart. This guy wouldn't be back the mountain. You can't be a monster. are you, not to mention the time-space wormhole, your demon emperor's decree just now should contain the ability of time and space, right? Although Enel was asking, his tone was extremely affirmative, as if he was saying state a fact. Yes, I did my best in the face of this guy. Although I didn't use the mirror to turn the world, it was a stunt after all. The Demon Emperor's order can be said to be one of my strongest offensive tactics, and it has the best effect. The most comprehensive. Lu Chenggong didn't hide it, but admitted it generously. Looking at Enel's expression of hesitating to speak, Lu Chenggong certainly knew what he was thinking. You want to ask why you can combine space and time, which are extremely mutually exclusive, like fire and fire, yin and yang, right? Lu Chenggong said. Yes, Enel shrugged. He also knew that his thoughts could not be hidden from Lu Chenggong, and he did not intend to hide them. After all, everyone has curiosity. It's very simple. If two fruits are in one person's body at the same time, of course it is difficult to merge, but I know a person named Zhang Sanfang. He can complement yin and yang. Water and fire are compatible. I got inspiration from him. Mirror fusion and my own ontology is a bridge and carrier to balance space and time. And a mirror clone controls space, a mirror clone controls time, and the three can be integrated into one. Just one. Lu Chenggong's tone was extremely relaxed, and he didn't notice that as he uttered every word, the surprise in Enel's eyes increased, and by the end, Enel had fallen into sluggishness. Also, I also have a mirror image clone that is a double fruit. After merging it, the power of the space-time that can borrow the double fruit is increased 10 times, 100 times. Lu Chenggong seemed to think that this was not enough to stimulate Enel, so he threw it out. A secret that really made Enel completely collapse. Hee. Lu Chenggong laughed heartily when he saw Enel's appearance at this time, but on the surface he was still calm and calm like water. The space portal suddenly appeared. Lu Chenggong glanced at Enel who was still in a daze, and immediately he kicked it and blasted Enel in, and then he followed. Ah, you bastard! Lu Chenggong seemed to hear a scream from Enel, but Lu Chenggong gave full play to his control over every part of his body and fully implemented Enel's scream. The policy that the left ear is in and the right ear is out is automatically filtered. Hey, I'm back. You look like you've cleaned up that old man. Whitebeard, who was drinking with Garp and the others, said quietly when he saw Lu Chenggong and Enel suddenly appear beside him. Yeah, I sent him to a different dimension, and he didn't even leave a body. Now he can't be resurrected even if he is a god. Lu Chenggong nodded and said casually, but his words fell into the ears of Kuzan Kizaru and the others, but they still shivered, and secretly thought that he was fortunately not as idiot as Akainu, otherwise he really didn't know how he died. Haha, well, if it wasn't for your kid who killed him, I would really have a headache how to deal with him. If he shamelessly attacked Laozi's child, I really don't know what to do. Although Whitebeard had already guessed that this would be the case, he couldn't help laughing with joy after hearing it himself, but what he said moved the people in his pirate group. Of course they knew Whitebeard. Not saying it to him on purpose, but in fact Whitebeard was worried about that. I'm going to rest for a few days, and I'll come back to you in a few days. After Lu Chenggong finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot and returned to the Xinxiaoyao. Of course, Whitebeard and the others had no objection to this. Kuina, Tashigi, today you two little girls don't want to run away. As soon as Lu Chenggong got back to the ship, he caught the two little girls, Tashigi and Kuina, who were going to run towards Juliana, and teleported instantly. Returning to his own ship, he completely ignored Juliana's unhappy face. 330 knocked down Kuina, Tashigi. Apparently, she actually robbed her daughter in front of her, and she still wanted to take her daughter to do it right away, and she was not a mother without passing by her, not to mention that she was Lu Chenggong's wife. Of course, I am not happy that Lu Chenggong has two more wives. Not to mention that these two wives are still his own daughters, because Tashigi and Kuina are almost the same in appearance. Juliana has also treated Tashigi as her own daughter over the years. But no matter how upset or unhappy Juliana was, she couldn't resist, not to mention that she never thought of resisting. she was just upset and jealous for a while. Cuckold, look, I just said that these two girls won't be able to escape for a long time. I thought they would be fine every time they stay by your side, but I didn't expect to be caught after a long time. I really want to see the three of you side by side in bed. It looks like they are together. Salis completely inherited the bad taste of her teacher's murdered character Castana, and immediately ran over to Gulena with a smile. Mention that Sally was born, even the most calm Robin had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. After all, Gulena, Kuina, and if they have been together for a long time, there is no way to tell them apart, so she is also a little curious about the time when the three daughters will come. What will be the scene? Damn, Juliana was not to be outdone, because she knew that she would never be able to fight Salas, a person who had completely acquired the true expertise of Portgas de Dana, so she could only use the itching magic to find the sensitive parts of Salas's body. Attack, a classmate who has served a man for many years. Gulena of course knows where the sensitive parts of Satras are. You two, do you still think you are children when you are old? It's not serious. Portgas de Dana suddenly appeared on the side and shook her head and sighed. Liz and Gulena are the same. It's just that her shaking head still amused Nami, Vivi and other girls. Suddenly, there was a crisp and sweet but distinctive laughter on the new Xiaoyao number, which made Garp Sengoku and others in the distance look envious. Obviously, they are all very envious of Lu Chengkong's beauty. Che, what's there to be envious of? Being so small, she is far from the beauty of our white giants. Whitebeard said with disdain when he saw the envious expressions of Sengoku and the others. Sengoku and Garp, the two people who were most familiar with Whitebeard, heard the words, and couldn't help but see a picture in their minds, a giantess who was about the same height as Whitebeard. I don't dare to compliment, but in the aesthetics of the white giant, this female giant is beautiful. The white giant beauty that Whitebeard likes. Let me go, don't be like this. Tashigi and Kuina were obviously stunned at first, but they soon came to their senses, looking at Lu Chengkong's perverted appearance. The burning eyes in his eyes seemed to be hot. The desire to eat his stomach suddenly struggled. It's a pity that their strength is not enough for Lu Chengkong at all. Although the side effects came after the mirror fusion was released, Lu Chengkong was a little weak, but with the previous use and Lu Chengkong's strength and body continued to grow stronger. Long ago after the first use, I was in a coma for a day and a night and was weak for more than a week. At this time, Lu Chengkong was only in the dark, and he came back to his senses in an instant. Except for the mental and physical weakness, he couldn't see anything wrong. According to Lu Chengkong's abnormal resilience, it took a day or so. Back to its heyday. If you can get away with my name this time, I'll turn it around and write it. Lu Chengkong laughed evilly when he saw the two girls blushing, panting, and surging with love. Soon two screams came from the captain's room, indicating that both Kuina and Tashigi had transformed from girls to women. I don't know how long it took. After the cloud cleared and the rain cleared, Lu Chengkong had completely calmed down. His eyes twinkled again and again, and he thought to himself, the devil transforms twice and superimposes the mirror fusion, although it can increase my strength to an unprecedented level. Although the side effects of weakness were overcome, the violent and crazy killing intent in my heart was not so easy to smooth out after the incident, so I had to use the bed affairs to vent all these negative emotions. Well, with this violence, I finally ate the two little girls clean this time. After pondering for a long time, Lu Chengkong slowly let out a sigh of turbidity. Seeing that he was hugging him on the left and right, his beautiful face still had traces of joy and tears, which suddenly made Lu Chengkong feel pity. Took a new sip on the foreheads of the two girls, closed his eyes, hugged the two girls, and fell asleep. After all, he was very tired physically and mentally after the battle. A few days passed quickly. In addition to the necessary training, Lu Chengkong was enjoying and having fun in bed with all the girls. The rage and madness in his heart had been completely vented. In the past, if it was just a demon transformation, Lu Chengkong didn't need to do this at all, but after superimposing the mirror fusion, Lu Chengkong didn't dare to take it lightly. He didn't want to leave any gaps in his body and spirit, and Khalifa and Hancock obviously expected this, so they cooperated most actively on the bed, making Lu Chengkong's soul feel so refreshed that it was about to fly into the sky. It's really troublesome. I really need to use less mirror fusion. Otherwise, it's not good to have to fight in bed with my wives for a few days after each battle. Although he had this idea, but looking at Lu Chengkong's expression, he knew that he was completely happy about this matter, and how could he refuse the love of all the girls? First, it can enhance feelings, and second, it can soothe all the responsible emotions brought about by mirror fusion and demonic transformation. Whitebeard, red hair, Garp. Set off. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath, and then shouted. In an instant, Garp and others came from several directions, apparently in response to Lu Chengkong. Laugh Tale, the end of the Great Waterway, the most mysterious place in the entire One Piece, King of Pirates world, where all the secrets are buried. Today I will come to reveal you completely. Lu Chengkong looked forward confidently, with hockey all over his body, making Nami and other women on the side stare at Lu Chengkong with admiration and admiration. 331 to Laugh Tale. Disaster Island, it really is a natural danger. Lu Chengkong was shocked. Watching the sea in front of him suddenly appeared two continuous mountains that seemed to have no end. The peaks on both sides formed a canyon, which was unreachable. Not only that, there are endless kinds of natural disasters near this huge canyon: tsunamis, storms, torrential rains, lightning, earthquakes, tornadoes, sea tornadoes. There are too many. If the weather in the second half of the Great Waterway is terrifying and changeable, and the disasters are constant, then these disasters in the second half of the Great Waterway are nothing compared to the natural disaster in the canyon that Lu Chengkong called a natural danger. Too far. Whitebeard, this place is obviously a canyon. It's not an exaggeration to call it a natural danger. Why is this place called a disaster island? Should it be called a disaster canyon? Lu Chengkong asked, a little puzzled. In fact, it was not only him, but also some people who have never been here also looked at Whitebeard in confusion. It's very simple, because there used to be no road here at all. This canyon was dug by me, Roger and Golden Lion, with all their human and material resources. When we came here before, we thought this was the end, but when we waited until we got to the peak to find out that it wasn't, so we carved the island into a canyon and created a road to Laugh Tale. Although Whitebeard said it lightly, but others sounded really admired. After all, this is a disaster island. Looking at the canyons on both sides, the continuous plateau-like peaks, it is too difficult to carve away, and it is also necessary to resist all kinds of natural disasters all the time. So it is. Lu Chengkong suddenly realized that he never doubted Whitebeard's words. He could also use the ability of the shock fruit. Lu Chengkong could see the traces of Deng being attacked by the shock wave from this canyon, and Whitebeard's human beings are disdainful of lying, and there is no need to lie. Let's go. After the doubts were lifted, Lu Chengkong didn't have any worries. Nami also began to control the Shin Xiaoyao, and Khalifa and other women in the pirate group also showed their magical powers to help the Shin Xiaoyao resist the natural disaster that came to her face. Erosion. In the face of such a disaster, the most fatal injury to the captives is that apart from the emptiness of time and space. These abnormal abilities should be the nature and paramesha fruit abilities that have the greatest damage range. First, shake the world. Lu Chengkong slammed his fist forward, completely ignoring that the space could not bear such a shock wave, and sent out a morning-shattering sound. After the punch, not only did not stop, but instead continued to hit a series of shocking shock waves without any pause. Pity that Garp didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but he was actually heard by Sengoku. Whitebeard on the side of the huge Buddha was obviously familiar with these things, and he was not to be outdone after seeing Lu Chengkong using his abilities. As for Kuzan and others, of course, people are embarrassed to take the free boat, and Sengoku immediately turned into a great Buddha, with the appearance of saving people's lives. Garp, who was watching, scolded, "If you are so compassionate, you won't kill so many people. People who don't know think he's righteous." Immediately, a blue vein appeared on the head that was visible to the naked eye. If it hadn't been for knowing that it wasn't time to care about it, Sengoku might have been hit by a Tathagata palm. The gate of heaven. Khalifa used a rather peculiar trick. A round door suddenly appeared, and then opened. The terrible suction absorbed all the tornado, rainstorm, and lightning that came in, and never left. Come out. There is no world. Needless to say, Angelina's, any natural disaster within 10 meters close to her disappeared in an instant, and the people watching on the side were extremely frightened. After all, Angelina turned Kizaru's fruit ability into a wave of her hand. The terrifying ability of nothingness is still fresh in the memory of countless people. Humph. Hancock's trick is even more powerful. Standing on the bow of the boat, he stared blankly at the disaster around him. He just snorted coldly, but the murderousness and nobility contained in it could not be concealed. A cold snort came out, and all the natural disasters in all directions turned into stones. That's right. Hancock has turned sweet fruit into an instinct of her body. For example, in her heart, she wants to turn all the disasters in front of her into stone. Then she will stare at the disasters in front of her, or snort coldly. These tsunamis and sea tornadoes will be petrified. Lose. 9 days of thunder. Enel roared wildly, releasing countless thick thunderbolts from his body, and all kinds of disasters were razed to the ground. With the passage of time and the stunts released by the crowd to resist, it quickly crossed this kind of canyon and completely crossed the disaster island, but what came on was a huge incomparable front surrounded by fog. The island, no, it can no longer be said to be an island, and it can only be said to be a mainland. This is the largest land I have ever seen in this world. It is simply a continent. Lu Chengkong looked at the continent in front of him in shock. Is this the end of the Great Waterway? Really stylish. I was surprised when I saw it. I thought Laugh Tale was a relatively large island at first, but I didn't expect it to be a huge continent. Whitebeard said with understanding. Go up and see what's buried in this continent, Laugh Tale space. Lu Chengkong snorted and rushed over first. Obviously he was going to investigate to avoid any unnecessary accidents. Hey, don't be surprised when that happens. The most calm one is the Pluto Rayleigh. From the calm expression on his face, you know that he knows exactly what's buried inside. What is this? It's too exaggerated. Why are there so many devil fruits? Lu Chengkong looked forward the moment he boarded the Laugh Tale, and was immediately stunned. He was looking at a tree that was taller and thicker than a 1,000-year-old tree. The gigantic tree is a giant tree that is taller and thicker than the 1,000-year-old tree. If this is the case, it will not surprise Lu Chengkong, but this giant tree is covered with all kinds of devil fruits. Not only that, as Lu Chengkong looked around, there would be such a giant tree every 100 meters. They were all covered with devil fruits, and each giant tree had at least 20 devil fruits on it. And gold and silver jewelry everywhere. It can be said that the whole land is paved with gold and silver jewelry. Hiss. With the continuous flow of people on the Laugh Tale, even Whitebeard, except Rayleigh, couldn't help taking a breath. Back then, Whitebeard also came not far from Laugh Tale. Seeing that Roger's boat was one step ahead of him, he left without saying a word, not knowing what was in it. 332 History Text. Wow, if only these were mine. Stop dreaming, even if it's all given to you. Can you move out? Brother, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Ah, don't be so hard. All kinds of exclamations continued to be heard. It seemed that all these pirates had become the first time to go to the big town in the big city, but no one sneered, because the expressions of the people here were different. Not much. I'm so surprised now, boy in the sky, and what's more surprising to you is yet to come. Pluto Rayleigh walked out indifferently, but he didn't know all the things he did when he saw these things in front of him. The expression was not much better than the people in front of him. Shanks, why do you look like this? Weren't you on the One Piece King of Pirates ship? Haven't you seen it? Hawkeye Mahawk asked inexplicably. I was only a trainee crew back then, and the ship said that I don't have enough strength, so it's better not to know so much. Shanks replied. That's it. Hawk-eyed Mahawk understood immediately. Obviously, Roger was worried that Shanks was not mature enough at that time, so he said nonsense and brought him some unnecessary danger. Go Go in and have a look. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions completely, and walked forward with his crew. 2 hours later, as the group of people continued to deepen, the exclamations and screams kept ringing. Obviously there were too many treasures, famous knives, devil fruits, treasures. This is the text of history. Robin's eyes narrowed, and a rectangular stone 100 meters high and 50 meters wide appeared in front of her about 300 meters away, and it was inserted into the ground, giving people a sense of simplicity and vicissitudes. It seems to have experienced the baptism of endless years. Go, Robin, this is the last knot in your heart, don't leave any regrets in your heart. Lu Chengkong patted Robin's shoulder, looking at her red eyes, there were faint tears. Obviously she was too excited, and insisted on it for many years, wasn't it for these things in front of her? Yeah, Nicole. Robin looked back at Lu Chengkong. In addition to the deep affection and love in her eyes, there was deep gratitude. Obviously, without Lu Chengkong, she didn't know what her life would be like. Miserable. It was just that Nico. Robin screamed in pain not long after she walked out, which made Lu Chengkong's heart sink, and immediately appeared at Nico. Robin's side and hugged him back. At the same time I understood what was going on. Gravity. Lu Chengkong stared at the huge stone slab in front of him, then coldly spit out 2 words. I just wanted to say don't be so impulsive and you went out, hey. The young man is really. Before Rayleigh said anything, he changed the subject very cleverly when he saw Lu Chengkong's murderous look. From here on, Ralph, the forbidden area of Bilu, have you seen it? There is an unclear and obvious dividing line at the foot of the foot. If you cross this line, the gravity will be doubled for the first 1 meter or so, and you must know these gravity and Gorosei. 5. The effect of the gravity fruit of elders is almost the same, and it is applied to any part of the body, including the internal organs of the body, etc. Quote. No wonder, it's at least 300 meters from here to that slate, 300 times, and the gravity of any part of the body is really not something that Robin can withstand. Lu Chengkong agreed, knowing that the invincible Sun Wukong, the protagonist in an anime 7 Dragon Ball watched by Lu Chengkong in his previous life, can also withstand 100 times the gravity when he goes to Namek to fight Frieza, but this 100 times the gravity. After the gravity is over, the strength of Sun Wukong has undergone earth-shaking changes. He can easily defeat the strongest warrior under Frieza, and even face Frieza with the power to fight. As can be seen from the description in the anime, since there is a world of One Piece, King of Pirates, there may not be a world of 7 Dragon Balls. Robin's strength is obviously different from that of Sun Wukong, who entered the double gravity room to practice. If Nico Robin can withstand 100 times the gravity, doesn't it mean that Nico Robin's strength can be compared to that of Sun Wukong at that time? Let my husband come. 100 times gravity is too much for you, and you are not a strong person who cultivates physical skills and hockey. Of course, your physique can't bear it, so be obedient, wait for me here. Lu Chengkong looking at Robin's stubborn eyes, he couldn't help his tone, but he couldn't hide his deep concern. Yeah, Robin Vivi nodded, his heart was as sweet as eating honey. Obviously Lu Chengkong was worried about her and was nervous, so the stubbornness in her eyes was quickly captured. Lu Chengkong also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Nicole Robin, who had compromised. Although Robin was usually very talkative and approachable, once he made a decision, he was as stubborn as himself. Now he saw this fierce horse being subdued by himself. Of course, I am very proud of being so considerate. No matter what, they still have to walk over this slate. If they didn't listen to Rayleigh's words, everyone knew that every meter of going doubles the gravity. They would not believe that it would be the case. Because Lu Chengkong's face was extremely calm, as if there was no gravity on his body at all, he crossed 300 meters in 1 minute without blushing or panting. This was the difference between the strengths. Lu Chengkong's life return has been cultivated to the realm where he can control, modify and change genes. He is cultivating every part of his body all the time, not just strengthening his body externally. At the beginning, the gravity field of Gorosei, 5 elders, was at least 1,000 times the gravity, and Lu Chengkong was injured by various attacks. Now the gravity is only 300 times. For Lu Changkong, it is no different from the outside world. Give me up. Lu Changkong pressed his hands on the slate and shouted loudly. The whole body's strength was not simply using his hands, but the slate remained motionless. Don't forget that this slate can experience so many years of erosion. There is no obvious change. Obviously, the quality is very good. Of course, the weight is very large. Of course, the weight of this slate has increased by 300 times under the gravity of 300 times. Ability fusion, 10 times the strength. Lu Changkong snorted coldly, fused the double fruits clone, and immediately used the ability of the double fruit to increase his own strength 10 times. The stone slab that was rooted on the ground like a rock finally sounded. There was a shock, and Lu Changkong slowly lifted it up. 333 The real secret of Laugh Tale. You brat, I have to admit that Roger is indeed far worse than you. Although Roger was able to walk in front of the slate back then, his endurance limit was only more than 700 times. If there is no heyday of poisoning, I believe that no more than 1,200 times. Quote. Pluto Rayleigh looked at Lu Changkong with admiration at the fact that he had pulled up such a heavy stone slab and moved it over. Whitebeard, how many times are you worried about how much you can withstand? After putting down the slate, Lu Changkong signaled that Nico Robin could come over to see it, and at the same time, he did not forget to ask Whitebeard. 2,000 times is no problem, but it can't exceed 3,000 times. Whitebeard stepped out and felt the power of the field of gravity before speaking after a while. Whitebeard's current strength is indeed not comparable to Roger or Roger in his heyday. In addition, the physique of Whitebeard's white giant is naturally far more than that of ordinary human beings, and his strength has surpassed the realm of the four emperors. In general, the same level of powerhouse. I think this is also the case. Alchiba, who was stronger than him at the time, can only fight with him and lose both. Quote. Lu Changkong made a rough estimate of himself, and found that he could withstand more than Whitebeard under normal conditions. If it is a normal human, such as Gorosei, 5 elders, under the condition of equal strength, it will definitely not reach the level of Whitebeard. After all, the natural physical difference between ordinary humans and the giant royal family Whitebeard is too far. But Lu Changkong is different. His demon bloodline is not a satire. In addition, he has returned his life to such a high level of cultivation, and he can exercise all the organs of his body. Of course, he can make up for the difference between ordinary humans and the white giants of the giant royal family. The gap is even more than that of Whitebeard. Almost. The three girls, Khalifa, Hancock, and Angelina, exchanged glances and said in unison. The three girls are also extraordinary. They have all returned their lives and cultivated to the point of controlling their genes, and they can completely ignore physical trauma, and it is normal to overdraft crazy cultivation. There are fruits of life and fruits of light, and it is normal to have a physique that is comparable to that of Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard has not cultivated to return his life, let alone cultivated to the point of controlling genes. Obviously, the gap can be obtained through acquired efforts and opportunities. Compensate or even surpass. How could this be? Nico Robin's face was as pale as paper, and she couldn't help exclaiming after reading it. What's wrong? What's written on the historical text? The historical text of One Piece, King of Pirates, is a big secret, and it's fake if you're not curious. Although it was shocking, it was a thing of the past after all, and Nico Robin's experience over the years was not comparable to the original work. So he quickly controlled his emotions, but in his eyes the shock and panic still couldn't go away. Deputy Captain Rayleigh, do you want to talk? Nicole Robin asked, looking at Rayleigh, who had such an expression. No, the old man originally wanted to keep this in his heart forever. Since you have seen it, you can say it yourself. Rayleigh shook his head and said with complicated eyes. Okay, 900 years ago, there were not so many islands in this great waterway. There were only 20 continents. Many islands in the present great waterway are split from 20 islands. Nico Robin's first sentence made everyone's face change greatly. No one has calculated how many islands in the great waterway are there, because there are too many, but if these islands are combined, it is definitely a large and terrifying piece of land, which can make what could this 20 continents split into so many islands. Split apart. The Earth seems to have been a complete continent hundreds of millions of years ago, and then it split, but if this is the case, there is no reason for Robin to do this. Could it be? An idea appeared quietly. Even Lu Chengkong could not bear it. There was a flash of fear, and sure enough, what Nico Robin said next confirmed that Lu Chengkong's idea was correct. At the same time, there was no world government at that time. There was only one country named D. This country ruled over these 20 continents, not the world government. In these 20 continents, D had absolute ruling power. The real supreme ruler of a country is the 20 kings. As long as the 20 kings say a word, even if they take the lives of the people of the 20 continents, more than 99% of the people in the 20 continents will not hesitate of giving up his life. Quote. What? Those present who survived the Battle of Gorosei, 5 elders certainly knew what the 20 kings represented. In order to better rule these 20 continents, the 20 kings each manage a continent. According to the above records, the feelings of the 20 kings are very good, but after all, they are all absolute powerhouses who move the entire Great Waterway. Of course, they also want to make a distinction between them. From the beginning of friendship and discussion, to the contest between each other, to the final decision of life and death to step on the other side. As for why it evolved to such an out-of-control point, the historical text does not record in detail, but only tells the time, power, villain, competitive spirit. Later, there was a life and death battle between the 20 kings. Each of them had the power to destroy the world. People from the 20 continents could not intervene in the battle between them. They could only act as bystanders. Because of their unscrupulous life and death battles between them, the continents have been split into countless pieces, and there are countless islands in the current Great Waterway. Silent, so quiet that even the sound of a breath can be heard clearly. Such a big 20 continents can't bear the battle between 20 of them and split into countless islands now. How powerful it needs to be. Strength. It has always been a mystery how strong the 20 kings are. Although there was a 20 king before, it has been more than 800 years after all, but even so, it is only this body that is under the control of Alkiba. Gorosei, 5 elders and others are a little stronger, so how strong was their heyday when they didn't die? Did you say what kind of fruit power they ate? Lu Chengkong couldn't help asking. There were a lot of battles between them. At the beginning, none of the 20 of them were fruit power users, and at that time, there were no Logia, Paramesha, Zone, Eudemons, let alone the top 10 Logia fruits. Ability. Nico Robin suddenly stopped here, looking at her hesitant look as if there was something she couldn't say. What's the matter? Angelina asked curiously, not just her, but everyone except Rayleigh. 334 top 5 Paramesha, Zone. It's nothing, but the latter is too ridiculous, you may not believe it. Nicole Robin said. Cut, I thought why, the world is so big, there is nothing absurd or absurd, let's talk. Lu Chengkong thought why at first, when he heard the words, he was immediately heartless. As the 20 kings fought with each other, the strength of each of them continued to increase. They all wanted to overwhelm each other, so they tried every means to improve their strength, so they ate the devil fruit, and some people were already eating it at that time. Devil fruit, but the 20 kings felt that devil fruit was too side-effect and disdained to eat it, but they all ate it later. And the fruit has too much power, and they were worried that they would not be able to get what they liked, so the 20 kings truce, so they mobilized everyone in the 20 continents they ruled to find all the devil fruits in the continent and let them the ability to eat it alone and record the devil fruit at the same time as the current devil's manual. After 30 years, they finally found a devil fruit that they were more satisfied with, so a shocking battle began again. Wait, Robin, if that's the case, it doesn't seem strange. They have absolute dominion. In order not to take advantage of the other party, it's normal to just eat the devil fruit in the continent that they rule. Impatient Nami immediately jump out and say. If that's the case, it's fine. After they had the devil fruit, they had a fight, and that time the winner was actually decided, but they didn't agree with each other, and they all believed that the one who won their own depends on forcing their excellent devil fruit. Later, in an accident, the 20 kings discovered that their bodies were different from ordinary people, and they could actually replace devil fruits. Quote. What? Robin, what do you mean? Replacing devil fruits? Lu Chengkong said in disbelief. He also thought about the ability to replace devil fruits. After he could control genes, he thought about it since he could control his body. Any department, even brain genes. So can you eliminate the devil in your body and replace the devil fruit? Of course, this crazy idea is also fleeting. Too many things have been entangled in him, so that he has no extra time to think about it. Chengkong, don't interrupt Robin, let her go on. He was listening with gusto and found that Juliana was interrupted, and she immediately became angry at Lu Chengkong. I don't know why, but here are just 4 words that are different from ordinary people. As for replacing a devil fruit, after eating a new devil fruit, it can eliminate the original devil fruit ability in the body, and then obtain a new one. The devil fruit ability, and the number of times seems to be infinite. It is precisely because of their credit that the devil fruits are classified, Logia, Zone, Paramesha. At that time, the eudemons in ancient era were also classified into zone. In addition to the top 10 natural top fruit abilities, it is also recorded here. There are also 5 top zone fruit abilities and 5 top fruit abilities that have not yet been ranked. It's just that these devil fruit abilities are listed as the top fruit abilities, because these are the fruit abilities chosen by the 20 kings. It should be said that they think this is the best fruit ability in the continent they manage, and they also feel that they are as stronger than the opponents, but has not yet fought, and these fruit abilities have not yet been ranked. No wonder I said that when the top 10 Logia fruits are 10, how are the 20 kings divided? It turns out that Zone and Paramesha each have 5. I think it is said that Logia is the strongest among the 3 fruits. The reason is also because Logia has 10 top fruit abilities, while Paramesha and Zone have only 5 top fruit abilities. Quote. Lu Chengkong just got acquainted with Juliana just now, and it didn't take long for him to jump out again, but this time Juliana was not jealous or dissatisfied with him, but showed a thoughtful expression. The same is true, obviously they all agree with Lu Chengkong's inference. This time, it has been 50 years. After 50 years of screening, they all think that this should be the most suitable fruit ability for them. Even if they lose, it is understandable, so they challenge those who defeated them. 20 The King's ranking battle has started again. I think you are also curious about the top 10 Logia and the top 5 Paramesha. What is Zone? Logia is fate, nothingness, time, space, creation, destruction, light, life, death, darkness. Paramesha is mirror, soul, double, shock, copy. Zone are white tiger, Changqi, Teoti, phoenix, big Buddha. This time, no one interrupted Nico Robin's words, so Robin finally finished all the content recorded on the slate in one breath. This time, they decided the winner, and the top 10 Logia, the top 5 Zone and Paramesha's fruit ability were also ranked separately, but the difference was that this time was also the last battle. They did not admit defeat, and they hid in the end. They couldn't stop. They could only kill the other party, or be killed by the other party. It didn't say who survived in the end. But the only thing to explain is that because the 20 kings disappeared in the end, no one knows where they went, and because of their disappearance, the country fell into an infighting for power and won the power because of their disappearance. The family has also disappeared completely, and replaced by the current world government, and the descendants of the 20 kings have been named world nobles. Another name is Tenryubito. I think Gorosei, 5 elders are also worried that the 20 kings are not dead. Light didn't dare to attack Tenryubito. After speaking all the information recorded on the slate in one breath, Nico Robin seemed to have also experienced a battle, and there was actually a fragrant sweat on the forehead. Marco, I didn't expect your fruit ability to be ranked 4th in Zone's top fruit ability, but why is your strength only at the admiral level? Ace was joking at Marco, while the other pirates were envious and jealous. Look at Marco. The ranking of the devil fruit is also determined by the outcome of the battle between the 20 kings. If it falls into the hands of others, it does not mean that he can use the fruit's power to the level of the 20 kings, and the strength of the fruit's power is only the overall strength. Part of it. Don't forget that the 20 kings used to be indistinguishable, and they were not capable people before, and only with their strength can they maximize their fruit ability. This time, Whitebeard also looked at Marco with a bit of hatred, and Marco felt guilty for a while. Marco thought he was amazing before, but now it seems that he is a little embarrassed. 335 Uncovering the mystery. Also, Hancock, your fruit ability has a third name besides sweet fruit and charm fruit. Suddenly, Nico Robin, who was silent, looked at Hancock with strange eyes and asked Hancock. It's also a bit unsatisfactory. What's the name? Hancock didn't take much interest in it, but politely still had to answer. Soul fruit. Nico Robin took a deep look at Hancock and said word by word. Poochie. Lu Chengkong sprayed out the tea he just drank when he heard Nico Robin's voice. Unfortunately, all the tea that Lu Chengkong sprayed fell on Albia, with mask and cloak. Zhu Xing and Margaret's three women's faces immediately made the three women blush, staring at Lu Chengkong with shame and anger. Kikyo picked up a bow and arrow and was about to shoot at Lu Chengkong. Fortunately, Khalifa and Hancock immediately walked over to comfort him. At the same time, they looked at Lu Chengkong with a deliberate look. Obviously, the two women suspected that Lu Chengkong deliberately sprayed them on the three girls. No wonder Khalifa and Hancock have this idea, because these three girls are also the three girls in the Happy Pirates, except for Angelina, Portgas Dana, and Portgas de Rouge, who is wearing a cloak that makes them invisible. The remaining three daughters, Margaret, Kikyo, and Orbia, did not have a super friendly relationship with Lu Chengkong, and it was precisely because of this that Khalifa and Hancock looked at Lu Chengkong with such eyes. As for why Rouge wears a mask and a cloak, Dana doesn't want people to know that Lu Chengkong and others have the ability to resurrect the dead, otherwise it may cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, although Lu Chengkong and others are not afraid of these at all. Trouble. But since wearing a mask can solve so many unnecessary troubles, why not do it? And Lu Chengkong doesn't want people to know that he and others have the ability to resurrect people. After all, if people know, Garp will come over and let him. It's not okay to refuse to help resurrect his father, etc., and it's not okay to refuse. It's better not to let people know about these skills. I'm wronged, okay, Lu Chengkong thought, indignantly. Of course he didn't explain it. After all, these things are getting worse and worse. And more importantly, Khalifa and Hancock are not completely wrong. Because Lu Chengkong is thinking about when to extend the hand of Selang to the remaining 6 girls. The moon is the first to get the moon, and the fat water will not flow to the outsiders. Since it is his own pirate group, of course, it is best to be his own wife. Well, of course, this is Lu Chengkong's personal idea. Hancock, the other name of your sweet fruit is indeed called the soul fruit. I think you can petrify the other person's soul if you want, but this name has been lost for a long time, and the sweet fruit and the charm fruit are not the same. People who understand this fruit, and the soul fruit is different from other fruits. You have to develop it to an extremely advanced level before you can attack the soul, or release an invisible soul attack. Otherwise, this fruit ability can only petrify others for a lifetime. After reading this, I thought about your ability and your ability is getting weirder and weirder before you come to this conclusion. Nicole Robin said in a serious tone. Oh, it doesn't matter what kind of fruit it is, just what suits me. Boa Hancock was not surprised by this, because in her heart she always believed that her ability was no worse than anyone else's, as long as she was willing to go development. It is precisely because of this kind of persistence that Hancock can develop the sweet fruit to this point. Nico Robin is right. Now Hancock's fruit ability has completely reached the level of killing people invisible. Ability is simply a breeze. It's good for me. It seems that I didn't see you wrong back then. A sudden voice floated from a distance, and the voice had already arrived before the person arrived. I knew that if I came here, I would definitely see you. I think you can tell me your name now, right? Lu Chengkong was very calm, or it was only him, Hancock, Khalifa and others. Angelina Four Talents are so calm, because they all have the same idea. Just call me Sophie. That's right, a graceful, esoteric and mysterious figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. She was the woman Lu Chengkong ate her fruit ability back then, and now she has it's called Sophie. Huh, a look of surprise flashed across Lu Chengkong's eyes. This time, he finally fully saw this woman's appearance. It wasn't because she was beautiful. On the contrary, she was obviously far worse than Angelique, Hancock and Shirahoshi. Her own beauty is just on the same level as Khalifa. But the mysterious, dusty, and elegant temperament surrounding her made her, like Khalifa, who possessed a holy, bright and inviolable temperament, her charm and attractiveness were invisibly elevated by several levels. Even so, he couldn't let Lu Chengkong, because this woman actually looked exactly like a French female star he knew in his previous life, and even half of the names were the same, they were all called Sophie. The big brown eyes put the finishing touch on her pretty face. This blink of an eye can release the charm that makes the world fall for it. When he saw these comments before, he thought it was too exaggerated, but it was just right to judge the Sophie in front of him, in terms of temperament. The female star in the previous life couldn't compare to the Sophie in front of her. You've seen a woman who looks like me. Sophie opened her mouth gently, her voice was very pleasant, although she was asking questions, her tone was definitely incomparable. Yes, Lu Chengkong's heart moved. She had captured such a good emotional wave that he had hidden, and even guessed his own thoughts, which was not simple. Oh, the world is full of wonders, and there are many people with the same appearance, but none of them have the same temperament. Sophie was not surprised by this, and her tone was as calm as always, as if there was nothing other than her. The same can cause her mood swings. Long story short, do you remember what I said when I first met you? Since you ate my devil fruit and grew faster than I expected, you have to do one thing for me, Sophie said with a pair of charming eyes, looking at Lu Hekong. 336 The last 20 king. What's the matter? Lu Chengkong said secretly when the topic came to him, but on the surface he was extremely calm, and he said sympathetically. Sophie glanced at the person behind Lu Chengkong, waved her jade hand gently, and spit out a word, forbidden. If I'm not mistaken, no one but me can hear what the two of us said next. Lu Chengkong glanced at Sophie, but did not stop her from moving. Seeing Sophie at first sight he knew that maybe this woman was the most powerful person he faced in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Now his strength is not what it used to be, but when he sees Sophie again, there is no such feeling of seeing through the bottomless pit. Instead, there is a strong sense of oppression and crisis. Obviously, Lu Chengkong's current the strength can already roughly feel how strong Sophie is. It's not necessarily a good thing to know too much with the strength of these people. Sophie nodded, her eyes suddenly condensed, a trace of solemnity flashed on her face, and she said at a slow and fast speed, "Just now the crew has already told you the historical text recorded on this slate, so it will save a lot of unnecessary effort, and roughly tell you that all the 20 kings except me are dead. Unexpected things, but what I want to know is that they all died in your hands." Lu Chengkong was not too surprised, but asked indifferently. 9 died in my hands, and the rest died in the hands of devil fruits. Lu Chengkong was puzzled by Sophie's words, but he didn't say much and waited quietly for Sophie's answer. I remember that before the last battle, we replaced countless demons. Maybe this is fate. In the end, we found the most satisfying fruit ability. In that battle, I ate the mirror fruit. That's right, it's your current fruit ability. I rely on it. With the mirror fruit and the Emperor Haki, I defeated the other 17 people. In the end, there were 2 who used the fruit of destiny and the white tiger fruit, and they were tied with me, but unfortunately, they could not escape death in the end. Sophie replied. At that time, we couldn't keep our hands at all. The former brothers and sisters actually became undead enemies. When the battle was won, we had only 11 people left. At that time, we knew what regret was. 11 people were seriously injured, and when they were very weak, hiding behind the scenes can be said to be the person who induced the infighting of the 20 kings and finally came out. Sophie's tone suddenly became very cold, the murderous aura unreservedly released, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. It was really a change of anger. Who is he? Gorose, 5 elders or? Lu Chengkong was really curious now, to know that it is definitely not mediocre or an idiot to build such a huge and powerful empire with 20 kings and 2. Every one of them should be a god, the second best, the smartest. It is impossible to be provoked infighting so easily. He has faced the Gorose, 5 elders before, and they should not be able to do it with their ability. The source of the devil fruit, the void demon. Sophie said through gritted teeth. He has the air of wanting to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Halo, it's getting more and more complicated. The 20 kings can still make sense. After all, these are just a few words in the original book. They exist, and the meaning of D is clearly understood. Why is there another void demon? Fuck it, but this also explains what the devil is like. Lu Chengkong rubbed his forehead, only to feel that his head was not enough. Thinking about it, it was good to be able to calm down after hearing so many shocking ancient secrets in one day. The present demons are actually an ability of the Void Great Demon, and among them, his most powerful are the top 10 Logia, 5 Paramesha and Zone recorded on the slate, which are 20 kinds of abilities. He is not a creature of this world, but comes from the moon. Outside space. I still remember when he said that he came to this world to rule the world, but unfortunately he was very unlucky and landed in the sea. As the source of the devil fruit, he was of course afraid of falling into the sea, and the water droplets in his hand were also unfortunate. If it falls into the sea, the waterproof bead is the bead you are wearing now. In order to save himself, he could only disband all the devil fruit abilities in his body, and these abilities were transformed into various devil fruits and distributed to every corner of the world, and he also survived, but it was a pity that he disbanded these devil fruits. It is also a serious injury to vitality, and it will take a long time to repair. At that time, our 20 kings had just risen, defeated countless enemies and established a country called D later. Some people ate these fruits with peculiar abilities, but they also had relatively big side effects, so we named them devil fruits. Sophie said while recalling. Then the next thing is that your strength is too strong, plus Haki who has the ability to resist the devil fruit, and is also the Emperor's color Haki, plus you have a huge country as the backing. The strong men are like clouds, and the void, the big devil, should not be able to return to its heyday in a short time, so it can't face you at all. Lu Chengkong conjectured. No, if it's just like this, the void demon doesn't need to count on our 20 kings. Sophie shook her head and motioned Lu Chengkong to be quiet and listen to her slowly. Devil fruit is a part of the void demon's body. Even if after being eaten by others, it can be easily recycled by him when facing him. At that time, we didn't know the existence of the Void Great Demon at all. It's just that after we learned about the existence and side effects of devil fruits, after some discussions, we felt that these are external things. We should exercise ourselves without relying on these devil fruits. This is the right way, so we prohibit everyone in the country from eating devil fruits. Although the Void Demon is hiding on the side to recuperate, he has a very good understanding of everything in the outside world. He knows that our 20 kings are definitely a stumbling block for him to rule the world, and he is even more irritable after he knows that we are forbidden to eat devil fruits. Anyone who eats devil fruits will obey him and become his most loyal lackey as long as the great demon of the void thinks. At that time, he was already weak. Drop the devil fruit, then he can rule the world without much effort. So, he changed his face, mixed into D, and became one of our subordinates. He encouraged the most competitive, most grumpy, and most impulsive people among the 20 kings to go to them to fight and decide the winner. At that time, although we also wanted to decide the winner and loser, the relationship was very deep after all, so we mainly focused on learning from each other, so the idea of the void demon could only fail. 337 Sealed Demon. Then he should continue to encourage the grumpy and impulsive 25, while secretly provoking disputes on the continents you each manage. Although you are forbidden to eat devil fruits, But after all, a small number of people have already eaten them, and you don't know the origin of devil fruits, so those people are controlled by the void demon and become his tools to provoke wars. I said right. Lu Chengkong thought for a while and said, that's right, no matter how smart and wise people are, they will succeed in the end when faced with someone who specializes in such calculations, and we don't know that he exists. Angelina's father, and my mother didn't want to go to war and kept talking about other people. It's a pity that people from 20 continents actually hated each other more and more. Evolved into the historical text as recorded. Sophie nodded, and after a short period of time, Sophie had recovered to be as indifferent as water at the beginning, and the ancient well did not waver. Then you didn't eat the devil fruit in the end. As long as the void demon controls you, there is no need to let you be beaten to death. Lu Chengkong asked the last question in his heart. It's very simple, because the 20 kings can't be controlled. The corner of Sophie's mouth twitched, and Lu Chengkong was stunned by Vivi when she saw this smile. It was the first time he saw Sophie smile, and she smiled so beautifully. Even Lu Chengkong, who was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, was still attracted by this smile. Why? But Lu Chengkong was Lu Chengkong after all, and he wasn't someone who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman, and he quickly came to his senses. Remember what's written on the slate. We can replace the devil fruit we eat, and will we still be controlled by the devil fruit ability in our body? We become stronger after eating devil fruit, and we are not controlled by the void demon. Of course, it will become the confidant and enemy of the void demon. At that time, this stupid devil was still happy that we could become his subordinates after eating the devil fruit, but found out that we were out of control, and the opponent was stronger and more powerful. In addition to being irritable, he wanted to get rid of us quickly. Sophie said sarcastically. Okay, I fully understand this matter. After you decide the winner and loser, although 11 survived, but all of them were seriously injured and consumed too much, so he dared to come out and get rid of you, so in the end you were the only one left. Lu Chengkong took a breath and sorted out the content before asking. That guy lost so many devil fruits, although some of them were recovered during the final battle, but the top 10 Logia, the 5 zones and Paramesha, the most powerful essences, are all in the hands of our 20 kings, and his strength can be as strong as no matter where we go, we are just the same level as us who ate devil fruits. Although we were all seriously injured, but that guy was too complacent. In order to make us understand, the ghost told us all these things, but we didn't know that the constitution of our 20 kings was different from the Ivy League, and the recovery ability was very strong. Although it has been a short time, it has recovered a lot, so the 11 people who survived will burn with each other, and I would have died, but Angelina's mother pushed me away, so I got lucky. When Sophie said this, there was a flash of sadness in her eyes, and the eyes that could make the world fall down looked at Angelina on the side with loving eyes. It turns out that at that time, in addition to the void great demon, there should be Gorose, 5 elders who ate the devil fruits, who were controlled, so you couldn't escape at all, so in the end you chose to burn all the jade and stone, and Gorose after the void great demon died. 5 elders have a big appetite for power. And seeing that 19 of your 20 kings died, and you were seriously injured, I wanted to kill you to replace them, but I looked down on them. You killed a lot of people, or you escaped, and Gorose, 5 the elders and others are concerned that you will seek revenge after you recover, so you dare not do anything to kill Tenryubito. Lu Chengkong completely understood. No wonder Sophie looked so strange when she looked at Angelina. There is right or wrong, the void demon is not dead, but his injury has not fully recovered, and the devil fruit has not been recovered, and our jade and stones are burned, which is even more injured, but he still did not die in the end, just it was only sealed in the deepest part of Laugh Tale by us. For Gorose, 5 elders, although they didn't dare to do anything blatantly, they lost our leadership, and Wakaxing and others deliberately made Tenryubito degenerate. Now Tenryubito is just some garbage, and the real descendants of the 20 kings are only Angelina is the only one left. And it doesn't matter if those lousy old men kill Tenryubito, anyway, Gorose, 5 elders will die sooner or later. Sophie shook her head and corrected Lu Chengkong's mistakes. Then why didn't you kill the Gorosei, 5 elders, and keep them alive? Since you're so resilient and you're pushed away by Angelina's mother in the end, it shouldn't take long for you to recover. Ah, Lu Chengkong asked incomprehensibly. It's very simple. After all, the living humans are descendants of the people of Continent D, because our battle has been affected by the influence of the Void Great Demon and has suffered heavy casualties. Gorosei, 5 elders are needed to clean up the mess. If you kill them, isn't it messier? At that time, I was so sad that I didn't even want to be the 20 king, and the demon in the void didn't die, so I had to stay to guard his seal, otherwise the great void demon would break out soon, so this world needs people like the Gorosei, 5 elders to run it. It is because of us that the people of Country D have suffered a lot. I don't want to and have no time to manage them. They must be managed by someone. There are many reasons for the Gorosei, 5 elders to survive. Otherwise, I think my strength is even at that time. Even badly wounded can kill a few of them. Sophie clearly despises the Gorosei, 5 elders, and brings a deep disdain every time she speaks of them. Later I worried that this demon would break out one day, so I secretly selected a lot of talented seed players and let them grow, and Gorosei, 5 elders are their stepping stones. Only those who have the ability to kill Gorosei, only people with the strength of the 5 elders can help me. But unfortunately, although there are many people who have grown beyond the level of the 4 emperors over the years, they still failed to kill the Gorosei, 5 elders until you appeared. 338 Angelina's secret. The speed of your growth surprised me, and at that time I went to Angelina to see if she broke out. What I didn't expect was that Angelina broke out so many years ahead of schedule. The business is beyond my imagination, and hearing your words and your growth really makes me very satisfied. I will give it a try to see if you can comprehend what you have been apart from our 20 kings for so many years. No one has ever realized Emperor Haki. Now it seems that I made the right decision at that time. That little girl already has the Emperor color Haki, and your Haki is not the Emperor color. But it is very strange, completely the color of the Emperor is one level. Quote. Sophie looked at Lu Chengkong with satisfaction as she spoke, and at the same time was very happy that she did not choose to kill Lu Chengkong in order to find the mirror fruit again. My own vision is still so good, and this guy didn't let me down. I had a unique feeling when I saw him at that time, and now it really didn't let me down. Is Dana also one of the people you chose? Also, since you didn't die, and the mirror fruit used to be your fruit ability, then why was I able to eat the mirror fruit at that time? Lu Chengkong found out that he was on his own today. One of the most asked questions of my life. Yes, otherwise how can she get the fruit of life? But unfortunately she has an unopened heart knot, otherwise her strength will definitely rise to a higher level. It seems to have been opened now. As for why the mirror fruit will come, it's easy to get into your hands. Because I have replaced countless devil fruits over the past 800 years, I have eaten all of the top 10 Logias, the 5 largest parameshas in Zone, and I have developed the power of these fruits to the extreme. I am worried that one day the void demon will break out. We'll find these powerful devil fruits, so I must fully understand the power of these 20 most powerful fruits, and even if he uses these powers to deal with me, I will know the back of my hand to deal with it. After a lot of choices, I plan to choose one of the 3 fruits of fate, mirror image, and white tiger as my own. At that time, I have found these 3 fruits again, but what I didn't expect is that you are a kid. Eat my mirror fruit, so I can only choose one from the white tiger and destiny. In the end I choose destiny. What more questions to ask, problem children? Sophie blinked at Lu Chengkong, revealing the charm of surprise. No more. Lu Chengkong shook his head. Although he could not wait to push this beauty who grew up exactly like Sophie Marceau, the female star of Earth, but it was precisely because of her face that Lu Chengkong thought of the Earth, so he doesn't want to mess around. Even if he wants to overthrow it, he still needs your favor. Originally, I also wanted to bury these powerful devil fruits I collected, but the void demon has an exploration ability for devil fruits, and the more powerful devil fruits are. So if he breaks the seal and recovers completely from the injury, I can't resist it, and it's even more troublesome when he finds this pile of devil fruits. So I kept the top 3 of them. hoping that a few of them will grow to my satisfaction before he breaks the seal, and I will leave these fruit abilities to them. Of course, one is for Angelina. Sophie glared at Lu Chengkong. Obviously she saw through Lu Chengkong's thoughts, but she may have been lonely for so many years, and all her former brothers, sisters and friends have died. Lu Chengkong gave her a very unique feeling, and he has grown to the point where he is satisfied, and he has eaten his own fruit ability. In addition, he has just said the things that have been buried in his heart for a long time, and he completely regards Lu Chengkong as someone who can talk about it. The object, plus Angelina's reasons, she didn't care about Lu Chengkong's dirty mind. There are too few people who can make her look at her differently or talk on an equal footing. Over the years, there has been no one except Angelina, a special person. Now there are two, one is Lu Chengkong and the other is Hancock. As for Khalifa, because she hasn't understood hockey yet, so she can't deal with the Void Demon. If you face the Void Demon, you will even be controlled because Khalifa ate the devil fruit. The reason why the 20 kings cannot be controlled is because each of them has the emperor-colored hockey antibody, which can completely suppress the body. The devil fruit will completely use the devil fruit and will not be controlled by the Void Demon. So it's not that Sophie looks down on Khalifa. On the contrary, Khalifa can grow to this point with the aptitude that is not a king. Sophie is quite admired and surprised. It's just because Khalifa has not awakened to understand the reason of the emperor's color, so Sophie did not include her in the ranks of Lu Chengkong and others, but Sophie didn't look down or disdain Khalifa at all. But Angelina has not awakened to the emperor's color. She eats nothing but fruit. Even if it is not comparable to the white tiger and mirror image, fate is still very powerful. Lu Chengkong secretly glanced at Angelina, and a trace of worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Chengkong and others have completely accepted Angelina, who is sometimes innocent like a baby, sometimes scary and wild like a devil. Beautiful beauty, of course he didn't want Angelina to be in trouble. However, it is said that only the beautiful Angelina on the whole ship can make Lu Chengkong have no desire for her. Some of them are just Chunchan's love and love. Of course, if Angelina doesn't mind, Lu Chengkong certainly doesn't mind another one. Wife. Although he doesn't have that kind of greedy desire for Angelina, of course he is eager to have such a catwoman with such a unique personality and full of wildness and hotness. It's a lie to have no idea, but if Angelina doesn't want it in that case, Lu Chengkong would definitely not mess around. Because Angelina's pair of watery eyes that were clearer than Shirahoshi's eyes swept over, Lu Chengkong was really overwhelmed. You still need to be careful. Do you think I've been in vain for the past 800 years? And you really think Angelina's mother is a vegetarian? Look at Angelina's ears and tail. Su Fei lost her eyes in a charming manner. Lu Chengkong was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and an idea appeared in an instant. It seems that you have thought, Angelina is not a catwoman, she herself is the same as a normal girl. As for why there are these kitten-like ears and tails, it is because her mother ate the white tiger fruit. Quote. When Angelina was just conceived in her mother's belly, her mother used her life to return Angelina who was still in her belly. Angelina, who has been blessed by her profession, is even more incredible, inheriting some of the characteristics when she transformed into a white tiger, but now it looks only 5 points similar to the white tiger. 339 last trimester. When Angelina was just conceived in her mother's womb, her mother used her life to return Angelina in her womb to have a clear understanding of all aspects, and at the same time passed all the benefits that could be given to her to Angelina. Let Angelina, who was already blessed by nature, even more incredible, inherited some of the characteristics of when she transformed into a white tiger. It's just that now it looks only 5 points similar to the white tiger. As long as Angelina eats the white tiger fruit, the white tiger fruit will definitely be used to a terrible level. It can be said that there is no one in the world who is more suitable for the white tiger fruit than Angelina. Sophie talked eloquently, and the highlights in her eyes became more and more charming. Who made her a descendant of the 20 kings? She is blessed with a single-footed soul plate. Damn, why don't I have this treatment as a transmigrator? I can change the devil fruit infinitely. I can change it whenever I want, and I am the same. I just brought a demon blood here. It's really shameful to be a transmigrator to do what I am. Lu Chengkong thought very unhappily. Also, you have to know that Angelina has the qualifications of a king, and her mother always hopes that Angelina can pass through her, but she always feels the emperor's color, as long as she eats the white tiger fruit. Then after opening the memory her mother left her, she can have the emperor color within a month. Sophie seems to be saying something that is an understatement. This is the emperor's color. Only 22 people have owned it in more than 900 years. Now 19 have died, and now only Sophie is left. Hancock still has Angelina who is about to have, but now listening to Sophie's tone, it seems to be very easy to have. Why is the gap between people so big? Sure enough, having a good background and a mother is better than anything else. Lu Chengkong was even more depressed. The benefits brought by himself as a traveler were not comparable to others. The natural benefits are so far off. If the old man on earth who sent Lu Chengkong over knows that this kid is thinking now, he will definitely vomit blood. It seems that Lu Chengkong can succeed to this point. Every time he defeats an enemy stronger than himself, the demon bloodline plays an irreplaceable role. If nothing else, just the demon transformation, the terrifying resilience and physical fitness plus the demon emperor haki, any release here will horrify countless people, and the typical example is that people are not enough to swallow elephants. Okay, I have explained everything that needs to be explained. The matter has been exposed to the worst point. I have guarded the void demon for 800 years. I didn't expect him to finally come out. He disbanded all the demons in his body. Her injuries have recovered, and I don't know how strong she is now, and there are still 3 months left. If you have anything to explain, go now. After Sophie finished speaking, she waved her hand, lifted the restraint, and walked towards Angelina step by step, but when she was halfway through, she seemed to have thought of something and turned around and said to Lu Chengkong, although the time may be shorter, since those who can awaken the emperor's color are all people who are extremely talented and have excellent luck. In the past 3 months, I will try my best to teach Hancock how to maximize the emperor's color. How much I can learn depends on her. As for the blonde woman named Khalifa, come with her. Her perseverance, even I can't help but say a word. It's a pity that you are not the chosen person, and you don't have a good background, otherwise you can awaken the emperor's color, but don't despair, you still have this opportunity, everything depends on your own creation. Lu Chengkong watched Sophie take Angelina, Khalifa, and Hancock away without stopping them. He didn't expect things to get so bad. After the void demon came out, it really made him very depressed, and there was no end to it, but he also knew that it was useful to lose his temper at this time. There were only 3 months left. Hey, get ready. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath, forced his head to calm down, and maintained that he used life return to perfectly control his brain to completely calm down, analyzing what he was going to do. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Shanks, Hawkeye, Bulena, Margaret, Garp, come with me, the rest stay here. Hearing Lu Chengkong's words, and seeing Lu Chengkong's extremely unsightly face, Whitebeard and the others also expected that something unexpected might happen, so they nodded and followed Lu Chengkong to the side. What happened to make this man look like this is really rare. Zorro is not Luffy's single cell, and his intuition tells him that something terrifying might be about to happen. Maybe something really happened. Laugh Tale is full of secrets. Maybe the woman named Sophie said something just now. Let's be prepared. The Straw Hats were rescued from a desperate situation. This head is really not a vegetarian. On the other side, Lu Chengkong has already selected the most important things from what Sophie said just now and told the 2 people in front of them. As for why only these 7 people were selected, it is very simple. Except for Whitebeard, the other 6 people are not capable people. The words of the person must have the color of the emperor, otherwise participating in the battle will only become a burden. As for Whitebeard's fruit ability, he has long thought of a solution. It's been an eventful time, wave after wave, what's not to worry about? Whitebeard's brows were already wrinkled into a word, his face was terrible, and the others were not much better. Okay, don't talk nonsense, There are still 3 months. If you don't want to die, you can only do everything you can to improve your strength. Even if there will be any sequelae, you can't control it. Decide quickly. You are planning to join this game fight, or stand aside and wait to die. Lu Chengkong also had a headache, rubbing his temples and urging. What else can I do? It's not my character to stand on the side. It's worth fighting against such a strong demon, even if I die. Don't talk about this guy Hawkeye, maybe this time is really suffocating. He is too strong, he can't intervene at all, and too weak is boring. But I don't have an emperor-colored hockey, and I'm a power user. How to solve this? Whitebeard obviously didn't want to stand aside and watch. Have you forgotten Kizaru? As long as you don't resist, I will let Angelina turn your fruit ability into nothingness. Lu Chengkong said angrily. The latter nodded in agreement. As long as the shock he can't control so much about the fruit of the shock. What is the fruit ability to do when his life is gone? And he is very interested in this big demon of the void. 340 push 5 girls. Also, Rayleigh, Garp, you two are old after all. I will let Khalifa and Dana restore you to the peak moment. Cherish these 3 months, this may be our last battle. Lu Chengkong after he finished speaking heavily, he lightly tapped his toes, turning into an afterimage and disappearing from the sight of Whitebeard and the others. What do you think this kid is going to do? This was the first time Garp saw Lu Chengkong's serious expression. At the same time, seeing the atmosphere in such a solemn manner, he couldn't help but open his mouth to make fun of everyone and make the atmosphere more lively. Idiot, you, of course, went to conquer the last few beauties. Did you find that there are still a few girls in his boat who are fledglings? Maybe it's the black people who are close to the ink. They have been on a boat with Kizaru and Sengoku for a while, making Rayleigh, who was a bit lewd, become very lewd. Seeing his face, Juliana was the first one who couldn't bear it. Live a knife and stab in the past. The 3-month period is not too short or not too long. Several things happened one after another in these 3 months. The first is of course that Rayleigh and Garp have returned to their peaks one after another. Second, the strength of several of them, including Gulena and Margaret, that could not be improved in a short period of time, has been soaring at an alarming rate. Of course, if things are abnormal, they will be demons, and their strength can be improved. It was obviously an astonishing price to pay so quickly. As for the third event, it was about to happen. Ah, it hurts, don't be too big. A tender scream of pain suddenly came from the captain's room. The whole body of men and women are entangled with each other, obviously lingering, and this woman is full of blonde hair, but she looks very gentle and soft, and her delicate face is a bit of a dick, not only does not let her beauty suffer influence, but has a different kind of charm. This person is Dana's sister, Portgas de Rouge. Because there are only 3 months left, Lu Chengkong can't guarantee that he will survive. Although he has only lived for more than 200 years in this life, it is not long, but he has enjoyed everything: supreme power, a large group of natural talent, national beauty, but without exception, he deeply loves his wife. Fame, power, money, beauty, and status are the most peak existences, but it is precisely because of this that he does not want to let his life have any regrets. So Lu Chengkong, who was originally going to be conquered and toppled slowly, has done everything he can in the past 3 months. If he is kidnapped and deceived in the end, he will get on the bus first. If he can survive safely, he will make up the ticket. Of course, it was Bocaz de Rouge who was forcibly toppled. Sister, I really didn't expect that after your resurrection, your hymen has recovered. Dana, who was on the side, saw that her most beloved sister was forcibly pushed down by Lu Chengkong. Instead, he stood in the Emperor Yi and admired this live erotic palace with great interest, and was even more cranky in his heart. HMPH, it's absurd. Kikyo said in a cold voice, but if you pay attention, you can still see a hint of shyness, anger, and a hint of hidden deep expectation and curiosity from the depths of her eyes. In addition to Dana, Kikyo, and Rouge, there are 2 other people here, namely Margaret and Orbia. As for Angelina, she is still studying at Sophie with Khalifa and Hancock, but I believe should be back tomorrow. Margaret and Orbia were even more embarrassed, but their faces were flushed. Obviously, the scene in front of them was too shocking for the two of them, although they could not wait to find a hole drilled in, but a trace of curiosity in their hearts made the two of them look at it secretly. Insolent, I think if it weren't for the last 3 months left, he would definitely plan to destroy you one by one. I didn't expect me to be one of his targets. I should be happy or depressed. Calm, maybe she had expected such a day. It may also be that she is not bound by everything. She may have a relationship with Lu Changkong for a long time because of her unrestrained temperament. It may also be because of gratitude. There are too many and it is very complicated. She couldn't figure out what was going on in her heart. Don't like him. But why I don't have much resistance in my heart. I like him, but why do I feel that it is always a little bit worse? Is it a lack of qualitative change of feelings? In fact, Dana is right. No matter how much she has experienced and how much she knows, but she is a first-time brother in love after all. She also only stayed at the level of mutual appreciation and affection for Lu Changkong. If it was normal, she would definitely refuse, but thinking that she was the only one left, she couldn't be hard-hearted, but what she didn't know was because of the pressure of external forces she had a crush on Lu Changkong. Feelings are soaring at an astonishing speed. Generally speaking, women who encounter this kind of situation will either walk away and become strangers from now on, or their feelings will heat up rapidly. Obviously Lu Changkong is very lucky, because Dana belongs to the latter. Who cares? If he hadn't restrained me, I would have given him an arrow. Kikyo snorted coldly and said disdainfully, but it's a pity that Dana ignored her. No matter what she said, the end would be the same. Hearing her sister's pain-like and comfortable moaning constantly coming from her ears, Dana, who had always been very indifferent to it and seemed to have heard nothing, was actually interested. I can't do it anymore. Let me go. Ah, it's coming again. Rouge was very embarrassed and angry from the beginning, but in the end he couldn't help it. She and her body had betrayed her, and now Lu Changkong suddenly, she pushed her hard again, and she, who was already dying, welcomed Gao Chao again, but unfortunately her constitution was no longer able to support her. This time, she passed out with Gao Chao. Hey, it's your turn. Lu Changkong called Dana beside him without saying a word, but Dana didn't resist. Instead, he rode on Lu Changkong's body and threw out a sentence that made Lu Changkong lustful. I don't know what love is, and I don't know if I'm in love with you, but I don't have much resistance to you in my heart. Time is running out, and maybe I'll die in the past 3 months, so I should do it earlier. Enjoy, conquer me, since there is no way to make me fall in love with you in a short time, then you make my body fall in love with you. Hurry up, give it to me, don't suck so hard, I am also your master. Master's milk can't be sucked indiscriminately. In the face of Beauty's provocation, Lu Changkong of course gave her the most powerful attack. The big stick and dragon greeted her well. Dana is really pitiful. She is usually a cook, and now she is a cook feeding when she is in bed. Of course, the most stubborn Kikyo in the end, as well as the shy Orbia, and the 2 Margaret girls could not escape the fate of being beaten by a big stick. This night Lu Changkong was more than 7 times a night, it was more than 10 or 20 times. All have. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 341 to 360. 341 Devouring Mirror Image. If it weren't for his physical fitness, he might have died on the belly of these beautiful beauties. The girls outside heard 5 screams in succession. Obviously, there were 5 less this night. There were 5 more young women, especially Orbia and Rouge, who recovered and were broken again after being resurrected. But this time Lu Changkong's wife, even the most jealous Nami, Nojiko and Juliana, did not have any dissatisfaction. Instead, they stayed on the side quietly, and even a few of them actively encouraged Lu Changkong to take down the remaining 5 daughters. Don't leave any regrets. Obviously the pressure of the Void Demon's matter on the girls is not ordinary. Husband, since I am your wife, if you die in battle, then I will come to accompany you. You will not be alone after you die. You will always be my favorite. Khalifa and Hancock, who had learned to fly with Sophie, had the same unshakable thought and decision in their hearts. Do you really want to use this trick? I hope it won't develop to the worst level by then. Lu Chengkong stood on the bow and quietly looked at the sea ahead. Unconsciously, he developed a habit, that is, he likes to look at the sea. At this time, his heart was like the ocean in front of him. On the surface, the waves were calm, but in fact it was unfathomable, and outsiders had no way to guess what was hidden inside. Come out, with your strength, you can't overwhelm my perception. Lu Chengkong suddenly said, his eyes swept to the side of the fish drop. After a while, two people came out, one with green algae head and one with curly eyebrows. Needless to say, everyone can guess who these two people are, the two of the big three, Zoro and Sanji. What are you doing here? Lu Chengkong asked softly. I want to ask you to let us greatly improve our strength in a short period of time. Sanji and Suojiang exchanged glances, and immediately said in unison. Lu Chengkong listened to the two people's calm but firm voices echoing in his ears. Vivi twitched at the corner of his mouth. He already understood. No wonder the original Luffy was able to survive all kinds of crises. In addition to his luck and the protagonist's immortality, the most important thing is that there are always two people behind him who silently support him. Obviously, these two people are Sanji and Zoro. The improvement of strength takes time and time. Although I have a way to forcibly improve it, the after effects are beyond what you can imagine. Do you still want to continue? In front of these two people who were like ants in his eyes. I think we will all die soon. It's better to fight than to stand and wait. Shangji she said in a deep voice. His words made Lu Chengkong understand. These two smart guys obviously noticed something. Okay, reversal tilde mirror image clone. Lu Chengkong stretched out two fingers and pointed at Zoro and Sanji in front of them. A mirror image clone belonging to them both appeared in front of them. They are your mirror images. As long as you defeat them, then I can let them integrate into your body and double your strength in an instant. How many times can you defeat them in 3 months? And you have to remember let them have all your unique skills and strengths, and not only that, their combat experience and awareness are not comparable to you, and there is only a dead end to failure. Quote. That's right, this is Lu Chengkong's idea of a way to improve his strength. As long as he defeats or kills the mirror image Lu Chengkong created for them, then Lu Chengkong can integrate their mirror image with them, although it only needs to be successful once. The strength will increase a lot, but the sequelae are extremely huge. This kind of forcible defeat and then swallowing and merging is obviously no less than Gorosei, 5 Elders Alchiba's ability to swallow the other 4, and the sequelae are equally huge. Just like a person's body is equal to a container, their strength is equal to water, and the container has been filled, but now they have added twice as much water to this easy, and the capacity of the container has not increased, which is a little surprising. Will burst. Garp Vice Admiral, are Shanks and the others also doing this kind of promotion? Although Robin was asking, there was no doubt in his tone. Not only them, but even me. Lu Chengkong said indifferently, yes, in the past 3 months, in addition to accompanying his wife every day, Lu Chengkong has been doing this kind of improvement, even if his resilience, the physique is far from being comparable to others, but this kind of improvement is also a great harm to him, but it is a pity that he has no choice. Then let's start. Zoro heard the words, his eyes burst with determination and strong fighting intent, but he said that the most difficult thing to defeat is not the enemy, but himself. Facing his own mirror image is extremely difficult to defeat, but he does not a good retreat. The same is true of Sanji who is standing by his side. No wonder Hawkeye keeps praising you, so let's get started. Lu Chengkong showed a hint of admiration on his face, and with a thought, mirror image Zoro and mirror image Sanji immediately rushed to their bodies, using demonic wind from the very beginning. The big trick of the foot and the silver mist hit their body. Angelina, when did you like to quietly hide and watch a play? Lu Chengkong said while watching their battle. I thought that my strength had improved so much, I would definitely be able to hide it from you, which is really disappointing. Angelina walked out of the darkness, only to see that her seductive cat ears had disappeared, replaced by human ears, This change made her a little less wild and a little more quiet, but her tail was still there, but it turned into a little white tiger tail. If it was 2 months ago, I would never have been able to find out, but I just defeated the mirror clone with the same strength as me, swallowed him, and my strength has improved a lot, so I can find you. Lu Chengkong chuckled lightly and said indifferently, but his words made Angelina's heart sink. I don't know why her heart was twitching a little. Of course she could clearly hear what Lu Chengkong said to Zoro and Sanji, so she knew that this move had serious consequences. How many times have you devoured it? Angelina said with a hint of annoyance. Her originally cheerful voice also became low, like an ancient vicious beast that erupted at any time, an invisible and terrifying coercion from her body it exudes, which is different from the previous momentum. It was obvious that she had no intention of killing Lu Chengkong, but her coercion still had an inexhaustible aura of killing. Obviously, she had replaced the fruit of nothingness with the fruit of a white tiger. Gas. 342 Conquer by force. Normally speaking, the limit for a person is to swallow 3 times. After all, it's not a problem, but who am I? I am Lu Chengkong, the Demon Emperor. Of course, not ordinary people can compare. My limit is 5 times, and now I have swallowed 4 times. Will devour one last time tomorrow. Quote. Lu Chengkong stood up abruptly with a swipe, and said proudly, a majestic haki directly intertwined with Angelina's invisible killing aura, soaring straight into the sky, directly near the sky. Kuzan and Kizaru, who were playing soy sauce, caught the eyes of the 3 of Sengoku. Wow, Kuzan, the kid is really powerful now, even though the little aura he exudes makes my heart palpitate. Kizaru said, looking at the 2 standing on the bow with lingering fears. Kuzan didn't speak, because at this moment he didn't know what else to say. Garp had already told him about 3 months, so his mood was very complicated at this time. Stop, even if you succeed the 5th time, you will not live long. Have you forgotten about Alkiba? Angelina snorted coldly, a little hating the smell of iron becoming steel in it, but she couldn't hide it at the same time. The deep concern made Lu Chengkong stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Angelina to care about people too. Cut, if you can't win, the devil will not die. He absolutely does not allow the existence of people with the color of the emperor, let alone the existence of the 20 kings or those with the same constitution as the 20 kings. No matter what, for the sake of neither my wife nor for you, I have no choice. This time, Lu Chengkong surprisingly didn't let Angelina, but instead retorted without a trace of modesty and sternness. You. Angelina was very annoyed, but at the same time she was a little happy and sweet, so she didn't know what to say for a while. The sequelae, as long as you don't die, you can solve the sequelae. If you die, you will have nothing. At this time, you still care about a fart. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, seeing that Angelina was speechless, and did not chase after him. I'm too lazy to care about you. Although Angelina was smart, it was really difficult for her to find a countermeasure from Lu Chengkong's words. Although the sequelae are very serious, and they may even die at any time, if they don't, they will die faster. This is also a last resort. I just don't know what to see. Lu Chengkong's casual look, and he doesn't care about the appearance of his body at all. Angelina couldn't help but squeak. This feeling was the first time in so many years that she couldn't help scolding herself in her heart. What happened recently? Just as Angelina turned around and left her beautiful back to Lu Chengkong to leave here to get sullen, she suddenly found her waist tightened, and just wanted to resist. She punched those who dared to take advantage of her. At that time, a familiar man's breath came to her nostrils, and she couldn't help but stop her conditional launch. The person who came here seemed to know that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and immediately touched Angelina with a very familiar big hand. Constantly exploring Angelina's hot, elastic, sexy and beautiful body. Let go. Let me go. Angelina was Angelina after all, and at this moment she fully showed her strong wildness, which was completely different from the women Lu Chengkong had met in the past. While struggling, she hit Lu Chengkong with an elbow. But in the end, as if he was worried that he would hurt her, he couldn't help but take back the 3 points of Shiji's strength, so that he could easily control it so that he would not be hurt. Snapped. Hockey left by her mother, and Sophie's full and careful teaching of NG. Lena must face it carefully even after the mirror images merged. But now it's different. He defeated the mirror clone with the same ability and strength as himself and swallowed it 4 times. Lu Chenkong's strength has been terribly improved, and his left hand is embracing Angelina, which is slender but full of amazing elasticity. At the same time, the right hand still has free space to block Angelina's elbow, obviously with ease. Damn, I'll be rude if you don't let go. Angelina is different from other women. She has lived on an island with the law of the jungle, like a remnant blood bird since she was a child. The dignity of her will make her not slander anyone, even if she has a good impression of Lu Chenkong. In order to get her, in addition to capturing her heart, she must conquer her on the basis of strength, and also in bed, but her personality determines that once she is conquered, she will definitely treat Lu Chenkong. She is determined not to be inferior to Hancock and Khalifa, but it is really more difficult to conquer this arrogant girl than the sun and the moon. Okay, Angelina, I like you. If it wasn't for the incident with the Void Demon, I might have made my way with you slowly, but now I don't have time, I don't want to leave any regrets. Lu Chenkong not only was he not angry, but he was aroused by the arrogance in his heart that he must conquer the female cat in front of him. Frank enough, I admit that I have a strange feeling for you in my heart. It should be what Khalifa said, but if you want me Angelina to be your woman, then you will beat me, whether it is strength or in bed. Otherwise, even if you get my heart, I will not be with you, and even I will kill you. Angelina said here that the strange pupils were suddenly no longer watery or emotional, but instead exuded a cold murderous aura. Lu Chenkong knew that Angelina was not joking. Because she is definitely a stronger and unyielding woman than a man, and at the same time she is still a strong person. It would be better if Lu Chenkong didn't directly challenge him, but now he has directly challenged him, even though Angelina has a certain affection for Lu Chenkong. But she couldn't change her decision. Now there are only 2 paths for her to face. One is that Lu Chenkong can completely conquer her, both physically and mentally. The second is that she killed Lu Chenkong. She did not allow herself to have any flaws. After all, besides being a woman, she was an absolute powerhouse. When a powerhouse has a mental flaw, it is very dangerous. The hazy goodwill made her instinctively feel the danger, and now that Lu Chenkong mentioned it, she simply took this opportunity to make a decision. Come on, let me see how you've improved in the past 2 months. Lu Chenkong nodded. He had been a little smooth all the time. He suddenly encountered Angelina's tough pull, which had already aroused his competitiveness. Heart of 343 White Tiger Girl appears. You'll find out soon. Angelina curled her lips. She liked Lu Chenkong's cold and arrogant look even more. She didn't say more. She saw the truth in her hands. Lu Chenkong lost, then Angelina would definitely, no matter what the Void Great Demon, he will definitely kill Lu Chenkong as soon as possible. If Lu Chenkong won the opportunity to pursue her, then the rest would depend on whether Lu Chenkong's methods could turn the favor in her heart into love, and whether he could convince her of his ability to fight on the bed. Soon. How long ago? Lu Chenkong found that he hadn't used the demon Rokushiki to fight for a long time. It wasn't because he didn't want to use it, but because his opponent didn't force him to use the demon Rokushiki at all. Instead, he could explode. Demon profound truth with powerful lethality is often used. At this moment, Lu Chenkong had to use it, because Angelia in this state gave her a feeling of suffocation. He knew that if he didn't do his best, he would probably die. So fast, is this your demon Rokushiki? It's much stronger than Zongkong at that time. Angelina's eyes and pupils vivi shrank, and a picture emerged in her mind. It was her many years ago. When meeting Lu Chenkong for the first time, Lu Chenkong used Shun and Zongkong to attack her Shixing, but it was a pity that the speed displayed by Shun at that time could not be compared with Shun now. If Lu Chenkong's instant speed at that time was to wash the car, then now it's a rocket, and it's going too fast. But this alone is not enough. Although she was surprised by Lu Chengkong's progress, but now that the battle has already started, Angelina will not keep her hands. The right hand suddenly protruded into the space on the right, and the terrifying power brought out by the white tiger's heart seemed to shatter the space, and the air had already made a mournful cry of being penetrated. Magic body. Bang! The sound of a student's collision rippling from the air, like two trucks colliding with words. To be able to keep up with Shun's speed, Angelina can't get to such a level in just 2 friends. It seems that the memories her mother left her are really valuable. Lu Chengkong, while sighing at the speed of Angelina's progress, he fought back, his left hand stared at Angelina's right hand, and his right foot suddenly kicked out. The strong foot force directly tore the nearby air, and instantly kicked out a huge half-moon-shaped vacuum slash directly at Angelina. Just when Angelina's fascinated body was about to be cut into 2 halves by the vacuum slash, Angelina's bewitching pupils suddenly flashed a murderous aura that was visible to the naked eye. Her throat trembled, and she let out a low voice. But it contained domineering, and the tiger roar of the king's spirit suddenly came out. Garp and others who were already asleep nearby. They all got up and thought something happened, but soon their eyes were attracted by the sudden fierce and exciting battle. What's going on? Lu Chengkong looked at Angelina with great puzzlement, but he could see Chu-Hu clearly, and just before Zongkong was about to cut Angelina's body, a tiger roar sounded from her. The inside of the vacuum slash seemed to have suffered a great impact and disappeared into the air in an instant. It's stupid to be distracted and ask the enemy's ability when fighting, and if I answer you, it will be even more stupid. Angelina changed her low-key style. At this moment, she showed her sharp edge. Hiding her long hidden edge, it was completely exposed. The excitement and fighting intent in the pupils had reached the highest peak in history, and the white tiger tail slammed directly on Lu Chengkong's chest with a will that penetrated everything like a snake coming out of a hole. Poochie! A huge wave spread from Lu Chengkong's chest all over his body. At this moment, Lu Chengkong only felt as if he had been hit by a planet. His throat was sweet, and he couldn't help spit out a mouthful of blood. Hee, how long has it been? It seems that I haven't vomited blood since I fought the Gorosei, 5 elders, but I didn't expect you to vomit blood today. Lu Chengkong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't put the blood in his eyes, and his tone was very casual, but Angelina's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, because her terrifying intuition felt the inside of Lu Chengkong's body. A terrifying power is bred, and this power is beginning to move at this moment. Ha! Lu Chengkong let out a roar, and the demon emperor Haki burst out without reservation, centered on his body, as if he didn't want money, forming a terrifying storm that blasted directly at Angelina. He wanted to see what happened to Angelina. Deal with her own demonic Haki and see if she has really awakened the emperor. 2 months ago, I might have nothing to do with your strange and devouring Haki, but now. While Angelina was talking eloquently, her delicate body Vivi trembled, and Emperor Haki brought a will of self-respect for the world and directly collided with Lu Chengkong's demon Emperor Haki, 2 absolutely powerful forces. Just like 2 tigers, one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. They all gathered their strength and wanted to defeat the other. The devil has changed. Lu Chengkong understood that Angelina's strength was very similar to her current strength, and she also awakened the Emperor's color. Not only that, she also got all her mother's sentimental memory about the Emperor's color, plus with Sophie's full-strength guidance. Of course, his progress is much faster than his own exploration of the devil's color, so he knew that to win Angelina, he could only use stronger strength. Are you here? Angelina's pupils shrank. She could clearly feel the momentum on Lu Chengkong's body rising, at least twice compared to before. Brush. Boom. Angelina only felt that Lu Chengkong had come to her, and a straight uppercut punched her in the stomach. The speed was so fast that she couldn't react at all. When she reacted, she only felt my stomach hurts, and then my whole body flew out like a cannonball. Hee, Angelina, you've been with me for so long, you should know how many layers I have transformed. You can't win against me just with your current state. Lu Chengkong looked at Angelina wickedly. Embarrassed, he said with a chuckle. Really, but you will transform, and so will I, a white tiger. Anger flashed in Angelina's eyes, and as soon as her voice fell, a black king's word appeared on her forehead, all over her body. After an amazing change, she became a white tiger girl in an instant, but it was strange that Angelina did not have a pair of tiger wings on her back. 344 White Tiger Transformation vs. Demon Transformation. Hiss, is this the white tiger fruit? It is indeed Zone's strongest devil fruit. Belmir and Luci's cat fruits have a much worse boost after transforming into tiger and leopard fruits than the white tiger fruit transforming into. And, as the strongest Zone fruit, there must be some strange ability. Lu Chengkong murmured a little in his heart, and looked at Angelina's appearance at this time, just like a white tiger girl, but after the transformation, it did not affect her beauty in any way, but raised her wild beauty to the limit. Slim, watery and attractive to the extreme figure, people can't wait to take possession of it immediately. Ah, this is the first time I have used this ability in combat. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. I hope it can be as powerful as the memory you left for me, mother. Angelina did not rush to attack, but loosened her body and closed her eyes. Through the return of her life, she became familiar with the changes in her body after the white tiger transformation at an amazing speed. After a second, Angelina opened her eyes again. The eyes are more confident and king than before. Obviously, the ordinary tiger is the king of the forest, and the white tiger is the absolute king standing above all tigers, and it is also the strongest among all Zone devil fruits. Tyrannosaurus, Gluttonous, Phoenix, and Boot are far from being able to. Compared with the white tiger, now he can finally see the fruit ability that can be compared with his own mirror fruit. Lu Chengkong is also very excited when he thinks of this. The murderous aura is awe-inspiring. Angelina let out a low voice, and a strong and terrifying murderous aura turned into a gust of courage and slammed directly towards Lu Chengkong. Chi. What's the matter? Lu Chengkong used one of the demon Rokushiki, Piao Shui, just before this fishy risk was about to touch him, and escaped the terrible fishy wind, but was still affected. There were countless scars on his right hand that seemed to have been cut by a knife. Lu Chengkong's physical strength is terrifying. Basically, everyone who knows him knows it, but only he knows it best. His defense is terrifying, but now he has been left with countless scars by a murderous aura. This is still the case that he avoided the key point and was only affected. If he was in the center, he might have been injured to a certain extent. Manipulating murderous aura, Lu Chengkong's pupils shrank for a moment, and he lowered his head to examine the scar on his right hand. You guessed it so quickly. Angelina sneered, and a stench that was much stronger than at the beginning continued to blast towards Lu Chengkong. For a while, Lu Chengkong could only dodge and have no way to fight back. Not even close to Angelina. It's really troublesome. Baihu really is the strongest killing energy that controls the world. Angelina can actually turn the killing energy into countless sharp knives, and it is terrifying. Passive beating is not his style. Evil Emperor Haki is open. Lu Chengkong didn't hold back this time, and directly raised Demon Emperor Haki to the extreme that can be achieved so far. Sure enough, these murderous auras were directly defeated, but Lu Chengkong has not yet before he had time to grin. A stench of emperor-colored Haki had already rushed towards his face and directly blocked his own demonic-colored Haki. It's really troublesome to be able to use the Emperor's color with murderous aura. Rokushiki, 6 Styles Devil Order. Lu Chengkong slapped 2 palms one after another, and 2 shock waves that were as pitch black as ink and contained overwhelming power directly broke through the air and penetrated through the air. Angelina's murderous awe. Rujin. Angelina didn't panic, but dealt with it very calmly. With the use of Angelina's ability to use the white tiger fruit just now, the power became more and more powerful, and she became more and more skilled. I saw Angelina's right hand. Suddenly surrounded by a golden energy, this energy exudes a kind of chi that runs through everything and tears everything. Sure enough, as Angelina bent her fingers into claws and swiped at the demon order in front of her, the demon order in front of her was directly scattered. Soon, Ente Yang Yan. Lu Chengkong never thought that the demon order could cause any trouble to Angelina. He was just trying to hold Angelina back. At almost the same time, Lu Chengkong had already appeared in Angelina's room. Behind him, he held an infinitely compressed white fireball and pushed it directly to Angelina's back. Once such a high-temperature white fireball melted into Angelina's body, there was only a dead end. Zhang Jin, kill, pierce the sky and the earth. Angelina's face remained unchanged, her hands stretched out to both sides of her left hand, and with her body as the center, black golden energy burst out in all directions, bursting like a tornado. Out! Boom! As Lu Chengkong's Yangyan and Angelina's hole piercing the sky and the earth collided with each other, there was a loud noise. The air seemed to be boiling, and the dazzling fire and black and golden light kept appearing, which was extremely dazzling. These two tricks were deadlocked together, and neither one would admit defeat. It seemed that they would not give up until they defeated the other. Unfortunately, it was a pity that both sides seemed to be half-hearted, and they persisted for about a moment. The giant force returned, and the two were directly overturned backwards. The second stage of the demon transformation. Lu Chengkong directly entered the second stage of the devil transformation in midair, and the 4 demon wings suddenly flapped, causing Lu Chengkong, who had been flying upside down, to stagnate each other, while Angie on the other side the same thing happened to Lena. White tiger transformation tiger wings now. Angelina also had a pair of huge tiger wings behind her back, making her look even more majestic and inviolable. Suddenly, there was a storm rippling around Angelina. Feng Yunhu, Yun Konglong, obviously Angelina has shown the true transformation of the white tiger fruit at this moment, and at the same time her strength has soared again. It is really scary. The white tiger fruit, the strength of the transformation brought about is too great, and it is not comparable to other animal fruits at all. It is simply the same gap between heaven and earth. It's so fast. For the first time, Lu Chengkong found that his speed was not as good as the opponent's, because he immediately rushed towards Angelina after transforming and hit the magic finger directly, but unfortunately he didn't hit Angelina at all and stayed in the original It's Nothing But Angelina expressway. The phantom that remained after the move was the only one, and the real Angelina had already left Ding. You are not the only one who is good at speed. The wind is from the tiger and the cloud is from the dragon. I am not afraid to tell you the truth. The power of the natural wind and the martial arts are all origins. I have the speed, the destructive power, the defense power, the penetration power, and the strong physique. Are you sure you can defeat me now? 345 Angelina. Lu Chengkong didn't speak, and looked at Angelina, who was aggressive and pressing step by step, quietly with indifferent eyes, but still sneered in his heart. Angelina tried to suppress herself with such a rush. It was a fool's dream, but he didn't. I have to admit that Angelina is too powerful now. The physical strength is no less than his own, the speed is no less than his own, and the realm of life return is no less than his own, and the opponent's movement is obviously more elegant and elusive than himself under the control of the power of the wind, and even more terrifying is Angelina. The white tiger fruit actually allowed her to master 3 source powers. You must know that each of the top 10 Logia, 5 Paramesha and Zone Devil fruit is equal to a source fruit, which is equivalent to mastering a source of power, but now Angelina's performance has told Lu Chengkong that she has mastered it. The 3 source powers are equivalent to the ability to add 3 top-level devil fruits out of thin air. I have to say that Angelina is too perfect now, so perfect that it makes people feel like they can't start. I admit that your physique is very strong, but now I'm definitely not worse than you. No matter what abilities animal fruit has, the most powerful thing in him is the increase in physique and the improvement of physical quality. He can't beat me now. Then you die. When Angelina said this, her figure immediately shot out, and in the blink of an eye, she came out in front of Lu Chengkong. She kept hitting Lu Chengkong with her fists and feet. But it did not show weakness, as if ignoring the terrifying power of Zhengjin. The inner strength and Angelina were directly banging. Watching the 2 fists intersect in midair, the afterimages are constantly intertwined, and a heavy crashing sound is constantly heard from the sky. The ripples visible to the naked eye continued to ripple out. How can this little girl's strength improve so much, and she can actually fight against the Sky Boy in this state? Whitebeard, two copper bell-sized eyes looked at the two people who were flashing fast in the sky, and almost didn't squint them out. It's been a long time, and Angelina, whose strength is comparable to himself and at most one line stronger than himself, actually it's just too fake that the strength has increased to such a level in the past 2 months. It's just that no matter how unacceptable this matter is, the fact is right in front of him and Whitebeard can't bear to believe it. Whitebeard is already good, but Sengoku, Garp, Redhead and others around him have been hit hard. Knowing that they were all famous geniuses when they were young. After all, each of them is a conqueror, how could the king's aptitude be given up? It just doesn't seem to be on the same level as the two in the fierce battle in the sky in front of him. It's really troublesome. Shun Yulong. Lu Chengkong and Angelina fought for a while, only to feel a tingling pain in both fists and legs. Obviously Angelina was in contact with her body, hide the chi of Jingjin in it, otherwise Angelina will not be much better than herself. Between the lights and flints, Lu Chengkong is like a dragon in the sea, free and carefree, free from all restraints, and the flexibility of his movements has suddenly improved a lot, forcibly avoiding Angelina's multiple attacks. The white tiger digs the heart. Angelina snorted coldly and waved her left hand. Lu Chengkong only felt that his body sank, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the slower he became. Grab your heart. Trouble, she manipulated the power of nature's wind, and she didn't bring out a bit of strong wind when she attacked, and she couldn't use the demon Rokushiki Piaoshui to dodge at all. Lu Chengkong found that he hadn't been in such a hard battle for a long time. Even when he faced the 5 Gorosei, 5 elders, the Hades who had been sacrificed, and Alkiba who devoured the other 4, he was not so passive. Angelina knows herself too well. On the contrary, he doesn't know Angelina's ability at all. Even if she summons Angelina's mirror image clone now, using ability fusion, the ability to get the white tiger fruit is useless. After all, what I got in an instant is far from Angelina, and don't forget, Angelina is not Kuzan, Ace. Using her fruit ability by herself is simply courting death for her. I wonder if she has all her mother's perception and memory of using the emperor color and the white tiger fruit. Who can understand the white tiger fruit better than Angelina, and what ability do I want to use to absolutely give her up? It was easily cracked by her, and even attacked. The mirror turns the sky and the earth. In desperation, he could only use one of the 2 great stunts in his mirror image profound meaning. The blocked Lu Chengkong disappeared in an instant, replaced by a simple, all-encompassing mirror, as if this mirror could integrate the entire world. As a light flashed across the surface of the mirror, another Angelina suddenly appeared in front of the mirror, and also used the white tiger to punch Angelina. Boom! The terrifying inner body strength cooperates with the invincible and indestructible chi of Jingjin, which penetrates everything and collides with each other. Click! Whitebeard, who was already stunned, to fall into a sluggishness. Kaxi, Sengoku Kizaru, etc. People are even dumber. This little girl is too perverted. Her inner strength penetrates the space, and my shock fruit is a shit. For the first time, Whitebeard felt that the gap between the fruits was so big. I almost forgot that you still have this move. Angelina snorted and waved her jade hand, which was a little painful. Obviously, the same power, the same move, and the same spirit of Jingjin met her. Very uncomfortable. Hey, you should know that with this trick, I can be invincible, but I don't want to use this trick to defeat you. Lu Chengkong showed his figure, and the mirror closed immediately. Up. I admit, if you raise this move to the same power as you used to face Whitebeard, I am really in trouble. If you don't pay attention, you will definitely die, but you really think I have no way to deal with it. Angelina, a flash of emotion flashed in his eyes, which made Lu Chengkong's heart even more heavy. Angelina was too rational, and she was as calm as herself during the battle. Being extremely rational, this kind of enemy is really too difficult to deal with. Just as the enemies facing Lu Chengkong feel that Lu Chengkong is extremely difficult to deal with, the same psychology also appeared in Angelina's heart. 346 The strongest burst of power. You know, the white tiger fruit is the same as your mirror image. Aunt Sophie's destiny fruit is also the most powerful fruit. Of course, it has the same unique skills as you. Angelina fluttered her tiger wings, which had a huge back but did not affect the beauty, but looked very beautiful. She was arrogant but calm, but Hockey did not appear to be arrogant. At the same time, her body began to emit a silvery white light, but the more she felt like this to Lu Chengkong, the more dangerous it was. Yeah, I have the mirror fusion. The mirror turns the world. Angelina's white tiger fruit must have his unique strength. Is it really necessary to rely on the mirror fusion and the mirror to turn the world to defeat her? I planned to keep the ones to deal with the Void Great Demon, but I didn't expect to take them out in advance, and the ones to deal with were actually their own crew members. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed a complex light at first, and then he regained his firmness and composure, only to see Lu Chengkong's throat floating up and down, and a roar like an auspicious beast wafted out from his throat, and the air was filled with air. In the beginning, there was a chilling air. At the same time, Lu Chengkong's body actually began to emit light just like Angelina's, but the color was different from Angelina's. Angelina's was silver white light, while Lu Chengkong's was silver black. Black and white seemed to be born. It was like a deadly enemy, but it was confirmed by the two of them. What is this? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Angelina's face changed slightly, her eyelids jumped, her left and right were fierce, her right eyelid was obviously beating, her body was instantly tense, and an extremely dangerous aura shrouded in it. In her body and mind, it seemed a little difficult for her to breathe. She had simulated the entire battle before fighting Lu Chengkong. If Lu Chengkong used the demon Rokushiki, he would have the power of nature's wind, and the wind could be resisted by the tiger. In melee combat, if you cooperate with the spirit of Zhengjin, you are completely reluctant to be left behind or even have the upper hand. Compared with Hockey and the remote station, you can use the killing energy and the Emperor color to completely resist Lu Chengkong's aggressive and devouring demon Emperor color Hockey. If you instantly improve the battle, if you have a white tiger transformation, you can also resist Lu Chengkong's demon transformation, and even she has prepared the worst plan. That is, Lu Chengkong will use mirror fusion on the basis of the second stage of the devil transformation, but even if it is like that, there are also ways to deal with it. Don't forget that the white tiger fruit can be tied for the first place in the mirror image is no joke. It's just that the abilities brought by any kind of white tiger fruit that Angelina just showed are amazing existences, but the most core tricks and abilities Angelina has never used, in order to resist Lu Chengkong's mirror image fusion and mirror turning work together. But now Lu Chengkong's appearance is obviously not what he should look like when using mirror fusion, instead he exudes a strange aura. No wonder Aunt Sophie said that this man is full of secrets that people can't see through and can't fully explore. Once you have a good impression of her, if you can't kill him, then he will most likely be captured and conquered by him. It seems that he has hidden abilities in addition to demon transformation and Hockey. Angelina's mind flashed countless thoughts in an instant, but on the surface she was very calm. Without a trace of emotional passivity, the momentum on his body is still rising. The momentum of the two was obviously in an invisible confrontation, and the aftermath emanated for Whitebeard had to come out to resist, otherwise, Kuzan Sengoku, Kaxi, and Rayleigh behind him would not die or be seriously injured. If it was me 2 months ago facing the current you, I would definitely lose, even if you use mirror fusion and mirror turning world. I think you have a unique trick to face me, but unfortunately, I returned it through life in these 2 months. The demon gene brought by the demon bloodline has been modified and perfected. I have reached the peak that suits my body best, and at the same time I have discovered a new ability, which should be said to be the most powerful ability of the demon bloodline. Originally, I planned to keep it to deal with the void demon, but I didn't expect it to be ahead of schedule. Let it appear. Lu Chengkong said slowly. Angelina did not make a move either, and the battle of momentum was still going on in secret. Obviously, they both wanted to overwhelm each other in terms of momentum. If they could overwhelm each other, then the chances of winning the remaining battles would increase a lot, but Angelina is obviously also curious about Lu Chengkong's new abilities. I have seen the power of the white tiger fruit, and it is indeed an existence comparable to my mirror fruit. I think that even if you use mirror fusion and mirror rotation with my current strength, you still have the ability to hide. 20 kings are here. Before they can eat the fruit, they can't tell the difference between the winner and the loser. So I don't want to use the power of the devil fruit today. Today I will use the strongest power I brought to this world to decide the outcome with you. Wake up the power of the devil, burn it, show your edge, and let the world be tremble. Lu Chengkong's voice grew louder and louder, the momentum on his body soared faster and faster, and the silver-black light covering his body seemed to have turned into a golden flame when a Super Saiyan transformed into a circle around Lu Chengkong. The body burns. The ultimate meaning of the white tiger, the power of the white tiger, fusion. Angelina's face finally had no way to remain calm, and at the same time she couldn't wait for what happened to Lu Chengkong using the mirror fusion house. The current Lu Chengkong is too scary. Give it to her. The feeling is simply more terrible than after using mirror fusion. As soon as Angelina's voice fell, the silver-white light covering her body turned out to be the power of the white tiger, and the power of the white tiger also turned into a flame like the power of the devil on Lu Chengkong's body. It's not enough, this can only be a tie at best, the light of the devil, the change of the devil. Lu Chengkong roared, the blue veins burst out on his forehead, and the muscles in his body first swelled, and then instantly contracted to their original shape. But Angelina, however, is clear that Lu Chengkong's physical strength has become stronger again, and her face becomes very ugly when she thinks of this. The roar sounded like a tiger and an elephant, with an endless roar of anger over dozens of miles, hundreds of miles, and even woke up Sophie, who was still teaching Khalifa and Hancock in the center of Laugh Tale, and the three women quickly exchanged. With a glance, the movement technique was suddenly displayed, and the figure burst out, and within a few seconds, it came to the periphery of Laugh Tale. What's the matter? Khalifa asked Whitebeard, who was on the side, without saying a word. I don't know, the boy in the sky and this little girl suddenly started fighting, and the fight became more and more exciting. At the end, the boy in the sky seemed to use some strange ability. Look, his appearance has changed. Whitebeard said here immediately surprised. He pointed at Lu Chengkong and shouted. 347 Angelina lost. How is it possible? Even if he uses mirror fusion, it is impossible to improve to such a level. What is this all about? Even though Angelina was calm at this time, she was a little rude. The battle that she thought would be a draw actually began to change. You must know that her is the white tiger fruit, and Zone in Logia, Zone, Paramesha is purely for strength improvement. The biggest and most direct. Therefore, even the fruit of destiny and the fruit of mirror image cannot be compared with the fruit of the white tiger in terms of improving the strength of the body. It is precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong can only tie Angelina even if he uses the first and second transformations of the demon transformation in the face of Angelina. Of course, Lu Chengkong did not use the mirror fruit. The ability, such as summoning several mirror clones to surround and beat Angelina, the balance of victory will be tilted immediately. After all, if the devil bloodline and the mirror fruit do not defeat Angelina, then Lu Chengkong doesn't have to come out and mix. Even if Angelina's white tiger fruit increases her strength greatly, it is impossible to defeat Lu Chengkong with the white tiger fruit alone. It has the same level of ability as the white tiger fruit, devil blood and mirror fruit. But Lu Chengkong didn't want to use it, because he felt it was unfair, and it didn't have much effect. Even if he defeated Angelina in the end, he felt that it was not thorough enough, and Angelina would definitely be angry. So Lu Chengkong decided to use the mirror image fruit's ability, hockey, and physical skills to fight, or use the demon transformation, hockey, physical skills to fight, demon transformation and mirror image. Only one of the two fruits can be selected, and simply using one to defeat Angelina can convince Angelina. In the end, Lu Chengkong chose to use the abilities brought by the devil's blood. After all, the abilities brought by the devil's blood were very similar to those of Angelina's white tiger fruit, both of which would improve his own strength. Only if he defeated Angelina in this way would he is the best choice. So he used the mirror to turn the world so that he would not launch it when he was in danger, so he secretly sealed the ability of the mirror fruit and unlocked it when the battle was over. Really, even if you use the ability of the mirror fruit, winning means winning, losing means losing. How can I find so many reasons? No matter what ability it is part of your strength after all. You don't need to seal the ability of the mirror fruit. Bar. Although Angelina's color changed, she also noticed the change in Lu Chengkong's body. Although she thought so, but facing Lu Chengkong's actions, a strange feeling rose in her heart. Obviously not only she understood Lu Chengkong also knew Angelina. After all, understanding is mutual. Don't forget that Angelina was ignorant from the beginning, and the current multi-wisdom and near demon are taught by Lu Chengkong. All Angelina's questions and doubts are answered by Lu Chengkong for her. How could Lu Chengkong not understand Angelina? Said it was too late, although I said so much, but only 1 second passed, but Lu Chengkong experienced an earth-shaking change in such a period of time. The demon scale armor and demon wings have all disappeared, returning to the original normal human state. It's just that the black hair turned into long silver black hair. The hair growth stopped at the waist. At the same time, a symbol appeared on Lu Chengkong's forehead. The book should be a spell, and the mark is more suitable. Look at this mark. The ancient, violent and destructive aura that exudes is obviously the mark of the devil. Hee. Angelina seems to see that this battle is coming to an end soon, but I can't support it for long. The power brought by the devil's light is too terrifying, crazy, violent, domineering, and full of destruction and devouring. Can't control it for long. Lu Chengkong opened his mouth and spoke slowly and quickly, but as his mouth opened, Zibbert and the others below all widened their eyes, gasping for breath, as if they had seen something unacceptable. The thing to believe, let alone them, even the 2 women Khalifa and Hancock who have been with Lu Chengkong for many years and have never been separated from beginning to end. VV's face was a little moved, but he recovered quickly. What they saw was actually nothing, that is, after Lu Chengkong opened his mouth. 2 slender, sharp demon teeth were revealed, very similar to the zombie teeth of the Pengu zombies in the drama I Have a Date with a Zombie. Really? Then let me see how strong you are now. Angelina took a breath and calmed her mind, forcibly forgetting the palpitations in her heart. She said in a cold voice, but she didn't say anything and only felt a pain in her stomach. A huge force blasted her out, and with a bang, she bought into the ground of Laugh-Tail. Hiss. So fast. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even Sophie, the most powerful present, was not much better. It can be said that her strength is stronger than Angelina, but just now she could only reluctantly look at the trajectory of Lu Chengkong's movement, which could only be captured as a bystander. If she was Lu Chengkong's enemy, even if she caught her body, she would not be able to respond. Angelina is sure to lose. The white tiger fruits increase in strength, as well as the powerful killing aura. The power of Zhengjin, speed, and movement are all perfect, but now it seems that the secret of this kid is really good. Great. His strange power-boosting abilities increased even more than Angelina's white tiger fruit. It seems that it is possible to destroy the void demon this time. If I were to face him, I might have to rely on the fruit of fate to see through his fate in advance, so that he could fight against him in the future, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Chengkong. It should be said that she is not afraid of fighting anyone, not even the void demon, because she has eaten countless devil fruits over the years. They have all eaten, and they have developed these abilities to the extreme. It can be said that she has a clear understanding of almost all abilities, so even if Lu Chengkong is in front of her, she is very calm. In her opinion, no one can escape the control of her destiny, but Lu Chengkong in this state has made her a success. She came to a conclusion that the current Lu Chengkong gave her the feeling that she was detached from all restraints and control. Maybe Lu Chengkong in this state could already fight with him. 348 Conquering Angelina. Cough cough. Angelina stood up, vomited blood, rubbed her still aching belly, and glanced at Lu Chengkong resentfully, as if she was coquettish between lovers. The stunning punch broke Angelina's arrogance and rebelliousness. At the same time, it also surrounded her with peace of mind, and the line of defense that prevented all intruders from approaching her heart also collapsed. Because the punch just now made her realize, the force was too great, the speed was too fast, and it was almost unbelievable. She couldn't even see how Lu Chengkong was moving. No matter what, she was convinced. In terms of force, Lu Chengkong has already defeated her in terms of strength, and it can even be said that he has conquered her. In order to convince himself, Lu Chengkong's ability to seal the mirror fruit has made his peaceful heart a little bit beat, touch. At the same time, the image of living with Lu Chengkong when she first came out of Remnant Blood Island couldn't help but emerge in her mind. At that time, she didn't know anything. She was very naive, and often asked some embarrassing things to Lu Chengkong. If she couldn't answer, she couldn't help showing a pure and beautiful smile now that she remembered it. Angelina, I didn't expect that your unruly sex and your mother would be conquered by this man. Not only did you conquer you by force, but even your heart began to turn towards him. I really don't know when I was there. Is it right or wrong that Remnant Blood Island let you study with her by her side? Quote. Sophie has been alive for so long, she is simply a human being. How could the look in Angelina's eyes and the change in the expression on her face escape her gaze? She couldn't help thinking complicatedly in her heart, but whether it was because Angelina was acting as if she is the last relative of a person today, or is it because she and her mother were close friends before her death, sisters and close friends in her boudoir, she respects Angelina's choice, and at the same time secretly cursed. You big pervert, since Angelina doesn't mind that you have other women, then I won't care, but if you let Angelina not be high, or be wronged, even if it's a little bit, I will make you worse off. Die, even if I don't care about the void demon, I will not let you go. At the same time, Lu Chengkong, who was majestic in midair, like an undefeated god of war, suddenly felt cold all over for some reason. Since then, it can be seen how powerful Sophie is. Just making a decision in her heart can make Lu Chengkong have this kind of power. A feeling. When women are fierce sometimes, they can't even compare to men, let alone the arrogant women like Sophie and Angelina, who stand above all living beings. After all, as long as you are strong, if you have power, it makes no difference whether you are a man or a woman. Men can be ruthless and decisive, and women can do the same. Even Sophie, Angelina, Khalifa, Hancock. Many beauties are more ruthless than countless strong men, especially for those who love in their hearts, just like Sophie for Angelina, Khalifa Hancock for Lu Chengkong. Anyone who dares to touch the taboos in their hearts, then that person will definitely be worse than death. This kid, it's been the last month, and he still has all these sweethearts. At this time, Rayleigh finally understood what was going on. I still feel speechless thinking about these things. Khalifa, look, I said that Angelina, the arrogant girl, can never escape the palms of officials, but the way has changed. Boa Hancock glanced at Khalifa beside him, and said with an expression I knew would be so. Really? Well, I don't know who said that Angelina was so wild before, so it's hard for a proud husband to conquer her. Now there's not much time, why have he changed his tongue now? Khalifa glared at Boa Hancock and retorted. Boa Hancock moved the corner of his mouth and was choked. It was very uncomfortable, but Khalifa took over what he had said at will, and she really didn't expect Khalifa to remember her before. Casual jokes. What's the matter? There's nothing to say. Khalifa snorted softly, looking smugly like a little peacock. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll go to the officials first, cherish the time, and go back to practice later. Hancock ignored Khalifa directly, moved the lotus step lightly, and floated towards Lu Chengkong. Mingzi came right away. I and Hancock have been cultivating for the past 2 months, and it's been a while since we really had sex. Thinking of this, Khalifa's speed is not slow, and he moved directly to Lu Chengkong's side at the speed of light, as if he was afraid that Hancock would take it away if he slowed down. Similar. That night, after Angelina cried out in pain, Lu Chengkong not only overthrew the incomparably hot Angelina, but also showed great power on the bed, completely convincing this proud arrogant girl. Lu Chengkong also had a vigorous tequila battle with Khalifa and Hancock, who had not been intimate for 2 months. After feeding the two girls, of course, the other women Lu Chenggong who joined in after hearing the sound of the battle did not like this, and each of them made them cry and cry, calling them father and mother. Why Young, Angelina, are you satisfied? Lu Chenggong lay down on the bed, glancing at the quiet lying beside him, the only exception being the satisfied girls, bowing their heads to him. Angelina, who refused to get up in her arms, said, "Well, it's so comfortable, no wonder they don't care about you. So many women, and they even take the initiative to help you find a woman. You are really amazing. Ah, don't move, tonight is the first time I can play with you. 6 hours is not bad, huh, I'll be draining you when I recover." Angelina was topped by the giant dragon that was still placed in her peach blossom garden, only to feel that the heart of the flower was about to be shattered. She said softly, and rolled her eyes at Lu Chenggong. "Ha ha, I'm waiting for you, this is the Angelina I know, she won't admit defeat." Lu Chenggong did not retreat at all. Facing a woman like Angelina, he could only press step by step. Facing her all challenges must be accepted, otherwise she will only look down on you. Of course, the current Angelina will not have such an idea, because now she is not only convinced by her strength, her body and mind have been conquered by Lu Chenggong without exception. If she can spend some time on her honeymoon, if you cultivate a relationship, the heating rate of the relationship will definitely soar. It's a pity that they don't have time. There is still a month, and Sophie has just said that she can only suppress the void demon for a month at most, and he will definitely break out after a month. 349 Sophie's gift. A month is not too short, not too long, and it quickly passed quietly, but for everyone in Laugh Tale, this month is no less than living like a year, but for Lu Chenggong, it is very short-lived, yet very fulfilling. In this month, the relationship between him and Angelina has really grown by leaps and bounds, and after Angelina first tasted the taste of the forbidden fruit, she would slip back every day after practicing with Sophie and pull Lu Chenggong for in-depth physical combat. Angelina's physical strength is really strong enough, especially after eating the white tiger fruit. In order to defeat Lu Chenggong in the battle, she even used the return of her life. It must be known that her practice of return of life is no less than that of Lu Chenggong, Khalifa, and Hancock. However, Angelina has a good plan, and there is a long ladder in the smooth air. He is not inferior to Angelina in physical strength, and his life return is not inferior to her. After swallowing and defeating the fifth mirror image, his strength has soared to the extreme. Every time, without exception, Angelina was beaten to death, and every time she screamed, Angelina was defeated. But Angelina not only did not lose heart, but she became more and more courageous. Her fighting power was stronger than Khalifa and Hancock. All kinds of postures were used, which made Lu Chenggong enjoy an unparalleled taste. Only Khalifa, Hancock, and Aunt Xiao have let go to this extent. And Angelina's wild beauty, the feeling of being hot, aroused Lu Chenggong's desire to conquer. Therefore, Lu Chenggong took special care of Angelina every time, and would not let her go without making her a father or mother, but Angelina seemed to not care about it at all, instead she seemed to be addicted. In fact, she is also longing for this feeling, the feeling of being possessed and conquered by the person she loves. She is arrogant and at the same time extremely single-minded. Lu Chenggong can be happy, she can pose without caring in embarrassing poses. Of course, Sophie was aware of Angelina's little juju, but she didn't stop her, because she could see that Angelina's smile from time to time was definitely from her heart. Invisibly, it also made her curious about Lu Chenggong, who can make Angelina, who is no less proud than herself, look like a little girl. At the same time, she also knew that Angelina only had 1 month left. Now, she also wanted Angelina to cherish every day and live happily, so she didn't stop Angelina, but pretended not to know every night. But no matter how happy or painful the day is, the passage of time cannot be stopped, and this day has come. Enel, Hancock, Khalifa and I are going, to put it horribly, after we leave, if we come back, it will be handed over to you. You have to be a free-spirited god, as if you have supreme power, an emperor who controls countless lives and deaths is up to you. Yes, but definitely not as bewitched by power as the Gorosei, 5 elders. Quote. Lu Chenggong pulled Enel aside and spoke to Enel in this tone for the first time, which made Enel feel a sense of unease, and also made him, a predator who didn't care about anything, actually raise a painful feeling. I feel that the original pain, the parting of comrades in arms is such a feeling. Let's go. Lu Chenggong ha isho, it can be said that his life is really good and fulfilling. There are a lot of confidants who accompany him all his life, and he also has confidants and brothers. Although not many, there is also one, and that is Enel, power, strength, reputation, etc. All kinds of things that everyone seems to be dreaming of, he has tried, even if he dies, it is nothing. Wait, just when Lu Chenggong turned around and took Khalifa, Hancock and Angelina about to have a chic farewell, Sophie suddenly appeared and stopped Lu Chenggong at the same time. What's wrong? Lu Chenggong asked. Take it, Sophie said as she took off a ring in her hand and walked towards Lu Chenggong. This is. Lu Chenggong took the ring, looked at the simple ring in his hand curiously, and squeezed it out of curiosity, but what surprised him was that no matter how hard he tried, the ring was terribly hard. It just doesn't move at all. To know how powerful Lu Chenggong is, he knows very well that this ring can actually be stunned by Lu Chenggong's huge force. It seems that it is not an ordinary thing. This ring is an active space. I stole it from the Void Demon back then. I think it was created by the fusion of the 4 fruit abilities of time, space, creation, life, and light at the peak of the Void Demon. The space inside is about 1/3 the size of Drew. It has everything in it, green mountains and green waters. It's just a paradise. You can put your wife in it. Don't look at me like that. If you are not looking at Angelina's street, I won't give it to you. In fact, Sophie still had a word in her heart that she didn't say. That is, she didn't want Lu Chenggong to have the slightest worry, and could let go of all restraints and concentrate on fighting. Of course, there were a lot of reasons for Angelina. If it weren't for Angelina's original garden Sophie would never give this precious ring to Lu Chenggong. Of course, the ability of this ring is quite shocking to people in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, but Lu Chenggong, who has read the novel of self-cultivation, was only surprised for a while. After all, he has heard of storage rings. However, this is the first time I have heard of this kind of active space ring that can accommodate living creatures and contains a paradise inside. Of course, Sophie said these words directly to Lu Chenggong, and no one other than the two of them could hear them. Put down the spiritual imprint, and then drop the blood. I have already released my identity. Sophie walked forward without looking back, completely ignoring Lu Chenggong's grateful gaze. However, Lu Chenggong didn't care at all. He remembered this love. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely pay it back. When he said that, he immediately engraved the spiritual imprint on the ring with a touch of emotion. A drop of blood. As for the mental imprint, it is the use of mental power. When the fruit ability or haki is cultivated to the admiral level, the mental power can be used initially, not to mention the current powerhouse Lu Chenggong. The use of mental power is it's as simple as eating and drinking water. When the heart is there, the spiritual power is there, so this ring will soon belong to Lu Chenggong. 350 Put your wife in. Khalifa, come and try. After Lu Chenggong dripped blood and confessed his master, he found that he seemed to have some kind of peculiar connection with the ring in his hand. There was no way to describe the connection in words. Okay. Khalifa can be said to be very obedient to Lu Chenggong. As long as it is Lu Chenggong, she will not think about the pros and cons at all, and even agrees without thinking about it. He doesn't care about his own safety at all, and it is precisely because of this that no matter how many women Lu Chenggong has, Khalifa has always been the same as Hancock in the first and second place, and no one can replace him. Relax, don't resist. Lu Chenggong found that receiving living creatures is not so simple. You can't just accept it. If you want the other party to relax, you can't resist the slightest bit. The opponent cannot be included in the ring. Brush. Wow, that's amazing. Nami was stunned as Khalifa, who was standing in front of her, suddenly disappeared. She couldn't help but glanced at Shirahoshi on the side. Her eyes turned into little stars and looked at Lu Chengkong said. Chengkong's thoughts, Khalifa, who had disappeared, reappeared in an instant. Shirahoshi couldn't wait to run over and ask Khalifa what happened just now. Staying where Khalifa went just now, I have to say that Shirahoshi, the mermaid's intuition is very accurate. It's weird inside, it should be considered an independent space. It's beautiful, it's just a paradise, and there are all kinds of facilities. I think Sophie put it in, I don't think it's too much to live in it. Boring. Khalifa thought for a while, organized her own language, and then said to the girls around her. Obviously, she also knew Lu Chengkong's thoughts. In addition, after experiencing it for herself just now, she found that she compared everything about the space inside. Satisfied, green mountains and rivers, various scenery and facilities, you should not be bored in it. Wow, I'm going in too. Shirahoshi, Nami, Nojiko, the more lively women, cheered immediately, looking impatient. Lu Chengkong was relieved when he saw their expressions, and immediately thought about it. The wives around him disappeared in an instant, leaving only Hancock, Khalifa and Angelina, 3 daughters. Kid in the sky, I don't think you have any worries now, right? Although Whitebeard heard Sophie's words, he had lived so long after all, and he had never seen such a scene. Although he was surprised that there was such a thing in the world, but however, his expression did not change in the slightest, and he did not have any greed desires. Whitebeard truly deserved to be Whitebeard. Yeah, before I was worried that they would be affected or caught and threatened me, but now I am completely relieved. Lu Chengkong nodded and took a deep breath. When he reached the center of Laugh Tale, his feet jumped a little, his figure burst out, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Follow, Angelina said to Khalifa and Hancock beside her, and burst out like Lu Chengkong, followed by Hancock, Khalifa, Whitebeard, Hades Rayleigh, Shanks, Kaxi, Hawkeye, Sanji, Zoro and even Sengoku and Luffy, Ace, and Smoker, who insisted on joining in and asked not to buy the human fruit Buddha, followed suit. Of course, their speed couldn't keep up with the previous ones. As for Margaret and Juliana Lu Chengkong, they originally planned to dismiss them. After all, their strength is definitely top-notch in the eyes of ordinary people in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Even the Admiral-level powerhouse can't stop them from attacking a few times, but Lu Chengkong doesn't want them to fight the mirror image and then swallow it. Mirror image, after all, it is too dangerous, it is easy to explode and die, and Hawkeye, Whitebeard and others all participated in the Battle of Mirror Image, and they all swallowed it 3 times and reached their limit. However, anyone who has swallowed the mirror image, including Lu Chengkong, feels that it is difficult for them to control the violent power. The idea of letting them join the battle, of course, Juliana and Margaret kept angering Lu Chengkong, but in the end they were knocked out by Lu Chengkong's giant dragon, and of course it was over. With Lu Chengkong's group the worst strengths are the 4 Emperors level, the wrong vote, it is the 4 Emperors level, even Ace, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji Shi, Smoker are the 4 Emperors level powerhouses, they anyone's own parents have the strength to surpass Vice Admiral, and even surpass the strength of Chiwume. Only Under Admiral, after swallowing his own body image 3 times, the strength has broken through Admiral and reached the level of the 4 Emperors, which is better than the original. The red-haired Shanks with a broken hand in it is even stronger. Laugh Tale's gravity disappeared under the control of Sophie's Fruit of Destiny, so they were not affected at all and soon came to the center, and Sophie's Raider also appeared in their sight, but at this time, Sophie's face was unprecedentedly serious and solemn, even a little ugly. What's wrong? Although Lu Chengkong didn't know what was going on, he instinctively had a bad feeling after seeing Sophie's expression. It's stronger than I thought. Although he lost the most essential devil fruit and most of the devil fruit, he didn't expect to be so powerful after his injury. Sophie didn't hide it. After all, she still knew it. It's best to say it, and at the same time, she also told the opponent's unique skills when she fought against the Void Demon. In other words, the best way to deal with him is to use Haki's attack in every move and every style. After listening to Sophie's words, Hades Rayleigh said in a deep voice. People without emperor-colored hockey bodyguards basically don't have devil fruits. In the body, after all, if you have a devil fruit and no emperor color, you will definitely be controlled by the void demon, and Sophie's words also made them understand that the most effective way to deal with the void demon is to use hockey. That's right, he still has a part of the devil fruit ability. After he comes out, he must be suppressed here, otherwise he will get Laugh-Tail's fruit ability after he goes out, or escape to find other. If you have the fruit ability, you won't need to fight at that time, you can just smear your neck with a knife. Sophie said this with an unmistakable tone, which immediately made Whitebeard and others shudder, and the unspoken secret voice was worthy of being the strongest of the 20 kings, and it was indeed extraordinary. 351. The ancestor of the devil fruit was discovered. Also, he summoned the devil fruit ability in his body and turned it into a little devil, and the ability of these little devils is the ability of some kind of devil fruit, and after summoning the little devil, the strength of the void devil's body has not weakened in the slightest. Sophie explained. Then we will block those little demons after he summons them, so that you can focus on the other side's big demon of the void. Hawkeye is worthy of being Hawkeye, and he immediately captured the most crucial information from Sophie's words. That's right, the strength of the little devil is weak and strong. The strongest may have the strength beyond the 4 emperors. The weakest is the strength of the admiral level, and there are quite a few. You should pay attention to it. When Sophie said this, she originally wanted to explain, but unfortunately God didn't seem to want to give her this chance. At this moment, the earth in Laugh-Tail began to vibrate, and the magnitude of the vibration was getting bigger and bigger. The nearby sea level began to rise, and soon layers of waves were formed, and layers of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. As if to cover the sun, the rumbling sounded abruptly, and electric snakes flickered out, really changing the scenery. He's coming out, be careful of one of his devil fruits, elemental fruits, which can use 10 elemental abilities of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, dark light. Sophie immediately snorted, and the surging purple energy surged like waves. She came out, covering her body, forming a purple battle suit. The elemental fruit is really a strange ability. I would say why there is no such fruit ability in the top 10 logia. Although it is not comparable to fate, nothingness, time, and space, it is definitely more powerful than the 6 top logia fruits. Maybe even space might not even have it. Quote. Lu Chengkong scolded, and at the same time understood what was going on, why the elemental fruit, which also exists in the legend, was not included in the top 10 logia fruit abilities. It turned out that he was said to have possessed by the void demon, no wonder what. Sophie, it's been 800 years, and I'm still here. You are the only one of the 20 kings who once dominated the world. Just surrender to me, and you won't die if you surrender to me. Suddenly, an incomparably majestic voice sounded in the air, shaking the world like thunder, and even the air was stagnant, but Lu Chengkong could still hear a trace of anger and joy in the tone of this voice, obviously anger. Sophie had sealed him for so many years, and happily he finally came out, free. HMPH, just because of your ugly thing, you want me to surrender to Sophie. Get out of here, Sophie said coldly with disdain. After so many years of dealing with it, it was obvious that Sophie was also very interested in the void demon. To understanding. Really, then I can only say, go to hell. The owner of this voice seemed to be angry, and the change in mood was comparable to a woman's mood, even comparable to the weather in autumn, unpredictable, just now also happy, and now it has become murderous and awe-inspiring. Click. The earth suddenly shattered, revealing a huge crack. At the same time, this crack was frozen at an alarming speed. The entire Laugh-Tail turned into a world of ice and snow in an instant. The palm of his hand broke out of the ice, and soon the appearance of the void demon had come into view. It is just like the demon in the fairy tale, very ugly, and it is incomparable to the appearance of the demon bloodline inherited by Lu Chengkong after transforming. I saw that the void demon was nearly 15 meters tall, twice as tall as Whitebeard, with a pair of large hands open, with 5 sharp nails on the fingers that seemed to be able to cut through everything, forming 2 pairs of claws. There is a huge tail of about 5 meters on the back, and the head is covered with scales and horns. One of the horns is the longest and largest. There are also a pair of folded wings on the back. Standing in front of everyone gives a terrible sense of oppression. Like an infallible mountain standing in the sky and the earth. Hey, after the death of the 20 kings, there are still such amazing people. There are still 3 people who master the Emperor's color hockey, and there is a kind of hockey that is so peculiar and unprecedented. The Void Demon did not attack immediately, but looked at the group of people in front of him with a pair of huge green eyes. Yes, 3. Sophie didn't know what method was used, or Khalifa didn't know what had happened. So many conqueror tyrants can't awaken the Emperor color, but Khalifa, who can only be regarded as a relatively good person at the beginning, has awakened the Emperor color hockey now, which is really unbelievable. But Sophie, I have also said that the owner of Conqueror just has a greater chance than ordinary people, and it is easier to get the Emperor color. It does not mean that people who do not have the qualifications of Conqueror, who are not kings, cannot have the awakened Emperor color hockey. This little girl looks like, could it be her daughter? When the Void Demon's eyes turned to Angelina, it swallowed and stopped, and the huge pupils shrank, and said in a surprised tone. That's right, she is Anna's daughter. Sophie didn't hide it. After all, it's no secret. Angelina's appearance is exactly the same as her mother's. After that, Angelina exuded the same breath as her mother. How could it be concealed from the Void Demon? It seems that your 20 kings are really not easy. I thought you were calculated by me, but I didn't expect to have a backhand. The Void Demon sighed in admiration. Obviously, he admired the 20 kings very much. Although he was calculated by him in the end, he still couldn't hide his appreciation for the 20 kings. If he could, he definitely wanted to take the 20 kings, as it's a pity that this is obviously impossible. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight if you want. At this moment, Sophie showed her sharp edge. Obviously, the enemy was very jealous when she met her. It turned into hundreds of purple lights and shot at the big demon in the void. Che, don't forget that the Fruit of Destiny is my ability. Is it useful to me? The Void Demon waved his huge claws, and the dark green light covering the claws actually easily resisted Sophie's attack. It seems that he, like Sophie, has a very good understanding of devil fruits, so let's use this one, Zongkong Kongsha. Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Chengkong's heart like lightning, but his body did not move. Slowing down in the slightest, the right foot kicked the front, and the vacuum slash that was enough to smash the sky directly cut through the void and slammed into the body of the Void Demon. The strong strength and sharpness actually knocked back the Void Demon's hill-like body. Several steps. 352 gang fight Void Demon. What a sharp physical skill. The Void Demon was not angry, but looked at Lu Chengkong with great interest. He didn't know why his intuition told him that the man in front of him would give him a sense of danger, so he secretly but pays special attention to Lu Chengkong. Nothing. That's right, it's the power of the Fruit of Nothingness, but it's not Angelina, it's Khalifa. This is because Sophie on the side of Angelina used some kind of Fruit of Destiny when she was replacing the Fruit of the White Tiger. The ability actually kept the Fruit of Nothingness, and at the same time gave the Fruit of Nothingness to Khalifa, who mastered the color of the Emperor. Medusa's Stare. Boa Hancock can be said to be the first time to use the unique trick of his own soul fruit, but everything that is seen by her eyes will be petrified, whether it is a person or a thing. Perforating the world. Angelina also showed weakness, manipulating the chi of Zhengjin that only those with the ability from the tiger fruit could use, turned it into countless swords of Zhengjin that pierced everything and flew to the great demon of the void. As for Whitebeard and others, they stood on the side and didn't make a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to make a move, but that the rest of them, except Whitebeard, who could barely join in, would only become a burden, and they had more important tasks, which was waiting for the little devil. Appear. It's all my strongest devil fruit ability. The Void Demon's expression is very strange. It is really uncomfortable to be attacked by the enemy with his most proud ability, but he is the ancestor of the devil fruit after all. Although he has now lost most of his powerful abilities, with his knowledge of devil fruit, these extremely terrifying tricks that others seem to face him seem to be out of place and easily resisted. The fruit ability is used as an auxiliary restraint. The only effective ones are hockey and physical skills. Sophie shouted and rushed forward. The whole person seemed to turn into a light and move to the front of the void demon in an instant, by Nen. The pink fist blasted directly. It's just that even Whitebeard can only sigh at the power contained in this white and tender pink fist. With the strength of Lu Changkong, Sophie, Angelina, Khalifa, and Hancock, each punch and kick are all powerful. The mighty power of cracking rocks and pulling mountains and rivers. Hockey. I was sealed by you for more than 800 years and I was thinking hard about dealing with you powerful emperor-colored hockeys. Do you really think I am as easy to bully as I was 800 years ago? With a bang, I saw Sophie's incomparably powerful emperor-colored hockey and armament hockey. It was as if he had been reminded of painful memories from many years ago. His eyes, which had been plain like stagnant water, suddenly turned blood red, and a terrifying murderous and bloody aura emanated from his body. How many people have to kill to have such a bloody aura? I saw the void demon's eyes suddenly condensed and shrunk, and the emperor-colored hockey, who could not be seen with the naked eye, stopped moving forward as if he had encountered an opponent. It should be said that he was entangled by something. Spirit. Sophie's face changed and she blurted out. It can be said that as a 20 king who has survived for so many years, no one knows hockey better than her. To be honest, hockey seems indescribable, but in fact the original form is formed by a person's spirit and spirit. When a person's spirit and spirit are strong enough, hockey will slowly form. This is armament and observation hockey, and conqueror hockey is born with it, which means that the natural spirit and spirit of the person with the aptitude of the king are far beyond colleagues. You can see Luffy's persistence and tenacity, and Whitebeard's performance in the major events of the original book can also be seen as his strong and firm spirit and will. Hockey's, the Emperor Hockey, the other is the Demon Emperor Hockey, with the most primitive spirit. It is really unbelievable, but fortunately, the Void the Big Devil is destined to be unable to have hockey. No matter how strong his spirit is, it is useless. This is the so-called existence without absolute perfection. That's right, although I voted to become hockey, it may be because of the devil fruit energy in my body, but my spirit is not comparable to yours. Even Sophie, the strongest of your 20 kings, can't compete with me. Compare. The Void Demon said proudly. What kind of creature he is. No one knows where he came from, but one thing is certain is that he has lived for a long time. His spirit and spirit are very powerful, and he can form an invisible spirit with pure spirit and spirit. One or two can be seen by the Emperor Hockey who fought hard against Sophie, but unfortunately, if it is a one-on-one fight, Sophie may have to lose all the way, but now it is a group fight, where is there any morality to speak of? Demon Emperor's Decree. Lu Chengkong didn't talk nonsense anymore. If he didn't make a move, it was enough. As soon as he made a move, it was the profound meaning of the strongest demon Rokushiki. It contained the stunt of time and space energy, and directly broke the shackles of space and time. The body of the devil makes it impossible to dodge. Heaven is jealous of Gurren. Hancock snorted, not to be outdone, using her unique ability. Like Lu Chengkong, the fruit ability is the assistant, Hockey and Tihang are the leaders, a beautiful flower that makes heaven and earth do it. The pattern of lotus flowers that even the heaven and the earth will be jealous is formed in the sky, and it blasts directly at the great demon of the void. This Gurren is just like a Hancock, so beautiful that even the heaven and the earth will be jealous, and it is extremely powerful. Incinerate. Xiaoyu. Khalifa and Hancock also use their own stunts at the same time. The names of their stunts are 2 words, and their abilities are very similar. They are all assisted by devil fruit abilities, and physical skills in hockey are the main ones. They may be masters. The reason is that Lu Chengkong's 5 people have seen through the essence of strength, whether it is devil fruit or how powerful hockey is. The most important thing is to have a strong body, physique, and will. Others, including hockey, can only be full of assistance, because no matter how powerful the devil fruit's ability and hockey are, if your body, will, and physique are not strong enough, you will be attacked by someone sneakily. If you die, you can't even bear these abilities at all, and you can't use these abilities to the fullest. The core of the real essence is that your body and will are strong enough. This is the most important thing. Even in the technology planet Earth, there is a saying that the body is the capital of revolution, and the importance of the body can be seen, and when facing the great demon of the void, you can experience the importance of the body and strong will, which is the most essential strength, can face all foreign objects. The premise is that your body and will are strong enough. 353 Depressed Void Demon. Husband, official, Deer really has foresight, and he discovered the essence of strength at such a young age. Khalifa, Hancock, and the 3 Angelina girls who later heard from the first 2 girls sighed in unison. They admired it very much. Lu Chengkong always emphasized the importance of body and will when he was very young, and this battle is the most important for them to realize the importance of strong body and will. If they only focus on the fruit power like Ace and Crocodile before, the ancestor of the Void Demon who faced the Devil Fruit would have lost his sharp minions and could even stay and watch the show, so it has always been regardless of Devil Fruit or Hockey. How powerful! Lu Chengkong, Khalifa, Hancock, and Angelina who lived in the Remnant Blood Island since they were young, have a deep understanding of the importance of physique and will, and it is precisely because of this that they have always been the most powerful, or not Devil Fruit or Hockey, but body and will. A real savage kid is as tough as the 20 kings. No, that man is even tougher than the 20 kings. As soon as the expert made a move, he knew whether there was any. The Void Demon and Lu Chengkong and the others immediately discovered the fact that he was surprised, that it was not the Sophie he thought that he was facing these people. It was this unfamiliar, very young man, who also remembered the name Lu Chengkong in his heart. This man is definitely a formidable enemy, and he can actually see through the essence of the power in this world and cultivate it from an early age. It is definitely not easy. Boom. No matter what the great demon of the void thinks, he still has to face the end of being beaten by the group. The powerful physical skills of Lu Chengkong's 4 people make him unable to dodge and can only hide it. Moreover, his body is so big and his goal is so obvious. It is difficult to hide, even if his speed is very fast and his movements are super agile. Because Sophie, who didn't use her own stunt, was holding him back, so that he could only resist but not dodge. As expected of Sophie, although she did not lead the battle this time, she played an irreplaceable role. The Void Demon ate these stunts abruptly, and his overbearing power actually pushed his huge body hundreds of meters away, but at this time it also gave the Void Demon a little bit of space, allowing him to counterattack opportunity. Summon. The Void Demon roared, wanting to say goodbye in disgust, thinking that only you can fight in groups, and this demon will too. I saw the Void Demon open his huge pair of ugly wings with many holes. Nearly 10 meatballs suddenly bulged on his wings, and soon these meatballs broke away from the wings and turned into little devils about 1.8 meters tall. Of course, this small size is relative to the body of the Void Demon. Shoot! Whitebeard immediately shouted, and rushed over first. Facing the 10 little demons, he chose the strongest 2 without saying a word, leaving the rest to Hawkeye, Redhead, Garp and others. As this retribution, back then, he successfully calculated the 20 kings and controlled those who were shortlisted for eating devil fruits and beat up the severely injured and weak 20 kings. Now they are actually shortlisted and beaten. The Void Demon was very depressed at this time. Facing the indomitable Lu Chengkong 5, he found that although his strength was stronger than the 5 in front of him, it was obviously limited. But looking at the other side's posture is obviously the same. However, at this time, as the battle became more and more intense, he was no longer allowed to think too much. Even if he felt that there were devil fruits nearby and wanted to absorb those devil fruits to enhance his own strength, he could not do it. Can continue to use their own cards. Elemental Field. The Void Demon shouted in anger. He was beaten by the finalists for so long. Although he was only slightly disadvantaged, he was still very unhappy when he was arrogant. The field composed of 10 different color groups instantly disappeared from him. It was released from the body, and it continued to extend all around. The speed was very fast, so that Lu Chengkong and others were shrouded in the field even if they could not evacuate. The Field of Destiny. Sophie is worthy of being an old opponent of the Void Demon. She knows the opponent's stunt very well. When she feels the invisible pressure on her body, she can only use 50% of her strength and immediately uses the Fruit of Fate. Ability, the Field of Destiny. Other words, the top 10 Logia fruit abilities and the unique fields of elemental fruits. It is precisely because of the existence of this field that the top 10 Logia devil fruit abilities can face the 5 major animals. The moment the user's strength surges reason. It's very simple, the strength in her own domain is doubled, but the other party is oppressed, just like Sophie, who can't improve her strength by eating zone fruit, will be reduced by 50%, but after she uses the reputation domain you can immediately compete with the opponent. Although it is not as powerful as the devil fruit of the void, the devil fruit. After all, the power of the devil fruit comes from the devil of the void. Of course, when the devil fruit falls into his hands, it can exert the power that cannot be exerted by humans, but this is enough. At least it can compete with the opponent's elemental field. Since then, it can be seen that Sophie's Fruit of Destiny is powerful and the ability to use the fruit is superb. The White Tiger Transformation. The Devil Turns. The Realm of Nothingness. Medusa is coming. Lu Chengkong and Angelina immediately use the Demon Transformation and the White Tiger Transformation after feeling that their strengths were being suppressed, and one was to turn the Demon Transformation to the second stage. Angelina was still using tiger wings, which was obviously a split-second transformation to the extreme. As for Khalifa, of course, it uses the Fruit of Nothingness. Khalifa itself is very experienced in the use and development of the Fruit of Light. After turning the Fruit of Light into nothingness, he ate the Fruit of Nothingness, and then Angelina's former user of the Fruit of Nothingness has nothing. Under the reserved teaching. In addition, Sophie's ability to use the Fruit of Destiny appeared in Khalifa's mind about a message about the Fruit of Nothingness. Obviously, this is Sophie's feeling about the Fruit of Nothingness. Under the influence of the external pressure of the Big Devil, etc., Khalifa has brought the Fruit of Nothingness to such a degree in such a short period of time, even surpassing the former Angelina by a lot. The end. I was a little worried that Hancock was Paramesha's soul fruit, sweet fruit. Lu Chengkong, who didn't know how to deal with it, saw that Hancock was covered with a layer of pink energy. Obviously, her appearance and figure had not changed in the slightest, but her charm has increased countless times in an instant. No. This is no longer a charm, this is simply temptation, charm. 354 Ace, The Death of Luffy. Do you think I'm beautiful? With Pia Hancock Yanran Isho, the terrifying charm released, the temptation even the Void Great Demon was instantly absent-minded, not to mention the nearby Whitebeard and others and those little demons. He was sluggish, his eyes were hazy, and under Hancock's special care, only Lu Chengkong remained awake. Opportunity, Mirror Fusion. When Lu Chengkong was awake, he knew that Hancock's move was indistinguishable from the enemy. She could barely keep herself awake. Knowing that this was the best time, he immediately summoned 3 body mirror clones, performed mirror fusion, and his strength skyrocketed in an instant. Time and space jumps, runs through time and space. Lu Chengkong's flowing silver hair is windless and automatic, the whole person seems to jump out of space and time, not bound by everything, time is lost a little bit, Lu Chengkong simply spends any time. Coming directly to the Void Demon, silver-black rays of light burst out from all over his body, and these rays of light instantly turned into a silver-black cone shape covering Lu Chengkong's right hand. Lu Chengkong roared angrily. Lu Chengkong had already reserved the slightest chance for the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for why he didn't use the Demon Sovereign, it was very simple. His body had reached its limit after swallowing the mirror image 5 times. Fusion has reached the extremes that can be achieved so far. If he was using the Demon Sovereign, Lu Chengkong might explode and die in just one move, so Lu Chengkong could only choose between Demon Sovereign Transformation and Mirror Fusion, because he knew that once the 2 moves were used together, he would wait for himself. The only thing left was death. In the end, he chose Mirror Fusion, because he needed the multiplied fruit and time brought by mirror fusion. The ability of space fruit cooperated to maximize the effect that his stunt could achieve. Boom! Such a loud noise and a terrifying passive force awakened everyone long ago, but the Void Demon was very unlucky. After a second of absence, he broke free of Hancock's Medusa. It's a pity that during the battle even 0.01 seconds of distraction can decide the life and death of a battle, not to mention that the Void Demon is still distracted by Hancock's intentional calculations, and he is not prepared at all. So the moment he came back to his senses, he knew that it was not good, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Even the great demon of the void couldn't help but scream. At the same time, Whitebeard, who was awakened by the shock, immediately threw out his fists and hit the little devil who had also just recovered. Obviously, he planned to sneak attack and hope that it would work. After all, Whitebeard would be confident to defeat either of the two strongest little demons in a one-on-one situation, but if it was two, it would be a bit of a hang-up. In addition to the screams of the Void Great Demon, there was also a scream from the other side. Rayleigh looked around, his eyes almost burst out. What did he see? His disciple Luffy didn't know if it was to save Zoro and Sanji or to keep the three little demons in front of him from dodging. He actually hugged the three little demons directly with his own body. You must know that Luffy is no longer a rubber man. The people participating in this battle are not only those who use the Emperor's color or the Devil's color, but everyone else is without the fruit ability. With Luffy's inner body, Baugia's three strengths are no less than or even better than his little devil at this time, and the fate can be imagined. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji wailed loudly. Obviously they knew Luffy's plan. According to the strength of the three of them, they might cast something against the three little demons in a short time, but they were basically doomed to lose in the long run. And once defeated, everyone else has their own opponents who can't come to save them, so Luffy can only use this extreme method. Regardless of Luffy's shortcomings, why Liu Chenghong doesn't like his persistence, his passion, his rottenness, and his unpleasantness, but there is one thing Liu Chenghong appreciates very much, and that is to protect his acknowledged companions and relatives, and at this moment Luffy it was also done, and Zoro and Sanji at this time also knew that they could not be saved. They had no choice but to use their strongest trick to kill Luffy and the three little demons at the same time, otherwise Luffy might die. What's the matter, you? Ace heard such a familiar voice, and the voice contained determination and painful conditions and turned his head. Distraction during battle is fatal, even the Void Demon. A powerhouse of all levels was lost for a second, and Liu Chenghong opened a big hole in his chest. He didn't know if he could survive, let alone him. At the same time as he turned his head, his opponent, the little devil, also launched a sneak attack. I don't know if he was really unlucky. His fruit ability is to burn fruit, while his opponent's little devil is water and fruit. Yes, it is his nemesis. It should be said that the two are mutually reinforcing, but Ace, who is distracted at this moment, is not fighting each other, but is restrained by the water and fruit of the little devil. I don't know if the inertial history of the original book is really huge. Because of the intervention of Liu Chenghong and others, the original book Ace had successfully escaped, but because he wanted to save Luffy and pushed him away, he was instantly killed by Akainu. But now, there is no escape from the big event. It's just that there may be a causal cycle in this battle, but Ace became distracted by Luffy's screams and finally was attacked by the little devil, turned into a water dragon and pierced his chest and died. The original book died directly because of Luffy. Now, although not so directly, but indirectly because of Luffy. Others can save you once, but if your own strength is not strong enough, you can't escape death. Maybe your death is doomed, because of my reasons, you have lived a few more years, but also because you are not strong enough, your mind is not firm and focused. You still died because of outside causes, and also because of Luffy. It's just that it may be the price you paid for a few more years of living. The original Luffy was saved by you and didn't die. Now he is dead, but he died for his companions. Luffy's scream was distracting and died. Although Liu Chenghong didn't turn his head to look at it, he heard the voices of the two of them and guessed the whole thing between the light and the flint. Since then, it can be seen that it is not the historical inertia of the original book that cannot be changed, but the person who wrote it. Not strong enough. The current ace is the best example. He lived a few more years because of Lu Chengkong, but he died in the end. In the end, it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough and couldn't be distracted during the battle. It's no wonder people can actually do it. 355 The Void Demon's Whole Card. Damn, Ace, you die for me. Whitebeard, as Ace's father, of course also understands what's going on, but at this moment you can see the gap between Ace and his father. Luffy is in Ace. The emotional status in Cis' heart is so high that he does not have enough willpower to control himself not to be distracted and affected. But Whitebeard did. Although he was heartbroken, his reason told him that if he wanted to avenge Ace's death, he had to kill the two little demons in front of him before he could avenge Ace. This is the gap in realm, not the gap in strength. Now Ace's strength is much stronger than the original, but he still died in the end. If he has Whitebeard's mood and can control himself, he will definitely not. In death, this kind of mistake is also made, and to put it bluntly, it deserves death. Roar, let the old man die. Garp, Rayleigh and the redhead all came up through real training. Of course, the mood is not comparable to Ace's. Ace has a defective mood. The influence of Roger, the reason, also he has swallowed the mirror image and his strength has improved too fast, but these are not the most deadly. The most important thing is that he does not have Lu Chengkong, red hair, Caxi, Rayleigh, Whitebeard and others who have been fighting for a long time and have been tempered by life and death. He died. But Rayleigh, the redhead, and Caxi made the right choice just like Whitebeard. Instead of being distracted by death, they turned their grief and anger into strength and desperately killed their opponents, the little demons in front of them. What a pair of tragic brothers. Lu Chengkong sighed in his heart, but the attack did not stop. As the saying goes, while you are sick, he does not know what kind of life the Void Demon is, but even a white giant like Whitebeard, the native life in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, can jump alive with a hole in the chest, and even beat a Kainu to the point where he can't fight back. Not to mention the unknown monster like the Void Demon. Although there is a hole in his chest, Lu Chengkong does not dare to stop. Underestimating the enemy and being distracted are fatal. In this way. Cough cough. Damn, it's been so many years. Even if I faced 20 kings back then, I haven't been hurt like this, but I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed, bastard, give me death. Void Great Demon endure feeling the severe pain, looking at the various tricks that were clearly planning to take advantage of his own life, he immediately scolded. Devil Fruit Devour. The Void Demon roared wildly. Although he was angry and in pain, he definitely did not lose his mind. After the injury, his strength did not decrease much, but because of his madness, his strength reached 1%. 100, folded his hands together to block the incoming attack, then took advantage of the momentum to retreat and flew into the air. I saw that more than a dozen types of rays of light suddenly shot out of his body, and as long as you take a closer look, you will find that the center of these rays of light is actually surrounded by a demon. If each ray of light is one, that means there are at least 15. A devil fruit, and all these devil fruits actually flew to the top of the Void Demon, and then merged into a hole and rushed directly into the Void Demon's heavenly spirit cover. Roar! The Void Demon's body suddenly swelled, and the momentum on his body also soared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. If Lu Chengkong and the 5 people could have the upper hand against the Void Demon just now, it is simply a 7/8 the gap between a child and an adult. How could this be? Sophie's face turned pale at this moment. Luffy Ace, who were nothing more than a trickster in her heart, she didn't care at all, and she didn't even care about it at all. She would do this, it was entirely because of the change of the Void Great Demon. Seeing her surprise and surprised expression, she knew that she was the first time she had seen it. Surprise, Sophie, I didn't expect that when I was sealed by you, I didn't use this trick. This is my treasure chest. It's really distressing. I think that the boat capsized in the gutter, and I think it's all but me. Other than you human beings, There are people who can exert the soul fruit to such a degree. It seems that the body of charm is not a legend, but a real existence. It is not wrong to be overcast by a woman with a charming body. The void demon roared constantly, and when he looked at Hancock with his big eyes, he was full of wickedness and resentment. If his eyes could kill, Hancock would have died countless times. It's no wonder that Angelina was able to use the white tiger fruit to a level that only the great demon of the void could have. It was because of her mother that her constitution was born different from ordinary people. And the reason why Hancock can exert his soul fruit beyond the expectations of the void demon is what the void demon said about the body of charm. It seems that Hancock's constitution should be a body of charm. No wonder I saw her when I was a child. Eating soul fruit has such a great charm, so it is. Lu Chengkong was surprised at the great increase in the strength of the great void demon, and at the same time he suddenly realized that the question that he had been wondering all along had finally been answered, but the price of this answer was too great. Since you have discovered a human being with a charming body, you will not be able to live. With your existence and soul fruit, as long as the strength is not too great, even if I restore all the previous devil fruits, I will be extremely jealous. You must die. The void demon said and moved. His body speed, which was at least twice as large as before, was not slow at all, even much faster than before, with a lot of soul, and he came to Hancock in the blink of an eye, with a huge fist. Hit Hancock, apparently intending to kill Hancock with one blow, from which it can be seen that he is not talking nonsense. Hancock is really too much a threat to her. My woman can also be killed by you. Lu Chengkong's face changed greatly. Although he was in a state of fusion of demon transformation and mirror image, he was not as good as the void demon, but he still managed to save Hancock next to him. Boom! At the critical moment, Lu Chengkong appeared in front of Hancock, pushed Hancock out with one hand, and at the same time punched the huge fist of the void demon. The two disproportionate fists collided suddenly, driven by the leaked strength. The strong wind that came out was swept away in all directions like a 10th-level storm. Poochie! After a stalemate, the huge force that rebounded made Lu Chengkong's throat sweet, and he spit out blood when he looked up to the sky. From this, it can be seen that the strength of the void demon has made his already powerful physical strength even more terrifying. 356 cards are out. The sky, Khalifa, Angelina, and Hancock cried out sadly. They were already beautiful, and the sad expression on their faces was even more coveted. It's a pity that, as the great demons of the void of different races, they directly ignored the beauty. Color, shot again, showing his absolute murderous intentions. Damn you, Jay Luo collects his soul. Hancock's cold, emotional voice floated out of Cherry's mouth, as if it froze the air nearby, as the pink energy was released as if turned into a Galuo who collects and judges all souls, and has the momentum to directly collect the soul of the void demon. The power of the white tiger, fusion. Angelina let out a roar of a tiger, the wind from the tiger to the cloud from the dragon, and the wind of heaven and earth turned into countless huge tornadoes with Angelina's tiger roar, raging continuously. Silver-white the ray of light seemed to surround Angelina's body like a burning flame suit. Don't look at Angelina being KO'd by Lu Chengkong, who was transformed by the Demon Emperor, and think this move is not very powerful. On the contrary, how can it be simple as the most powerful unique ability of the white tiger fruit, but the struggle between speed is very wonderful. To describe it in one sentence, the difference is 1,000 miles away, and the speed is as fast as Lu Chengkong and Angeli at Na's level. Even if the gap is just a tiny bit, it's actually huge. At that time, Lu Chengkong smashed Angelina with one punch with absolute speed. The speed was faster than Angelina, the strength was stronger than Angelina, and the skills were not much different. To end with one punch, if you really want to divide life and death, it is impossible to beat Angelina with one punch. It's just that Lu Chengkong's strength really surpassed Angelina at that time. If you divide life and death, it's only Angelina who died and Lu Chengkong's life. Anyway, they all lost, and the purpose of the battle was not to defeat himself. Lu Chengkong, that the strength of the time can be achieved, then it is better to admit defeat than to waste time to fight. Anyway, I really couldn't compare to Lu Chengkong at that time, and at that time Angelina's heart was a little throbbing, and after a series of development lags, the result of conquering Angelina was achieved. Disillusionment of life and death. Judgment of fate. The attacks of Khalifa and Sufi also shot from the other two sides at the same time, and they attacked together from all four directions, as if they had formed some kind of battle. It's useless, I devoured the 15 devil fruits in my body, and my strength has been greatly improved in a short period of time. Just rely on your strength to try to stop me. The void demon said this with a very distressed tone. 15 devil fruits cost a lot. Because the so-called devouring the devil fruit in this move means that the devil fruit that has been swallowed can never appear again, even the void demon cannot use the ability to be swallowed up in these 15 times. Obviously, this is the practice of killing chickens and taking eggs. Although the strength can be improved in a short period of time, the price paid is too great. You must know that every devil fruit returned to his body is an improvement to his strength, but now he devours the devil fruit in his body, in exchange for only a short-term increase in strength, and then these devil fruits disappear forever. At the same time losing 15 devil fruits, his strength will decline again, which is simply worse. Obviously these are all desperate tricks. And over the years, he disbanded the devil fruit in his body before. Although he collected some later, many of them were all eaten by the 20 kings because of the competition of the 20 kings. Come for a blow. He only relies on one person's ability, and he has to hide his body from being discovered. He has no way to go outside with all his strength, and he can't leave it. After all, he has to count the 20 kings and pay attention to the 20 kings all the time, so he didn't find many devil fruits. After all he could perceive was the devil fruits in the nearby area, not the entire One Piece King of Pirates world where devil fruits are located. In the end, it seemed that he was about to successfully kill the 20 kings, but Sophie came over and sealed him for 800 years. There was no chance to find him outside. Now he finally came out and his injuries have fully recovered. However, he was beaten by the crowd again, and because of the unexpected factor of Hancock being a charming body, Lu Chengkong succeeded in a single move and was seriously injured. No wonder, that is to say, 15 kinds of devil fruits have completely disappeared in this world. Sophie continued to attack expressionlessly, terrifyingly fierce, but she thought to herself. Space-time wormhole. With the continuous battle of 4 people and 1 demon, Laugh Tale has been completely destroyed. Although Hancock's 4 people's devil fruit abilities are all top-notch, they can use the devil fruit to several terrifying players. The Great Demon of the Void, as well as his endless devil fruit burst ability, sometimes floods the Golden Mountains, sometimes burns Dame, sometimes the sun shines, sometimes devours the world, and all kinds of stunts emerge one after another. The most depressing thing for Hancock and the others is that the fruit ability they used as an attack was completely neutralized when they faced the Void Demon. At this time, the most useful fruit ability is Zone's White Tiger Fruit, which directly improves strength, not as a direct attack. It can be said that Angelina's pressure is the greatest among the 4 women. Just when the Void Demon hit the dark water and was going to suck Khalifa over, Lu Chengkong, who was blasted into the ground without knowing his life and death, suddenly came out, and the time-space wormhole attacked unexpectedly, and the terrible suction force made the Void Demon temporarily overwhelmed. It really surprised me. There are so many geniuses in this world. There are people outside me who can use space and time together. But do you think it will be useful to me? Seal the fruit and seal the world. After being overwhelmed for a short time, the Void Demon regained his composure in the blink of an eye. His right hand suddenly shot out a circle of circles exuding a strange aura and depicting esoteric patterns. It was obviously a seal formation, and as this seal formation spread in all directions spread out, as if the scope of the spread is infinite. The whole world seems to be sealed away, in an independent space, and the space-time wormhole is also sealed under the powerful sealing force. The terrible suction and pulling force disappear completely. What a strange fruit ability. Lu Chengkong wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he looked very embarrassed, he didn't seem to see any injuries after wiping off the blood. From then on, we could see the terrible blood of Lu Chengkong's demon blood. Resilience, but that's only the appearance of recovery, but the inside is more serious. 357 I am actually afraid of death. Haha, this is my proud ability. Fortunately, I was very lucky to find this fruit in advance and did not fall into your hands. The name of this devil fruit is called the sealed fruit, and its ability is as straightforward and simple as the name. Seal everything, seal all things in heaven and earth. The void demon seemed to have the chance to win. While displaying all kinds of strange abilities, he explained in a leisurely manner, thinking that he planned to lose Sophie's face, embarrass her, and relieve the evil in his heart. After all, what he planned all were destroyed by Sophie. What a powerful ability, seal. But you are too complacent. Although the people present are not as powerful as you, do you think that apart from you, we don't have the stunt of pressing the bottom of the box? Lu Chengkong first sighed in admiration. Said immediately disdainfully. Really, do you have any other stunts to use? I still don't know about Sophie's mother-in-law. After so many years of dealings, in addition to the Emperor's color hockey, the incomparably powerful physical skills are familiar with all kinds of devil fruit, plus the current fruit of fate, I know very well, what else do I not understand about her moves? This girl obviously inherited everything from her mother, and her strength is still inferior to her mother. Even her mother can't kill me, can she? I faintly recognize that her potential and aptitude are higher than her mother's, and the constitution is under the special influence of her mother to allow her to exert the power of the white tiger fruit to the point that only I can exert it. But so what, if she is 8 people from 100 years ago, with 800 years, maybe I really can only escape, but now, what ability do you have other than death? The great demon of the void snorted coldly. Although he spoke very arrogantly, he had to say that his wisdom was indeed extraordinary. He was as careful as dust. And after being sealed for 800 years, he can be described as keeping a low profile, thinking about how to crack all of Sophie's stunts, just as Sophie knows many of his abilities. He also knew about Sophie's stunts, and even because of his mysterious origin, he kept a hand all the time, so Sophie didn't even think of it, and almost caught Sophie by surprise. Only run away. Really? The corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth twitched, full of sarcasm. That's right, normally, as long as it's people in this world, even Hancock and Khalifa, who have been greatly affected by their own influence, will face existence. For the void demon, who has figured out the power of this world for a long time, he really has no trump cards. The devil fruit ability can't play a direct role at all, so only hockey and physical skills are left. The internal strength is already strong, and after the strength has been greatly improved, the void devil's physical skills can't play the role of turning the table. Kashi, Sengoku, since the beard, the red hair, I think I have always been in your hearts, and I can put my life next to death, willing to take the initiative to walk in death for a long time in order to become stronger. Edge, you all think I'm not afraid of death. Whitebeard's below who had successfully killed all the little demons. His tone was very indifferent, even indifferent without a trace of emotion. Dead people have this deadly feeling. Yes, at least the old man thinks so, and maybe only someone like you who is not afraid of death and has the determination to challenge death can grow to such a degree at such a disadvantage. Sengoku's heart suddenly became very heavy, and he suddenly had a bad feeling, especially when he saw Lu Chengkong's lifeless expression and Yi Shuihan's appearance. This feeling became stronger, but he replied, stating his evaluation of Lu Chengkong all along. Are you explaining your last words? Similarly, if you were both born 800 years ago, I could only swallow my voice for a long time. I can only say that you are unlucky and untimely, but I will be a good person. I'll give you 10 seconds to explain my last words. The big demon of the void looks like I am very generous. 10 seconds. He really didn't believe that Lu Chengkong could make a comeback within 10 seconds. This was his confidence in his strength at this time, and his confidence in everything he knew about the world. He really didn't believe this. What ability does the world have to threaten itself? The moment I came into this world, I knew the essence of this world. The strong are respected, and the weak can only be a stepping stone to the strong. I don't want to be the meat in the mouth of the strong, nor do I want to be humiliated by others. The waste, let alone become a weakling to be bullied by others. So I know that I only have one way, that is to grow up under the pressure of death. This is the fastest and only way out. Anyway, if I fail, I can only become a weak person who can be bullied by others and have their own destiny controlled by others. I can't accept that, especially it was even more unwilling to know that he had the opportunity to become a strong man. I deeply know that long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. It may be that the extremes of things will turn against them. When a person is so afraid of death, he dares to take his own life as a bet, betting that he can become a superior person and stand tall. The emperor above all, it is clear that now I have succeeded. Lu Chengkong seemed to be recalling his life for the past 20 years, as if he was slow and fast, he said word by word. Really, it's a pity, if it wasn't for me, you did step on everyone's heads. The void demon suddenly said a word, not knowing whether it was a joke or an irony. Yeah, so I don't allow people like you to exist, I don't allow my life to be out of control, I don't allow myself to be threatened and unable to resist. I absolutely don't allow my dignity, self-esteem to be trampled on. Who won't make me feel better? I will let him die first, even if I die too. The great demon of the void, you must die, the demon emperor will change. 358 demons come to the world, time and space collapse. Don't. Stop. You bastard, you're going to die like this. ... When Lu Chengkong spoke the last 3 words, his tone carried a firm and unyielding determination. The arrogance that would not disappear when the earth collapsed that day all overshadowed the people present. In fact, Lu Chengkong was right, he is really afraid of death, he doesn't want to die, but after coming to this world, what he wants to do most is not to be angered by other people, to be able to stand proudly in the world, and to be at ease and self-respect. The Void Demon and the 20 Kings 900 years ago. Color Hockey, Demon Emperor Color Hockey, are people in the special constitution of the 20 Kings will definitely be killed as long as they are known by the Void Great Demon. The Great Void Demon will never allow such a person to exist. He does not want to be threatened, so after learning about the Great Void Demon, Lu Chengkong made it clear that only one of himself and the Great Void Demon can survive, even if he avoids it by himself. Hidden, after knowing his deeds, the Void Great Demon will definitely know his own specialness and threat with his wisdom and carefulness, and sooner or later he will have to face it. Rather than face it alone in the future, it would be better to fight the big demons of the void like this now, so he chose to join without any hesitation. This is not only because of the reason for repaying the favor of eating the mirror fruit at the beginning, but also because he knows that he does not sooner or later there will be a fight. On the other hand, Hancock, Khalifa, and Angelina obviously knew what Lu Chengkong was thinking. As pillow people, especially Hancock and Khalifa, Lu Chengkong came to list the 2 women who were the first in the world to know and marry. He also understood everything about Lu Chengkong. It's just that no matter what Hancock and the others say, they can't change it. Lu Chengkong has already used the Demon Emperor to change, and they can't stop it. Soon Lu Chengkong screamed in pain and roared, as if he was injured. Like a beast, the aura on his body became violent, as if it would explode at any time. No, how could this be? The Void Demon who looked like a winner was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. When he planned to shoot Lu Chengkong immediately, he found himself helpless by Sophie again. The girls were restrained, even if he was angry for a while. He couldn't kill the 4 girls to attack Lu Chengkong, he could only watch Lu Chengkong complete the transformation of the Demon Emperor in the blink of an eye. The first stage of the demon transformation, the second stage, the mirror fusion, the transformation of the Demon Emperor, any kind of ability in the eyes of others is a magical skill, a taboo ability, but at this moment all appeared on Lu Chengkong's body, and in an instant superposition has already reached its limit. Lu Chengkong, who could explode and die at any time, even felt that all the organs and parts of his body, his brain, and even his soul were infinitely compressed and expanded. It was so hard. At this moment, he couldn't do anything to make him feel comfortable except for venting and killing. A little method, if it is possible to let the girls soothe him at ordinary times, it can relieve him, but it is obviously impossible at this moment. Void, empty, big, evil, devil, you really have no choice but to understand the capabilities and power of this world, but it's a pity, you may not know one thing, this world is not of this world except you. Besides living things, there is another person, and that is me. Quote. Lu Chengkong said that he used a roar at the end. The pair of demon fangs made Lu Chengkong look more violent and unparalleled, and Haki was exposed, and he was invincible. What? The void demon forced Khalifa and the other women to retreat with several heavy blows. He suddenly heard Lu Chengkong's words and looked at Lu Chengkong in disbelief, his already huge eyes widening in surprise. No need, go die, the devil is in the world, time and space collapse. Lu Chengkong roared. His appearance did not change much after the mirror fusion and the demon transformation, but there was more behind the foundation of the demon emperor transformation. He had a pair of demon wings, silver black eyes, silver black hair that came to his waist, and some simple and vicissitudes of life demon imprints on his face that exuded a violent atmosphere. Suddenly, Lu Chengkong's body burst out with a silver black light, like a sun, and like an invincible devil, majestic and contemptuous of everything, just like what he said, the devil is in the world, time and space collapse, he is the demons in the world can make time and space dizzy and collapse with unbearable power. No, how could you have such power? It's impossible, I'm the great demon of the void, I'm the strongest, I can't be defeated, devour me. The void demon seems to have been hit. Just now, he still has the winning ticket. The next moment the opponent's strength is so strong that he is heartbroken. How is it possible? Beggar, the taste of standing on the peak and falling down is very uncomfortable, but he did not lose his mind, he made a choice in a thousandth of a second. Although this is very dangerous, he devours all the devil fruits in his body and increases his strength to an unprecedented level. After that, these devil fruits disappear forever. Even if all devil fruits are found, his strength will be permanently reduced a lot, but this time he didn't have a choice. If he didn't do it, he would probably be killed by Lu Chengkong, then everything would be empty talk. If he did this, he still had hope. As long as you kill Lu Chengkong, then kill all the people in front of you, then hide, recover your injuries silently, and look for the devil fruit, even if you will never be able to restore the peak time, but after finding the devil fruit, you will definitely be stronger than you are now. Especially after taking back the top-level abilities of Lu Chengkong and the others. I have to say that the Void Demon is indeed a terrible opponent. It seems crazy, but it is calm and witty, and it is cruel enough to the enemy and itself. Not everyone has the courage to make the choice to break the arm of a strong man. There are a few people in the world with red hair. In order to save Luffy, who was not a partner at the time, he could only bet on Luffy, who he chose to like. There are very few arms of their own, in the world of pirates, there are almost none. And the current Void Demon has the same courage to make such a choice as the redhead. The strength of the redhead who lost an arm is greatly weakened. If Lu Chengkong does not restore his arm, his strength will be permanently reduced like that of the Void Demon. Even the Void Demon was a little worse. At least Hong discovered that he had recovered his arm after meeting Lu Chengkong, and the Void Demon was obviously impossible to encounter such a good thing, and even waiting for him was the endless deep continent, death. 359 bombing, no dead body. I didn't expect you to be the one to rely on in the end. Sophie looked at Lu Chengkong with complicated eyes. She could have known Lu Chengkong since she was a child. This boy who only had a glimmer of hope in those days has repeatedly created something that he can do for himself. It was a shocking miracle, and now he has subverted his own understanding once again. But after hearing him say that she doesn't belong to this world, she also understands a little bit, and also understands that human beings are not only in this world. I hope you won't let me down. The meaning of fate, the fate is passed on. A glimmer of hope flashed in Sophie's eyes, and her whole body was full of purple light. At this moment, Sophie was like a goddess who dominates the fate of all lives, and she can accomplish what she needs with a wave of her hand. I saw that Sophie stretched out her hand to face Lu Chengkong a little, all the purple light all over her body condensed on the index finger of her right hand, and turned into a little purple light and shot directly into Lu Chengkong's body. Huh, it's so comfortable. Lu Chengkong, who had thought that it was about to explode at any moment, felt his body suddenly tense, and the feeling of swelling and exploding seemed to be blocked. He couldn't help turning to look at Sophie, and found that her face was very pale. Obviously, she helped him control the terrifying power in his body in a short period of time, so he wouldn't die before he was ready, and explode before he could make a move, but his current power is too powerful. Even Sophie has the fruit of destiny, which is all-encompassing and infinitely useful, cannot let oneself suppress the power in the body for a long time, and the time is still very limited. Give me death. Lu Chengkong's body flashed, lightning shot out, and suddenly appeared in front of the Void Demon. The shadow of the sky hit the Void Demon, punching to the flesh. Every punch contained the extremely terrifying power. The Demon Emperor Haki frantically condensed on his fist, constantly squandering, as if he wanted to sway his youth at the last moment of his life. Ah, damn, I won't lose to you. I'm the Great Void Demon, the strongest, forbidding the world. The Great Void Demon found that he and the little Lu Chengkong in front of him couldn't win the internal power fight. Even he began to fall into the disadvantage, although he was angry and shocked, but he did not lose his mind. Immediately turn around, stop fighting physical strength, and use fruit ability. Lu Chengkong and the others' fruit ability have no effect on him, but his fruit ability has a great effect on people other than Sophie. Everything in the world, the infinite seal, you can break it with strength. Lu Chengkong roared again and again, facing the face of the seal. The aperture did not retreat but instead advanced. The body's blood was running at a high speed, and the power in the body was concentrated on the right fist. He punched out and used the double fruit at the same time, suddenly increasing the power of his punch by 100 times. There was a bang, as if a dozen atomic bombs exploded together. Lu Chengkong's fist froze for a while when it melted into the ceiling aperture, but as Lu Chengkong passed through the blessing of the double fruit, it was like when the sea was angry. Like a miscellaneous tsunami, wave after wave, endless power continuously hit the seal aperture, and after half a sound, the seal aperture shattered with a click. I see what else you can do. Although you can still use the fruit abilities now, I think you will lose these fruit abilities forever when you become weak after the boost. This time will be the last time you will use the devil fruit. The ability of the void, say goodbye to the great demon of the void, and take my strongest blow, the wrath of the demon emperor. Quote. After breaking through the seal aperture, Lu Chengkong rushed towards the great void demon unabated. His awakening of benevolence without success was fully revealed. At the same time, his hands were folded in front of his chest. When he came to the great void demon, there was a silver black light ball with a radius of 30 centimeters in his hands. This light ball did not emit a trace of breath, but it gave people an unfathomable feeling of swallowing everything. It was really the wrath of the demon emperor. Heaven and earth change. Everything is destroyed. Bang! At this moment, the great demon of the void understands what fear feels like. After so many years, he finally realized what it means to be afraid again. His eyes shrank rapidly, staring at the demon king who was going to hit him constantly in front of him. Furious, he found that the flow of time seemed to slow down. Originally, he couldn't keep up with Lu Chengkong's movements, but he could clearly see Lu Chengkong's demon emperor's wrath pressing on him step by step, and he realized that he could dodge it, but he was horrified to find himself. His body seemed to have lost control, and he couldn't make the movements he wanted, so he could only watch the demon emperor's wrath hit his body. There was a loud bang, and the incomparably heavy impact resounded through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the great demon of the void only felt that his body would be smashed to powder by the wrath of the demon emperor at any time. Countless emotions flashed in his eyes. There was fear, and there was reluctance to give up, reluctance to part with life, anger at one's own failure, but all these emotions disappeared in an instant, leaving only ferocity and resentment. Am I going to die? Don't be complacent. Your body can't bear the increase of this power. It's completely beyond your limit. When the power of destiny that Sophie's mother-in-law is pressing in your body is dissipated, you will exploding and dying, but I will not make you feel better. I will let you die without a corpse, and drift forever in endless time and space, in different spaces, and teleportation in different spaces. Quote. The great demon of the void allowed the wrath of the demon emperor to rage in his body, and the pain that had been piercing his heart seemed to disappear. He looked at Lu Chengkong with resentment in his eyes. His hands that were out of control seemed to regain control at this moment, and he suddenly hugged Lu Chengkong. Chengkong, the necklace that he had been wearing around his neck instantly turned into a little starlight and disappeared directly into Lu Chengkong's body. Even Lu Chengkong couldn't dodge at such a fast speed. Is there not a whole corpse in death? I'm not even afraid of death, and I am even less afraid of death without a whole corpse. What's more, it's hard to say whether I will die if you die in front of me. Lu Chengkong was neither sad nor happy. He was not afraid of death alone, and he really didn't know what to be afraid of. The power of the devil was like a flood after the collapse of a dam, and it continued to erupt without money. Forcibly bombed the huge body of the void demon into powder, without leaving a trace of tea residue. It is really dead and can't die anymore. Khalifa and Hancock wanted to curse at the first sentence, but seeing Lu Chengkong's indifferent, emotionless eyes, they found that the words in their hearts seemed stuck in their throats and could no longer speak. The most terrifying thing about a perfect warrior is that he has no emotions and desires. He is not only ruthless towards the enemy, but also more ruthless towards himself. Just now, I have modified my pain and emotions and desires from my genes. I am actually really afraid of death. I'm also very afraid of the pain brought by death. Isn't it good? At least I won't be in pain, and I won't be sad because of death and losing the inside. This may be the best ending. 360 feet's legacy. Every time Lu Chengkong uttered a word, the faces of Khalifa and Hancock became ugly. By the end, Hancock, Khalifa, and Angelina had unknowingly been covered with tears. Don't cry, don't be sad. At our level, there is nothing that can't be controlled except that the soul can't be changed, and all the pain and emotions caused by my death will be deleted, and even belong to me. Amnesticized, so you don't have to be sad. Although Lu Chengkong's words are ruthless, they are indeed the most rational. It can be said that Lu Chengkong is the most perfect warrior at this moment, a perfect powerhouse who is ruthless, has no pain, and has no emotional passiveness, which makes the hearts of Whitebeard and others on the side extremely chilled. Terrifying enough, even if Sophie heard those beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but have a palpitations. Asshole, who do you think I am? Do you think you are the only one who is not afraid of death? I made up my mind when I was with you. Even if I die, I will accompany you. Khalifa and Hancock have nothing to do. Hesitantly, he stood beside Lu Chengkong from left to right, and there was no fear of death at all. For Khalifa, Lu Chengkong was everything he had, since he was a child. In Hancock's heart, Lu Chengkong is simply a benefactor. If he didn't have him when he was a child, he might not be a crazy and endless empress now. He might still be a mercenary and bullying woman. Of course, this is what she thinks. Lu Chengkong rescued her when she needed it the most. From the beginning of acquaintance to the point of mutual acquaintance and finally to the point of love, Lu Chengkong's figure has long filled her heart. Let's go. Lu Chengkong's originally stagnant pupils suddenly flashed a tinge of pain. This is impossible. He is very clear that he has already modified his genes. Could it be that his love for their two daughters has really penetrated into his soul? Even if the genes are changed to be ruthless and without pain, there will still be a feeling of heartache. That kind of heartache does not come from the body, but from the soul. Lu Chengkong said that he would push the two Khalifa girls along with Angelina, but unfortunately it was still a step too late. The last move left by the void demon at the moment before his death appeared, and he saw Lu Chengkong's head. A huge black hole appeared, and endless years of suction were released, such a terrible suction that even the current Lu Chengkong could not resist. Hey, come in. Lu Chengkong felt that his body was out of control, and it was impossible to push them out. He reluctantly turned his head and glanced at the huge black hole behind him. It was dark and deep inside. Unmeasurable. I don't know what's in it, but one thing is certain, everything that has entered a black hole since freedom has never come out, and no one knows what is connected to where in the black hole. He didn't dare to take risks. Originally, he planned to be ruthless and lustful and let the girls forget him. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Khalifa and Hancock to love him so much, and he also ignored that he loved them so deeply. Into the soul. He doesn't know if he will die if he enters the black hole, but he really doesn't want the two wives he first knew when he came to this world to have something to do. But he has nothing to do, his body can't be controlled at all. Just when he is desperate he saw the ring in his hand, so he had a flash of inspiration, and he could bring them into the active space. Anyway, they were all fighting. If he didn't die, this ring that he couldn't destroy should be fine, so the girls would be fine. Nothing will happen anymore. But he was worried that Khalifa and Hancock would refuse, and he had nothing to do, but things were always changing. Just when Lu Chengkong couldn't do anything about it, Angelina, who was not affected by the black hole, rushed in without hesitation. Sophie on the side had no way to stop her, but because she wanted to hold Angelina, she was dragged there by Angelina. The moment Angelina rushed over, Khalifa and Hancock were not paying attention and suddenly attacked and knocked Hancock and Khalifa unconscious. "Hurry up and put them in," Angelina shouted in a coquettish voice. Lu Chengkong immediately understood and immediately put the two unconscious girls in. He didn't dare to neglect them. With Li Envy's strength, he would be able to wake up within a few seconds. Now, after seeing the two women enter, Lu Chengkong immediately turned his gaze to Angelina, full of puzzlement. Although Angelina has become his wife, she can't be compared to Khalifa and Hancock emotionally, but what he didn't expect was that this former Catwoman would actually do something that moved him so much. "Don't look at me like that. I said that you conquered me, although the relationship between us is not as good as Khalifa and Hancock now, but it doesn't mean that I am not as good as them. Since you conquered me, then I will be with you. We live and die together. I believe that as long as we are still alive and there is time, one day my relationship with you will reach the level of Hancock and Khalifa. Promise me, not to die." Quote. Shock. Yes, it is shock. Neither Lu Chengkong nor Sophie thought that Angelina would say these words at this time, but Angelina, who was the party involved, didn't care about it, and directly let Lu Chengkong put herself in the ring. Angelina just left 3 words just before entering the ring. "I love you." Although the voice is small, the firmness and love contained in it have entered Lu Chengkong's soul. She Angelina is proud and rebellious. She doesn't think that she is a latecomer. On Khalifa and Hancock, although the relationship is not deep, the bonding time is short. But she was not discouraged at all, nor did she admit defeat. At this moment, her heroic demeanor that dared to love and hate and those 3 words full of unresolved love made the relationship between her and Lu Chengkong heat up rapidly, and the quality changed directly. "I didn't expect that I would have the least deep feelings because of this," and the kitten girl who joined at the end turned the ruthless me into a sentient being again. Lu Chengkong ignored the tears that appeared in the corners of his eyes. He was really moved by Angelina. In his heart and soul, everything that belonged to Angelina was quietly engraved on her. Angelina didn't want anything. All she wants is to live on her own and love her well. "My niece, hey, she is more daring to love and hate than her mother, you must not bear her." Sophie sighed. She was not angry at all because she was dragged in by Angelina. She did it for her. Angelina felt pity for what she did, and in the end she only gathered all her thoughts into a very short sentence and said to Lu Chengkong. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 361-380. Chapter 361 _ Travel Through Time and Space, The World of Death. If I don't die, I will never let her down. In fact, not only did I conquer Angelina, but she also conquered me. She is such a strong woman. Lu Chengkong said with a little amusing, but his expression changed immediately. Zheng, are you coming in? No, I don't want to entrust my life to anyone. Although I will go into that black hole, I just want to face it myself. I like your words very much. My life, self-esteem, and destiny are still in my hands. Best in hand, if Angelina hadn't fallen in love with you, I think she would have made the same choice as me. Sophie shook her head. In fact, she is very strong like Angelina, even more than that. Even if she dies, she must be in her own hands, instead of going into the ring and having to suffer. Wait, although the chances of surviving this way will be higher, but she doesn't like the feeling of not being in control, she still likes to face it in person, even if there is death ahead. I'd rather break the jade than the tile. Lu Chengkong looked at Sophie's beautiful face, and now he understood why Sophie liked Angelina so much. Apart from the relationship with Angelina's mother, the most important thing was Angelina's character, and Sophie are really imaginative. Then let's break through this black hole together. Lu Chengkong suddenly said to Sophie in a relaxed tone. Okay. Sophie nodded without any nonsense. In fact, she didn't know what to do. She said she wanted to break into the black hole. In fact, they couldn't resist at all. They could only say a good word in the world and then the two were sucked into the black hole at the same time. This kid and that woman won't die, right? Whitebeard asked uncertainly, looking at the black hole that slowly disappeared after the two were sucked in. No, he won't die. Hawkeye Mahawk and Enel suddenly said in unison. As soon as these words came out, the two looked at each other, each other, there was a sense of sympathy. I've only served one person in my life, and I've only been afraid of one person. Enel looked at the black hole that had disappeared, no longer the usual arrogance, and said quietly, I serve Lu Chengkong, and I'm afraid of Hancock. I believe that the two of them are absolutely I won't die, and only they can give me such confidence. Is that so? Maybe you're right. Everything he has done so far seems impossible to us, but in the end he succeeded. Maybe he can really conquer the black hole and survive. There is always something. I'll be back one day, Garp said, looking at his two dead grandchildren. Garp, Enel and others who were cleaning the battlefield and arranging all kinds of things, but Lu Chengkong and Sophie who had left this world through the black hole were in a completely dark place without any light. It was pitch black. There was no time and space limitations, infinity, and the endless loneliness continued to erode the body and mind of the two. However, the minds of the two of them are extremely firm. No matter what, they are guarding their hearts, and they have a thought in their hearts, that is to live. It may have been a second, or it may have been countless years, and the two people who have been wandering in the endless darkness suddenly only felt a little light, and they thought they were all right. As a result, in the next second, only a huge force slammed into the heads of the two of them, and their bodies and souls fell into a deep coma. It's just that the two of them didn't know something. When they passed out, silver light and purple light suddenly radiated from their bodies. Soon these two groups of light surrounded their bodies, and immediately the two groups of light seemed to have Lingzi didn't want to stay forever in the endless darkness where the lotus entered, and kept sprinting forward. It's a pity that the strength of these two groups of rays alone is not enough to rush out, so the two groups actually tore each other, as if to decide who is the boss and who is the second, and soon the two groups of rays seem to be separated. Who is the master and who is the slave? In the end, the two groups of rays of light actually merged into one. The power seems to have increased a lot, and they start to sprint forward again. This time, I won't fail again. I actually pierced through this endless dark place, revealing a very small gap. This group of light instantly passed through this gap and disappeared into this dark place, and at the moment when this group of light passed by, the gap of the smile was restored in an instant, and it was still the same darkness, as if nothing happened just now. In an unfamiliar world, a young man who looked about 14 or 15 years old was lying quietly in a forest, and behind the young man suddenly walked out a strangely dressed, with a hedgehog head, and every hedgehog walked out. There was actually a small bell at the top of it, and a majestic but arrogant face who was not much older than the young man in front of him. Who is this kid? Dressed so strangely, he seems to be breathing. Strange, this kid has almost no spiritual pressure, but why does it give me a feeling of extreme danger? Haha, it's so interesting. If he's okay, I'll definitely fight him. Hey wait, if I leave, he's just lying there now. It's easy to hang up. How can I fight him if he hangs up? Yes, just like that. Beat him back, fatten him up, and then kill him. The young man with the bell head of the hedgehog suddenly flashed a beast-like light in his eyes, muttered in his mouth, and finally lifted the young man in front of him directly, then carried it on his shoulders and left. Ah, my head hurts. What's wrong with me? Where is this? Who am I? Ah. Hedgehog walked to the place where he lived, where he leaned on a tree to sleep, and then there was no gentleness and directness. The young man who was about to carry it was still in place, and after a while, the young man who had been unresponsive all of a sudden let out a slight moan, which made the spiky head very excited. If not considering that the person in front of him was still too weak, he would have shouted, "Come and fight with me." The young man slowly raised his head, all kinds of light flashed in his eyes, as if his head suddenly hurt. Countless pictures flashed through his mind. His expression went from being dazed and panicked at the beginning to finally recovering calm. "I didn't expect that I should die, and I didn't die like this. Ha. Am I a person who created a legend? I can even come out alive after entering a black hole. Forget it. It's so strange here. It's a forest. Let's find out what this place is." That's right. This person is Liu Changkong, who miraculously came from the black hole, the world ruler of One Piece, king of pirates, the demon emperor Liu Changkong, but he looks like a rejuvenated boy. He was in his early 20s. Now he looks like a boy of about 14 or 15 years old. Someone, where have you seen the hairstyle like this? Although Liu Changkong was very weak at this time, his terrifying fighting intuition created by facing countless strong men over the years still made him instinctively feel that there was a dangerous person beside him. Time bomb, so I couldn't help but raised my head and looked over. It was better if I didn't look at it, and I suddenly cried out in my heart. Crazy, how can you be so familiar? It turns out that this is Zakagi Kenpachi, can't you, in the world of One Piece, king of pirates, through the black hole, crossed into the world of death. 362 Zaraki Kenpachi is a bodyguard. You're awake, little devil, can you move? If you can move, let's have a fight. Hedgehog, oh, it shouldn't be Zaraki Kenpachi, but looking at his appearance, he hasn't become a god of death at this time. Still in the 80th district of Liuhun Street, then the time is absolutely impossible to be the original book, at least 200 years ago. Sure enough. It seems that after he became the captain, he was quite normal in the original book. There was an old man Yamamoto pressing him on the dock, but now he is wild and hard to find, and no one can hold him down at all. Liu Changkong was speechless for a while, but for some reason he was so relaxed in the face of Kenpachi. It might be that Jonpachi is a character without scheming and calculation among the characters of the God of Death, except that his hobbies are a little abnormal. I said, do you think I can fight with you now? Liu Changkong was speechless, but when he saw Kenpachi's eyes staring at him, he had to speak, while recalling what he should do. Of course, how to return to this world, but after thinking for a long time, he finally came to only one conclusion. It is to become stronger. This is the most essential way. This world of death is also a world of cannibalism, and it is more bloody, dark and powerful than the world of One Piece, king of pirates. You might not even be able to survive yourself. Thinking of this, he looked at his right hand like a conditional launch, and he was relieved that the ring in his hand was still there, but Sophie didn't know where it went, but at this time he couldn't think so much. I can only wish her in my heart and hope that she will be fine, but at this time Liu Changkong doesn't know what happened with Sophie in the dark world. HMPH. I won't let you die until you recover, but if you don't fight with me after you recover, or if you can't satisfy me, I will kill you directly. Zakagi Kenpachi heard the words, withdrew the knife in his hand, but with a cold snort, he turned around. Although his words were very direct and ruthless, it made Liu Changkong feel at ease. At least for a period of time when he was weak, he had this person known as the strongest god of death as his bodyguard, and he felt that getting along with Kenpachi was the best choice. Compared with Aizen, Kazuki Urahara and these deep-hearted guys, Kenpachi is more suitable for his own taste. Such people are more comfortable to be friends, at least they will not be counted. Therefore, with the protection of Janba, Liu Changkong is very safe in this most dangerous 80 district. Since this time, he has not encountered Bachanliu at this time of Janba. At the same time, Masked Core, Aizen and others have not taken the positions of captain and vice captain, so Kuchiki Kyukawa, who owns the cheater Muramasa, has not yet become a god of death. After all, these genius gods of death are basically from this period. However, what worries Lu Chengkong the most is that he not only found that he lost the ability of the mirror fruit, but even lost all the abilities related to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, and at the same time his body seems to have changed back to the physical quality of a normal Earth person. The mental power can't be used, which means that he can't open the ring in his hand and release the girls inside. Fortunately, there are still two lucky good things. Even though Lu Chengkong has lost all abilities in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, even the demon transformation and demon blood, the only thing left is his rich combat experience and terrifying combat intuition and awareness. These are the only wealth he left behind. Another good thing is that although Lu Chengkong was unable to open the ring, he unexpectedly discovered that he could detect everything inside the ring. Maybe he lacked the strength to open the ring, but this ring is the owner after all. You can still understand everything inside. What made him feel more at ease was that the girls had nothing to do with them, and he couldn't communicate with them, but he didn't have to worry that they would stay there for a long time and be lonely. Maybe it was because of time travel. Not life-threatening, it's just a simple sleep, so I don't have to worry about them, and they don't have to wait for him lonely and bitterly. Lu Chengkong has an intuition, that is, after he opens the ring, the girls will wake up, but at the same time. A voice in his heart told him that this ring might have been affected in some way when it traveled through time and space, and it was in a sealed state. This seal must be broken before it can be used, which means that Lu Chengkong needs strength now, whether it is to survive, to reunite with the girls, or even to return to the world of pirates. With a goal, Lu Chengkong was relieved when he knew what he was going to do, and at the same time he recovered his body and learned the information of this world. Chengkong, what's going on? Now that you've recovered, why are you so weak? Yet it gives me a sense of crisis. During this period of time, Lu Chengkong and Zengi Kenpachi were no longer the same at the beginning. Before he knew Yachenliu, Zengi Kenpachi was indeed very lonely, but he didn't want to talk to others either. Everything here is the enemy, and he doesn't bother to talk to anyone. Do you really want to know? Lu Chengkong showed a strange smile. Of course he knew why he gave Kenpachi such a sense of crisis. After all, the current Janba is not that of the original Niu 13, whose strength is unfathomable. No one knows how strong he is. He will show stronger strength every time. Kenpachi who loses a lot of power doesn't matter. After all, Lu Chengkong used to be a powerful and terrible person. Although he has lost all strength and ability now, the momentum and coercion that he cultivated in the past has not disappeared. As long as Lu Chengkong recovers, his strength will definitely not improve by leaps and bounds. Better than ever. Nonsense, I'll kill you if you don't say anything. Although Kenpachi Zaki said that, his expression revealed his thoughts. There were really not many things that could make him curious. So far, only Lu Chengkong has given him an inexplicable sense of crisis. It's very simple, you'll know if you fight me with the same strength as me now. That's right, Lu Chengkong lost all his strength and ability, but his combat experience, skills, and intuition were retained. As long as his strength is similar, he is not afraid of Kenpachi who is like a beast. 363 sources of threats. Okay. As soon as he heard that he could fight, Zengi Kenpachi immediately came to his senses, but he didn't mind using the same weak strength as Lu Chengkong at this time. After all, he wanted to know the answer that made him doubtful, saying then, he immediately pulled out his Zanpakudo and slashed directly at Lu Chengkong. Ha ha, Lu Chengkong chuckled, his body twisted with the strong wind brought by Zanpakudo's Zanpakudo. Don't be surprised, he can't use Rokushiki, but he can still use the principle. But the effect is different from that of Rokushiki. After all, dodging with the wind is also an ordinary but very practical combat technique. Escaped. Zhengmu Janma flashed a tinge of excitement. Although he didn't have any skills in going straight, it didn't mean he didn't know what to do. Just now, Lu Chengkong's movements were obviously high-speed. The seemingly weak person in front of him used to be absolutely a strong man, so even more curious, he couldn't help but score a point. What he just couldn't believe was that no matter how strong he was like a punch in the air, very uncomfortable, he couldn't touch Lu Chengkong at all. Don't doubt, at this time Janba was using Lu Chengkong with him. Only the same strength can have such an effect. If you don't control your own strength, Lu Chengkong will be completely destroyed if a spirit presses over him. How about it, Kenpachi, if you don't suppress your strength to the same level as me, of course you can kill me in seconds, but if you meet someone who is similar in strength to you and who is proficient in fighting skills like me, how do you fight? Lu Chengkong suddenly turned around, his right hand grabbed Janba's neck in an irregular way, and said word by word. After speaking, Lu Chengkong let go of Janpachi, not at all worried that Zengi Janpachi would be annoyed and cut himself because of this, because he knew that Janpachi was the only person in the Soul Society who didn't care about winning or losing, and he didn't want this either. The first person I knew when I came to this world, and it was more pleasing to the eye. The most important thing was that the person who saved his life is still the same as the original. Just know the rampage, think if Kenpachi's terrifying strength, speed, reiatsu, and beast-like fighting instincts dodging Bankai of Tosins plus learning to use skills would be a perfect fighter. If when the Zanpakuto Bankai is released, even the old Yamamoto Lu Chengkong believes that Kenpachi can be cut down. Lu Chengkong glanced at Kenpachi with his eyes closed, and he was relieved. He knew that the best way for Kenpachi to accept his words was to let him understand directly during the battle. Otherwise, even if what he said was in the smallpox dragon and phoenix, he would not disdain it. Now it seems that Zengmu Janpachi is the first person to change because of his butterfly. How strong will Zengmu Janpachi become in the future? No one knows. Lu Chengkong is very curious about this. After all, he also knows that he may stay in the world of death for a long time. Days go by like this. The world is fair. Lu Chengkong came to the world of death, lost the ability, stunt, and blood of the devil in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, but he found that he already had someone who lived with the world of souls. The opportunity to become a god of death is like a human being. Now Lu Chengkong is a treasure trove. He lacks a key to guide him. If there is a strong person who is willing to teach him, his strength will definitely improve and it will be terrifying. And there is a relatively good coach in front of him, if nothing else, at least in the awakening of Reiatsu and the use of Kenpachi, he can fully teach Lu Chengkong. Boom! The silhouettes of the two people in the open space in the 80th district kept screaming and colliding together, and a heavy crash kept sounding. It's really troublesome. Although Kenpachi helped me awaken the Reiatsu, why is my Reiatsu so weak? How can I say that I am also a transmigrator? You should give me some benefits. Lu Chengkong thought angrily while fighting with Kenpachi Zaraki while holding a snatched knife in his hand. Lu Chengkong really didn't know what to say about himself, saying he was lucky, that is, he had the opportunity to become a god of death, his spiritual pressure had also awakened, and he was constantly improving. But what was depressing was that when his spiritual pressure was awakened, he was weak and pitiful. With Kenpachi, that's the kind of Reiatsu, it would be nice if people didn't laugh at them. However, seeing Janpachi, he retracted these words, because Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure will be stronger than before every time he fights with him, although the improvement is not obvious or big. But the most important thing for the god of death is time. At this rate of progress, if you accumulate a period of time, you will be qualified to become the god of death, and it is not impossible to even surpass yourself. Thinking of this, Kenpachi is even more excited to use the same strength as Lu Chengkong every day. Fighting with Lu Chengkong, I hope Lu Chengkong can become stronger so that he can let go of his body and mind to fight. Hey, Kenpachi, is there any way you can let me have a Zanpakuto? Lu Chengkong looked at the weapon that was cut off in his hand, and asked angrily. To be honest, he and Kenpachi are actually the same person. They are all people who believe in their own bodies. If it is not necessary, he really will not use weapons, but after all, this world is dominated by the ability of Zanpakuto, blurring, returning to the blade, etc. If you want to live, To unseal the ring, you must use the Zanpakuto, so Lu Chengkong, who has never used weapons, has been learning recently. No, Zengi Kenpachi was also a little unhappy. In the past month, Lu Chengkong's battle with him ended with the weapon cut off every time, but he couldn't do anything about it. I don't know how to own it. He really doesn't know how to get Lu Chengkong to have a Zanpakuto. Don't misunderstand that Kenpachi is not concerned with Lu Chengkong, but about how to make him fight more enjoyable. The stronger Lu Chengkong is, the happier he is, not to mention that he always wants suppressing too much strength, is worried that too much force will kill this extremely potential person all at once. Let's go, Kenpachi, it's a waste of time to stay here. I heard that Jinggalingting Junyang Spiritual Arts Institute is now recruiting the God of Death, and it's free. Why don't you go and see? Maybe you can become stronger. Don't refuse, you can be said to be the strongest in the 80 district now. Is it interesting to fight these ants? There are powerful captains of the 13th division, as well as countless death gods, various Zanpakuto abilities, and it is interesting to fight like this. When Lu Chengkong saw that Zengmu Janpachi was about to refuse, he immediately changed the conversation. Sure enough, his words hit the dead end of Zengmu Janpachi. Now he has never even encountered Bachinliu, let alone cherish anything. There are only two things he wants to do most in life. One is to become stronger, and the other is to fight against stronger opponents. So in the end, Kenpachi Zengeki can only follow Lu Chengkong's buttocks with a displeased face and continue to act as a bodyguard. 364 Road meets 8,000 streams. Had no opinion, Lu Chengkong didn't do much. Anyway, he came to this place with nothing but the clothes that Hancock and Khalifa jointly sewed for him, and there was no need to bring anything. So the two of them directly leaving the 80 district and walking towards the true Central Spiritual Art Institute. Clang! Just as he was passing by the Kaulu district in the 79th district, there was a sudden sound of swords colliding, and Zengmu Janpachi, who had been suppressing his strength and fighting against Lu Chengkong recently, was immediately excited when he heard this sound, and he directly picked up the sound. Zanpakuto, rushed over. It's really impulsive. Hey, Kaulu district, go in and have a look, maybe you can meet the little lowly Bachinliu. Lu Chengkong looked around and found a sign with the word Kaulu, maybe this is fate. In the original book, Kenpachi seems to have met Bachinliu here, and Lu Chengkong followed him while thinking about it. Ah! With the addition of Zengi Kenpachi, the continuous screams continued to come out, but he had no disgust at Kenpachi's random killing of Lu Chengkong, let alone cared. In the 79th and 80th districts, evil and dirty things appear. Killing is the most normal thing, just like people want to eat. And for this world that is very similar to Japan, Lu Chengkong has an instinctive disgust for the Japanese. After all, the people here dress too much like the Japanese. I think it is impossible for a Chinese person to say that he likes the Japanese. Of course, Kenpachi is more unusual, and his character, expression, and appearance are completely unremarkable Japanese. And the most important thing is that no matter how similar it is, this is not Japan after all, it's just a very similar world of death, but Lu Chengkong has an instinctive disgust for the person in the world of death that he doesn't accept. No way, it's gone. Shit luck, probably the only good thing I've encountered since I came to this world. When Lu Chengkong arrived, Kenpachi had just killed the last person, and it was as if he looked so relieved. Just like the man who had just orgasmed, Lu Chengkong felt a chill. However, Lu Chengkong's attention was caught by a small pink head lying under the tree in a relatively unnoticed corner, and 5 words suddenly appeared in his mind. Grass deer Bachinliu. Janba, wait for me. Lu Chengkong walked over a little impatiently, but he was worried about scaring Bachinliu. After all, his favorite among death gods was Bachinliu, and he really wanted to have an Bachinliu. Such a cute and smart sister, so he has a strange feeling for Baekhyun Ryu after knowing that he has come to this world of death. When Lu Chengkong opened the grass, what he saw was a very petite little girl about a few years old, with a super cute blush, dazzling bright pink hair, and sparkling bright eyes, but this time she didn't have the original book. The cute smile she showed, but there was a kind of lost sadness. Obviously, she didn't know what she came to this world for, or she didn't know the meaning of her life and how long she could survive. Are you going to kill me? Bachenliu, who has no name yet, pouted with a small mouth, delicate and cute, with a little pink face that was not afraid, but relieved. Why should I kill you? Lu Chengkong didn't know why his iron-blooded heart stinged a little when he saw Ba Qinliu's expression. This world is really dirty. With the strength of the 13th Division and the nobles, it can completely clear the 79th and 80th districts and other similar places, at least so that these people do not have to face this cruel reality when they are as young as Ba Qinliu. It's a pity that they didn't do it. Maybe they were all disdainful, and even felt that doing things like that sullied their hands. Oh Tilda, if you don't kill me, why are you coming here? Ba Qinliu is very young, but her heart is very mature. She lives in this environment of cannibalism every day. Although she is lucky to have survived until now, but it made her heart suffer from vicissitudes and become extremely mature. No reason. What's your name? Lu Chengkong immediately hugged Ba Qinliu regardless of Ba Qinliu's struggles and twists. At this moment, he fully understood what Khalifa was like when he first arrived in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Feelings, seeing what it feels like to be a sister when you are hurt. Although I am not related to Ba Qinliu now, I am very willing to treat her as my sister. Looking at her expression, thinking of what happened to her, that sad and uncomfortable feeling fills my heart. I don't have a name and I don't have parents. Maybe she was talking about her sadness, and there was a trace of sadness on her face that didn't care about anything. Since this is the case, this is the grass deer area, then you should be called the grass deer Ba Qinliu. Lu Chengkong is also an orphan of 2 generations, when he was on Earth, and also in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, but fortunately there is a sister like Khalifa who gave her warmth, but now Ba Qinliu has nothing. I can't give you any promises, but as long as I'm still alive, I won't let you stay in this world, and I won't let you live this kind of life. Don't ask me why I say these words. Don't ask me why. If you insist on knowing, all I can say is that I like you. Lu Chengkong was holding Ba Qinliu, and as each word she uttered, entering Ba Qinliu's ears, her body trembled once, and by the end Ba Qinliu was no longer struggling, so she just let Lu Chengkong hold her. He buried his small head in Lu Chengkong's arms, and Lu Chengkong heard an inaudible sob. Cry, this is the last time you cry in your life, and I won't let you cry in the future. Lu Chengkong felt that his heart was very warm. For the first time since he came to this world, he felt that he was not alone. Lonely, and his wife waiting for him in the ring, and now he has a little sister, Ba Qinliu. Can you tell me your name? Ba Qinliu was buried in Lu Chengkong's arms. At this moment, she only felt that she was very warm. This embrace gave her a sense of security and warmth. I don't know why her guarding heart has begun to be slowly pried open. This person in front of her is the first person to bring her warmth, and the reason is that she likes herself very simply and directly. Of course, this like is because her brother looks after her sister. At least for now, I won't know it in the future. So Ba Qinliu wants to know the name of the person who gave him his name and brought him warmth. 365 You are my world. Lu Chengkong didn't hide anything. He said directly, he already understood that Ba Qinliu, no matter whether he accepted him or not, at least he no longer resisted himself. Ba Qinliu has lived in this kind of place since he was a child. The vigilance in her heart is not comparable to that of ordinary people. She is just a child, to live such a life at such a young age. Every time Lu Chengkong thinks of this, an emotion called pity and love for Ba Qinliu arises in his heart. I don't have a name, I don't have parents, I live in the grass deer in the 79 area of North Liuhun Street. My memory there is nothing but blood, and I am surrounded by creatures that are closer to beasts than people. For me as a baby, it's not surprising when I was trampled to death. That's where you appeared, Lu Chengkong, in the 80th area of Biliuhun Street. From the deepest depths of darkness, you cut off the bloody world around me in an instant. Then gave me my name, and I wouldn't be here without you. Yes, from that day on, you are my world. Ba Qinliu's voice was very weak, But the ear of Lu Chengkong, his descendant of incomparable love, made Lu Chengkong tremble. Is this still what a baby in the world of death said? So well organized, but the words of affection are profound, are they really what she said? At this moment, Lu Chengkong felt that he had come to this world with an extra responsibility, but he did not regret it, just like Khalifa had never regretted it for his younger brother. It's really lively. Compared to District 80, it's hell, but this place is like heaven. Lu Chengkong glanced around. Although the building was a bit shabby, the closer you got to Jingling Court, the more people who found it. The safer he is, at least he doesn't have that kind of fearful expression on his face. Although sometimes he will be bullied by some psychopathic death gods, but at least it is generally not dangerous if it is not a big deal, and more importantly, it seems that it is not the time of the original work. The one in power now is the old man Yamamoto. Those sage judges in the 46th room are not as powerful as the original book. Otherwise, the place will not be so peaceful. At least most of the residents are not when the original book Kurosaki Ichigo left. So, hate death. It's boring, these people are so weak, it's useless to let them cut many knives on me. Zanaki Kenpachi glanced at the people around him and said disdainfully. Hey, he has only one friend of Bachinliu in Nanlong's original work, but now Bachinliu has been kidnapped by me and has become my little sister. You are really pitiful, Kenpachi. Lu Chengkong thought very proudly in his heart, but whenever his eyes turned to Bachinliu, who was still asleep in his arms, revealing a baby-like simplicity, without a trace of impurities, only pity and distress remained in his eyes. Janba, I'm also weak. A month ago, I was no different from these people. Didn't the strong come from the weak? You once came out of countless weak people. Don't underestimate anyone. Maybe they are as weak as ants in front of you now, but if you despise your opponent, maybe one of them will appear in front of you as a strong man, and you may be killed by these ants because you despise your opponent. If you want to enjoy the battle, the premise is that you are still alive. I know you are not afraid of death, and even like to play death, but... Lu Chengkong said that there is no more to say here. He knows that Janba will understand his words. Although Janba is very simple, bloody and aggressive, and even an unreasonable barbarian in the eyes of some people, it does not mean that he has no wisdom. If this is the case, he may become the strongest in the most terrifying place in the 80 district. Really, if that's the case, I'll be even happier. Zakagi Kenpachi said that, but his eyes changed. There was no contempt and disdain for these people in front of him, and some were just plain. Lu Chengkong, who was on the side, understood that Janba had gone a step further, and that his future achievements were definitely not comparable to those of the original book. Compared with the original book, it would be even more unfathomable, making it even more difficult for people to figure out his trump card. Excuse me, is this the true Central Lingmu Academy? What should I do if I want to join? Lu Chengkong quickly found the true Central Lingmu Academy, but he still had to install it, so he asked a random person. Just line up there, and then wait until there will be a unified inspection by Lord Death to join, and those who fail to pass will leave. Long Shi didn't hide it. After all, anyone who asked anyone would know, and the sharp eyes of Kenpachi Zengaki beside Lu Chengkong scared him to explain everything clearly, and then he was afraid that Kenpachi would kill him. Just ran away. After Lu Chengkong got the information he needed, he ignored that Long Shi and stood in line. He looked around at the same time. What surprised him was that he found some unfamiliar and familiar faces, because these people were people who appeared in the original book. But they are still young at this time. It should be said that they are relatively young, have not been tempered, and have the maturity of the original. Urahara Kazuki, Kuchiki Hirakawa, but I haven't joined Kuchiki's house yet, so it shouldn't be called Kuchiki Hirakawa. Hirako Mako, Yahomaru Riza, Tsuruuki Hiyori, there are Akita Bagan, Liucha Kensai, Ichuan Luowu, Junanzi, Fengchao Katsushiro. Lu Chengkong looked at such familiar faces, and read out their names one by one in his heart. These are genius gods of death. In the near future, he will either become a person in the research room, or become the captain and vice captain, which surprised Lu Chengkong even more. There are actually two nobles who line up here. From Lu Chengkong's point of view, the people here should all be commoners. From the look of Byakuya in the original book, he looks arrogant and looks down on commoners, and it can be seen that nobles disdain to be with commoners. These two nobles will be death gods in the future. One is Kuchiki Byakuya, and the other is Saifeng Yuan Yi, but Lu Chengkong soon understood, because the gate of Jingyiding Juniang Lingma Yuan opened, and 3 people walked out. Individuals are Yamamoto Yuanujai Chongguo, Jingle Chunchui, and Shiro Yukitaki. You must know that it is not the 46th room who holds the major power now, but the old man Yamamoto in front of him. His strength can be called perverted. The elders of the family did not want or dare to put on airs in front of Yamamoto. After all, Yamamoto is still young. Doesn't it mean that Yamamoto can't compare to your nobles if the children of the nobles don't come? So whether it is to curry favor with Yamamoto or fear Yamamoto, or to gain Yamamoto's favor, they must come. 366 Rebuke Kenpachi. Ahem, you are the free students recruited by the second True Central Lingmu Academy. Regardless of your background, as long as you meet the admission requirements, True Central Lingmu Academy will teach you the stunt of death for free. But if my old husband finds out that you have made if it violates the evil things of Jingling Court Corpse Soul Realm, this old man will never let you go. The old man Yamamoto really deserves to be the old man Yamamoto. Compared with the old man Haki Yamamoto who seems to obey the order of the 46th room in the original book, there is no unnecessary nonsense, and he has not released his Reiatsu, but he has been in a high position for many years, and sits again. The pressure emanating from his words, the strongest death god, still made everyone in front of him feel breathless. Of course, Lu Chengkong, Bachenliu, and Zengmu Janpachi were the exceptions. After all, the living environment of each of them was not comparable to the flowers in the greenhouses in front of them. Hemtilda, this is really beyond the old man's expectations. It seems that the old man's decision is right. Most of the geniuses are not born in the nobles, but in the commoners. In the last free recruitment, there were 2 geniuses, Chunchui and Fuju. There is actually more than one session. I hope you don't let this old man die. Quote. Old man Yamamoto deserves to be old man Yamamoto. From the performance of the people present, we can see the aptitude of these people, especially some people who have a high rate of appearance in the original work. His eyes swept across Lu Chengkong, Bachenliu, and Zanaki Janpa's pupils suddenly shrank when they were like stagnant water. That little girl is still young. Let's not talk about it. These 2 people are extremely talented, but at first glance, they are unruly and uncontrollable. If they are handled well, they will definitely be the strongest swords in the Soul Society. It will be a disaster for the Soul Society. The old man Yamamoto thought to himself, but at the same time he remembered the 3 Lu Chengkong. However, it is normal to think about it. In the original book, Kenpachi is also one of the disciples of the old man Yamamoto, but the reason why the old man Yamamoto accepted him as a disciple is to suppress Kenpachi. Otherwise, the character of Kenpachi will definitely turn the soul world upside down. Looking at the performance of Kenpachi in the original book and what he said, I know that he settled down entirely because his strength was not comparable to the old man Yamamoto. At the same time, he also let go of his rhetoric that if he surpassed the old man Yamamoto one day, he would definitely kill him, and it is precisely because of this sword bapping only slightly restrained. Check the identities of the 3 of them, I want to know clearly. Yamamoto whispered to Jiroha, the deputy captain of the first team next to him. Yes. On the surface, Chengjilang was surprised, but he didn't expect old man Yamamoto to specifically ask himself to check the identities of these people, so these people are definitely not easy to talk about. Today's test is very simple. To become a god of death, the most basic thing is to have a strong spiritual pressure, so as long as you can withstand the spiritual pressure of Captain Chun Shui and Captain Uzumaki, then you are qualified. The difference is that old man Yamamoto recruits himself. There is no unnecessary nonsense and redundant system testing. The most efficient method is the best way to test whether a person's spiritual pressure and willpower are strong or not. It is only under the auspices of old man Yamamoto. We'll use such an efficient method, At least the original is not so direct. Drink. Although Jingle Chunshui is usually condescending, but in this kind of stage, coupled with the serious expression of old man Yamamoto, and he has only been the captain for a long time, not the captain who has been in the original book for more than 200 years, there is still a gap. Yes, so at this time, he could only obediently release the spiritual pressure with Shiruro Yukitaki. Of course, as the captains, they will only slowly release the spiritual pressure. From the beginning, they started from the lowest spiritual pressure of about 20 officers, and gradually increased upward. At the same time, there were also people who recorded the limit of these people in front of them. What should I do? Classification. After all, geniuses will be especially taken care of, at least what they learn is not comparable to ordinary people. Boom. An invisible pressure appeared on everyone present as if it came directly from their own body and mind. This was not only the pressure on the body, mind, but also on the soul. Soon, thousands of candidates, even close to 10,000, there were many people who fell down quickly. After all, although the 20 seats were the weakest in a team, it was not something that some candidates could bear. Of course, there were some people who were unworthy. For example, the two nobles, Sefenjin Yaiki and Kuchiki Byakuya, who have been trained since childhood, of course don't care about the 20-seat Reiatsu, and from their appearance, it is clear that their strength is definitely more than 20. Che, I'm too embarrassed to take out this kind of spiritual pressure. Chunshui and Fuju slowly increasing the spiritual pressure is a nightmare for many people, but it is very unpleasant for Kenpachi. He has been impatiently waiting. Especially when such a weak Reiatsu came to him, wasn't he contempt for himself? Thinking of Kenpachi's direct release of his spiritual pressure, Kenpachi's spiritual pressure has become so strong that it has initially formed its essence. Of course, he is not as exaggerated as the original, but it is also slightly yellowish. No one other than old man Yamamoto, Yukitaki, and Jingle Chunshui can compare with the current Kenpachi in Reiatsu. How is that possible? A commoner actually has such a Reiatsu. Even the captain is overkill. This is impossible. I am the genius of the Kuchiki family. This self-righteous guy Baizai immediately changed his color. He thought that there should be no one who could be better than him, except for the Saifeng Yuan Yi beside him. The commoners are not only stronger than themselves, but also much, much stronger. Byakuya's thought is quite normal. After all, you can see from his appearance that he is still very young and looks like he is less than 10 years old. Before Kuchiki Shanghai was married, he was indeed the strongest genius in the Kuchiki family, but in Kuchiki Hibiki he will not be the case after he joins the marriage. He is still radiant and sharp-edged, but I believe that it will soon be covered up with the entry of the Deadwood Shanghai. It's really not that simple. Yamamoto's face became a little bit moved now. A student who just came to apply for the exam actually has a team leader level Reiatsu. This is simply a monster, and Chun Shui and Uzumaki on the side are also full of surprises. Janba, you have woken up Bachinliu. Just when Janba was about to draw his sword and rush over to have a good fight, a voice suddenly sounded in this empty and quiet square, appearing to stand out from the crowd. Kenpachi's unexpectedly quieted down in everyone's unbelievable eyes. He pouted and looked unhappy, but his spiritual pressure was withdrawn. 367 First Meet Saifeng Yuan Night 1. Isn't it? There is someone who can quiet this long beast. Could it be that this person is stronger than him? Saifeng Yuan Yi turned his head in disbelief, and looked in the direction of the voice. He looks a little thin, but he is a very handsome man. However, what made Yi remember him deeply was not because of his appearance. After all, Lu Chengkong's appearance could only be considered handsome when he did not perform mirror fusion, or when the devil changed. Under the influence of the Earth's advanced plastic surgery technology, he does not perform mirror fusion or demon transformation, or demon emperor transformation. These transformations will make Lu Chengkong more handsome, although his face has not changed, but it feels more handsome and charming. It can only be regarded as the upper middle level. But his vicissitudes and maturity, as if he had experienced endless years of honing, that mysterious temperament that people can't help but want to explore, and eyes that are as unfathomable as black holes. He is still very young at this time. More than Baizai, the little girl Yi is very attractive, and she is also very curious to know what kind of person he is. Cut. Janba cut and didn't say anything, but he was quiet. Don't think that Janba would listen to Lu Chengkong's words. In fact, this is not the case, but I don't know why Janba is in Lu Chengkong's arms. Qinliu has a strange feeling. It should be regarded as curiosity. Although Ba Qinliu and Kenpachi did not become close friends as in the original book, Kenpachi also appreciates this young Ba Qinliu who is not afraid or even ignoring himself. Even if Ba Qinliu doesn't use him, Kenpachi is at stake. Yihu of Ba Qinliu's affairs will miraculously calm down. Moreover, Lu Chengkong sometimes found out that when Janba looked at Ba Qinliu, he would show a father looking at his daughter. Although Janba didn't know it, Lu Chengkong knew it very well. He treats Ba Qinliu as his daughter without knowing it, probably because of Lu Chengkong. The two who were originally close friends in the original book actually turned into a bit like women, but that's not bad. After all, Kenpachi's age is compared to Yakian Ryu, and he can be his grandfather. Therefore, Zhengmu Janpachi stopped because his spiritual pressure awakened Ba Qinliu, not because of Lu Chengkong's words. Of course, outsiders didn't know about all this. They all thought that Lu Chengkong could calm Janpachi, including the old man Yamamoto also recognized it. It seems that this man named Kenpachi has found a place to deal with him, so as long as he masters this young man, Kenpachi won't mess around. The old man Yamamoto planned it in his mind, and the spiritual pressure test that stopped at the same time continued, but this time, Chen Shui and the two did not put the spiritual pressure on Lu Chengkong and the three of them. They did not want to fight Janba directly. What? Ba Qinliu, fortunately you woke up. Otherwise, if the spiritual pressure continued to increase, I would be able to endure it, but with my spiritual pressure, I couldn't resist it at all. Fortunately, I didn't reveal anything. Lu Chengkong thought with a fluke in his heart that he was able to survive just now not because his spiritual pressure had improved a lot, but because of a persevering will, otherwise he would have already lied down with his spiritual pressure, and the sword the explosion of Ba and the awakening of Ba Qinliu can be said to have allowed Lu Chengkong to pass the test very lucky, and there is no more pressure on his body. Xiaojian, you woke me up. Ba Qinliu said with a pouting pink mouth and an unhappy face, which made Janba's face a little uneasy, but he couldn't refute it. He couldn't let him be a bad guy. A bickering person would bicker with a young girl, that would be too natural. Okay, Ba Qinliu, it's not like you don't know that this battle madman often rushes to his head with blood, and his body moves faster than what he thinks in his head. You can let him go and continue to sleep. Lu Chengkong, completely regardless of the strange eyes of the people around him, he continued to coax Bakiryu in his arms. However, the combination of Lu Chengkong and the three of them is strange enough. The beautiful little loli, the handsome young man, and the violent beast really stand out from the crowd. It is impossible to ignore them. With the outbreak of Janba, the speed of this test was even faster, and the test was completed very quickly. Among the nearly 10,000 people, more than 9,000 people were eliminated, and only more than 1,000 people entered the Zhenjiangling Mu Academy. Old man, what about the two of them? Needless to say about that Kenpachi, the Reiatsu is at the captain level, and the test is a fart, but what about that kid and the little girl in his arms? I didn't put the Reiatsu in his arms just now. On them. Jingle Chunshui came over and said to the old man Yamamoto, obviously these three people are very unique and don't know how to arrange it. I don't know how deep it is. Since they have all passed the test, there is no need to conduct a special test, and I think the aptitude of the three of them is really good, and that kid can make 8 quiet down. Do you think the strength will be weak? This is there are many talented people in the country, there are really too many talents this year, I just don't know what will happen when so many talents are arranged together. Quote. The old man Yamamoto sighed suddenly, waved his hand and motioned for Chen Shui to put the two of them at the same level as Kenpachi to teach. With the words of the old man Yamamoto, the person in charge of recording was also relieved, and soon issued various arrangements. These candidates who passed the test also entered the Zhenjiangling Mu Academy, but it was obvious when they were divided into dormitories. The difference is that nobles like Yi and Bai Zai are definitely living in the best places, and the three of Lu Chengkong are not bad at all. Urahara Kazuki and others in the back were divided into different dormitories according to the level of potential and the height of Reiatsu. Of course, the most common Shinigami went to the group dormitory according to the classification of men and women. Where can Lu Chengkong and the others be so comfortable? Yueri has a single dormitory, and there is also a little garden. Brothers, you are so majestic today, everyone lives so close, let's get to know each other. My name is Saifeng Yuan Yei. A relatively slightly dark skin, but more of a healthy wheat-colored skin, exuding a healthy breath, although she is still young, but the little girl with a slight curve suddenly came to Lu Chengkong's dormitory. Tailili doesn't recognize life at all, nor does he feel arrogant because he is the heir of one of the four great nobles, nor does he disdain others. In comparison, Bai Zai, who is also the heir of the four great nobles, is indeed much worse than Yi. Far, whether it is strength or being a person, bearing in mind are even more incomparable. My name is Lu Chengkong, the sleeping one is called Kaolu Bachenliu, and the one who lives in the next dormitory is called Zaragi Kenpachi. Although he is a bit warm-hearted and likes to fight, sometimes he is incoherent, but he is a person worthy of deep friendship. Being friends is the best option. Quote. 368 The Speechless Kenpachi. Lu Chengkong, then I'll just call you Chengkong. You can also call me Yei. Saifeng Yuan Yei's seemingly casual words were invisible, and the relationship between Vice Admiral and the two became closer. It is said that Saifeng Yuan Yei is really amazing, especially her temperament, approachable and not pretentious. No wonder the popularity of the original book is so high. Okay, I'll just call you that. Yi. I'm a more direct person. I don't like too much fussiness. I hate the slanders behind the interviews. The ugly words are the first. Your surname Saifeng Yuan. If you don't think you are foolish enough to know that you are a member of the four great nobles, why would you condescend to come to my small temple today, and why? Quote. Although Lu Chengkong learned some of Yi's personality through the original Book of Death, he was careful to sail the ship of 10,000 years, and animation is animation, and reality is reality. Having lived in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates for so many years, he certainly knows that the original book cannot represent reality. There are many things in reality that are far from the original book. At least the original Pig's Foot invincibility theory will not appear in the real world. It's refreshing enough. I like talking to people like this on the night, and I hate people who give me a knife in the back. As for me, it's very simple. I just want to get to know the top 3 freshmen who are in the limelight today. Saifeng Yuan Yi was stunned for a moment. She, who has been educated by the family since childhood, would not be surprised if she faced someone who hides a knife in a smile, or a person who is two-faced. I made myself a little curious to see how strong Lu Chengkong was, so he could say so directly at gate of opening. Moreover, in the face of his status as a nobleman, he was not humble and respectful at all, and this kind of performance made Yi's eyes flash with brilliance. At the same time, I also feel that Lu Chengkong in front of her is worth befriending, and her nature is to act bluntly, direct, honest, forthright and uninhibited. Lu Chengkong's words are even more temperamental towards her. Usually, so many people in the family look at her. She had to suppress her wildness. Pretending to be a gift, now I have finally come to Zhenyanglingmu Academy, and I feel very relaxed when I meet someone who makes me a little curious, but also has a strange temper. A little strange and spaced at the beginning. It has to be said here that although Yi is very talented and very precocious, even at a young age, she can handle some old foxes with ease, but in any case she is still a little girl who looks about 10 years old. The life of a person in the world of death, the speed of passage is relatively slow, so no matter how old Yi is, at least she looks like 10 years old. There is no such thing as the original book that has experienced all kinds of setbacks and tempered Yi's style, and she herself is not the kind of person who double-sided, plus she was suppressed in the family. For various reasons, Yi at this time met her. Of course, people with appetite are easier to get close to, and soon the topics will become more and more. The newborn Big Three. Lu Chengkong instantly restrained his emotions when he saw Yi Yi, and returned to the careless attitude he was in at the beginning, and gave people a sense of bluntness and straightforwardness. Obviously, this is Yi Yi's most real life. On the other hand, he couldn't help but secretly praised, and at the same time asked his own questions. You really don't know what's going on outside the window. You guys were all in the limelight during the test. That Zaraki Kenpachi didn't receive any instruction, but he was a captain-level Reiatsu even before he entered school. As soon as you opened your mouth, you dared to yell at the captain. He stopped because of it, plus the Bachinliu who can enter the Juniangling Mayuan directly while sleeping. The three of you are really in the limelight, and you were named the Big Three newborn by good people. Yi Yi said with a little laugh. Xiaokong, what are the Big Three newborns, can you eat them? Just as Lu Chengkong was about to speak, Bachinliu, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and wiped the corners of his eyes very cutely with his little hands. The childish and pleasant voice of a child suddenly came out, causing Sifeng to stare at Bachinliu, who was as cute as a porcelain doll. Beautiful things are basically women who like and are keen, not to mention the night when they are still young and have little experience. I can't eat, is Bachinliu hungry? Come and let me take you to dinner. He knew about Bachinliu's hobby of naming people, but he didn't expect such a small Bachinliu to know how to give people names. People give names, and after many tortures, he also ignored Xiaokong's name. After all, his name is much better than that of Kenpachi. You must know that Bachinliu has 4 names for Zengi Janpachi. They are, Xiaogong, Xiaomu, Xiaojian, Hachi. Okay. Bachinliu bit her pink and crystal clear index finger, and took the initiative to reach out and let Lu Chengkong hug him into his arms, without even looking at Yi Yi, making Yi Yi, who always thought he was very attractive, in his heart. It was a big blow, but in the face of the young, innocent and cute Yakiryu, she couldn't speak. Bachinliu, this is Sifeng Yi. You can call her Yi's sister. By the way, Yi, if you haven't eaten, let's go to dinner. Let's chat while eating. Janba, let's go to dinner. Lu Chengkong seeing that Yaiki didn't refuse, he nodded and walked out side by side, shouting at the dormitory of Zaraki Kenpachi next to him. Zongkong, don't go to such boring things as eating. I think you should become stronger quickly. By the way, why don't we fight first? If anyone who knew Kenpachi Zengeki in the original book would open his mouth in surprise when he saw Kenpachi's performance at this time, when did Kenpachi become so easy to get along with? With black lines all over his head, he is indeed a super fighting maniac. The strength of this woman is pretty good. Judging from her figure, she should be what you call a skill type. Then her skills should be very good. Let's fight a woman. Zhengmu Janpai didn't have the demeanor that he should have as a host at all. The first thing he said when he saw the guest was to let the guest fight him, but his words also made Yi Yi fall in love with him. He was indeed with Lu Chengkong. As they said, they are more frank and direct, and they are indeed people who can have deep friendships. I'm talking about Kenpachi. It's not long since we entered the Juniangling Mu Academy. Don't say these words when we meet for the first time. It will take a long time to come to Japan, and there will be opportunities. Lu Chengkong saw that Janpachi was about to draw his sword at any moment and had to go over and hold him down. After all, Yaiki's strength was good, but compared to Janpachi with a captain-level spiritual pressure, it was indeed far worse. No matter how good the opponent's skills are, it will only work if the strength is similar to that of the same level. A captain-level spirit pressure can't move in the past night, and it's a fart. 369 Sophie is my cutting knife. Che, it's like this every time. It's really disappointing. Your strength is strong and I will never let you go. If you satisfy me at that time, you will be miserable. Zaraki Kenpachi finally put away his weapon, but soon everyone understood why he was so obedient this time, because a drumbeat suddenly came from his stomach, causing Lu Chengkong, Yi Yi and the others to burst into laughter. Even if it's nothing to do with Zakagi Kenpachi, there is a feeling of blush at this moment. After meeting his new friend Sifeng Night 1, Lu Chengkong's dormitory also had a regular visitor, which made the originally peaceful dormitory look even more lively, and 3 months passed without knowing it. In the past 3 months, there have been no opportunities for actual combat and internships, and all of them are learning theoretical knowledge. Zengeki Kenpachi, who is very disdainful of this, draws his sword to teach Lu Chengkong's class instructor many times, scaring Lu Chengkong's class continuously. Changed many instructors. However, although Janba is domineering, his strength and potential are here after all. As long as he is not an idiot, he will not care about Janba for these trivial matters, but what makes Lu Chengkong more satisfied is that the boring theoretical knowledge is actually because of Janba. The reason for this ended early, and he basically understood the basic knowledge of the god of death, and there was no need to spend time to teach here. I'll teach you a lesson today. It's very simple, that is, you wake up your own Zanpakudo within 3 hours, and use the soul of the god of death as the prototype and Reiatsu to shape the unsolved Zanpakudo. Quote. What surprised Lu Chengkong was that it was not someone else who taught himself and others in the extracurricular environment today, but it was the old man Yamamoto who was busy with official business and was sure to meet. At this time, the prestige of the old man Yamamoto was obviously very high, and at least 80% of the class was over. All the people looked at the old man Yamamoto with adoring eyes, which made his waist that was a little hunched suddenly straightened. Obviously, the adoring eyes of the old man Yamamoto were very useful to these students. I have to explain here that I don't know if it was specially arranged by old man Yamamoto. People who will be more famous in the future, such as Kamen Army, Aizen, Tosenyao, Komamura Zujin, Urahara Kazuki, Kuchiki Byakuya, Kuchiki Hikari, 4 Fengyuan Yei, and Huling Tiejai, who became a great ghost priest after his side, plus Lu Chengkong, Janba, and Bachinliu are all in the same class. This can't be a coincidence. It must be it was the old man Yamamoto who saw the aptitude of this group of people and planned to cultivate them together. How to wake it up? Lao Shi, the god of death who was more confident, immediately asked, making the old man Yamamoto feel like a teacher with a sense of accomplishment. There is only one way, ask your soul directly. The old man Yamamoto pretended to be deep and unpredictable again, so Lu Chengkong shouted in his heart and pretended to be B. But soon the old man Yamamoto couldn't keep his cool appearance. Xiaokong, is that old man's appearance like what you said he was pretending to be AB? He is so good at pretending, will he be struck by lightning? Bachinliu suddenly said in a coquettish voice, but his words made some people look angry. Great changes, especially Yi, who seemed to have eaten shit. His face was tense, he didn't dare to laugh when he wanted to. And the old man Yamamoto was even more embarrassed. If someone dared to talk to him like this, it would have been a long time ago, but now that so many people are watching, I can't let a person with such an identity and a young girl care about it. That would be too much, so in the end, the old man Yamamoto could only endure his unhappiness, pretending that he couldn't hear anything, so that Lu Chengkong almost jumped out. Dare to say that Yamamoto's head may have been only Bachinliu since ancient times. Halo, why do you ask me? If I were a human, someone could beat my soul out to cut off the chain of karma, but now it's obvious that I'm a god of death. Lu Chengkong glanced around and found that all the gods of death at the scene had listened to the old man Yamamoto's words and closed their eyes and were really asking about their souls, even Zibo Kong, whom Yi Yixin had met. Just when Lu Chengkong didn't know what to do and was very troubled, Lu Chengkong only felt in a trance and his eyes closed involuntarily. When Lu Chengkong's consciousness recovered again, he found that he was no longer from the jingling court, but in a sea of flames, while he himself stood on the only small rock. Is this my spiritual world? My Zanpakudo lives here. No, it's so pitiful, how can I live in such a place? But seeing the flames and lava around here, is it my Zanpaku? Is it a flame-type sword? No. The strongest flame-type Zanpakudo has already been taken by old man Yamamoto. Is it a repeat? If it is not a repeat, then mine is not being ridden by old man Yamamoto. Quote. Lu Chengkong looked around and found that there was nothing but flames, and he couldn't help but think about it. Hey, I said Lu Chengkong, I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect you to change so much. Hey, the rules of this world don't even know if there are people with eyes, and you actually judged me to be your Zanpakuto, and you became Zanpakuto. The master of Pakuto, you can only exist like this until you leave this world, gods. Suddenly a beautiful voice sounded in Lu Chengkong's ears, very familiar, making him shout out the preconditions. Sophie. Lu Chengkong turned his head to take a look, and sure enough, he found Sophie appearing in front of him, but she was wearing a white robe at this time, showing the curves of her body to the fullest. The pouring eyes are still the same. Why are you here? Sophie sighed, so she told Lu Chengkong all the information she got after waking up, so that Lu Chengkong understood. It turned out that in the endless darkness, the strength of the two of them combined to break through the barrier of darkness. When they came to this world, the two were originally outsiders, possessing powers that did not belong to this world. Therefore, there are only two ends. One is to be directly obliterated by the rules of this world, and the other is to obliterate the power that does not belong to this world and become ordinary people. At that time, the powers of Sophie and Lu Chengkong merged into one and formed one the whole, so the rules of this world erase the power of the two, but because the power of the two is a whole. And this power actually has two consciousnesses, one is Sophie and the other is Lu Chengkong, just like the Zanpakuto and the Shinigami in the world of Shinigami. Because of this similarity, the rules of the world are based on the original power of the two consciousnesses. The strengths were classified, and the weak ones became the strong Zanpakuto. At that time, Lu Chengkong was in the process of mirror fusion and demon emperor transformation, and his strength was superior to Sophie, so Lu Chengkong was very lucky to become the master. And Sophie became Zanpakuto. 370 Awakening Zanpakuto. It's complicated enough. I'm really lucky. If I wasn't in the state of mirror fusion and demon emperor transformation, maybe I would have become a Zanpakuto. Lu Chengkong thought with lingering fears. He didn't want to become a Zanpakuto and could only stay there. In this world. I've already told you what I know. I don't want to stay here forever. You can finish Shikai, then disintegrate and let me out. It's suffocating me here. Hey, hurry up and become stronger. Not for me, and also for the wife in your ring. Only if you are strong enough to break the rules of this world can you unseal the ring. Your sleeping wives don't notice the change of time. When they wake up, they will only feel that they have only slept for a second, no matter how long it has passed outside. Any rule of the world is absolutely fair. Although Sophie has become stronger Zanpakuto, it is not impossible for him to escape. At the same time, because he has become Zanpakuto, he has learned a lot of things that Lu Chengkong didn't know. Well, I will definitely become stronger as soon as possible. This world is too dangerous, much more dangerous than the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. If I don't become stronger, I may not know how I will die. Lu Chengkong thought of the original book Those Who Were Turned into Virtual Experiment Questions by Aizen suddenly shivered in their hearts. Hope, forget about it. Now I can only help you become stronger as soon as possible, and find your Zanpakuto. Sophie sighed complicatedly. She didn't want to enter the ring because she didn't want her life to be out of control and her freedom to be restricted, but she didn't expect that she would eventually become Zanpakuto and could only stay here. Her character, but just like Lu Chengkong, Sha Chengkong is so afraid that he will become Zanpakuto and lose his freedom, not to mention Sophie, who has always been high above and despised everything. How to find it? Lu Chengkong also put away the thoughts in his heart, glanced around, there was still endless flames. Find a fart, leave this rock and hang himself. See for yourself. After all, Sophie is Sophie. Although she is unwilling, she also knows that she can't do anything about it. It is better to do something practical instead of being sullen here, so she waved her hand and saw countless numbers suddenly appear in the sea of fire. The box is the same as the original one, a family looking for the power of death, but the environment is different. You only have one choice. Don't take chances. As long as you choose which box in your heart, then that box will fly to you. If you succeed, you will get your own Zanpakuto. If you fail, you and I will both be killed. This world is wiped out. As outsiders, we will have a lot of tests when we are not part of this world, especially becoming a Shinigami. Shikai, the basic solution is many times more difficult than other Shinigami, so you are ready. After Sophie finished speaking, she floated to the side and did not speak. It should be said that the rules did not allow her to speak, because Liu Chenggong had not yet become a god of death, nor a Zanpakuto. Before that, Sophie was very restricted. She just now being able to tell Liu Chenggong so much is the limit. Hey, the rules of the world, why are they different? I came from Earth before, and I watched the anime Reaper. That one in Ishida said that Reaper's spiritual network is red. Liu Chenggong laughed heartily, but soon his smile could no longer be maintained, as he found that the box bases in front of him were all red. Idiot, I said that it is many times more difficult for you to become a god of death than a normal god of death. You are still holding on to luck. If this is the case, you may die miserably in the future. Others can directly find the red spiritual network. Not only that, but you also. Sophie said that Liu Chenggong couldn't hear the following words. Obviously, the rules of this world made Liu Chenggong unable to hear it now, and he could only hear it after he got his Zanpakuto. Hey, it seems that you are the only one who can be trusted. Liu Chenggong also understood Sophie's difficulties. It would be really uncomfortable for her to let Sophie, who always likes to control everything about herself, put her freedom, life, and self-esteem on herself. If it was himself, he might not be able to bear to cut his master directly. Of course, this is obviously impossible. If it is possible, I believe Sophie will cut himself directly. Liu Chenggong didn't speak. He focused his attention on each box, and found that there was really no change. Time passed slowly, but Liu Chenggong found that each box was exactly the same without any difference. What should I do? There must be some way, but I didn't think of it. Death, Zanpakuto, Reiatsu, yes, it is Reiatsu. I'm really stupid. Didn't I learn to sense Reaper's Reiatsu and Reiki? I just look at it with my eyes. The chopper knife is part of my soul. Of course, I have to use my soul to sense it. As long as it can resonate with my Zanpakuto, it doesn't matter if all the boxes here are filled with the power of the god of death. Only the power of one Zanpakuto belongs to me. Only the power of 10 Reapers would resonate in my soul. Thinking of this, Liu Chenggong couldn't help showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was a happy, relieved smile, which made Sophie on the side nod in relief. It seemed that this kid had found it, and I hoped I wouldn't disappoint myself. Resonance, yes, it's you. Liu Chenggong closed his eyes and sensed the aura emanating from all the boxes. He used his soul to check it, and soon he found his own death power. Not only that, he said, the discovery of the previous. The aura emanating from the box that contained the power of the god of death was very strange, and it was at two extremes with this world. His spiritual world was a sea of fire, so Liu Chenggong's intuitive idea was that his abilities should be related to flames, but the aura that the box that stored his death god's power emanated could only be described in one word, that is, cold. It's not the ice of the ice-type Zanpakuto Binglunwan, but it is cold into the heart. It's icy cold that has nothing to do with the temperature. The cold makes people have no emotions and desires. That is, the colder his heart is, the more powerful his Zanpakuto will be. This has nothing to do with temperature, but the coldness of his heart. Yes, this is my spiritual world, the sea of fire. The fire is passionate and wild, but this sea of fire is just like the appearance of a person, so what is hidden in the center of the sea of fire is my heart. It is endless coldness. The colder my heart, the stronger my Zanpakuto. Haha, I like it. Of course, I have to be cold and ruthless when dealing with enemies. The colder it is, the better it is for me. In the end, Liu Chenggong couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, a box also flew in front of him, directly pulling out the handle of the Zanpakuto. 371 Sword 8 breaks out. Come out, my Zanpakuto. The moment Liu Chenggong pulled out the handle of his Zanpakuto, at the same time his consciousness returned to reality. The spiritual pressure is countless times stronger, and Liu Chenggong's spiritual pressure has always been weak. Although it is growing every day, It will be terrifying if you progress at this rate, but it is obviously too slow compared to other gods of death. At least the accumulation of spiritual pressure in the early stage should be fast, but Lu Chengkong has always been a speed. The moment he pulled out the Zanpakudo, he understood that it wasn't because his Reiatsu was weak, but because he did not belong to this world. Before he became a god of death and completely integrated into this world, most of his Reiatsu was sealed in the inside the Zanpakudo. Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure was no longer sealed the moment he pulled out the Zanpakudo, and it became violent. The spirit pressure that had been suppressed for so long became violent for a moment, and even Lu Chengkong couldn't control it. How is that possible? What a powerful Reiatsu. It's amazing, isn't that person one of the 3 new giants? Sure enough, they're all perverts. Gosh, his Reiatsu is still rising. Because Lu Chengkong's sudden outburst of spiritual pressure woke everyone up in an instant, everyone, including the old man Yamamoto, looked at Lu Chengkong. How is it possible? How could his Reiatsu have characteristics before Bankai? It's so cold, strange. This old man is the master of the strongest Zanpakudo of the flame type. It should not be possible to feel cold. Could it be the strongest Zanpakudo of the ice type? Pakuto. No, it's impossible. By the way, I'm not cold because of the low temperature, but this Reiatsu chills my heart and makes my heart cold. Yamamoto couldn't sit still for the first time. What kind of person was he? Are the 3 of them all geniuses among geniuses? How could such a genius appear in the commoners? Is it possible to get such a big Reiatsu when you get your own Zanpakudo? But I just got it, but the Reiatsu hasn't changed in the slightest. Quote. Kuchiki Byakuya looked at the Zanpakudo just awakened in his hand, and compared Lu Chengkong, whose spiritual pressure was still soaring. For the first time, he felt resentment in his heart, and he also felt a sense of comparison. He did not believe that he was a nobleman. Not a civilian. But it is no wonder that this guy is not the facial paralysis after more than 200 years. He looks only about 6 or 7 years old, and Yi, who is older than him, is only about 10 years old. It seems that they should be outstanding geniuses. And because of the aristocracy, he entered school at such a young age. Of course, this is not to say that the real age of Yaiki and Byakuya is the same as their appearance. You must know that the life of the god of death is slower, and the growth time of the same god of death is also relatively long. You can see that to Shiro in the original book. It looks like he is 11 or 12 years old, but is he really 11 or 12 years old? Obviously it's impossible, it's just that the growth cycle of the god of death is relatively long. Haha, Chengkong, you have finally awakened. Does this spiritual pressure belong to you? Well, very good. I finally don't have to fight with you anymore. Come on, you promised me, let's fight. Zaraki Kenpachi screamed wildly. He was stimulated by Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure to fight the desire in his heart. After suppressing it for so long, he broke out immediately. He didn't care about the existence of old man Yamamoto and others. There was only one opponent in his heart, and that was Lu Chengkong. Without a word, drew his sword and rushed over. You're really impatient. Lu Chengkong glanced at Kenpachi who was rushing over. This guy is really enchanting. He didn't even know how his Zanpakudo came from. It can be said that the gods of death present were the only ones at the beginning except Kenpachi. Everyone else didn't have a Zanpakudo, but Lu Chengkong heard Kenpachi say that his Zanpakudo had been with him since he was conscious. It is actually a super genius who was born to awaken Zanpakudo. This is the first time Lu Chengkong has heard of such a person. If Kenpachi actively communicates with Zanpakudo and completes Shikai and Bankai, then he is the real genius. Kenpachi, not Tushiro, Aizen, Kuchiki Hikari, Byakuya. Of course, the premise is that Kenpachi completes Shikai and Bankai. You must know that in the original book, Kenpachi's Reiatsu is several times that of the captain after Bankai. You must know that the captain after Bankai is 5 to 6 times stronger than the original. If Kenpachi is in Shikai, it is so scary if it is disassembled, and its normal state is several times more than Bankai's death captain Reiatsu. Is Shikai Bankai still good? Clang. A metal collision suddenly sounded in everyone's ears, and Lu Chengkong also had time to look at his Zanpakuto at this time. Miracle, generally speaking, Zanpakuto's incomprehensible appearance is a Japanese samurai. Knives are just different widths. However, Lu Chengkong's Zanpakuto is obviously not the appearance of a Japanese samurai sword, but a Tang sword at the peak of the Tang Empire in ancient China. You must know that the samurai sword and the tachi are modified according to the Tang sword, and changes only appear, and has the original shape of the ancestors as the Tang Dao. It can be said that the Tang Dao has achieved extremely high achievements both technically and artistically. It can be said to be the pinnacle of the history of Chinese swords. Okay, very good. I didn't like to use small Japanese swords at first, and I hated it when I saw it. I started with the knowledge of the Tang dynasty and kept learning everything about China. It's like a teacher and an apprentice. Things that are inferior to animals, haha, I will use the Tang sword to cut off all the Japanese samurai swords. Lu Chengkong didn't hesitate or dodge, and he also ignored the old man Yamamoto, because he had already seen that the old man Yamamoto would not stop him from fighting with Kenpachi, but would not let it go. He wanted to see himself and Kenpachi clearly. How much power! Janba, have you forgotten what I told you? Although the most direct attack is the most effective, one must develop the skills to the peak. The most direct attack after returning to nature is the most powerful attack. Lu Chengkong said softly. At the same time, he staggered Kenpachi's Zanpakuto, and the Tang saber in his hand, let's call it the Zanpakuto in Lu Chengkong's state of incomprehension, asked for a knife flower, and slashed directly at Kenpachi with a strange arc like a windmill. There was a huge scar on his body. Haha, is this the feeling of pain? It's so cool, I haven't tried it for a long time, and I really didn't see you wrong. You are the most threatening opponent and the one that satisfies me the most. Zaraki Kenpachi doesn't care about his injuries at all. Baizai and the others, who are seen in the wild way of fighting back like wild beasts, are extremely chilling. After all, they are all flowers in a greenhouse. How can they be compared with Kenpachi? It is very clear that if faced with Kenpachi at this time, he may not be able to support 5 moves. 372 Shikai. Come on. Zhengmu Janpachi tapped on the ground with one foot. At this time, he hadn't learned Shunpo yet. It's all direct internal strength, but don't underestimate the strength and speed of Zhengmu Janpachi, it's all abnormal. There is, at least the old man Yamamoto who can be faster than Kenpachi on the scene. As for Shunjin Yaiki, he has just learned Shunpo, Shunjin is a fart. It's so fast. Lu Chengkong's pupils shrank for a while. He could see that Janba was serious, and every move had a strong murderous aura. Although Janba had not yet raised his strength to the highest level, at least his spiritual pressure still at the same level as yourself. But living in the 80th district for a long time, his internal body explosive power is very amazing, and he has only been in this world for a month or two, and his body has recovered to the same as when he was on Earth, and can have such a big improvement in 1 or 2 months. It's not simple. This is due to Lu Chengkong's use of spiritual pressure to temper his body every day, but even so, it is still far from the current Zengi Kenpachi. Boom! Zhengmu Janpachi slashed again, and a powerful spiritual pressure erupted on the blade. Lu Chengkong fired to the left, only to see a knife mark of more than 10 meters already appeared where he was standing just now. Byakuya, Aizen, and the others on the other side were gasping for air. You must know that they have just obtained the Zanpakuto, and Shikai has not completed it yet. How strong can they be? And even if Aizen has big ambitions, it is still small at this time, and it has not been long before he became a Shinigami. This guy is very rational, and I'm still young now. When I'm still young, my scheming and Chungfu can't compare to the blue dye in the original book. After all, the heroes are formed from the growth of ordinary people step by step. Great slash, it seems that he absorbed the words of Lu Chengkong and integrated his skills into it. Although he has only started now, it will take a long time for him to improve his skills to the pinnacle. It is not unreasonable to return to the original possibly. The old man Yamamoto glanced at Kenpachi's slash just now. Outsiders watched the fun, and insiders watched the doorway. Of course, he could see that Kenpachi's slash just now was obviously different from the previous one. Although it looked straight, it contained one or two changes. It can achieve the heart sword, the sword arrives, and the Zanpakuto can initially reach the point of being like an arm. Of course, it is only a preliminary. There is a long way to go. It's still not enough. Zengmu Janpachi looked at Lu Chengkong's ability to diffuse his own cuts with ease every time, and understood that his skills were not good enough. It seemed that it was impossible for him to defeat Lu Chengkong by doing this. Abandon your skills for the time being and use what you are best at to drop 10 sessions. Ah! Zengmu Janpachi roared. A pale yellow spiritual pressure that could be seen in the inner eye bloomed from his body, and the terrible pressure fell on everyone present. Except for Yamamoto and Lu Chengkong, everyone was directly crushed to the ground. For the current Byakuya, Aizen, Shiba Sora, Yoichi, Kamen Core, Urahara Kazuki and others, the captain-level Reiyasu is simply the existence of Tianwei. It's so heavy, and the body is so heavy. Is this the difference in strength? Even if I am much stronger than Zengmu Janpa, I am still so fragile in the face of absolute power. My heart is beating, so am I afraid. Do I have any concerns? Worried about defeat. Will I be able to wake up Khalifa and the others if I die? When did I become so withdrawn? This is not me. It seems that I am really timid after going through endless darkness and death. Where is my courage to walk on the brink of death in the face of the world government? Yes, death pressure. At the beginning, I was always dead, and I had no choice but to become stronger. If I didn't become stronger, I would die. When a person is afraid of death, he is not afraid of death. But my death power, my heart is not afraid to the extreme heat is cold. Yes, Bingshin, I have to have a cold and ruthless heart. This is me, this is my strongest death. Strength, cold as ice. The cowardice and timidity in Lu Chengkong's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a pair of cold eyes that would make one's heart chill. Such cold eyes, such a cold heart, can he really be ruthless? He actually had such a ruthless and cold heart just after waking up Zanpakuto. Whether he wants to kill him or not, if he grows up, he will the slightest inattention of that cold, ruthless heart can cause irreparable disaster. Lu Chengkong didn't know at this time because he had awakened the courage to face the world government as an ant, and Bing Xin, who belonged to his strongest death god force, had actually attracted Yamamoto's killing intent, but fortunately, the old man Yamamoto was taking a look. After Janpachi and Bachinliu finally killed the killing intent, he still has concerns. He also has Zaraki Kenpachi and Bachinliu by his side. Although killing him now may solve a calamity, he is still weak after all, and whether he will grow up and threaten the soul world is still a problem. Unknown number. If he kills him now, he will kill 2 good seedlings, and even a captain-level Reiatsu Zanaki Kenpachi will also kill. No, now the 4 nobles and the 46 rooms have begun to snatch the corpse soul. The power of the world, as long as these 3 people are mastered well, then they are the best blades. Quote. After thinking about the gains and losses, the old man Yamamoto finally decided not to take action, and Lu Chengkong still didn't know that he had escaped. Have you finally woken up? Have you also realized the power of death that belongs to you? Now you are the real Lu Chengkong. At this moment, you have truly integrated into the world of death. The rules of this world will not oppress you. Sophie is just my name in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, call out my name as a Zanpakuto. At the same time, Sophie's voice sounded in Lu Chengkong's ears, but he didn't seem to hear anything. His icy eyes looked at Janpachi, who was slashing at him with a surge of spiritual pressure. Boom! Suddenly, the earth began to vibrate, and the sand and stones flew directly. I saw a circle suddenly appeared under Lu Chengkong's feet, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. It's the same as calling his lover's name, but his voice is very cold, especially after shouting this sentence, it's even colder. Knives are cold, people are even colder. The coldest thing is the heart that uses a knife. Shikai, ice blade ice heart, snow drink mad knife. Lu Chengkong said word by word, an ice blue spiritual pressure burst out from his body, covering it seemed that a battle suit was about to be formed on Za Chengkong's body. At the same time, under the unbelievable gazes of everyone including Yamamoto, Lu Chengkong's Tang saber changed visibly with the baptism of the ice blue spiritual pressure. 373 defeated Kenpachi. Jonpachi, let's decide the outcome this time. Don't suppress your spiritual pressure. Use your strongest power. This is my Shikai, Shuiyin Quangdao, take the move, Jonpachi, block cold glance. Lu Chengkong jumped up abruptly, jumped in midair, commanded high, cut down with all his strength, without hesitation, very similar to Kenpachi's attack, going straight, very ordinary, simple, direct, and called the most simple and direct knife. Although it is only 1 month, there is no cost, and it seems that it can be avoided at will, but Dao Jin has blocked the retreat, and the only way to crack it is to pick it up or not to pick it up. Since it is simple and direct, the speed of the move is extremely fast, and there is no time to prepare, which is why it has to be accepted. A glance like an unintentional gaze is often more powerful than a deliberate gaze. The kind of eyes that seem unintentional, seemingly unintentional, but can reach the depths of the heart, which can most shake people's hearts. Some of them are enthusiastic, some are indifferent, and people can't help but be moved by the flash of light and flint. What a savage and domineering sword, blocking all the roots, even the old man can only break through it with strength. This child is limitless, just woke up Zanpakudo, and he can actually understand Shikai without being taught by himself. What is this? This kind of Shikai, ghost type, or direct attack type? No, it's a strange sword, as if the ghost type has become an assistant and completely integrated into the direct attack type. Okay, Janba saw that Lu Chengkong's Tang Dao had changed, and understood that it was Shikai, but he disdained using it. At the same time, his eyes shone with unprecedented fanatical light, and the spiritual pressure on his body was raised to the current level. The culmination achieved made the old man Yamamoto's complexion change greatly. I had to take action to protect the nearby gods of death. The attack of the two is like a confrontation with a captain-level attack. According to the strength of Baizai and others at this time, they will definitely die, so the old man Yamamoto had to take a moment. Appear in front of them step by step to wipe out all the aftermath. As everyone stared at Lu Chengkong in the lower half of the sky with their dumbfounded eyes, he waved the incomparably peculiar snow-drinking mad knife in his hand, and the blade suddenly burst out with an ice-blue light, and this light was instantly zoomed in. A large ice-blue ice blade was formed in the air, and it directly slashed on the body of Zhengmu Jonpachi who was rushing towards Lu Chengkong. Break it for me! Zaraki Kenpachi roared loudly, his entire body of spiritual pressure concentrated on Zanpakudo, and he slashed at the ice blade that seemed to cut himself in half. Clang! A very sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded, and the force emitted from the collision of the ice blade and Kenpachi's Zanpakudo caused the ground to tremble and crack, especially where there were dozens of cracks where Zanaki Kenpachi stood. Click! After a stalemate like this for a while, a crisp sound of a sword breaking suddenly came out, and everyone's eyes widened, obviously wanting to see who lost and who won, and let the leader-level Reiatsu in front of them be even better. The Zanpakudo in Mu Jonpachi's hand actually broke, and the remaining power of the ice blade slashed directly on his body, causing a huge scar, and at the same time, half of his body was frozen. Ha ha! Lu Chengkong knew the winner and the loser. He didn't expect that he was only the 5th seat Rei of the 13th Division who used Shikai's unique trick to use the snow-drink crazy saber. The power of the leader-level Shinigami burst out, and he actually defeated the Zaragi Kenpachi who was bursting out with all his strength. Good knife, snow-drink crazy saber, as domineering as its name, cold air, cold into the heart, maybe only a Bingshin like me can master this ice blade. Haha, ice blade Bingshin, snow-drink crazy saber, it really is a perfect match, and it looks exactly the same as the snow-drink crazy blade used by the storm in Fengyan. Not only the name is the same, but the appearance is the same, but the ultimate move is also the first move in the Aohan 6 arts, so if I continue to grope, I can make the next 5 moves. Wow, the first move is so good, then it's all worth it. Lu Chengkong looked at the Shuiyin crazy blade in his hand, and touched him as if he was stroking his relatives. At this moment, he realized why Hawkeye, Juliana and these swordsmen love the knife so much, it was like taking the knife as himself to get a second life. The sword is 3 feet and 7 inches long, and it is the coldest thing in the world. As for whether it was cast for the Bai Lu, that was left by Nu Wat amend the sky, I do'nt know. Brush. Lu Chengkong put the Shuiyan Quangdao in his hand back into the scabbard. Because of the change of the Shuiyan Quangdao, even the scabbard changed. The scabbard that held the Tang Dao just now also became the Shuiyan Quang in Hefengyan. The scabbard of the knife is exactly the same, and it looks very natural and beautiful when inserted. It can be said that with the clothes that Khalifa and Hancock sewed for themselves, it is even more handsome than the god of the wind. It can be said that all the gods of death are also handsome. Only Lu Chengkong didn't wear a death tyrant outfit. Because he thought it was a kimono at all. It's too ugly, and the shoes, which are tied directly with socks, too ugly to be killed without wearing them. He has always been wearing the clothes and shoes that Hancock and Khalifa sewed for him. It can be said that now he will never let himself. There are no traces of clothes and shoes, and no one is allowed to break them. You must know that this is a gift from his wife, and his wives are sleeping now. Wearing this dress and shoes, he has a feeling that he is being guarded and embraced by Khalifa and Hancock, and because of this, he feels I am not alone. It can be said that Lu Chengkong is the most unusual god of death, whether it is zanpakuto or dressed, but many people have to say that Lu Chengkong dressed like this is indeed very handsome and unrestrained. Ahem, Lu Chengkong, congratulations on completing the first phase of Zanpakuto's liberation. I like that you can contribute to the Soul realm, and the road to a real powerhouse has just begun. I hope you don't suffer from it. Complacency. Quote. The old man Yamamoto was surprised at the strength of Lu Chengkong and Kenpachi Zengeki, and at the same time he was very happy. At least they were both from the Soul Society now. Humbleness makes people progress, but pride makes people fall behind. Lu Chengkong didn't say anything extra, he just said 12 words, but his words made old man Yamamoto's eyes twinkle, and he was obviously very surprised that Lu Chengkong could say it. Such meaningful words. Okay, today is the end of death. After awakening the Zanpakuto, you have already become a member of the God of Death. But the real road to the God of Death has just begun. Just now, the transformation of Lu Chengkong's Zanpakuto is that of Zanpakuto. The first stage of liberation, named Shikai. After you go back, explore and complete the Shikai as soon as possible, and communicate with your Zanpakuto more. The only way to complete the Shikai is through constant communication and contact between you and your Zanpakuto. There is no other way. Well, today so far, disbanded. 374 Night 1 with a bulging heart. Wow, Chengkong, you are amazing. You finished Shikai so soon. I heard from Grandpa that Zanpakuto has 2 liberations, Shikai and Bankai. Don't be complacent. I'll catch up with you soon. But it's also amazing to actually burst out the power of the captain-level death god with the spiritual pressure of 5 seats, and even to defeat Kenpachi. No wonder he obeys your words. After Lu Chengkong picked up Yachianryu, who was holding a small toy sword, it should be said to be a Zanpakuto, Yi, whom he was most familiar with, immediately flew over to congratulate him. It can be said that Lu Chengkong was in Junyangling Mayuan during this period of time. Chengkong also knew a lot of people. However, after comprehending Bing Xin, Lu Chengkong was obviously a lot colder. Although his expression was calm and gentle, the chilling aura emanating from his body was intimidating and did not dare to approach. Of course, some people are not afraid of this. For example, Aizen, who is scheming and pretending to be a good man, and so on. It's normal. I'll go and take Kenpachi into the 4th division for treatment. Next time I'll treat a guest, I'll talk about it. 8. Kong, Yei. Lu Chengkong directly picked up the frozen half. Kenpachi, who was seriously injured but with a face full of intoxication, glanced at him silently, and then put him into the 4th division. Why Yi, still looking at him, everyone left, can't you? Could it be that Yi, the pearl of the 4 noble families, Sifeng Yuan, actually likes him? Wow, what a new look. Zibo Kong really deserves to be Zibo Kong. He is enthusiastic and bold, and has a heroic personality. No wonder Yi Yi has such a good relationship, and only she dares to make such a joke with Yi Yi. HMPH, I don't know who was staring at others just now. I think Kong, you are a nympho. Yi Yi counterattacked without showing weakness, but there was a rare blush on her face. Fortunately, she was wheatish skin is not as noticeable and no one notices. It seems that I was really arrogant in the past. There is not only one person who is talented. This person may be a formidable enemy in the future. When Aizen lowered his head, a sharp light flashed through his glasses, but when he looked up, it returned to normal. Good old man. Aiya, there are so many geniuses. Shikai is completed so quickly, and it is so powerful that he is ahead of everyone. Urahara Kazuki said with a giggle, and bumped into Hirako Mako beside him. Didn't you say that you have always been the most handsome and attractive person in the Soul Society? You look at other people's dressing up and their dashing and handsomeness in battle, it seems that no one can compare them. Che, you're jealous, but I've also misunderstood. That kid was really handsome when he fought just now, but he's still a little worse than me. Hirako Mako didn't know what it meant to be embarrassed. Outrageous stinky fart. Shut up. But he also has a nemesis, and that is Saraki Hiyori, and as soon as his words came out, Saraki Hiyori's slippers directly knocked him out. Soon the matter of Lu Chengkong and Zhengmu Jianbai's battle spread throughout the entire Zhenyang Academy, and even some captains of the Soul Society knew about it, but they were not too surprised by this, because in their opinion, if Lu Chengkong couldn't defeat Jonpachi, so it was impossible for Zengi Jonpachi to listen to Lu Chengkong. Of course, this was their self-righteous idea. But what really caught their attention was Lu Chengkong's Zanpakudo, which seemed to be of the ice type, but if they looked seriously, it wasn't, because it was obviously a direct attack on the Zanpakudo, but it seemed to have the ability of the ghost type. For a while, some nobles of the 46th room that had not yet been in power actually began to secretly plan how to win over Lu Chengkong, or destroy Lu Chengkong. After all, in their opinion, Lu Chengkong's entry into the true Central Lingmu Academy is equivalent to the line of old Yamamoto. If you can't win over, of course, you must destroy it so as not to increase the strength of the other party. At the same time, some good people have made some rankings of beautiful freshmen, or rankings of handsome men, and the number one ranking of handsome men is actually Lu Chengkong. In all fairness, there are many people who are more handsome than him. But his unusual clothes, as well as his handsome, elegant, and unrestrained appearance when fighting with the snow drink mad knife in his hand have greatly increased his charm, making countless nympho goddesses every time they look at it. When he arrived at Lu Chengkong, he rushed over like a nympho, causing Lu Chengkong to sneak past every time he ate. Haha, I didn't expect that the mighty Lu Chengkong would be sneaking around. Just when Lu Chengkong entered the dining hall and thought no one would find him, he suddenly thought of a playful voice behind him. Needless to say, it was only Yi Yi. Shish, don't you know that I'm full of flirting, and those goddesses of death are all perverts. It's not like there are no one who is more handsome than me, isn't Bai Zai, who is the same four nobles as you, more handsome than me. What are you chasing after me? Lu Chengkong said angrily, took a meal and said while eating. You said Xiaobaya, he is just a child, how can he compare with you? Now everyone knows that you can defeat even Zakagi Kenpachi with a captain-level Reiatsu. Seeing Lu Chengkong's embarrassed appearance, Yi Yi thought it was very funny, but he didn't know why every time he saw Lu Chengkong surrounded by a lot of women, Xiao Yi felt unhappy in his heart, as if his heart was bulging. Yes, but now she doesn't know what it feels like. Xiaokong, you seem very unhappy. Do you want Bachenliu to help you kill them? Kaolu Bachenliu said in a tender voice with her crescent-like eyes. But it made people feel chills, at least Yi Yi was shocked to see that this cute little girl would say such a thing. No need, they're all boring people. They don't have any malice towards me, and they don't have any ill will towards me. There's no need. Lu Chengkong was stunned, but he quickly came back to his senses. Thousands of small injuries and many 8,000 flows hugged and said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Although Bachenliu didn't know what was going on, since Lu Chengkong said she didn't care, she didn't care. By the way, Yi Yi, you seem to be a very busy person. Why did you come to me? Lu Chengkong dislikes many of the gods of death in this world, and only a few do not, and one of them is Yi Yi, but it's just that he doesn't. Disgusted with oneself, for women in this world, even such a famous beauty Lu Chengkong can't have any feelings, but only pure desire. Can't I come to play with you if I have nothing to do? Yi Yi said angrily. Obviously he felt the indifference in Lu Chengkong's words, and Lu Chengkong's tone was gentle and full of emotion only when he was dealing with Bachanliu. Yi Yi couldn't help but feel a little envious of Bachanliu. Sometimes it's like this, what you can't get is the best, and Yi Yi is the jewel in the palm of your hand. No one has ever dared to disobey her, and only the person in front of her dares to ignore her again and again, and even use this. He spoke to her in an emotionless and indifferent tone. 375 Shunpo. This person, who at first only made her a little curious and wanted to come and see, as she got along, he discovered that there were many secrets hidden behind Lu Chengkong, which made her unable to bear the idea of exploring many times, but every time she was greeted by Lu Chengkong's blandness. The sound made her mute. You must know that she is very confident in her figure and appearance. The male death god of Zhenyangling Mayuan is obviously hot when she looks at her. That healthy wheat color, amazingly elastic skin, slender the hot body and the beautiful face make people feel very moved, but this guy in front of him seems to think of himself as air. Thinking of this, Yi Yi couldn't help but wondered many times whether he was ugly. Otherwise why would this guy be able to look at him without a trace of emotional passiveness? But unfortunately Yi Yi didn't know that Lu Chengkong had realized the power of death that belonged to him. To be able to use the Snowdrink Crazy Blade to the strongest point, you must have an ice heart. The Snowdrink Crazy Blade is the ice blade, and the ice blade and ice heart is the strongest. A cold knife is not cold, and it will certainly hurt the enemy. The knife is cold and the heart is cold, and it is really harmless. It is precisely because of this that even if Lu Chengkong is facing a stunning beauty like Hancock, even if he wants to possess him immediately, but because of the existence of Bingxin, he can use indifferent eyes to freeze all his emotions and disappear, perfectly controlling everything about himself. Emotions, the source of everything, is because he has a cold heart. What's more, the current Yi Yi seems to be only about 10 years old, and he doesn't have the hot character of the original book. Even if Lu Chengkong wants to overthrow her, he will not be now, and even if he overthrows Lu Chengkong now, he will not be fascinated by beauty, but instead. No matter what happens or what happens, even if he is doing the man-making movement, he can be as indifferent as water, as cold as ice. Hey, you really don't know if it's fake or not. After Zengi Kenpachi was defeated by you, he still honed his skills and spiritual pressure every day. Now his spiritual pressure is at least twice as strong as before. The speed is terrifying. He doesn't even have Shikai, but his Reiatsu is twice as strong as the captain. Yi Yi said that Lu Chengkong was still coaxing Bachanliu to ignore him and said very unhappily. The strength of the spiritual pressure does not mean everything, unless the spiritual pressure of Kenpachi is strong enough to dominate the outcome of a battle. Otherwise, as long as he can resist his spiritual pressure, even for a period of time, then it is enough to decide the winner. Take me as an example. My Reiatsu is only around the 5 chiefs of a division, but I can defeat Kenpachi. The current Kenpachi is just a treasure trove of empty space, but there is no one to unlock it. The key to his treasury, his way is still far. Lu Chengkong didn't care at all. After all, although he had lived in the world of One Piece, king of pirates, for more than 20 years, he had experienced something that no one else could have experienced for hundreds of years, plus there was a Sophie in his body. Now, you can ask her any incomprehensible questions. It's like an encyclopedia, answering every question. Oh, it's the first time I've heard someone say that the power of Reiatsu doesn't mean everything. Isn't the power of a god of death dependent on the pressure? After all, Yi Yi is still young now, and it's not Yi Yi 200 years later. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked such a question. Hee hee, you're really cute and silly. If that's the case, every Shinigami can directly hone and improve Reiatsu. Where do you use Zanpakuto, Kendo, Shunpo, Shidao, Ghost Dao, Reiatsu? It's like the source of death's energy, and these kendo, shunbu, white fight, and ghost way are tools to use energy to achieve the goal you want to achieve. Lu Chengkong glanced at the people who were sitting nearby and listening carefully to what he said because of his own words. These were the characters in the original book, the Masked Legion and others, except Bai Zai who looked aloof. The appearance of being taught, even Aizen is the same, obviously, with their current strength and realm, what Lu Chengkong said really benefited them tremendously. As expected of the first freshman, I used to be a little unconvinced, but now I can't even think about it. Kuchiki Shanghai said first, with a convincing look on his face, which also changed Lu Chengkong's attitude towards him. Saying that he is just relying on the Zanpakudo's Grim Reaper is too much. It's just that Muramasa didn't show up at the beginning, which made him very angry. He felt betrayed and no longer believed in Muramasa and even killed him. Now Kuchiki Shanghai is still acceptable, at least much more than Byakuya. After the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Hikari's limelight completely suppressed Kuchiki Haya, the direct heir. You're right, but I have some good things to show you about this, and see the trick. Yi Isho said giggling, but he disappeared in place in an instant. People's pupils constricted because they couldn't see how Yi was moving at all. Brush. It was just the next scene that surprised them. Yi appeared directly in the position where Lu Chengkong was sitting, maintaining the action of reaching out to catch Lu Chengkong, but at this moment Lu Chengkong also disappeared directly in place like Yi. And it still disappeared with Bachinliu in his arms, but instead appeared behind Yaiki and patted Yaiki's arm, who was still holding his hands. Impossible, how could he keep up with Saifeng Yuan Yi's Shunpo so fast, and how could he, a commoner, have such advanced skills as Shunpo? Kuchiki Byakuya knows very well how fast Yaiki is, but he is often teased by Yaiki's extremely fast speed, and he has recently learned Shunpo, and even mentally thinks that he can definitely beat Lu with his own speed. Zhang Kong, but now the sudden blow made Kuchiki Byakuya's face flushed red, his eyes widened, he couldn't believe it. How can you walk in a blink of an eye, and you're actually faster than me? Yi asked with a pair of very beautiful eyes, as if he had discovered a new continent. I've never eaten pork before and I've seen pig run. I've seen the anime before and heard you say the principle of Shunpo. I didn't have Reiatsu before and couldn't try it, but with Reiatsu, wouldn't I learn this powerful skill? Lu Chengkong smiled but didn't answer Yi's words. Instead, Ba Qinliu jumped directly onto Lu Chengkong's arm, and actually used Shunpo to step on Yi's arm. What's so surprising? Such a simple ability can be achieved in 8,000, how can Xiaokong be so smart? Xiaokong is right, you nobles are really arrogant. Ba Qinli's words made Yi's face turn red, and Bai Zai's face was even more gloomy. Don't forget that he is the one who cares about the nobles' face the most. Now Ba Qinli said that although it was a child's unintentional words, but it fell to Bai Zai. In the ear, it is equivalent to an insult to the nobles. 376 Byakuya Kuchiki's challenge. I want to duel with you, but you actually insulted the nobles. If you don't kneel down and apologize, you will die to atone for your sins. Kuchiki Byakuya immediately stood up and looked at Yachianryu with murderous intent. Haha, this idiot, aristocrat, is really laughing to death. It's amazing that aristocrats are willing to care about a little girl. Yi, are you all nobles like this? The party's Lu Chengkong and Ba Qinliu did not speak, while Zibo Kong said disdainfully. Kuchiki Beizai was furious when he heard the words, but he couldn't say anything. It was indeed shameful enough to care about a young girl, but Kuchiki Beizai had already started at this time. He could only bite the bullet and forcefully refute. HMPH, whether she is young or not, insulting a noble is a crime. Do you know you? You have a good life, you were born into a nobleman, otherwise you would be dead now. Lu Chengkong appeared behind Bai Zai at some point, and pinched Bai Zai's neck with one hand. The whole person lifted up, his voice icy and biting. No, Chengkong, he is the heir of the Kuchiki family, you kill him and you're done. Yi immediately panicked, angry that Bai Zai was not looking for trouble, and worried that Lu Chengkong would do something stupid. HMPH, that's why I said that you were lucky. Relying on the useless of your ancestors, it's your luck to be born in a nobleman. If you're not a nobleman, you can't die anymore. Can't you duel? Isn't the nobleman amazing? Then I will promise you, go to the duel arena, regardless of life or death. As Lu Chengkong said that, he threw Kuchiki Byakuya out and knocked over the wall with a bang. He's so handsome. Shiba Kong was completely afraid that the world would not be chaotic, but there were people like her, such as Lisa Yahomaru and Kunanbai, who were one of them. Doesn't he really want to duel? Then I will fulfill him and see how much the heir of the head of the 4 great nobles has, and see if he is just a waste who relies on the remnants of his ancestors. Lu Chengkong didn't even look at Kuchiki Byakuya, who was lying on the ground. He took the lead in holding Bachinliu and walked towards the duel arena. As for Aizen and others on the side, their expressions were different, some were gloating, some were curious, some agreed. There is disdain, but they all followed in the end. Soon the first person of the new student flew out Kuchiki Byakuya, and now the news of the duel spread throughout the entire Seranjay. Kuchiki Yinling, the current family of the Kuchiki family, rushed over immediately. Knowing Lu Chengkong's strength, he is very clear as the captain. At the same time, he also knows how much material his grandson has. Although he is also a genius, he has also completed Shikai, but it is far worse than Lu Chengkong. For a while, an ordinary duel actually alarmed the captain. After the edict came, not only the Deadwood Silver Bell, Jingle Chunchui, Yukataki Shuru, and even the Mountain Wood came at the end. Of course, the only one who did not come was the mysterious Unohana is strong. Did you hear that? Kuchiki Byakuya, the leader of the 4 nobles, is going to fight Lu Chengkong. Cut, that guy looks so cool, he wasn't thrown out by Lu Chengkong. It seems that he used to think highly of him, but he just relied on the blessings of the 4 aristocrats. No, I heard that he also completed Shikai, and is also a member of the genius class. Idiot, who in that class is not a genius? Doesn't Zanaki Kenpachi have a captain-level Reiatsu? Wasn't he defeated by Lu Chengkong? Kuchiki Byakuya, an aristocrat who doesn't know the heights of the sky, will definitely be shamed this time. Soon the serene Seranjay, which had always been quiet, actually became lively, and all kinds of rumors spread, making Yinling Kuchiki and Byakuya Kuchiki look ashen when they heard these words. Yinling Kuchiki was angry with Lu Chengkong. I also hate Kuchiki Byakuya for not being iron. But you yourself are not someone else's opponent, and you have to duel with others. Isn't it a waste of your family's face? In fact, it's no wonder that Byakuya cherishes the noble's face so much, because he has lived under such a teaching since he was a child. Can he not become the second Kuchiki Yinling? It's an eventful time. I knew he would cause a lot of trouble, but I didn't expect it to be long before he came again. But according to the information, he actually understood Shunpo by himself, and his speed was actually faster than that of Saifeng Yuanyei. Look. Come on, a genius among geniuses. The old man Shanmu was expressionless, but he was a little surprised in his heart. You must know that there are no one who understands Shunpo without a teacher. There are a few in Jingling Court, but how long has Lu Chengkong been a god of death? And Shikai, the 5-seat Yakuya defeated the captain-level Yakuza Kenpachi, such deeds that Yamaki had to look up at Lu Chengkong. Captain Kuchiki, I think you should know the rules of the dueling arena. You can't intervene until the winner is decided. You should know the rules of the Soul Society. Although the old man is very rigid at certain times, he doesn't know how to change, but he is indeed a qualified law enforcer. This matter has already spread, so the duel cannot be interfered, otherwise His Majesty will be wiped out. Don't worry, as the leader of the 4 aristocrats, our Deadwood family, the representative of the Death God in the Soul Society, will never do anything illegal. Kuchiki Yinling is not an idiot. Of course, he knows that he can't interfere now. Otherwise, it will not only wipe his face, but also greatly damage the Kuchiki family's reputation. Thinking of this, he can't help but feel even more dissatisfied with his grandson, Kuchiki Byakuya. The previous thought arose, that is, he met Kuchiki Shanghei before, saw his Zanpakuto ability, and was very satisfied with his aptitude and person. If he was not a commoner, he would have been recruited as a son-in-law long ago. Now Bai Zai's actions make her even more dissatisfied. She originally did not intend to find a commoner as her son-in-law. The power of the knife is too great, and he is also coveted. If Kuchiki Byakuya knew at this time that he didn't save his grandfather's recognition for maintaining his noble face, but instead made his grandfather dissatisfied with him, and even had the idea of recruiting a son-in-law, I wonder if he would vomit blood in depression. But no matter what, after today, Kuchiki Byakuya will not only lose face, but will be overshadowed by Kuchiki Shanghei, who is about to join the Kuchiki family. It can only be said that he will not come alone. In the case of Byakuya, but looking at Kuchiki Byakuya's appearance, it is obvious that there are more losses than wins. A waste of time. I thought there was some good opponent to entertain me, but I didn't expect it to be such a thing. Liu Qi's Kenpachi is gone. Although it took a lot of time to guide the way, Bachin Liu, who is more Lukai than him in the original book, finally arrived in time. I met Zakagi Kenpachi earlier, poor baby. 377 people are more popular than dead people. Zengi Kenpachi has never been able to look at people's faces, let alone give anyone face, and his voice is already loud, and now there are death gods in the duel arena, so Zakagi Kenpachi didn't lower the volume of his voice. It spread throughout the duel venue, making Kuchiki Yinling's face very ugly. It seems that although this son is rebellious and doesn't give face to anyone, he is a person without ambition. As long as someone presses him, nothing will happen, and it is indeed easier to grasp without ambition. The old man Yamamoto deserves to be an old evildoer who has lived for thousands of years. In a short period of time, he has made Kenpachi Zengaki's reputation. No wonder he can suppress Kenpachi in the original book and prevent him from causing trouble everywhere, but now there is Liu Chengkong, a butterfly. Kenpachi's strength and growth rate are not comparable to the original work, and it may be really unclear who will suppress who at that time. Hey, don't think that learning Shunpo is amazing. Your Shunpo without a secret is just a beginner Shunpo, white fight, ghost way, kendo, etc. It's even more impossible. Today I'll let you see the Deadwood family. The real strength is not something that a commoner like you can match. Quote. Kuchiki Byakuya was also ashen, and Zaragi Kenpachi's words seriously stabbed his self-esteem and made him angry. He didn't care about the difference in strength, and he believed in his heart that he would definitely win, even if he couldn't match the opponent's speed. I hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth, otherwise it will be too boring. Liu Chengkong sighed. It is undeniable that no one in the genius class can't be underestimated. Kuchiki Byakuya is the Kuchiki family no matter what. The air of the talent is definitely not bad, and the ability of Zanpakuto is both offensive and defensive. It's a pity that the current Kuchiki Byakuya has only completed Shikai, and his spiritual pressure is actually lower than Liu Chengkong's. Even if Liu Chengkong's Shunpo was discovered by himself, it's just a preliminary Shunpo without Yaiki's advanced Shunpo, or it is the essence of top Shunpo. But who is Liu Chengkong? In the world of May Thief King, she can use her physical strength so fast that she can't even keep up with Angelina, who turned into a white tiger. Salas, who is the fruit of speed, can only forget her back. If you have the original Yaiki, as long as you have enough with time, you will definitely be able to develop a Shunpo that suits you best. Let you see my Shikai. The Zanpakuto Shikai of the Kuchiki family is definitely not comparable to you, Scatter, Sanban. Hundreds of cherry blossom petals fluttered in the wind by Kuchiki Byakuya's side, making him, who was born in a nobleman with a good temperament, look even more charming. At least many girls present almost screamed, and every piece of cherry blossom's petals are hidden murderous intentions. The more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. Senbon Sakura is a good example. Broken Road Number 4, by Lei. Shibe should be treated with admiration for 3 days. Kuchiki Byakuya was still a flower in the greenhouse a month ago. Although he has not yet been baptized by a storm, he clearly has murderous aura and moves quickly. Ruthless, it was obvious that Kuchiki Yinling made him kill people, and he killed a lot of people. At the same time, he also has some combat experience, at least knowing that his speed is not as fast as Liu Chengkong, worried that Senbon Sakura will not be able to catch up, and immediately use the fastest ballet. What he wants is not the power of ballet, but with his strength using such a low breaking power without singing would not be much worse than singing. What he needed was ballet's speed and paralysis characteristics to slow down Liu Chengkong's speed. Once he was surrounded by Senbon Sakura, Liu Chengkong would definitely die. Oh, abandoning the singing ballet, it seems that you have made a lot of progress, but the world will not revolve around one person, and you are not the only one who will improve in strength. Liu Chengkong first praised, and then said it indifferently, and pointed at the white thunder that came from the electric shot at the same time, and the same white thunder shot out from Liu Chengkong's fingertips, directly piercing the white thunder of Byakuya Kuchiki. He shot at Kuchiki Byakuya unabated, causing Senbon Sakura, who was about to be surrounded, because Byakuya was about to be attacked, he immediately returned to form a protective shield to block the remaining white thunder. Isn't it? This is the strength of the four great nobles. Liu Chengkong is just a commoner. No one taught ballet, who also doesn't need to sing, to be the leader of the nobles. Kuchiki Beizai can't compare to humans. It's too embarrassing. They were all muttering to themselves, and their voices were full of disdain, which deeply stimulated Kuchiki Byakuya's nerves. Damn, Senbon Sakura. Kuchiki Byakuya snorted coldly. He actually controlled Senbon Sakura with his hand, not only so fast than before, but also raised his other hand high and hid in his mouth. O King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the thing that bears the name of the human beings. The scorching heat and disputes, the turbulent waves on the plums, go to the south. The 31 way of breaking the road, the red artillery. With Kuchiki Byakuya's current strength, it is impossible for the 30-odd ghosts not to sing, and if he doesn't sing, the power is not much, and he hopes that he can give Liu Chengkong a slap in the face. Actually, he has already learned the 31 way. He really deserves to be the genius of Kuchiki's family. No matter what others think of Kuchiki Byakuya, the calm and wise Aizen can see that Kuchiki Byakuya is absolutely talented, but it's just that it was Liu Chengkong who met the more enchanting Liu Chengkong that seemed so ordinary and inadequate. This is the saying that people are better than dead people, especially when comparing their own weaknesses with others' strengths. It's not so good. Hiriko Mako pouted and said indifferently, looking at his face, it was obvious that his strength was higher than Kuchiki Byakuya, but it was normal. After all, in the original work, Hiriko Mako can even break Aizen's Kyoka Shueyu. If it wasn't for the reason of the blurring that affected his sanity, he couldn't make a full shot. According to the strength of Aizen at that time for more than 100 years, Hiriko Mako was completely unstoppable. Weaker than Aizen at that time. As for the future, I don't know. After all, Lan Ran is the biggest villain that Liu Chengkong knows so far, and there is also a cheating tool called Bangyu. Of course, his strength improves faster than others. The most important thing is that his talent is always at the forefront of the genius class. In the original book, the skills of the God of Death have been improved to a very dangerous level, which must not be underestimated. The only people who can compare with him are Kazuki Urahara, who is also very shrewd, and of course the current Liu Chengkong, the transformed Zengeki Kenpachi, and the innocuous Yachinliu who has always been acting Aizen, but don't dare to underestimate Bachinliu. She knew from today that her Shunpo was faster than Yi Yi. In the original book, Bachinliu never took any action, but she also had a spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure formed a strange pattern that seemed to be the mask of an unknown object. It could be seen that it was not simple by directly scaring the person who notified the transmission. 378 You shame Senbon Sakura. More importantly, now that Liu Chengkong is here, it is not impossible for Bachinliu, who was originally talented, to become Khalifa in the King of Thieves. After all, the original Kali disqualification can only be regarded as excellent, but under the influence of Liu Chengkong and Khalifa's own efforts, it has not yet become the top existence in the world of May Thief King. Reality is reality after all. It's not as simple as the original anime. Of course the world will not revolve for the so-called protagonist, because there is no eternal protagonist. It is very simple to want to be the protagonist. If your strength is strong enough, you will be the protagonist, otherwise it's just going to be a dead end like Luffy. Wow, the 31 Red Artillery is really powerful, Liu Chenghong said in a funny way, but the joke in his tone could be heard by anyone who was not deaf. Liu Chenghong, who had never drawn a knife, directly took out the snow-drink crazy sword. Strange to say, after the first Shikai, Liu Chenghong's Zanpakuto was in the state of snow-drinking crazy sword and did not change back. However, Liu Chenghong doesn't care about this, and he doesn't consume spiritual pressure anyway, and such a snow-drink crazy knife is really handsome, too hockey, and it is put in a scabbard like the snow-drink crazy knife in Fengyan. If you want to fight in the back, you don't have to wait for Shikai or something, so Liu Chenghong doesn't care about such trivial matters. Have you drawn your sword? Finally, that peculiar Zanpakuto actually combines the ghost type and the direct attack type Zanpakuto into one, and it can burst out a captain-level spiritual pressure with the spiritual pressure of the 5 chiefs to defeat the enemy. Mu Jonpachi must have hidden unknown abilities. It seems that my biggest rival should be him. Lan Ran thought to himself, but a pair of eyes were staring at Liu Chenghong's snow-drink crazy saber. This knife gave him a cold feeling of body and mind, which made him very uncomfortable, but Lan Ran didn't know at this moment. There is a person behind him looking at him, and this person is Hirako Mako. It seems that Hirako Mako has discovered the unusualness of Aizen. It is no wonder that he would be so wary of Aizen in the original book, and even hesitant to monitor him personally. He is the only one who discovered Aizen's true face. It can be said that the world of death is definitely not like anime. Simple. Just like Liu Chenghong's experience in the world of May Thief King, the protagonist is immortal. It's just a joke. Whoever has the bigger fist will be the protagonist, because Liu Chenghong's arrival will develop in the future. The world of the god of death, what will Wei become? Unknown number. Let me see what's the secret of your snow-drink mad knife. Bai Zai, don't be so useless, hold on for a while. But what did you eat to grow up? How did you grow up in a month? Much. Urahara Kazuki thought maliciously, but he was right. I don't know why Kuchiki Byakuya, who looked only 7 or 8 years old last month, has changed a lot in a month or so. His height looks similar to Liu Chenghong was about the same, a beautiful young man of 14 or 15 years old. It seems that the biological cycle of the god of death is strange enough. Either it has not changed for a few years, and Bachanliu has been like a little girl for hundreds of years, or it has changed greatly in 1 or 2 months. HMPH, have you pulled out the Zanpakuto? But it's useless. With my Kai Cannon and Senbon Sakura combined, you will definitely lose. Byakuya Kuchiki was extremely confident, and even seemed to have seen Liu Chenghong's defeat on his knees. He looked like he was begging for mercy, but he didn't see Yinling Kuchiki, who was on the side, and sighed. It seems that the current Kuchiki Byakuya is still young and vigorous. He has too little experience and is too tender. It is no wonder that he has lived in a big family since he was a child, and everyone is humble. Heart. You are embarrassed to say that I will definitely lose with such an attack. I don't even want to use the ultimate move. Liu Chenghong Isho, with a move of his right hand, the Shuiyan Quangdao gently slashed upwards in the midair in front of him, a ferocious red artillery cannon. It was actually pushed aside by Liu Chenghong's Shuiyan Quangdao. The bullet flew out, and exploded on the other side. How could this happen? Kuchiki Byakuya said incredulously. If Liu Chenghong blocked the red cannon, he wouldn't do it, but Liu Chenghong actually used the blade to move the extremely destructive red cannon. What a delicate control it takes. It's a pity that he never knew that one of Liu Chenghong's strongest strengths was his power of control. Although he lost the return of his life, he also had a spiritual pressure. Who can tell the difference between gain and loss, and controlling the inside of the body is indeed inferior to the return of life. However, relying solely on their own efforts to control their own power is still able to send and receive freely, such as arm commands. Robustness. He can't be described as a genius anymore, Yukitake Shuru said in surprise. Indeed, I heard the old man say that he has not received the teaching of kendo, so he is a groping person, and he controls the power and reiatsu so delicately. Such a person can no longer be described as a genius. Jingle Chunchui said with admiration. Even the Deadwood Yinling, who was on the side as an enemy, could not help but admit that Lu Chengkong was indeed much more promising than his grandson. Even if you block the red artillery, Senbon Sakura has already surrounded you, go to hell. After Kuchiki Byakuya calmed down, his right hand clasped together, Senbon Sakura immediately wrapped Lu Chengkong in all directions, and the sharp petals seemed to smack the willow. Chengkong's body was cut into countless pieces. You won't lose, will you? How is that possible? Didn't you see that Lu Chengkong didn't even use that shocking slash? But these petals are very dangerous. Can you not die if you are surrounded like this? No matter what others said, Kuchiki Byakuya's face became more and more ugly, because he controlled Senbon Sakura and found that Senbon Sakura couldn't move any further. Obviously, Senbon Sakura couldn't penetrate the object with amazing defense. Is this your Senbon Sakura? The ability is good, both offensive and defensive, but unfortunately you, the master, have put him ashamed. Lu Chengkong's voice came out from among the petals. The voice was not dull, but cold in his heart. And the petals surrounding him were frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Click. The frozen petals suddenly shattered into two halves, and Lu Chengkong walked out without incident. Not even his clothes were tattered. Just like the duel started before, you can see at a glance who is higher and who is lower, whether it is strength or state of mind. Realm Kuchiki Byakuya can't compare with Lu Chengkong. Haki is not domineering, he is arrogant but not arrogant, neither humble nor arrogant, he does not despise anyone, and he will not look down on anyone. As long as he is an opponent, he will pay attention to it, even if he is weak. This is the real warrior. Zibo Kong looked seeing Lu Chengkong's performance, a strange light flashed in his eyes. 379 You are too weak. Damn, Kuchiki Byakuya was angry and a little flustered at this time. He didn't expect that his Senbon Sakura could not cause any injury to Lu Chengkong, and was even directly sealed. Now he can't take back Senbon Sakura. At this time, Kuchiki Byakuya just like a beautiful woman who takes off her clothes, she can do whatever she wants. It doesn't matter if I'm hateful or not. I think you should think about how to die. Didn't you just say that Bachenliu would kneel down and apologize? Why don't you do this? I won't kill you as long as you kneel down and apologize to Bachenliu. Lu Chengkong seemed to be talking about a very ordinary thing, but the presence fell into silence. No one thought that Lu Chengkong would dare to say such madness, and even dared to ignore the faces of the four nobles. Little devil, do you know what you're talking about? Kuchiki Yinling couldn't sit still and said coldly, her voice full of murderous aura. What's the matter? The younger ones can't beat the old ones. This is the soul world. Do you want to break the rules of the dueling arena, and the one who wants to duel is proposed by your grandson? Or do you think the Deadwood family is already in the corpse of the Ling family? Above the soul realm, can even the rules set by the Spirit King be ignored? Lu Chengkong said tit for tat without giving in at all. A tall hat was put on, making Kuimu Yinling speechless, but he didn't dare to mess around. The matter had already been spread. If he messed up, then he would just ignoring the majesty of Reiatsu. The hostile forces will definitely use this incident to attack him, so he can only swallow his breath. What a smart kid, he is very witty, at least he has stood in the place of death. Even if he takes the Deadwood Silver Bell to deal with him, he will not dare to mess around in a short time, otherwise it is equivalent to telling everyone that he is Deadwood. Silver Bell can't afford to lose. Jingle Chunchui had to look at Lu Chengkong again, and he had already begun to re-examine this young man who had just entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. How about it, Kuchiki Byakuya? There are two paths for you to choose from. Lu Chengkong walked slowly towards Kuchiki Byakuya step by step, completely ignoring Kuchiki Byakuya, letting Kuchiki Byakuya smoke from his 7 apertures. He couldn't bear it any longer. With a roar, he picked up the recovered Zanpakudo and walked behind Lu Chengkong in a blink of an eye. Clang! Without even looking at it, Lu Chengkong directly put the Shuiyan crazy blade behind him, blocking Kuchiki Byakuya's attack with ease, and at the same time his strength increased, pushing Kuchiki Byakuya out. I remember that you seem to like Shinwa, so I'll let you taste this too, Shinwa. Lu Chengkong disappeared in place with a swipe, at the same time he appeared beside Kuchiki Byakuya, and as soon as he passed by, the snow-drink mad knife in his hand stabbed. Kuchi. The very pleasant sound of muscle shattering sounded. Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't keep up with Lu Chengkong's speed at all. He only felt a pain in his lungs and screamed, and the scarlet blood flowed out as if he didn't want money, causing Byakuya Kuchiki to lie down. On the ground. Byakuya. Kuchiki Yinling roared angrily, not because he didn't want to shoot, but because too many eyes were looking at him. Especially what made him depressed was the fact that Kenpachi Zaragi looked at him frantically. The deputy was eager for him to shoot, obviously hoping that he would shoot, and then he rushed over to fight him. He instinctively felt that these captains were powerful, and fighting with these captains must be very enjoyable. What's it called? He can't die yet. I'm not afraid to tell you all today. I won't commit crimes if people don't commit me. If someone commits me, I will kill his family. Killing one is a crime, one is a hero. If you slaughter 9 million, you will become the hero of the hero. Quote. Lu Chengkong remembered a sentence in the men's line, and said it with his cold and ruthless voice, which made everyone including Yamamoto look at him in surprise, obviously unable to believe that he would actually say such a thing. It's a good one, Shang Zongshang. This is the real man. That arrogant kid is nothing compared to Lu Chengkong. Zibo Konghei's clan was besieged by the 4 major clans and ended in decline. He didn't like the 4 great nobles, but she admired Lu Chengkong very much, especially Lu Chengkong's words made her more beautiful. Eyes flickered with striking light. This son must not be kept. In an instant, Kuchiki Yint had already issued an order to kill Lu Chengkong in his heart. If such a person offends him, keeping him would definitely be a nuisance for a tiger, but he was depressed to find that even if he wanted to kill Lu Chengkong, he couldn't make a shot in a short period of time, but Lu Chengkong's speed of progress and comprehension made him very astonishing. Not only did he learn Shunbu without a teacher, he was also able to use soft power. If someone asked Kuchiki Yinling what was the most painful thing in the world at this time, he would definitely say without hesitation that the most painful thing was that he could not directly kill Lu Chengkong with a knife. The world of corpses and souls will be really lively in the future. Jingle Chunshui glanced at Deadwood Yinling, and of course he could see that Deadwood Yinling had killing intent towards Lu Chengkong. Old man, it depends on what you choose nobles. Or choose civilians. If you don't support it, the civilians will feel cold to you in the future, and it will be difficult for you to take power. Quote. It's really troublesome. How could the old man Yamamoto, who Jingle Chunshui can't think of it? He is also wandering between the Kuchiki family and Lu Chengkong. You must know that it is not just a duel now. It has risen to the level of the nobles and the commoners. Struggle between. If you choose a noble, then not only will you lose Lu Chengkong, but also Zhengmu Zhanpachi and Bachinliu. At that time, those commoners will be more detached from themselves. After all, Lu Chengkong is equal to the representative of commoners. Everything depends on it. The old man Yamamoto weighed the pros and cons himself. I think Deadwood Yinling has killed me. I'm still afraid that you won't come. Now I'm not your opponent, but I, Lu Chengkong, can grow up in the face of the world government, and I will be afraid of you as a Deadwood family. Joke. Lu Chengkong don't think he is impulsive. He knows what he is doing very clearly and rationally. He doesn't want to waste too much time. He finds that his strength has encountered a bottleneck, whether it is the ability of spiritual pressure or the ability of Snow Drink Crazy Knife. Even Shunbu, he needs stimulation. He needs dangerous pressure to stimulate himself, and growth is the fastest in a desperate situation. Since I have the intention to kill, then I will humiliate you, and it is best to leave a shadow in your heart forever. You are not benevolent and I am not righteous. Lu Chengkong stepped on the dead wood Beizai without saying a word. On his head, he completely ignored Kuchiki Yintei's fire-breathing eyes. Hey, let's talk. Now you can choose, whether you choose to die or apologize. Lu Chengkong the exerted force. Kuchiki Byakuya immediately cried out in pain, completely losing his noble demeanor. 380 Byakuya's shame. Don't think about it. Kuchiki Byakuya spat out blood and said very hard. Yo, how did you become such a man now? It's not like you. It's a pity. If your strength is as tough as you are now, it will be amazing. Since you don't choose, then I will help you. Don't worry. How about just cutting off your hands without killing you? Lu Chengkong's words made everyone gasp for breath. Without his hands, he would be a god of death, and he wouldn't even be able to get the Zanpakuto. Kuchiki Byakuya, who was still stubborn just now, turned pale with fright. The most important thing is that he is not the face paralyzed in the original book. He is still young, and his experience is not comparable to the original book. To ask him to apologize and still to apologize to the civilians he despised, he felt that a flame of shame was burning in his heart, making him very hard. It seems that the genius you invited is for nothing, and you can't even bear humiliation and burden. What else do you achieve? Let me teach you. Today, I swallowed my apology and continued to steal my life. Get stronger and seek revenge from me, otherwise if you save your face, you will become a piece of trash in the gods of death, and you will never have the chance to seek revenge from me in this lifetime. Quote. Lu Chengkong's playful voice reverberated in everyone's ears like an icy north wind, causing Lan Ran and the others who were in the same class with Lu Chengkong to shudder. They were ruthless and ruthless, which was enough to describe Lu Chengkong. I'm sorry. Bai Zai struggled constantly on his face, thinking about what to do, when he suddenly felt a pain in his right hand, and the tip of Lu Chengkong's Shuiyan Quangdao had pierced into his right hand, scaring him so much that he didn't dare. After thinking more, he directly said 3 words that made him feel ashamed for his life. If you say no earlier, is face very important? It's important, just live and work hard to become stronger. It's the last word to seek revenge from me by any means. The one who has the last laugh is the winner. I hope you won't let me down. Let's do it. More seasonings in the days. Lu Chengkong kicked Kuchiki Byakuya into the air, and hugged Bachenliu like no one else. While laughing wildly, he also exuded compelling self-confidence in his own strength, self-confidence in being a winner, and even the contempt for Byakuya seems to be saying that you can only be the seasoning for my boredom. Let's go, Kenpachi. It seems that the strength of the nobles is not that good. Lu Chengkong greeted Zengi Kenpachi and left, completely ignoring Kumugi Yinling and Old Man Yamamoto. He was confident that Old Man Yamamoto would definitely choose himself. After all, even if he chooses the Kuchiki family, he will not get the full help of the Kuchiki family. It will also make all the dead civilians disappointed with the Old Man Yamamoto. Between gains and losses, he believes that the experienced and terrible old man will make the most correct choice. After all, his own capital is also placed here. There is absolutely no problem, and there is a monster Zakagi Kenpachi and an unknown number of 8,000 Ryu beside them. Do you want the old man to finish it off for you? It seems that you are really powerful. You are so scheming at such a young age. Did you expect the old man to choose you early in the morning? But I hope you are smarter. The old man can keep you and destroy you as well. The old man Yamamoto glanced at Lu Chengkong's back with deep eyes and thought to himself. Everything that followed was exactly what Lu Chengkong had in mind. 3 people who had the potential to become captains, and in order to establish an absolute justice in the hearts of the common people to win the hearts of the people, the old man Yamamoto finally chose Lu Chengkong. Said a word to Kuchiki Yinling, and Kuchiki Yinling was so angry that he smashed the chair directly. After all, the excitement is only temporary. As time passed, Lu Chengkong soon became dull. It may be that old man Yamamoto's words played a role, or it may be that Deadwood Yinling did not dare to take action in a short time. Lu Chengkong was talking to him. After Kuchiki Byakuya's battle, Lu Chengkong has been fine, but Kuchiki Byakuya has never appeared. According to the gossip, it seems that Kuchiki Byakuya's defeat in the battle has embarrassed the Kuchiki family, and now he has been taken for special training. After that battle, Lu Chengkong was not without gains. At least there was another Zibo Kong behind him outside Yaiki. Even sometimes, Ju Nanbai and Yazumaru Lisa often came to visit, letting Lu Chengkong come to visit. Chengkong's dormitory has become very lively, and Ba Chenliu is also very happy, because there are more girlfriends to play with her, and the smiles on her face are getting more and more. On this day, Saifeng Yuan Yi, who had just left not long ago, suddenly ran back, and he came here in a blink of an eye. Seeing her panting appearance and panicked face, it seemed that something major had happened. Why Yi, don't worry, drink cup 2 is talking. Lu Chengkong knew that as Yi's identity, if it wasn't for a major event, he would never show such a flustered expression. Yi's experience was not enough, at least he couldn't do it now. The joy and anger of the original book are indescribable. You are still in the mood to drink tea here. Everyone outside is saying that Zanaki Kenpachi actually challenged the captain of the 11th Division, that is the captain of the strongest 11th Division of the Gotei 13th Division, although Kenpachi is the strongest. His spiritual pressure is getting stronger and stronger, but he can become a captain in Kendo, Shunpo, Oni Dao, and Shidao. He is also very powerful, and he can also use Bankai. After Bankai, the spiritual pressure will increase by 5 to 10 times. Spirit pressure is scary enough, and 5 to 10 times stronger is even scarier. Saifeng Yuan said anxiously after drinking a cup of tea at night. So what? Lu Chengkong said nonchalantly. Let Yi be stunned, but Yi quickly recovered and said angrily, of course I want you to stop Kenpachi, even if you want to die, you can't do this. You don't know Kenpachi, I may be able to stop him before I decide to fight, but now unless you kill him, no one can change his fighting spirit, and you think this fight will be so is it simple? Lu Chengkong said meaningfully, raising his sword eyebrows to signal Yi to calm down and think about it. It's not easy. The captain's battle is certainly not easy. Wait, do you mean that someone is behind this battle? Yi deserves to be Yi, worthy of being able to become the captain of the 2nd Division in the future to take charge of the punishment army. It came to my mind soon after I calmed down. Clever, even if the two of them don't fight, the people behind will not allow it. This is already a struggle for power between factions. The battle between Kenpachi and the captain of the 11th Division is just to determine the power distribution tool. Kenpachi won, then the captain of the 11th Division will definitely be killed and replaced, then the people who support Kenpachi will definitely make Kenpachi the captain against all opinions, so that the power in his hands will be greater. Lu Chengkong talked eloquently like a military advisor with Zhiju in his hand, causing a strange light to flash across Yi's eyes. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 381-400. 381 The Battle of the 11th Division Captains. So, Kenpachi and the captain of the 11th rank, Gui Yancheng, Kenpachi must have a fight, and they can only survive each other. Yi asked suspiciously, she hadn't realized it yet. The power struggle is dark and brutal, dirty. Zaraki Jonpachi, Ghost Yancheng Jonpachi, so you still don't understand? Lu Chengkong asked rhetorically. So that's it, you knew early on that they would have a battle. Then why don't you change your name? Yi didn't pay attention for a while, ignoring the meaning of Kenpachi in the name of Zengi Kenpachi. There can only be one Kenpachi in the soul world. As long as you take the name of Kenpachi, you must challenge the 11th level in the soul world. Captain, otherwise, the captain of the 11th Division would definitely kill the person named Kenpachi, and the person named Kenpachi who dare not fight will be a shame. Zaraki was originally the strongest. When I say the strongest, I don't mean that he is the strongest. On the contrary, although Kenpachi has twice the strength, he now has 3 times the spirit of the captain, but it is not enough compared to any captain. Look, but the battle of Zaragi Kenpachi is not about winning or losing. His strongest point is that he sees through winning and losing. He only enjoys the process of fighting. Winning or losing is not important. With such a mentality, Kenpachi will not lose. I never believed that Kenpachi would die. Let's go and see the battle between Kenpachi and the captain. I also want to see how the strength of the 11th Division captain will be. Lu Chengkong said hello to Ba Qianlu, who was still eating candy and playing with toys, and walked out first. HMPH, that's nice, I'll see what you will do if something goes wrong. Yi Yi snorted, but she finally followed. The Saranjay, which had been silent for a while, became lively again, even more lively than the previous battle between Lu Chengkong and Kuchiki Byakuya. Can the gods of death not be excited? It can be said that a huge dueling table is already surrounded by people. This dueling table is specially designed for the captain-level powerhouse to fight, and this one is even more special. The arena is of great significance, and there are bound roads set up by Old Man Yamamoto, so that the captain-level death god can fight without any scruples, so that Seoringe will not suffer from ash. Chengkong, you're here too. Good man. Aizen saw Lu Chengkong immediately walked over with a kind smile and greeted him. Oh, Aizen, come and see the Battle of Kenpachi, after all, it's rare. Lu Chengkong didn't care about arguing with Aizen, after all, he was very clear about Aizen's strength. On the surface, it seems that the strongest in the genius class is Kenpachi, and the same is true at present, but the fastest progress is still Aizen and Urahara Kazuki who are hiding on the side, and Hirako Mako, who has always been very stinky, and Yi Yi people. But I think Zaraki is impulsive this time. His Reiatsu is very powerful, but he can't do anything but Reiatsu. It's very dangerous to face the captain like this. Aizen looked worried, said. That monster can't die. Mako Hirako didn't know if it was intentional or not, and always sang the opposite to Aizen, but after calculating the time, all the members of the genius class where Lu Chengkong was located would soon have to enter the 13th division. Look, it won't take a few years for Hirako Mako and the others to become captains and vice-captains under the power struggle behind the scenes, but the premise is that they have this strength. It has only been a few months since everyone's strength has doubled. Shikai has completely learned it, and can even play it perfectly. The weakest Reiatsu, Kunin Haku, and Yazumaru Liza also have 7 seats. I have to say that they are geniuses. It's just that there are not many. The most terrible thing about geniuses is not how amazing they are born, but the speed of their learning and progress. Even if it takes 100 or even hundreds of years for other gods of death, they may not have achieved as much as Aizen's achievements in a few months, and the speed of progress is large. I said, Kazuki, why don't you pay attention to your appearance all the time? Wow, it smells so bad, you haven't showered for a few days. Hirako Mako ignored pinching her nose and said to Urahara Kazuki, who was approaching Shanshan. Sorry, I don't remember either. I've been working on a gadget recently and forgot to take a shower. Although Urahara Kazuki was perfunctory, he could tell from his expression that it was not sincere at all. The Battle of Sword 8 officially starts today, and all those who interfere in the battle will be executed. The majestic voice of Old Man Yamamoto sounded in everyone's ears. After all, this is the title of the strongest god of death. Even Old Man Yamamoto must be serious. To do. Soon the familiar figure of Zengi Kenpachi entered the duel arena directly, but the one on the other side was dark-skinned like an African black man, with a beard and a body that looked very fat and ferocious. The most important thing was the expression on his face. The smile is full of triumph and pride. Obviously, after becoming Kenpachi, he thought he was the strongest, and he was arrogant and arrogant. He was even complacent. It is very dangerous to have such a person in battle. No wonder he died when his strength was weaker than him. There are a lot of Kenpachi in the hands, let alone the one that is affected by the butterfly effect now. You must know that the hint and express by Lu Chengkong are not comparable to the original Zengi Kenpachi. Although the original Zaraki Kenpachi is also unfathomable in strength, his strength seems to increase greatly every time he meets, and every time he encounters an opponent stronger than him, his strength will soar again, which is terrible enough, but now the development of this Kenpachi, the potential is more terrifying and more changeable, and it is not a simple rough hacking attack. It's you who dares to compete with me for Kenpachi, it's really a long life, give you a chance, don't say I bullied you. As long as you change the name of Jonpachi, I will let go of the past and forgive you. Gui Yancheng Kenpachi laughed arrogantly. You understand now why I said Jonpa will definitely win the second, right? Lu Changkong turned his head and said to Saifeng Yuan Yi beside him. His strength is much stronger than Janba, not to mention Bangkai after that, but he is too arrogant, not only underestimates the enemy, but also completely ignores the opponent. Arrogant and complacent, it is indeed possible that he will be punished as Yusei Zaraki Kenpachi killed. Saifeng Yuan Yi frowned his beautiful eyebrows. After thinking about it for a while, he became a little unsure whether Zhengmu Janpachi would lose. After all, Guiyancheng Janpachi is too arrogant and arrogant. This is a fatal injury. No wonder the people behind the scenes are pushing this fight. He's out of control and is indeed going to be replaced. 382 First meeting with Bangkai. Haha, your position is about to be decided, but these are not important now. The most important thing is that let's fight first. Zanaki Janba said fiercely, and at the same time, he rushed towards Guiyan with a little rampage under his feet. Chang Jianba is like a bull, unstoppable. Stupid, the gap between Zatong Death God and the captain is not something that people like you can understand. Before I die, I will let you experience the strength of the captain, let alone me, the strongest with the title of Janba. Gui Yancheng Janpachi snorted coldly, but he didn't expect that Zhengmu Janpachi was not afraid of himself at all, and even dared to take the lead without a bird, and his anger would suddenly rise. Listen to anyone who disobeys him, or does not obey him. The serrated long sword of Qingjungmu Kenpachi directly collided with the Zanpakudo of Guiyancheng Kenpachi. It may be that everyone in the 11th division likes to attack without cost. Although Guiyancheng Janpachi is very arrogant, it has to be said that his strength is indeed very strong. Not long after the beginning, Guiyancheng Kenpachi was colliding with Zhengmu Janpachi for a while, and then he attacked him, and the latter started to suppress Zhengmu Janpachi. Zhengmu Janpachi is like a beast, and he is one. Hunters, no matter how powerful the beasts are, they can't escape the traps and blockades of hunters. Great, your strength is really strong. It suits my taste very much. You can let go of all the fighting. Zakagi Kenpachi started to go crazy, completely ignoring Gui Yancheng Kenpachi's Zanpakudo. He rushed over directly, reaching out to grab the opponent's Zanpakudo, and at the same time the Zanpakudo in his hand stabbed directly. Madman. Although Gui Yancheng Kenpachi has always been in the upper hand, he was not injured. On the contrary, Kenpachi Zakagi was covered with knife wounds, but he found that the other party didn't care at all, even as if the knife wounds were not cut on himself. Instead, he showed an expression of enjoyment. For a while, he was accustomed to being at the top, but his momentum was actually suppressed by the person who was weaker than him, Zaraki Kenpachi. Wow, Hachi is actually holding down his beard. Yachin Liu Yi said, dancing, not watching the game as if he was watching a circus, and let Hachiko Mako, Liu Quanchi, on the side, waiting for people with black lines all over their heads. Damn, I am the real strongest rapist with the title of Sword 8. And I was suppressed by a kid who was still a student and stinks in front of so many people's paintings. Damn, I want you to die and smash him. The hammer of the sky. Soaked Zengi Kenpachi has not retreated, his strength does not seem to have weakened, but has even gotten stronger. Enemy, under the pressure of danger, the bottleneck that has always been loosened a little, and the Reiatsu is slowly rising at a rate that ordinary people cannot detect. But until now, Kian City Kenpachi has not done his best, and now Shikai starts. The slashing sword in his hand has disappeared, and it has become two sledgehammers in his hands. It is full of power, and if it is smashed, it will not die. Imitation. Go to hell, no one is stronger than me in terms of strength. Gui Yancheng Janpachi roared, holding such a huge weight of the hammer. His speed did not drop but increased. Shunbu immediately used it, and in an instant in between, he came to Kenpachi, jumped up and condescendingly swung two hammers to hit Zanmu Janpachi with the power of destroying the dead. Ah, some of the less courageous goddesses of death couldn't help screaming, and closed their eyes involuntarily. 4 or 2, 8,000 jins. As the party concerned, Zhengmu Janpachi felt a huge oppression. Although the thunder hammer, which was about to smash himself into a mass of flesh, was going straight, it was like Lu Chengkong's chilling glance at the beginning. In the same way, he blocked all his right paths, and even if he didn't block it, he wouldn't dodge due to Kenpachi's character. It's just that this time, Zanpakutaki was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the god of death, who many people thought he could only go straight, looked at him with admiration, only to see the Zanpakuto in Zanpakutaki's hand waving as if he hadn't eaten. The same, but when the Zanpakuto touched the two hammers on the head, it seemed to be dipped in super glue, and the two hammers were stuck together. At the same time, the Zanpakuto moved to the left, and the body twisted in a strange way. The terrifying power of Huko at this time was resolved. How is that possible? Gui Yancheng Janba's eyes narrowed and he exclaimed, but at this time there was no time for him to think about it, because Zengmu Janba used 4 or 2 techniques to defuse this attack, so that he didn't reach the goal. Uncontrollable, he felt that the ghost-beating Yancheng Kenpachi stretched forward uncontrollably, and at the same time, Zanpakuto of Zengi Kenpachi directly penetrated the chest of ghost Yancheng Kenpachi like a snake coming out of a stream. Ah! Gui Yancheng Janba suddenly screamed. Can regard pain as enjoyment. After all, only Zanaki Kenpachi is the only one. Even the ghost Yancheng Kenpachi who is also called Kenpachi in front of him can't do it. Humans are replaceable. Puchi. Zaraki Kenpachi wouldn't give Gui Yancheng Kenpachi time to groan in pain, so he directly pulled out the Zanpakuto, and he had to make up for a knife to completely eliminate Gui Yancheng Kenpachi. Under the fear of death, Gui Yancheng Kenpachi there was no more contempt, and it broke out immediately. Bankai Rampage Hammer. With a bang, Gui Yancheng Kenpachi's spiritual pressure increased by more than 5 times in an instant, and the spiritual pressure directly surpassed Zaraki Kenpachi as if in essence. His hands that were a little sluggish because of the injury immediately seemed to have some kind of blessing, speed and strength. There was a qualitative change in the reaction. The 2 hammers in the hands actually merged into a giant hammer. Not only that, the surface of the hammer was covered with countless sharp spikes. It makes the scalp go numb just looking at it. Furious, Gui Yancheng Kenpachi doesn't care about anything now, and there is only one thought in his heart, that is, he will do whatever it takes to kill the Zakagi Kenpachi who has injured him, and at the same time, he must restore his dignity and prove that he is the best. Strong. The front end of the thunder hammer in his hand burst out like a machine gun, revealing a chain connected to the hammer head. At an astonishing speed, it directly slammed into the Zanpakuto who could only barely hold up the Zanpakuto to block. The power of the man directly sent the person and the knife flying out and slammed into the enchantment of the binding road. Push. A bloody arrow spit out from the mouth of Zengi Kenpachi. Ordinary people are sure to die if they are seriously injured like this, but Zengi Kenpachi seemed to be fine, so he stood up and continued to pick up the Zanpakuto and rushed towards the ghost Yancheng Kenpachi. That energetic look makes people envious. 383 The roar of old man Yamamoto. Cut. I didn't expect that I would still use Chengkong's unique trick. Zengmu Janpachi said unhappily while pointing at the side. That's right, Lu Chengkong gave him the 4 or 2,000 jins just now, and he was hit by the violent hammer just now. At that time, he also used the unloading force of 4 or 2,000 pounds, otherwise the injury would be more serious now. Brush. Zengaki Kenpachi, who had always been on a rampage, actually disappeared in place with a swipe, and came directly behind Guiyancheng Kenpachi, and passed by with one sword. Shunbu, when did he learn it? Kuchiki Shanghai said in surprise, knowing that he learned Shunpo was also taught to him by Kuchiki Yinling secretly, and he was a senior Shunpo, and he also secretly agreed to join Kuchiki Yinling's marriage. The Kuchiki family, of course, requires him to complete Bankai. As for the advanced Shunpo, he is just a lack of capital in the early stage. More importantly, Kuchiki Yinling believes in his own vision. Kuchiki Shanghai's aptitude and the strength of Zanpakuto are very powerful. Love Chu. Don't underestimate Zakagi Kenpachi, it's not as simple as his ability to enter the genius class. Captain Yamamoto wouldn't let a god of death join the genius class just because of this. Hiroko Mako said with a serious expression, obviously he felt a threat from Kenpachi Zaraki. The skill of Shunpo is not easy to say, difficult to say, but not difficult. If you know the trick, you can quickly master the basic Shunpo. The last time I used Shunpo in the dining hall at night, I thought Kenpachi had already guessed it. When it comes to Shunpo's principle, it's normal to figure it out. Zibo Kong thought for a while, and then said, "You really shouldn't underestimate any of your opponents. Kyeonchung Kenpachi is obviously so much stronger than Zaragi Kenpachi, just because he underestimated the enemy and was seriously injured. I don't know if he can survive in the end." Aizen feels that he has learned a lot of things today, and his mind has become more determined. He also has the character that Aizen will not underestimate any opponent in the future. Even if the enemy he faces is weak, he will go all out. Is Shunpo. It's a pity that your Shunpo is too rough and too slow. After entering the state, Gyeonchung Kenpachi exerted his strength to 100%, and he actually mentioned Zaraki Kenpachi. The trajectory of the movement, and without looking back, a violent pounding hammer was thrown backwards. Double rage. After the sound of the clang, Gyeonchung Kenpachi knew that he had hit the opponent's Zanpakuto, and he didn't want to waste any more time. It is dangerous to drag him down. Boom. Two banging sounds suddenly sounded, and the violent pounding hammer actually fired twice like a bullet in a row, instantly hitting Zengeki Kenpachi twice, but this time Zengi Kenpachi was not hit and flew out. Instead, he took a breath. Regardless of his body, his feet are rooted to the ground like the roots of an old tree. Don't even think about hitting Mr. Fei Ben. Let's look for it, it's a shocking slash. Zaragi Kenpachi roared, and there was a cracking sound on his body, as if something shattered. At the same time, his faint yellow spiritual pressure actually disappeared. In an instant, it became more solid, and the emotion was clear and easy to see, and the light yellow became yellow. The Reiki, which was twice as close to 3 times as Captain Reaper, broke through the shackles in an instant, reaching 4 times that of Captain Reaper. Under the rage, Zanpakuto raised his Zanpakuto high, and all the Reiki in his body concentrating on the Zanpakuto to continuously strengthen the Zanpakuto. At the same time, the spiritual pressure was continuously compressed and condensed, and it slashed forward fiercely in an instant. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the violent spiritual pressure erupted directly with the slash of Zengi Kenpachi. The ground began to tremble. The smoke and dust filled the audience directly. The Reiatsu released by the strike seemed to have become a huge Reiatsu blade, pierced through the air, and smashed the violent pounding sky in front of him into 2 parts. At the same time, the unabated power that was born directly penetrated the Ghost Yancheng sword that was too late to dodge. 8. Came directly to a skewer. Can the dead now die again? This is the end of underestimating the enemy. Always underestimate the opponent, let alone Ling Mu Janba, he is not as simple as going straight. Lu Chengkong's words resounded in Yi Yi's ears again. This battle benefited Yi Yi a lot, and it was very shocking. He didn't expect that the captain-level death god could actually defeat him, and he was still beheaded by a death god who didn't graduate. Kyeonchung Kenpachi is so pitiful, he can't rest his eyes. Urahara Kazuki giggled, but when the hat was lowered, a flash of light flashed from his eyes, and no one noticed. Zaraki Kenpachi won the battle for Kenpachi. From today onwards, he is the new Kenpachi. The title of the strongest god of death belongs to him. At the same time, he also serves as the captain of the new 11th Division. The old man Yamamoto stood up. The road-binding barrier was resolved, and the road was announced loudly. Could it be that one of the people behind the battle of the 2 Kenpachi is Captain Yamamoto? The young Yaiki felt that his head was not enough today. How could old man Yamamoto, who has always been just and dignified, do such a thing? But the fact is better than words. Yi Yi's reason told her it was the truth. However, if Zaraki Kenpachi is an outsider, how could a dangerous person in the 80 district become the captain of the Shinigami in one fell swoop after entering the Seirei Garden? Without the consent of the old man Yamamoto, unless his strength is stronger than the old man Yamamoto, there is no way. Be the captain. Refreshing, after a few months of holding back, I finally have a satisfying battle. Kenpachi Zakagi, who was covered in blood and seemed to lose too much blood at any time, still said these words in such a mood that countless people had to admire him. Head beast. If you don't go to the 4th Division for treatment, don't say you will be the captain of the 11th Division. It may be a problem whether you will have a chance to fight in the future. Lu Chengkong's words suddenly sounded, and Zhengmu Zhanpachi was about to turn his head. There was a sudden pain in his neck, and he passed out. This is the metamorphosis of the metamorphosis. At this moment, almost all the gods of death present had the same voice in their hearts. They dared to do this, and Lu Chengkong was the only one who could do such a thing easily. Captain Yamamoto, I'll send this one first. No, it's the new 11th first team captain to the 4th team. Lu Chengkong felt that he still had to give face to Old Man Yamamoto, and Old Man Yamamoto was arrogant towards Lu Chengkong. He felt very satisfied and surprised that the guy would call him so politely, but Lu Chengkong had already slipped away with Kenpachi before he could not think about it. Has this kid changed? When did he become so polite? The Old Man Yamamoto thought strangely while looking at Lu Chengkong's back, but soon he understood why Lu Chengkong was so polite. Captain Yamamoto, the news came from the True Central Spiritual Art Institute just now that all the meals for this month are gone. What's going on? It's Lu Chengkong, Zhengmu Zhanpachi, Kaolu Yachinliu with Hiriko Meiko, Ju Nanbai, Liu Quanchi. They held a party and ate all the food they had reserved, and it is guaranteed that the captain of Yamamoto has allowed this matter, and the money has not been paid yet. The person in charge of the canteen asked his subordinates to ask the captain when the money for the food was paid. Quote. Lu Chengkong, wait for this old man. A roar resounded throughout the jingling courtyard, scaring many death gods to their feet. 384 Bachinliu's mother. After Zengi Kenpachi became the captain, Lu Chengkong and the others would visit the 111th team every day. You must know that the place to live for the captain is very good, and there are many houses, each of which is very large. The decoration was very gorgeous, so Lu Chengkong and others graduated early one by one and left the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy to join their favorite teams. Of course, there are also 2 people who have not joined any squads until now. These 2 people are Lu Chengkong and Bachinliu. In Lu Chengkong's words, he is too busy to take care of the child Bachinliu. In other words, I am too young to do such a dangerous job as the god of death, and I have to be taken care of by Shao Kong. In the face of these 2 excellent reasons, Old Man Yamamoto really can't find any place to refute. After all, taking care of children is only natural, shouldn't people take care of children? And Bachinliu's words are even worse. He has to be taken care of by others, and he has no time, so the Old Man Yamamoto, who has wanted to wear Lu Chengkong's shoes many times, can't find the slightest chance. Although Lu Chengkong and Bachinliu didn't join any squads, they didn't even have any officers, but in the 11th class, the 2 of them were high-ranking existences and nobody wanted to be changed by Bachinliu. No one wants their monthly salary to be detained. Many times, some of the gods of death that she disliked were all deducted from their salary, and the money was confiscated by her reputation. This little witch is the most terrifying existence of the 11th rank team. In one sentence, she would rather provoke Janba than Morisaulu. Shao Kong, I'm back. Kaolu Bachinliu suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chengkong. Her petite and cute figure looked very charming, and people liked it from the bottom of their hearts. Those 2 small dimples, the blush made her look even more pitiful. Come back, where did you go today? Lu Chengkong withdrew the snow drink infusion knife in his hand and withdrew from the spiritual world. Obviously, he was communicating with Sophie the knife spirit just now. It is worth mentioning that since Lu Chengkong completed Shikai after that, his spiritual world was no longer a fire, but a paradise composed of various environments. It consists of 4 kinds of environments. One is ice and snow, one is alpine fire and plum, one is forest with green mountains and green water, and the other is a million gardens. The combination of the 4 is a beautiful paradise. Sophie is more satisfied, at least more than there were too many fire plums before, and I lived in every place to pass the time. I recognized a mother today. Bachinliu has a mother. The first sentence of Bachinliu made all the tea Lu Chenggong just drank spurt out. Right. I recognized a mother. Don't look at it. Bachinliu looks like she is 2 or 3 years old now, but she is definitely a weird elf, and there are endless ways to treat people, and only she can survive, and can be Bachinliu's mother. Is she more elf than she is? But Lu Chenggong didn't know who was weirder than the elf Bachinliu in the original book. Bachinliu, who is the mother you're talking about? Do you know her name? Lu Chenggong asked worriedly. Her, she beat Hachi to the ground and didn't dare to move, and made Shaola Kiraku Chunsui, and Xiaoju Yukataki Shuru, very scared. The captain of the 4th Division, Uno Hanaritsu, now I am Yakiryu's mom. Bachinliu said with a smug look, as if he was talking about his majestic deeds. It turned out to be her. No wonder she was able to subdue the 8,000 Ryu. I should have thought of it long ago. Whether it is the original book or my own experience now, I feel the most unfathomable. The unpredictable is not the old man Yamamoto, nor the blue dye, it's not even some bullshit of the 4 great nobles. But this tenure is second only to Captain Yamamoto. Specialty is medical healing ability. It is her nature to save all things, and her purpose is to be unwilling to kill. She has the kindness of a mother and the love of all things. Although it is a bit cold, but its medical ability is very powerful, the mysterious and unpredictable Ujawali who can rescue people who are dying to the brink of death. Lu Chenggong doesn't have to worry if he wants to understand. Although he has seen Maojawali's shot, not even she herself, he knows that Maojawali will never harm Bachinliu. This is an intuition, but he believed in this intuition very much, and saved his intuition from the brink of death many times. Moreover, Ujawali had no reason to hurt Bachinliu at all. To kill Bachinliu, she could do it with just a wave of her hand, and she didn't need to do such extra things at all, let alone being Bachinliu's mother. It seems that because of her own reasons, the already well-behaved and lovely Bachinliu is more popular, and it may even be her background and unintentional revealing of the sad things she lived in the 79th district when she was a child. With the mystery of Maojawali, it is simply effortless to understand the 8,000 streams. Then you have to be obedient and don't cause trouble, otherwise it will be bad if your mother doesn't like it, but if she treats you badly, come back and tell me that I am not her opponent now, and I will teach her a lesson for you in the future. Lu Chenggong said boldly. He was the one who would cause trouble the most. Yeah, Bachinliu didn't say anything about it. Instead, he enjoyed Lu Chenggong's concern and nodded his head as if I would be very good. Let's play. Lu Chenggong was also very happy when he saw Bachinliu who was jumping and jumping like a pistachio. It seemed that Bachinliu had slowly forgotten the unhappy things in the past, and she also very sensible. She always had a sweet smile on her face, which made Lu Chenggong very at ease, never let Lu Chenggong worry about her, and even said that he would take care of Lu Chenggong. Hey, I've been here for so long. I'm either cultivating or going to school. I'm a little bored. Let's go out and relax. I haven't gone out anyway, so just combine work and rest. Lu Chenggong murmured to himself, while carrying the snow drink on his back. Crazy Blade disappeared in a blink of an eye. Liuhun Street, a rather dilapidated, old-fashioned street, seems to have gone through the years. There are 5 or 6 people on the street who look like 16, but he can see at a glance that there are 2 men who look the same. She is not young, and looks like a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Squint your eyes, you'd better take out the protection fee, otherwise you won't want to go out alive today, and the blonde sister behind you will make your buddy cool. The person in the lead showed a wide smile and looked at the beautiful wavy blonde girl with sinister eyes. 385 Shopping and Encountering Chaos Chrysanthemum. HMPH. Squinting is really squinting. A pair of eyes squinted to match the upward curvature of Vivi's lips, giving people a poison that is as gentle and cruel as poppies. Not an idiot can see that. Why, I want to resist, haha, since that's the case today, I will kill you first. Not only was the gangster in the lead not afraid, but he laughed out loud, and even stretched out his hand to hit Squint, just at Ichimaru-jin. When the first strike is stronger, the rogue leader's chest is directly penetrated by a white thunder, and so is the sidekick who is following the rogue leader. Ichimaru Jin not only was not happy after being rescued, but a calmer husband yelled. It's really boring. You will encounter such things when you go shopping. It seems that the defense of the god of death is really not bad. A man in a black shirt and white slacks walked out of nowhere. Needless to say, this person everyone knew that it was Lu Chengkong. He originally planned to go shopping and find something to relieve his boredom, but what made him depressed was that he could not find anything to relieve his boredom, and those snacks were not suitable for him. Just when he was about to go back, he encountered these things in front of him, and these two. The squinting beautiful boy is actually the future captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, and the other with wavy blonde hair is of course the blonde girl Matsumoto Ranju, the blonde girl with the highest height of death. It seems that the rogues mentioned in the original book were all envoys of Aizen. Haha, I accidentally destroyed Aizen's plan. It's strange that Aizen seems to be taking away the soul of the chrysanthemum. No, it should be spiritual power. Without the soul, there is still a fart. And even if I don't come, these gangsters can't be the opponent of Ichimaru Jin, who is not afraid of death. Even if Ichimaru Jin is not the god of death, it is easy to take care of these guys with such a huge spiritual power. Lu Chengkong glanced at Ichimaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranju in front of him. At this time, Matsumoto Ranju was still very young, not as old as he was. He had a hot body, big breasts, fat buttocks, sexy, hot, mature and plump, but it didn't seem small now. 14 or 15 years old seems to be a little older than the average 20-year-old woman, and if she develops at this rate, she will sooner or later become the #1 Maiba. Appearance is beautiful, and the facial features are exquisitely combined just right. Golden curly hair, tall figure, gray-blue eyes, and charming black moles on the lower collar. You haven't answered my question yet, Ichimaru Jin said, seeing this man bowing his head and pondering and ignoring him very upset. Boy, I think you should calm down. Be careful of being tricked. The spiritual power of the two of you is coveted. It is very dangerous to have such spiritual power without enough strength. I advise you to still become a god of death and master the power to protect yourself, otherwise I can guarantee that there will be a second time for this kind of thing. But if this is the case, Lu Chengkong will not be shocked. What surprised him most is that he found that the spiritual pressure of the chrysanthemum behind Ichimaru Jin is only higher or not lower than Ichimaru Jin. What does this mean? Ranju's talent is even higher than the powerful and ruthless Ichimaru Jin in the future. This is impossible. If there is such a qualification, according to the growth height of Ichimaru Jin's original work, Ranju will only be stronger or weaker than Ichimaru Jin. How can it only become a vice captain? Wait, Ichimaru Jin wants to get back from Aizen what Ranju has taken away. Isn't that spiritual power? Oh my god, I didn't expect that the Ranju in the world of death is actually Hihitani, Ichimaru Jin, Kuchiki Gyakuya and others. A person who wants to be a genius and evil spirit, even Lan Ran can't help but want to take her spiritual pressure, and she can become the deputy captain of the death god after being taken away. If she is not taken, what height will she reach? Between the lights and Flint, Lu Chengkong had already guessed the whole thing clearly. Aizen took away the spiritual power of the chrysanthemum and restricted the growth of the chrysanthemum. Ichimaru Yin later found out the whole thing and wanted to take back the spiritual power. If you interfere, don't let Ranju's spiritual power be taken away by Aizen. With Ranju's aptitude higher than Ichimaru Jin and Hitsugaya, I don't know how far it will grow in the future. Maybe Aizen will be shocked. Well, I will be this butterfly and change your destiny. I hope you don't let me disappointed. Let me see how you will grow without being deprived of your spiritual power. What do you mean? Although Ichimaru Jin didn't understand, he instinctively felt that there was something coveted in himself and Ranju. Don't you understand? Well, I'm in a good mood today. Let me explain to you. If you want to become a god of death, you must have a strong spiritual power. And the soul with stronger spiritual power before becoming a god of death will have no surprises in her future achievements. The higher, and you're clearly a super genius. If you become a god of death, the worst thing you can do when you grow up completely is the existence of the captain of the god of death. As for the blonde beauty behind you, it is even more incredible, and the spiritual power is so shocking. If you let some people know about it, you will definitely take away this spiritual power at all costs, and both of you are powerless, and you are innocent and guilty. I think you understand what I mean by now. Right. Lu Chengkong gave a brief explanation, which made Ichimaru Yin's complexion change greatly. He was not worried about his own safety, but about Luanju. Okay, let's make a decision after thinking about it. I'm just giving you a suggestion. 88 Luo. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he turned around very smartly. It didn't mean that he ignored the beauty of the chrysanthemum. In fact, he came to this world. For more than a year, he has been single all the time, and has nowhere to look. If he hadn't understood Bingxin, he might have just grabbed a woman and returned. However, Luanju's beautiful figure and temperament made Lu Chengkong's heart beat, but he was anxious to eat it. No hot tofu. He could see that the current Ranju and Ichimaru Jin are not a couple, at least the two keep a distance between men and women, and there is no love in their eyes at all, some are just the concern between friends, or the brother and the affection between sisters. Otherwise, Lu Chengkong would have slaughtered Ichimaru Yin long ago and snatched back the chrysanthemum. As for the popular character, he doesn't care about Ichimaru Yin's achievements in the future. Is there still a few people he killed? Need a reason? Obviously, you don't need to wear it. It makes sense to have a big fist, especially in this world of death where people cannibalize. 386 accepted an apprentice and served as a thug. Obviously, their relationship hasn't undergone a qualitative change yet. It should have undergone a big change after the spiritual power was taken away from Ranju, and the relationship between Ichimaru Jin and Ranju has undergone a qualitative change. Now, because of Lu Chengkong's arrival, I don't know what will happen. Changes, but it is certain that Ranju has absolutely no share of Ichimaru Jin. Wait, Ichimaru Yin was still young after all. At this time, he was also indifferent. He couldn't make up his mind and didn't know what to do. He could only pin his hopes on the person in front of him who saved him. What's wrong? What else is going on? Lu Chengkong actually knew that Ichimaru Yin would stop him for a long time. After all, now he was his only hope. With Ichimaru Yin's intelligence, he would certainly seize this opportunity. You should be the god of death. I want to ask you to accept me as a disciple. Since you say that my qualifications are so good, I don't think I will humiliate your identity. Ichimaru Jin is worthy of being Ichimaru Jin. Doing this will not only make him safe in a short time, but also have a death god to teach him, and also tie Lu Chengkong to his body. If he learns that Lu Chengkong is strong, he will continue to follow him. I study by my side. If I am weak, I will leave after I have a strong power. I have to say that Ichimaru Yin is still small, but he is very smart, and he plays a very good abacus. It's very smart, and the little abacus in my heart is good. Although I don't hate people with deep scheming and shrewdness, I definitely don't allow anyone to play tricks on me, especially those who want to follow me, especially the words of my apprentice. I admit that your aptitude is indeed very good. Any god of death can't help but want to accept you as a disciple, but if you are so careless when facing me, then I'm sorry I refuse. Lu Chengkong took a deep look at Ichimaru Jin, grinned, and Isho shook his head and refused. That's right, he doesn't care whether a person is shrewd or not. After all, it's innate. Some people are born with a lot of calculation in their hearts. This can't be changed, but he definitely doesn't like someone around him who has to calculate this against him. The person who calculates, who cares about gains and losses, let alone the disciple's words. After speaking, Lu Chengkong turned around and left without a trace of nostalgia. Ichimaru Yin was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect his thoughts to be seen through at a glance. Although he was flustered, he did not lose his sense. Instead, he was more determined to follow this person. Regardless of him, Ichimaru Jin's eyesight is far from simple. I was wrong. I promise that I will only show my truest side to you in the future. Ichimaru Jin really deserves to be Ichimaru Jin, and he really doesn't give up, and he is obviously not for himself, but for his own sake. For the safety of Luanju behind him, he even sacrificed his dignity and knelt down to beg himself. You want the strength to protect the blonde beauty behind you. To be honest, deep scheming is innate and has something to do with experience. This can't be changed. I appreciate your behavior in this regard. What's your name? Lu Chengkong stopped, but instead of turning around, he asked in a low voice. My name is Ichimaru Yin. Ichimaru Yin was overjoyed. He knew that he was only one step away from success, otherwise Lu Chengkong would not stop, so he couldn't wait to say his name, and was surprised that Lu Chengkong actually in a short period of time, he saw through everything in his heart, which made Ichimaru Yin extremely jealous. Matsumoto Ranju. Matsumoto Ranju, who had not spoken, stood quietly like a passerby, spoke for the first time. Don't suppress your character. I can see that you are a rational, brave, intelligent, kind, just, mature, gentle person. Of course, this is your advantage, and the disadvantage remains to be seen. Let's go. If you don't go, there will be trouble. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed, and his left and right hands were placed on the shoulders of Ichimaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranju respectively, and they left in a blink of an eye. Just 1 minute after Lu Chengkong and the three left, a man suddenly appeared at the place where Lu Chengkong and the three were just now. It's blue-dyed. Strange, although Ichimaru Jin was able to kill these hooligans, it was obviously not made by Ichimaru Jin. It should have been pierced through the heart by the fourth white thunderbolt. Who is it? Does anyone know my plan, or there was some Shinigami who accidentally passed by and saw that these people were not pleasing to the eye and saved it was Ichimaru Jin? Forget it. No matter what, the two of you can't get away. Hee, Ichimaru Jin. When I took away the spiritual power of Ranju, I think with your character you can only cooperate with me obediently. If you don't use it I won't kill you until it's worth it. Aizen pondered for a while, but he couldn't figure it out after all, but he was very relieved. That is, no one would know that the person behind him was him. He was very confident in his Zanpakuto ability. Anyway, he absolutely didn't believe that anyone could know his plan. It should be just the right time. Thinking of this, he put down the doubts in his heart and left. Sure enough, it's you. Aizen wants Yusuke. The corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth, who had already left on the other side, twitched. Although Aizen hid his spiritual pressure, he was very confident in sensing spiritual pressure. Even if someone in the range deliberately conceals his spiritual pressure, as long as he has seen the owner of this spiritual pressure, he can detect it. Maybe I can only be quiet for a while, and soon the Soul Society will be lively. It seems that I will soon become Bankai. Lu Chengkong took Ichimaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranju without any intention of hiding. Daijin went straight into the spiritual court and walked towards the 11th division. Sure enough, as I thought, this man's identity is not simple, and the clothes he wears are not death tyrants, but the death god who passes by actually doesn't care about it, but looks at him in awe. Ichimaru Jin about his decision feeling very wise. Matsumoto Ranju behind him looked at Lu Chengkong with strange eyes. Okay, I will arrange for you to enter the Central Spiritual Arts Academy to study the knowledge of the God of Death. At that time, you don't need to hide your strength. To gain self-esteem, your dignity must have equal strength. Ranku, just follow me temporarily. When Ichimaru Jin, you can become Shikai. Let Matsumoto Ranju go to the Central Spiritual Arts Academy to study. Lu Chengkong arranged it directly, with an unquestionable tone in his tone. 387 The potential of Matsumoto Ranku. Why? Ichimaru Yin suddenly became vigilant in his heart. He thought that Lu Chengkong wanted to control Luanju so that he could easily control himself. Don't be smart, you are not worth the effort I spent to control you. I said that I like straightforward people, and I won't go around so many detours with you. If you want Matsumoto Ranju, if someone took away your spiritual power during your studies, then you should let her follow you. Lu Chengkong glanced at Ichimaru Jin disdainfully, as if he was saying that he was beyond his own power. Do you know the people of Queen Mu? Ichimaru-jin is really smart enough to know so much with just a little hint. I just discovered it. Although Reiatsu is well hidden, I still found it. You will soon know who I am. I hope you will remember what you said before and show me your truest side. I disdain playing tricks, but that doesn't mean I don't know these tricks. Today, I can achieve you because I appreciate your character, and I don't expect you to have any feelings for me, or how to repay me, as long as you can be my burden. After Liu Chengkong finished speaking, he directly greeted a god of death and asked him to take Ichimaru-jin away, and Ichimaru-jin was also the first time to show a complicated expression. He found that his head was not enough. Too many things happened today that he could not predict. And the person in front of him is too mysterious, as if his whole body is shrouded in a mysterious veil, making him unable to see through. But he is now sure that this person at least has no ill will towards him, and he is right, he doesn't care whether he is grateful or not, and he has even seen through his own person a long time ago. Thinking of this, he has no need to pretend, anyway I feel like a transparent person in front of him, and if I do too much, it will make people disgusted. It's just that Liu Chengkong was wrong. Ichimaru-jin was very smart and cunning, and he never even had any feelings for anyone other than Luanju. But Liu Chengkong saved him and Luanju today, and taught them so much, even letting himself become a god of death, with many benefits. Hishimaru-jin is not grateful, so it is a lie. It's just that the depth of the city and his childhood experiences made him vigilant in the face of this kind of situation that was all good. Those who launch the conditions would think that there is no free lunch in the world, and that Liu Chengkong was also beating him or messing about with Juju's ideas, but apparently not now. He could see that there was no use in Liu Chengkong's eyes, and he even let go of his heart completely, without any retreat, and completely allowed himself to look directly into his eyes. Appreciate it without hesitation. Huh, I'm finally back. It's really tiring to chat with that squinting man. You really admire you for living with him for so long. Liu Chengkong returned to the 11th team and stretched his waist. Puff. Liu Chengkong's words made Matsumoto Ranju, who has been silent for some reason, who was completely different from the lively and cheerful character in the original book, finally showed a smile for the first time. The smile was like a flower, and the air in the room seemed to be infected, and the atmosphere became pleasant. Harmony a lot. That's right, laugh a little more. Don't suppress your character. I think you should be living and experiencing in Liuhun Street to let you deliberately hide yourself. You don't need it here. As I said, I like you, a lively, cheerful, passionate, strong and forthright woman. Compared with Squinting, I don't like him very much except for his behavior. Liu Chengkong looked at Matsumoto Ranju Liu Chengkong with a smile and felt that his mood was relieved. Actually, Silver is not as bad as you say. It's just that our childhood experiences and life forced us to wear masks to protect ourselves. Luanju may have also realized that Liu Chengkong has no ill will towards him, otherwise he wouldn't need to fly so many planes. With the opponent's strength, he would just wave his hand to kill him and others, and if he was greedy for his own beauty, he wouldn't be able to resist either. Coupled with the short-term observation of Liu Chengkong's reckless and straightforward performance, Ranju gradually relaxed his vigilance and spoke more. At the same time, he also slowly showed the charm and cheerfulness of Matsumoto Ranju in the original book. I'm not interested in knowing what kind of person he is, whether he is good or bad. There are no absolute bad people and no absolute good people in this world. It's just that they have different positions. Well, don't talk nonsense. Today I will teach you the knowledge and combat skills of the God of Death. How much you can learn depends on you. Use this spiritual power for your own use, and sooner or later something will happen to you. Liu Chengkong secretly glanced at the Jade Girl Peak, which was jumping up and down because of Matsumoto Ranju's charming smile. Although it was not as high as the mature and plentiful number 1 Maiba in the original book, it had already begun to take shape and had great potential for development. Around the age of 20, she looks plump and an adult woman in her 20s, but Luanju still looks very young at this time. With the addition of Matsumoto Ranju, a beautiful girl with wavy blonde hair, the life of Liu Chengkong, accompanied by the innocent and active Yachenliu, is not so noisy. It is worth mentioning that Matsumoto Ranju's lively and cheerful life will soon be with Hachi. Chinryu got together, and even Bachinryu said to Matsumoto Ranju like a big sister, as long as she was still there, no one would dare to hurt you. With my Bachinryu looking after you, you can walk sideways. For the cute and eccentric Bachinryu, I believe that no one can resist her charm, not even Matsumoto Ranju. After a period of time together, Matsumoto Ranju has completely relaxed, all guards have been removed, and it has returned to its original state. Of course, when Lu Chengkong is free, he will also tease this beautiful blonde girl who has grown over time. It is worth mentioning that Matsumoto Ranju, who has not been deprived of his spiritual power under Lu Chengkong's teaching, really shows a shocking expression. Trembling talent. The knowledge of the god of death is basically obvious at a glance, and he often draws inferences from other facts. His learning ability is super powerful, and he has initially controlled the spiritual power of the body after awakening the Zanpakuto and transformed it into a spiritual pressure. After Matsumoto Ranju has been able to control his own spiritual pressure, there is no longer the look of the spiritual power that radiates all over the sky. At least it won't attract the attention of interested people. At the same time, her spiritual pressure strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It can be called 1,000 miles in a day. But he is looking forward to the future more and more, and he really wants to know how far Matsumoto Ranju, who has not been deprived of his spiritual power, will develop in the future. During this period of time, Lu Chengkong has lived a very comfortable life, but soon he will no longer be able to maintain such a comfortable life, because today I actually received an order from Hell Butterfly, which made Lu Chengkong have to be serious. You must know that you are not a member of the 13th Division of the Guardian, and you will receive Hell Butterfly. It seems that things are not easy. 388 upcoming expeditions. The conference room of the captain of the first team was full of people at this time, but this time, almost no one was the captain. You must know that the generals who enter here are the captain's death gods, but today there is no one except Zaraki Kenpachi. It is the captain. It seems that old man Yamamoto intends to train the next captain of the death god, and basically all the dead gods here have the potential to become the deputy captain and the captain. It's all here. The old man Yamamoto frowned, and his majestic and serious eyes glanced at everyone present. Those who came into contact with his eyes were all dodging directly, but looking directly at the old man Yamamoto, no matter where he was. No matter how powerful the person is, Aizen or Kazuki Urahara in the future, after all, they are all looking directly at a young eagle, and they have never experienced wind and rain. Of course, there are no exceptions. There are at least 3 unique people present. Needless to say, everyone has guessed it. One is Lu Chengkong, who is teasing Bachinryu in his arms, and the other is staying in Lu Chengkong's arms and being teased and giggling. Yakiryu, the last one, is of course Kenpachi Zaraki, who is standing there sleeping with his Zanpakuto. HMPH. Old man Yamamoto saw that the 3 guys dared to ignore his own majesty. He snorted, a big tic-tac-toe appeared on his forehead, just as he was about to give Lu Chengkong a good education class for the 3 of them. Lu Chengkong seemed to be knowing what the old man Yamamoto was thinking. He actually grabbed ahead of him and said, "Captain Yamamoto, you are worried about Aizen, Hirako, Yaiki and others who came here to discuss important matters must be secrets. I am not the death god of the 13th Division of the Protectorate, so it is difficult to know these secrets, and 8,000 the flow is still small. It is better for the 2 of us to retreat first." The old man Yamamoto just gathered some words. Prepare to educate Lu Chengkong. I didn't expect this kid who is so shrewd by everyone to actually turn his army into the army. The implication is that we are not from the 13th Division of the Guardian. There is no need to listen to you. And also call the secret. Even Yamamoto couldn't refute it in the first place. After all, he wanted to be a righteous and disciplined image and set an example for everyone, especially the **** of death who were not afraid of the sky and the earth in front of him, and he had to pay more attention to his own shape. Jing Lingting has to fight against foreign enemies. All the gods of death must participate, and today I have discussed with the captains, considering that the gods of death Lu Chengkong and Bachanliu have achieved excellent results in the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, ranking first in the top 3, special approval joined the second team, no appeal, and immediate execution. Quote. Bullshit, is it possible for me, a small character, to dispatch so many captains of death to discuss it? Obviously, this bastard doesn't want my master to be at ease, and he specially does it for me. Lu Chengkong looked at the old man Yamamoto with strange eyes, but unfortunately, the old man Yamamoto has not lived in vain for so many years. What kind of battles have he experienced? Sky gaze. Since you are now a member of the 13th Division of the Guardian, then you can listen to these secrets. The old man Yamamoto said with a blank face, but his heart was full of joy, and let you fight with me. The old man is very experienced, he just didn't care about you before, but unfortunately, the proud old man Yamamoto didn't notice that Aizen and others were looking at him with strange eyes. Okay, let's go straight to the topic. I plan to let you join the expedition team. I don't know why there are more and more phantoms at the junction of the corpse soul world and the virtual circle recently, which puts a lot of pressure on the death gods of the expedition team. Sending support, and the presence of the elite among the gods of death, it is also a good way to hone your strength. Quote. The old man Yamamoto may have really made a decision now, and there is no room for negotiation. Shanghai, you'll be fine, now you're the prospective son-in-law of the Kuchiki family, and you're about to go through the door. The chief captain of the Kuchiki family in Yamamoto doesn't dare to give you small shoes. We Zitong people are very dangerous. You must take care of me when the time comes. Hiriko Meiko was still so spoofed, walked out of the conference room and rushed over. The passionate eyes made Kuchiki Shanghai's scalp numb for a while. Meiko, you've got 5 seats now. Besides Yaiki and Kenpachi, you are the one with the highest position. You should take care of me. Kuchiki Shanghai was greeted by Hiriko Meiko every day. Is also learned, and retorted calmly. Chengkong, you are my subordinate now, and you haven't come to meet the future captain. Saifeng Yuan Yi said to Lu Chengkong with a proud face, as if he was coming to flatter me, because with Lu Chengkong's intervention, Saifeng Yuan Yaiki and Urahara Kazuki did not have as deep a lifelong friendship as the original, and they were just friends and classmates of Zitong. Cut, I'll ask the captain of the 2nd Division to apply for resignation after a while. Bachanliu is still young. I want to take care of her as a daddy, so I don't have the time and energy to go on an expedition. Lu Chengkong pretended to be me. He looks very busy, and even Aizen has to say with that superb armor skill, this guy is better at pretending than me. Fuck you, Yi Dan scolded with a smile, this guy is simply more lazy than himself. When Lu Chengkong was about to leave after saying a few words to the students of the God of Death who were still getting along relatively happily, Deadwood Shanghai walked over calmly, and left a sentence when passing by Lu Chengkong. Words. Be careful of the revenge of the Kuchiki family. The expedition team is in charge of Kuchiki Byakuya's father, Kuchiki Sosun. You are also careful of Kuchiki Yinling. Don't let him arouse your righteousness, otherwise you will not be able to contact Muramasa, and then. Lu Chengkong was stunned for a moment. He never thought that Shanghai, who usually didn't have a few sentences, would risk such a big risk to inform himself. It seems that he is not as bad as the original book said, but the villains have become the existence of the protagonist. So I couldn't help reminding him. Murama, what do you mean by Lu Chengkong? After all, Kuchiki Shanghai was still young and came from a commoner. How could he know the darkness of the struggle for political power? So he contacted Muramasa secretly and asked. Shanghai, I think he should have seen something. I feel that he has no ill will towards you. It shouldn't be to sow discord. I think you reminded him, so he didn't reciprocate. I didn't pay much attention to it before. Listening to him now, I seem to understand what he meant. The figure of Muramasa suddenly appeared in front of Kuchiki Shanghai. I have to say that the current relationship between the Lord and Kuchiki River is still very good. After all, there is no god of death who doesn't like his Zanpakuto. He must know that Zanpakuto is his soul. Part of it. How could I hate Zanpakuto? 389 The transformation of Shanghai. What do you mean? There are a lot of people in the Deadwood Shanghai. The advantage of not having it is that he is eager to learn. If he knows that he is not enough, as long as the other party's opinion is good and right, he will accept it. The original book will kill Muramasa, but it is just dizzy, plus it has been sealed for more than 100 years. Thinking that he was betrayed by the village is just like this. I think Kuchiki Yinling should value my ability. After all, the ability to control Zanpakuto is something I have never seen before. Otherwise, how could the Kuchiki family's disdain for civilians recruit you as a son-in-law, and he has recently been interested? The unintentional implication is that as long as you complete Bankai, the end of the expedition will put you in the core of the Deadwood family. Even the captain of the next 6th division will belong to you, but he told you not to depend on me. Obviously he is worried that you are too powerful and out of control. You must know that I am part of your soul. How can you depend on me? Only the complementarity is insufficient. In the same way, have you found your own recent changes? Your heart is no longer calm, and even when you look at some people, you will have the aristocratic face. Don't forget, you were once a member of the common people. Lu Chengkong is right, you didn't receive aristocratic education since you were a child, and it's hard to control your heart and not be confused by power. What's even more hateful is that he keeps provoking your power and letting you to be controlled by him. Don't forget the selfishness of the nobles. Kuchiki Byakuya is still there. Although he was defeated by Lu Chengkong and lost the face of Kuchiki's family, after all, he is still the direct bloodline, the only heir, and he is also a genius god of death. You become the captain of the 6th division, and more importantly, because of your changes, sometimes I can't sense your call. Combining the above factors, I will think that Lu Chengkong is not provoking discord, but that he sees you. Changes, and even saw through Kuchiki Yinling's conspiracy. Muramasa is worthy of being Muramasa. No wonder he was so weak that he was still able to cause a bloody storm in the Soul Society after he was sealed. Just from what he saw just now, he could be seen as a Zanpakuto sword spirit. Extraordinary. I have to say that his wisdom and analysis of people's hearts can be said to be a wonderful flower in Zanpakuto. Kuchiki Shanghai was stunned. He didn't pay attention to this at all before. He knew that Muramasa was one with him, and it was impossible for him to say anything harmful to him. Moreover, his reason told him that what Muramasa said was the truth. I broke it, and recalled the recent changes in myself. Except for some of the gods of death who I admired for their strength and my former classmates, I have actually changed a lot invisibly. I really can't control my power. Heart of. Muramasa, I was wrong, I can imagine. I may lose you in the future if it goes on like this. After all, Kuchiki Shanghai is a genius god of death, and he is just a young dark man who doesn't know political rights. In addition, in front of him is an old fox like Kuchiki Yinling. Where can the fledgling Shanghai be his opponent, and a series of sugar-coated cannonballs make him kind of get carried away. Now that he is completely awake, his impetuous heart has also calmed down at that moment, his eyes have returned to his shrewdness, he has lost his previous arrogance, and has returned to the approachable Rottenwood Shanghai. After he woke up, his state of mind had greatly improved. Even if he faced these rights again in the future, he would still be able to guard his heart. After eating a pendant and becoming wiser, Kuchiki Shanghai, who was completely awake, found that the connection between himself and Muramasa had returned to the feeling of understanding between his heart and his mind. For this, he was grateful to Lu Chengkong from the bottom of his heart. After all, he is not someone with deep scheming like Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. Lu Chengkong's words were of great help and kindness to him. Of course he was grateful to the other party, and at the same time he secretly determined that he would return this feeling in the future. At the same time, he was angry with Kuchiki Yinling. At this time, Lu Chengkong, who had already returned to the 11th First Team and had invited Ichimaru Yin, had no idea that his words actually changed the future of Kuchiki Shanghai, but even if he knew, he would not care. After all, Lu Chengkong was that a person who you respect me afoot and I respect you afoot. He can kill people who have nothing to do with him without caring. He doesn't care about the life and death of others, but as long as he thinks about him, or has helped those who have helped him, he will not be ungrateful. Ichimaru Yin, your strength is good. It seems that you haven't wasted any time this year. Your strength is no worse than the 10 seats of any division. Staying in the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy is just a waste of time. Get ready, and you will be ready in a few days. To fight the virtual circle, the strength can only be improved in actual combat and life and death. What you lack now is fighting experience. I know what you are worried about. I will take Luanju with me, and you really think that you are the only one who will improve. Luanju will let him see your strength. Lu Chengkong glanced at Ichimaru Yin, and found that this kid has grown so much after only 1 year of strength. No wonder Aizen would like this kid, he is indeed very good, and he found that Ichimaru Yin did not play in front of him. Tricks. Lu Chengkong was very satisfied when he saw that he was trying to say something but then revealed his true thoughts. If there is any dissatisfaction, or just say it directly, there is no need to keep everything in mind and calculate this and that. Ha. Matsumoto Ranju smiled tenderly, and the charm that bloomed between her brows made her whole body feel hot, but as the spiritual pressure on her body was released, Ichimaru Jin's face changed. If Ichimaru Jin's strength is about 10 seats, so the strength of Luanju is at least 6 seats. Although Lu Chengkong had said before that Matsumoto Ranju's aptitude is very good, and the growth potential is terrible if his spiritual power is not taken away, but thinking that he has not wasted a little time to cultivate in the past year, he will be so different from Ranju, and in this year in it, he already knew what kind of person Lu Chengkong was, and also knew about Lu Chengkong's reputation and deeds in Jingling Court, so he also had no previous vigilance against Lu Chengkong, otherwise he would not put his true thoughts on the table. On the face. It seems that he really has no ill will towards me and Ranju. Otherwise, Ranju would not show such a happy look, and he would not teach her to have the power to protect herself. After he came down, he also made a decision. As long as he did not go against his will and had nothing to do with Luanju, he would seriously serve Lu Chengkong. Although he has a deep scheming now, he is not the original Ichimaru Jin after all. After this period of relaxation, he is not an unreasonable person. After the guard is removed, all that remains is gratitude, but he has not lost his sense. He also has his own bottom line. As long as he doesn't violate his bottom line, he doesn't care about doing things for Lu Chengkong. 390 Complete Bankai. After all, Lu Chengkong did have the grace of saving life and rebuilding for himself and Luanju, and it also gave Luanju and himself the power to protect themselves. In terms of strength, with the speed of strength improvement that Luanju is showing now, the spiritual power will really be taken away by someone with a heart. Every time he thinks of this, he is extremely shocked, and for this reason, he is very grateful to Lu Chengkong. Now Ichimaru Jin is not Ichimaru Jin who lived in Liushan Street before. After accepting the knowledge of the Death Sleeve and becoming the God of Death, of course he learned about the God of Death. After personal verification, he has completely believed what Lu Chengkong said. Yes, Ichimaru Yin didn't talk nonsense, he turned around and left. His performance and the performance of Luanju made Lu Chengkong more sure that the two of them were more than friendship at this time, and it was more about family. Developed to the point of the original. Lu Chengkong is right, the current blue dye has not given up, and finally found a person with such a powerful spiritual power, who is not a god of death, can fully use her spiritual power to conduct experiments, and there will be no resistance. Of course you won't give up so easily. It's better to keep a low profile before Luanju faces the strength of Aizen, but how can you find such a speed of progress as Luanju? After this battle, it is an ironclad fact that she has undergone the baptism of life and death and slaughtered blood and has been tempered to become a vice captain. And now Lu Chengkong has to do his own thing. Learning is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. He knows the meaning of this sentence very well, especially in the future with so many enemies, one will be stronger than the other. He was eliminated, and now he doesn't know who has completed the refill, and Shanghai's words made him feel a sense of crisis, and he must make his strength stronger before the expedition. This will make it safer. After all, Kuchiki Byakuya's father is not the Shinto Shinigami. This is a genuine captain-level Shinigami. The long-term and virtual combat strength is definitely not comparable to the current Kenpachi. The strength is absolutely lifeless. Protection barrier. Liu Chenggong came to the basement that he specially asked Kenpachi to find someone to build under his room. He pressed his hands on the ground, and a rectangular yellow barrier appeared immediately. He didn't want to use this not to protect it. Oneself, the most important ability of this enchantment is to refuse all exploration. Let your people not feel any spiritual power, and you can't see everything inside. Even old man Yamamoto can't feel it, unless you break the barrier. Concretize. As soon as Liu Chenggong's words came out, Sophie's graceful figure appeared in front of her. It might be because she had been holding back her spiritual world for too long. After she came out, Sophie moved her body first, and after a while, she was using serious. His eyes looked at Liu Chenggong. Have you decided? I said before that because we are outsiders, even if we become a god of death and become a part of this world, but you will be more than ordinary people when you are in Shikai, Bankai, or what you call a blur. Many times more difficult. Bankai is at least 5 times more difficult than other Reaper completing Bankai. Of course the law of the world is absolute justice. Since you have become a part of this world, you have to go through greater difficulties than others to become Bankai, virtual, then believe it, when you finish, you will get more than others. Mighty Shikai, Bankai, Bokeh. Chenggong knew Sophie's words firsthand, because he had fully utilized Shikai to the fullest, and all his potential had been tapped out. No one knew better than him how terrifying his Shikai would be if he exploded with all his strength. The greater the danger, the greater the gain. Shikai is already so scary, so what about Bankai and Ether? Let's start. Although the outer defense of this barrier is not as big as 5 eggs, it has excellent defense from the inside. I developed it specially to complete Bankai. Liu Chenggong did not retreat because of the dangers and difficulties that Sophie said, but when he heard that he had completed Bankai, the power was far beyond that of other death gods. There are also issues of potential and paying a price. Okay, even if I want to stop after the battle begins, unless you make me yield, go all out, you can't kill me, don't worry. Sophie said that there was an identical Snowdrink Mad Knife in Liu Chenggong's hand, and he started the fight without saying a word. He thought that each Bankai test of the God of Death was different. Liu Chenggong didn't need to look for a knife like a household, but it is relatively straightforward to fight with her own Snowdrink Crazy Blade, but Sophie's strength is absolutely terrifying, and the level of danger and difficulty is indeed not comparable to the Bankai that Kurosaki Ichigo did with the help of external forces. The 7 days passed quickly, and today is the time to leave, but Liu Chenggong has not shown up until now, which makes Yi very worried. After all, old man Yamamoto is not joking. Usually old man Yamamoto doesn't care about Liu Chenggong. However, at that time, because Liu Chenggong had this value and capital, and he did not violate old man Yamamoto's bottom line. But now it's not time to gather, that is to openly defy the orders of old man Yamamoto. This is not a joke. It is not only nobles who need face, but old man Yamamoto, the current supreme ruler of the Soul Society, needs more face. Bachenliu, where has Chenggong gone? Why haven't I seen him for 7 days? He won't have an accident, right? Yi waited for a long time and still couldn't see Liu Chenggong. Asked, his worries and concerns were clearly expressed, which made Yachenliu very satisfied with Yi. Because she knew that Yi's concern for Liu Chenggong was pure. There is no trace of interest or impurities, and it is precisely because of this that Bachenliu has such a good relationship with Yi and developed so fast. Otherwise Bachenliu would not let Yi hug him, except for Liu Chenggong and Mao. Besides Jawali, only Yi can hold Bachenliu. I don't know. Bachenliu shook his head. In fact, she knew, but she knew the importance. Otherwise, she would not have won the love and affection of Liu Chenggong and Mao Jawali. Small, but she is very shrewd and smart, knowing what not to say and what to say, especially about Liu Chenggong. Bachenliu is very careful and never tells anyone, not even her mother Maojihua. Lai didn't say anything. 391 The highest state of lying. Lord Captain, Lu Chengkong is incoherent. He was late for such an important task, and he is late for no one. I think he should be blamed. Kuchiki Byakuya, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly appeared today. Look at him, the appearance is obviously also a member of the expedition. After the last loss, he was very angry and ashamed. Every time he thought that he wanted to apologize and beg for mercy and see the disdainful eyes of other gods of death, Kuchiki Byakuya was annoyed to the sky. For this reason, his grandfather specially taught him this paragraph. Over time, it is obvious that his strength has become much stronger, and his cultivation has also improved a lot, but if there is a chance that Lu Chengkong's affairs will fall into the ground, he doesn't care about meddling at all. Meddling. You must know that his anger towards Lu Chengkong from the beginning and a little bit of jealousy has now turned into a deep hatred, which can be described as endless death, especially when he learned that he lost and a person from Shanghai joined his family. And that person is actually a civilian. Kuchiki Byakuya, who has always looked down on civilians, is even more disgusted because of Lu Chengkong, so he is very opposed to this, and he is very disliked by Kuchiki Shanghai. What he couldn't accept was that his grandfather, who had always loved him, actually rejected his proposal. A joke. How could you give up such a terrible ability to control Zanpakuto just because you don't like commoners? Not only that, but he also found that his grandfather had a crush on Kuchiki. He is very good, and even has the pretense of giving him the captaincy of the 6th Division and the air. Fake it. If even Byakuya can't deceive him, then he can deceive other people like this. Now, although he did not have a direct conflict with Kuchiki Kyukawa, they also looked at each other secretly. Kuchiki Byakuya looked down on Kuchiki Kyukawa as a commoner, and robbed him of his status and everything, Byakuya himself thought. Of course, the relationship with Shanghai is not good. On the other hand, Kuchiki Shanghai learned about the conspiracy of the Kuchiki family and was very angry at Kuchiki Yinling's actions. However, after a test of power, he was obviously more shrewd than before. At least on the surface, nothing happened. It looks like, but in my heart I make up my mind. Don't you want to use me and control me? Then I will also use your Deadwood family to strengthen my strength. By the way, I will be an undercover agent and tell Lu Chengkong your plan or secret to tell Lu Chengkong to prepare again, and then you will not be able to eat and walk around. He didn't think about it. He turned his face and left, but his reason told him that his strength was still weak. At least it was indeed weaker than the Kuchiki family, and the Kuchiki family gave him very rich conditions and resources. He knows that his strength will definitely increase faster if he uses all of this. Without enough strength, everything is empty talk. Now the Deadwood Shanghai is arrogant because of the power of the hand. He sees the essence of the world. The big fist is hard. The truth is, as long as his strength is strong enough, even if he turns his face on the Deadwood family, he is not asking for himself. Of course, the premise is that his strength is strong enough to surpass the Deadwood family. Very good. The worse the relationship between your nobles and Lu Chengkong, the better, so that Lu Chengkong will have no place to stay except me. But this kid is too disrespectful to me. Not only is he late but also I haven't shown up for so long, so I have to beat and beat. The old man Yamamoto was expressionless, but his heart blossomed with joy. He understood the technique of checks and balances of power. The worse the relationship between Lu Chengkong and the nobles, the more unreturnable he would feel for Lu Chengkong. In his opinion, apart from there is no place for Lu Chengkong to stay outside of him. It's a pity that he doesn't know that Lu Chengkong will not be under any control at all, and he will not rely on anyone or power. As long as he has full wings, he can go to the virtual circle or the world, and even if he is strong enough, he can stay there. In the corpse and soul world, Old Man Yamamoto can't be killed, and Old Man Yamamoto can't do anything about himself, so everything in this world is false, and the most important thing is his own strength. Just when the Old Man Yamamoto was planning to punish Lu Chengkong, when he opened his mouth to give the order, Lu Chengkong appeared late, and at the same time, he didn't give the old man a chance to speak as if he had already prepared. Sorry for making you wait for a long time. I went to talk to Captain Uno Hanalai before because of something, so I came late. When Lu Chengkong told a lie, his face was not blushing or he was out of breath, so that old man Yamamoto could not see any flaws, and when talking about things with Usually, Lu Chengkong clearly caught old man Yamamoto's slight shrinkage. The pupils further confirmed Lu Chengkong's thoughts. Maojawali was definitely not simple. In fact, Lu Chengkong had been fighting Sophie for 7 days, and it ended on the night of the 6th day. No one knew the result, but the only thing worth mentioning was that when Lu Chengkong came out, his whole body was covered with sharp swords. The scars he had cut and his clothes were tattered. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong had changed out of the clothes that Khalifa and Wen Kook had made for him in advance, otherwise he would have been distressed to death. In the end, Bachanliu picked him up and sent him to Maojawali. Maybe it was because of Bachanliu. Maojawali was also quite good to Lu Chengkong, or because Lu Chengkong was independent and special, or Bachanliu mentions himself in the ears of Usually every day, and for disturbing him late at night, is Usually also. Instead of getting angry, he greeted Baekhyunlu very gently to take a rest and let the general treat his injuries. Captain Usually, what do you want to talk about with him? But Yamamoto is Yamamoto after all, so he's not so easy to fool. He doesn't believe that Usually keeps calm and treats everything equally. The captain will have something to talk about with Lu Chengkong. Don't you know, Bachanliu's mother is the captain of Ujua, of course I'm going to talk to her. Lu Chengkong started to talk about bullshit again. He just knew that time was running out. Old man Yamamoto, I didn't have time to go to Usually to confirm that, even if I went to find it, I wouldn't be here. At that time, I would not be here. Even if the old man Yamamoto found himself, he would not be able to settle the account, and Lu Chengkong didn't speak, but Usually was 8,000. The mother of the stream, of course, is the godmother. What? The moody old man Yamamoto couldn't sit still anymore. If that was the case, then he couldn't arrange Lu Chengkong and Bachanliu as he had planned in his heart. He was shocked, but he also knew that Lu Chengkong wouldn't lie. After all, he would find out if he went to Usually to ask, so it was true. If he had anything to do with Usually, old man Yamamoto would have to take a serious look at it. What's so strange? Yi already knows about it. If you don't believe me, ask her, or ask Captain Azuki Hanalai. Lu Chengkong looked uninvited, but he knew in his heart that he was going to eat old man Ding Shanban. At least for a while, old man Li Man Shanban would not dare to mess up because of the relationship between Bachanliu and Maojawali, at least after investigating clearly. Bachanliu would not have any bad arrangements for Lu Chengkong and Bachanliu until the amount of weight in Maojawali's heart. 392 Kiss Night 1. Since we're looking for Captain Azuki Huli, then there must be something important. Forget it this time, it won't be an example next time. The words of old man Yamamoto made Byakuya Kuchiki a big blow. Is this the old man Yamamoto who pays the most attention to records, words and deeds, and absolutely punishes the god of death who makes mistakes? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yamamoto was trying to help, but no one dared to say anything at the moment with the power of the old man Yamamoto. Hey, aren't you angry? Why don't we fight again? Lu Chengkong smiled smugly, and glanced at Kuchiki Byakuya disdainfully and said. Whoever is not afraid of whoever, don't think that if you win once, you will win for the rest of your life. Today is different from the past. If you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling you. Kuchiki Byakuya's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect Lu Chengkong to be so arrogant, but looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength after his great strength and could defeat Lu Chengkong. What kind of decency? What is needed now is unity. If I let the old man know that you are fighting in the nest, then I will never forgive you lightly. The low voice of the old man Yamamoto suddenly came, making Byakuya Kuchiki dare not say anything, but Lu Chengkong shrugged his shoulders indifferently, but he knew that Byakuya Kuchiki or his father would never let him go on the expedition. In their opinion, since people who are rebellious and unruly are immortal, they don't mind to offend a little deeper. Don't do this. After all, Baizai is the leader of the four nobles. Be careful, the Kuchiki family is not as simple as you think. The hidden power of the first noble in the soul realm is terrible. There are a lot of books, resources and captain level. Reaper's unreserved teaching experience and the help of some other tools plus Bai Zai's talent. I think Bai Zai has become Bankai, otherwise he will not be so confident. This is the gap between the nobles and the commoners. He has the best conditions and excellent talent. He doesn't need to explore Shikai Bankai's cultivation path by himself. No matter how talented you are, you have to rely on your own exploration. It's better to stay by everyone's side, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. I received news that the leader of this expedition is Byakuya's father, Kuchiki Sosun. Yi Yi walked by Lu Chengkong's side and left a sentence in his ear. Even if Lu Chengkong didn't catch a cold on the people of this world, he had to be moved a little. You must know that he only has desire for any woman other than Bachinliu, including Yuichi, and he has no feelings at all. His feelings are all put away with the seal of the ring and the deep sleep of Khalifa and others. Yi Yi did not have the air of aristocratic and arrogant, but was approachable. He has always been very concerned about himself, and even told himself a lot of information and secrets, and even taught himself the Shunpo secret skills of the Sifeng-Yuan family. You must know that this is the essence of the Sifeng-Yuan family, except for the patriarch and some apart from the core elders. Only the heir of the patriarch, Yi Yi, can learn these Shunpo secret skills. Even the empty cicada that Byakuya learned from Yi Yi in the original book is nothing but fur. The basic set is not the essence, otherwise the Sifeng-Yuan family would not allow Bai Zai to learn the empty cicada without saying anything, and now Yi Yi passed it to Lu Chengkong with the most essence, the powerful Shunpo, not the other death god captains. Comparable. After all, the reason Yi Yi will be able to become a Shun god in the future is because of the powerful Shunbu secret skills of the Sifeng-Yuan family. Even if Lu Chengkong has a heart of iron stone, he can't help but feel a little bit of emotion. Shang Yi couldn't help but flash a hint of tenderness in his eyes, but at this moment he didn't use Bingxin to freeze this tenderness. What are you doing looking at me like this? Do I have flowers on my face? Yi Yi clearly noticed the change in Lu Chengkong's eyes. Yi Yi, who has always been carefree, didn't know why he felt a little flustered, as if there was a deer in his own mind. It seemed like she was jumping around, so she had to change the subject. But at the same time, she was also a little happy. She finally found that Lu Chengkong looked at her with a little more emotion. Even if it was just a little bit, Yi Yi was very happy. Even after so many years, she found that today was the happiest day. Woo, Yi Yi's eyes widened, and what he wanted to say was only a pity that he could only make a whimper. And all the gods of death nearby were either Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, Kuchiki Hikari, or Kuchiki Byakuya. Their eyes widened, as if they had seen something unbelievable. I saw that Lu Chengkong suddenly embraced Yi Yi in his arms. After a few years, Yi Yi, who looked like a 10-year-old auntie, has grown into a beautiful girl. Before she even had time to react, she was blown away. To make himself very intoxicated, the man's breath full of security has confused his will. When she came back to her senses, she found that her small mouth had been kissed by Lu Chengkong, and a big tongue broke through her teeth, directly entangled the clove tongue that she had no time to dodge, and slapped her mouth fiercely. The nectar in it. My first kiss was gone. He kissed. Does it mean he likes me? Why do I not feel angry at all? In addition to being embarrassed, there is a touch of sweetness and fulfillment. Yi Yi's clear eyes that had been restored slowly became hazy, watery as if it was about to drip, but after a symbolic struggle, not only did she not struggle, on the contrary, she acted like Lu Chengkong's control. His little sweet tongue clumsily responded to Lu Chengkong, and 2 blushes rose on his cheeks. Master. Pingzi Meiko looked at Lu Chengkong with gleaming eyes, and regretted it in his heart. He knew earlier that he should learn a few tricks from Lu Chengkong, at least he wouldn't have to be eaten to death by the persimmons like now. It's amazing, it's even better than me. I'm just a child. This guy has directly become the heir to the future patriarch of the Sifeng-Yuan family. This is a master. Kuchiki Shanghai found that he had never admired a person so much in his life, but the person in front of him forced him to write a word of service. Not only has his strength been ahead of himself and others, he also said that the luck bubble button is also ahead of himself and others. In front, or accidentally soaked in a superb. Damn, has Yi been brainwashed? You actually like a commoner, don't you know that you are a noble? Kuchiki Byakuya felt that his brain was a little insufficient. Are civilians really that good? Even Saifeng Yuan Yei, whose eyes are higher than the top, likes this bastard. It's not easy, he captured Saifeng Yuan Yei quietly, so soon his capital will be richer. If Captain Ujawali really accepts Bachinliu as his daughter, it will be more troublesome in the future. Old man Yamamoto sighed inwardly, the young people today are really powerful enough, if they don't make a move, it will be earth-shattering. 393 Zergi's wisdom. With his lips parted, Yi looked up at Lu Chengkong with a shy but brave face, leaning against Lu Chengkong's arms, completely unaware that the 2 balls of soft flesh on his chest brought Lu Chengkong felt very comfortable. It seems that I have really met an opponent, my vision is sure. Yes, if we can't cooperate, the future enemy is very likely to be this man. I just don't know what your strength is now. If you can't keep up with my pace, then you are not qualified to cooperate with me, and you can only be someone who looks up to me. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Aizen's eyes, especially when he saw Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranju next to Lu Chengkong. He immediately understood that Lu Chengkong should have rescued these 2 people, and when he saw Matsumoto Ranju at this time, the fact that Reiatsu was so strong surprised him. Now he regrets it. He knew that he would just do a complete hypnosis in person, but now he has no chance. Okay, let's go, let's tighten the team. The old man Yamamoto rubbed his head, feeling like he was a bit outdated, and in the end he always left a sentence and left immediately, while Lu Chengkong was holding Bachinliu, dragged Yi and set off with the Death God troop transporting supplies, and the others followed after watching. However, their faces are a bit strange, obviously they have their own ideas, but there is one thing that is the same, that is, they have a competitive heart in their hearts, want to compare each other. Wait until the expedition when the team is on the edge of the soul world, you may be able to see who is the strongest. These guys, it seems that 7 out of 10 have become Bankai, but it seems that they only have a preliminary understanding of Bankai. It is not so simple to master Bankai thoroughly and make the best of it. There should be these, Aizen, Urahara Kazuki, Yoichi, Tosenyao, Kashimura Zojin, Kuchiki Hikari, Hirako Meiko, Hungchao Lujiro, Aikawa Rao, Liucha Kensai, Kuchiki Byakuya. Lu Chengkong thought while walking. It seems that this expedition will not be too quiet. The storm is always calm before the storm. Lu Chengkong was cold to Isho. He didn't care about the dangers that he would encounter this time, but he was full of confidence. That is based on the confidence of strong strength. Janba, there are definitely many opponents fighting with you this time. But this time you can't mess around, you have to cut the grass and root, otherwise we will be very troublesome, and may even lead to death. When no one was paying attention, Lu Chengkong quietly said to Kenpachi Zengeki, the only one present who was the captain. It can be said that among the Shinigami who visited this time, the one with the highest official position was Kenpachi Zengeki. A lot of powerful opponents. Haha, that's great, don't worry. I don't want this to prevent me from having a chance to fight in the future. Zakagi Kenpachi first flashed a hint of joy and fighting intent, and then it's a guarantee, who said Zaraki Kenpachi is just a beast who only knows how to fight. 5-Ida who has been the captain for more than 200 years without being beaten down. You must know that the battle for the position of the captain is very fierce, especially after the power struggle is changed. Just like now, when the old man Yamamoto was in power, he couldn't wait to cultivate the masked corps, Aizen, Kazuki and others, that is, to replace them as the former captains, including Kenpachi Zaraki. If Kenpachi was really mindless, old man Yamamoto wouldn't teach him kendo personally, he wasted so much time on him, and in the original book, the 46th room was in power, almost all the old captains were replaced, and only Hizaraki Kenpachi stood to the point where no one in the original overthrew him as the captain. You must know that Aizen also kept the position of captain after hypnotizing the 46th room. Shiro Yukitake and Jingle Chunchui were because they were the disciples of the old man Yamamoto. The 46th room could not force the old man Yamamoto too hastily, so he did not. They will attack them. In addition to that, all the captains who were trained when the old man Yamamoto was in power were overthrown. So it's not that Zakagi Kenpachi has no brains or wisdom, but he won't show his wisdom unless it is necessary, and will solve it with the Zanpakuto in his hand. At the junction of the corpse soul world and the virtual circle, at this time one is wearing a feather weave, the neck scarf is a white wind flower yarn, and he is dressed in aristocratic clothes, exuding innate nobility, but he can see from his pale face. He should be the weaker constitution by nature, and his eyes are not fierce at all. As the captain of the expedition team in such a place where he fights Daxu every day, he doesn't have much viciousness. Obviously, he is a timid person. He has more than enough defense and insufficient attack. It is no wonder that he died in the chaos of war. People. Leaving behind a man named Lu Chengkong and a little girl named Bachenliu, who could easily defeat Bai Zai 2 years ago, so 2 years later, according to his past performance, he should be stronger, and he can't leave any evidence. It seems to be a little more secretive. Let's give him a trick. The family's order and his own son Bai Zai were humiliated. Even if he was timid, he became violent. He had already decided in his heart that when Lu Chengkong came, he must look good. He must not let him die so easily and offend the Kuchiki family. People must die. Master Kuchiki Kangjun, the team to transport materials and supplies has arrived, and Master Byakuya is among them. This is a letter from Captain Yamamoto to you. A death god came in to report and immediately gave a secret order to Kuchiki. Kang Chun then bowed his head and backed out. Are they all geniuses of death? It seems that the old ghost Yamamoto is not willing to be lonely. Let me take care of these little ghosts, let them feel the cruelty and blood of the battlefield, but not let their lives go wrong. It seems that these should be someone who is going to become the captain or vice captain of the god of death in the future. I actually rejected our Kuchiki family before and chose a commoner, so I don't bother to care about you. Kuchiki Kangchun sneered at Isho, but he didn't care about the chaos in his heart. After all, the old man Yamamoto was in full swing. If there was a problem with these gods of death, it would be bad. I will sell you a favor and let these little devils be safe and sound, but Lu Chengkong and Bachenliu must die, just to let you future captains and vice captains remember that no matter what your future achievements are, even if you become the captain, you must know how to offend you. No one from the Kuchiki family can save you. After making the decision, Kuchiki Kangchun walked out, and soon saw a group of new death gods, with childish faces on their faces, obviously, never experienced the baptism of bismuth fire, and he also got his son Bai Zai, but now so many people are looking at him and are embarrassed to say anything, and can only talk to Byakuya in private. 394. It's these two people. Look at how powerful you are, and dare to let you offend the Kuchiki family. Kuchiki Kangchun doesn't care whether his innate constitution is weak or timid, he is the real captain of death after all, and how could he be so weak that he could live in such an environment until now? Suddenly, a powerful spiritual pressure descended on everyone except Byakuya. As the contemporary head of the Kuchiki family, how could he be weaker than the already dead ghost Yancheng sword? 8 is even stronger. Do you want to get rid of the horse? HMPH, stupid, I really don't understand how such a person can become the head of the family, and even people like Lan Ran have to give him a horse. Aren't you afraid? Lu Chengkong snorted disdainfully, and immediately released his spiritual pressure to directly collide with Kuimu Kangchun's spiritual pressure. Boom. Originally, the sand on the sand floated up because of its majesty, and there was a little smoke and dust from time to time, but with the two people's spiritual pressure against each other, all the sand in the area of the two spiritual pressures was pressed down, and there was no slight breeze. It all seems to be frozen. The captain-level god of death. Even more arrogant than that ghost Yancheng Kenpachi. Haha, good. Zanaki Kenpachi laughed. He was a typical lawless lord, and the violent Reiatsu directly formed the essence like a storm. Rush to the dead wood Kangchun. Kuchiki Kangchun was surprised at how long Lu Chengkong had become a god of death, but he was able to compete with himself on the strength of the spiritual pressure. Although he did not have Shikai, Bankai, the spiritual pressure was not raised to the limit at all, but it was too scary. No wonder his father must kill him. This kind of enemy is too dangerous. Just when he was about to increase the strength of the spiritual pressure, he was shocked to find that a yellow spiritual pressure that was stronger than himself was directly pressing on his body. The sudden pressure caused Kuchiki Kangchun's straight waist Vivi to bend. One time. How is that possible? The spiritual pressure is actually materialized. Even I need Bankai to materialize the spiritual pressure. How can there be such a master in this group of people? Kuchiki Kangchun's face changed greatly, but the good show was still to come. Lu Chengkong and Zhangba's continuous increase of Ling 11 made him at a disadvantage. On the one side, Hiriko Mako, Kuchiki Shanghai and others were also angry. They didn't expect to be attacked when they first arrived. Even someone with a deep mind like Aizen flashed a trace of anger. After all, they are still young now. I can't do the future +6 in the mood and anger. So they didn't care who the other party was. They released their spiritual pressure to the maximum and directly pressed Kuchiki Kangchun. It can be said that apart from Kuchiki Byakuya who didn't make a move, even Aizen and Urahara Kazuki, the two scheming people, were present. The gods of death have released their own spirits. It can be said that under normal circumstances, apart from Kenpachi, even Lu Chengkong's Spirit 11 in his normal state can't compare to Kuchiki Kangchun without Bankai. Ichigo and Renji initially understood Bankai, but they mastered Bankai's death like Kuchiki Byakuya in the original book. Even if Lu Chengkong and others were geniuses, they only became death for a few years. Of course, it is impossible for an old monster that is hundreds of years old like the opponent to catch up with the strength of the opponent's spiritual pressure so quickly. After all, the strength of the spiritual pressure is accumulated over time, and the speed of accumulation depends on the level of personal opportunity and talent. Different. But more than half of the people present had at least the vice captain's spiritual pressure, plus a Zengi Kenpachi whose spiritual pressure was stronger than Kuchiki Kangchun, and Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure that made people feel cold physically and mentally. The Reiatsu of so many people was combined against one person and immediately crushed him to his knees. Damn, I am the owner of the Deadwood clan, and I was crushed to the ground by the spiritual pressure of these little devils. Shame, I can only use your blood to wash away my shame. Under the stimulation of shame, even Kuchiki Kangchun, who is usually timid, has red eyes. He doesn't care about old man Yamamoto's words at all. The big deal is that he was killed by a sneak attack by Daxu. He did not believe that old man Yamamoto would be killed because of these little devils dare to question themselves. Let's fight. It's a pity that he didn't have time. Shikai Zaragi Kenpachi couldn't wait to rush over and slashed it with one knife. A kind of unstoppable, invincible berserk, terrifying aura that is crazy regardless of life and death. Obviously, Kenpachi has combined his skills in the one power down 10 guild that he is good at with his own understanding, and with his own momentum, he has the current sword technique. Father. Kuchiki Byakuya's expression changed, and he knew that Kenpachi was equal to a beast in his heart, but he knew very well that this guy would be deadly in battle, and he saw that Kenpachi's performance at this time was obviously better than that of Kenpachi. Since the beginning of the fight against Gui Yancheng Janbaqian, he was even stronger. In particular, the spiritual pressure seems to increase exponentially every day. Now it has 5 or 6 times the strength of the captain-level Reaper. The speed of the increase in the spiritual pressure of Kenpachi is terrifying, especially after such a huge Reiatsu, there is still such an increase in speed. I said, it's more fair to fight one-on-one. Don't the nobles think so, or do you think that the nobles of the Kuchiki family would not dare to fight a civilian one-on-one? If you admit this is the case, I don't mind letting you go. Lu Chengkong stopped Kuchiki Byakuya in a blink of an eye. How could he give Kuchiki Byakuya a chance to destroy the battle between Zengi Kenpachi and Kuchiki Soshun? Such battles are rare, and the improvement of strength begins to have it's a great help, and the stronger Zakagi Kenpachi is, the happier he is. Lu Chengkong, you didn't have to die so quickly, you could live a little longer. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill you. It is a crime for Zheng Mujanba to attack the captain of the expedition team for no reason. Instead of persuading you, you prevent me from punishing Sinner, then you are complicit, scatter Senbon Sakura. Byakuya Kuchiki roared with murderous intent. Grass, how come I didn't realize that this stinky kid's mouth is so powerful before? The black one can be said to be plain. It's obviously the white-faced ghost who released the spiritual pressure to us. Okay, Xiao Chengkong, I support you in spirit, cut it off. Him. Hiriko Mako shouted for fear that the world would not be in chaos, and the others did not stop it. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with Kuchiki Byakuya and Kuchiki Byakuya, and they wanted to take this to see how Lu Chengkong and Kuchiki Byakuya made progress. How old, especially Lu Chengkong, Aizen and Urahara Kazuki are even more focused on staring at the two who have been fighting together, but not many people are watching Kenpachi Zaraki and Kengjun Kuchiki who are fighting at the captain level. 395 fighting Kuchiki Byakuya again. It's still this trick, can you give me a little help? Lu Chengkong said helplessly, as if he looked down on the beautiful cherry blossoms in front of him. When death is imminent, he is still stubborn, the 31 Red Artillery of breaking the road. In an instant, everyone saw that Kuchiki Byakuya's strength was simply a world and a place compared to the time when he fought against Lu Chengkong. Kuchiki Byakuya is at least 10 times stronger than the previous one. This is still in Shikai's state. It is not a simple Reiatsu that is more than 10 times stronger, but a combination of strength. 31 ghosts don't even need to be chanted, and their power is not much worse than when they were chanted. It seems that the Kuchiki family is indeed the largest family, and the resources and conditions are far from what we can compare. Lisa Yahomaru was surprised. At least she can't do that. Che, if he can't do this even with such good conditions, he is not qualified to enter the genius class. This handsome guy is more powerful than him. Hiriko Mako said stinkingly, but this time, no one refuted his words. In fact, before Aizen conducted the blurring experiment on Hiriko Mako, his strength was among the best among everyone, even Aizen was not his opponent. Of course, it means that Aizen's strength improved by leaps and bounds after the defection of the masked army before the blurring experiment, but at least now Hiriko Mako is definitely one of the top 5 people in this group. Will deny. It's a ghost again, it's this trick again. Nothing new, the 31 way, the Red Artillery. Lu Chengkong raised his hand without looking at it and shot a fireball that directly collided with Kuchiki Byakuya's Red Artillery. Together, it exploded with a bang. The rope that binds the way. Kuchiki Byakuya not only improved greatly in strength, but also had the same mentality. He was not moved by Lu Chengkong's words at all, and he used the way to bind himself. Boring. Lu Chengkong took out the Shuiyan mad knife, cut off the tie-like rope in front of him, and pointed at Kuchiki Byakuya with his left hand, the 4th Beilei. The 33 Kang Fire Falls of the Broken Tao. Kuchiki Beizai did not show any weakness, and directly used the 33 Broken Tao. An explosive fireball directly smashed the white lightning, and hit Lu Chengkong unabated. Zongkong. Yi couldn't help but cried out in worry, and almost couldn't help rushing out, but was directly pulled by the petite Bachenliu. To Yi's surprise, she found that she looked like a little queen for several years. Bachenliu, who has never grown up, can actually hold him down so that he can't rush out, and his strength is not weaker than himself at all, which is amazing. Xiao Yi, you kissed Xiao Kong. Why don't you know him? Do you think such an attack can hurt him? Bachenliu looked like a little adult, but the kiss in front of her made Yi blushed and almost couldn't help but become angry, but in the end she kept telling herself that she couldn't care about a little girl, it was too much. Copies. Bachenliu said it well this time. Yi, you should also have some confidence in your boyfriend. Kuchiki Shanghai said. Hey, it doesn't seem to be useful other than getting a little dust. Byakuya, can you be more serious? Sure enough, when the smoke dissipated, Lu Chengkong stood there safe and sound, and patted his body as if nothing had happened. No dust. HMPH, Stupid, look around you. Kuchiki Byakuya sneered. The sky was surrounded by countless cherry blossoms in all directions. With Kuchiki Byakuya's thoughts moving, the ruthless cherry blossoms seemed to destroy Lu Chenggong directly. Let Lu Chenggong vanish in an instant. Is this still the trick? Lu Chenggong was extremely calm, and let these cherry blossoms fall on him. Although Byakuya was much stronger, Shikai's power was also greatly enhanced, but he was not the only one who became stronger. The scene that came down still disappointed Kuchiki Byakuya. The cherry blossoms covering Lu Chenggong turned into snowflakes, just like the battle back then. Kuchiki Byakuya quickly put away this disappointment and returned to being cold and confident at the beginning. Senbon Sakura in his hand pointed the blade down, and then let go of his hand. The strange thing is that Senbon Sakura did not stick to the ground, but seemed to penetrate the air. Disappeared before. Senbon Sakura appeared from the air, and then instantly turned into cherry blossoms. The number was very amazing, and the power and speed, attack range, defense, etc. have been increased several times. I have to say that this arrogant guy has some skills. He actually understands Bankai. I don't know how powerful it is, but he looks really good. If you use it to pick up girls, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Everyone still agrees with what Hiroko Mako said before. But the latter words changed as soon as they came out, and sure enough, the dog couldn't stop eating urine. You can die in the hands of Bankai, who only the true captain can control. You deserve to die. Kuchiki Byakuya showed a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and his tone couldn't help but feel a little smug. But yes, even if he could master Bankai so quickly, it was because he was born in Kuchiki's reason, but I have to say that he is indeed a genius. Is this your Bankai? It looks good, but I hope it won't be as futile as your previous strength. An embroidered pillow. Lu Chenggong didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Byakuya's Bankai with a look at the scene. I have to say that this guy's Bankai is very good in appearance, and Hiroko Mako said it well. Package. I hope you can still say these words before you die. Kuchiki Byakuya controlled the cherry blossoms in the sky and turned them into terrifying weapons at an astonishingly fast speed, directly surrounding Lu Chenggong, as if he planned to kill him with one hit. Yes, then I can't hide my clumsiness, but at your level, it seems that I don't need to use Bankai. Let you see the true power of my Shikai. Lu Chenggong's words made Kuchiki Shanghai, Kazuki, Aizen and others show such expressions as expected. If even Kuchiki Byakuya has mastered Bankai, it would be abnormal if Lu Chenggong, the evildoer, didn't, but I'm listening. When Lu Chenggong said his true power of Shikai, they suddenly came to their spirits. Although they were a little depressed and couldn't see Lu Chenggong's Bankai, it was good to see Shikai. 396 Shikai breaks Bankai. Haha, stop laughing, it's just that a commoner like you can master Bankai. You can't do it, pretend, but it doesn't matter, you better go to hell. Trying to defeat my Bankai with Shikai is a fool's dream. Words. Byakuya Kuchiki laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. Really, I hope you can still laugh later. Don't kneel down and beg for mercy and apologize like you did in the past, giving you a chilling glance. Lu Chenggong sneered, leaping in the air, condescending, and slashing out, a knife that spanned the distance between the two of them. The huge ice blade condensed from the air in an instant, with terrifying power and icy cold air. It pierced through the countless cherry blossoms in front of it, and then slashed at Kuchiki Byakuya without the slightest pause. Impossible, my Bankai Senbon Sakura, how could you break through the defense line? Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't accept that his Bankai was broken by the opponent's Shikai and the same move that year, but at this time, although he was hit hard, he did not lose rationally standing in place but dodging in a blink of an eye. Can you escape? Red apricots in the snow. Lu Chenggong mocked, the blood-drinking mad knife in his hand slashed sharply at his right hand. When Kuchiki Byakuya thought he had escaped, Lu Chenggong's red apricots in the snow inadvertently already in front of Kuchiki Byakuya. This time it was so fast that he couldn't dodge, and the ice blade, which was even sharper than before, had already slashed at him. Kuchi. The critical moment, Kuchiki Byakuya manipulated Senbon Sakura with his hands, which doubled the speed of Senbon Sakura, offsetting most of the damage, but even so, a deep visible bone was cut off the chest, and the wounds formed layers. Frost. If not treated in time, this frost can be fatal if it penetrates deep into the internal organs. Can you still fight? It's only 2 moves. You are too useless, let alone Bankai. Even I, Shikai, can't bear it, but I still have 4 moves waiting for you. Lu Chengkong looked very sad with a displeased expression, completely ignoring the way Aizen and the others were shocked. Damn, this big pervert is still the same as before. It's just Shikai, isn't it too perverted? He broke other people's Bankai in one fell swoop, and he only made 2 moves to seriously injure people, and let him human life. God, why did you give him such a perverted Zanpakuto? Hiriko Mako cried out. Although the others were not so exaggerated, they still had expressions of deep sympathy. What a powerful Shikai, his destructive power is amazing, only 2 moves are like that. The last 4 moves are definitely more powerful than 1 move. If I were to resist it? Urahara Kazuki secretly asked himself, and came to the conclusion the answer is no. It's really powerful, but if you are hypnotized by me, then no matter how powerful you are, it's useless. But Shanghai still needs to pay attention. It seems that he has recovered. Is he struggling from the temptation of power? If this is really the case, then I have to be careful. He is also an illusion-type Zanpakuto, and he can directly control Zanpakuto. His ability is no worse than mine. Quote. Aizen thought self-righteously, but although he thought it was simple, if you look carefully, you will still find that his eyes are flickering, and his right hand is a little trembling. Obviously, he is not sincere, although he is confident that his ability will not be cracked. But as the owner of Jinghua Shuiyu, he knows Jinghua Shuiyu's flaws or weaknesses, and he also knows that there is no absolutely invincible Zanpakuto, as long as he finds the right way to break it, and even if he hypnotizes Lu Chengkong himself, Lu Chengkong is in a flash during the battle. If a more terrifying ability bursts out, can you stop it? This is just Shikai, and behind Shikai there are 4 more powerful tricks. In fact, Aizen was also unsure and not sure. At the same time, he also made up his mind that he must use Jinghua Shuiyu on Lu Chengkong before the battle, hypnotize him in advance, and use it for a long time, so that he would fall into deep hypnosis. It may be too late to hypnotize her. I have to say that Aizen is indeed very smart. Not only does he have extraordinary aptitude and strength, but he also has a smart head. Before he is not sure that he can defeat the opponent 100%, he will never fight recklessly, but outsmart him. Hehe, let me tell you the truth. My Shikai's energy is called the 6 techniques of Aohen, and at a glance, the red apricots in the snow are only the first 2 techniques, and you are clamoring for me, so what about the nobles? It's just relying on the ancestors, it's just a piece of trash. If you don't have the Deadwood family, you can understand Bankai. Hehe, I think you should forget about such a weak strength. Don't be a god of death, it's just shameful. Bankai, hehe, are you qualified to see my Bankai? Lu Chengkong snorted coldly, landed from the air, and retracted the Shuiyin Quangdao back into the scabbard. However, he is already at the end of the battle, and the frost of the wound is eroding him all the time. Xiaokong, why didn't you kill him? Bachenliu's words made Kuchiki Byakuya's face change, and her heart suddenly tightened. She knew that Lu Chengkong didn't kill him entirely because he was a member of the Kuchiki family. Now Lu Chengkong's strength it wasn't strong enough, but if Kuchiki Byakuya became stronger, he believed that Lu Chengkong would never care about his identity again, and would definitely kill him directly. Killing his kind of trash is just sullying my snow-drink crazy blade. Let's hang on for a while longer. Lu Chengkong sneered, as if he wanted to know Kuchiki Byakuya's thoughts at this time, but he admitted that he was indeed worried. He was not worried about the Kuchiki family, but the Kuchiki Yinling, who was obviously also the death god of the old antique. Don't look at him, it seems to be old, and old man Yamamoto is even older. His strength is absolutely terrifying. Lu Chengkong even guessed how the Kuchiki clan would have become the leader of the 4 major families if Kuchiki Yinling wasn't there. Although he killed Kuchiki Byakuya now, it was very refreshing. Continuously. He will definitely be hunted down by the Deadwood family and even the entire Soul world, and Old Man Yamamoto will definitely be in the ranks of those who are chasing him. Not a real captain-level Grim Reaper. And he didn't want to hurt that 8,000 streamers because of his lack of strength. After all, he doesn't have enough strength to shock the Soul world, and he has to take care of one or two, but he believes that he will have it soon. And killing Byakuya too quickly is too boring. In Kenpachi's words, it is to fatten up and then kill. When you have nothing to do, it is also a kind of entertainment. 397 Byakuya. Now, when Lu Chengkong's Reiatsu was not at Bankai, he was only at the peak of the vice-captain. Although his outburst of fighting power could even defeat Bankai's Kuchiki Byakuya after Bankai was only at the level of captain. Reiatsu, and it's a Reiatsu that has just reached the captain's level. It can be seen from this that the difference in spiritual pressure between the vice-captain and the captain, Kuchiki Byakuya's spiritual pressure is not the peak of the vice-captain's spiritual pressure, but it is also at the level of the vice-captain. More importantly, what Lu Chengkong wants is not just the strength of Reiatsu, but Reiatsu, Kendo, Ghost Dao, Shirataki, Shunpo, etc., all combined to achieve the true captain level without Benkai Shikai. Just like the current Deadwood Silver Bell, Lu Chengkong is not afraid to reach this point. Kuchiki Byakuya's face was full of anger, and there was a hint of real hatred in his eyes, but after all, he is not a fool, he is indeed a genius, this is an undeniable fact. The reason why he behaves like this unbearable is not because he is too weak, but because Lu Chengkong is too strong, his overwhelming advantage is almost there. Chengkong had just completed Shikai, his spiritual pressure was only about 5 seats, but with a frightened glance, it burst out with the attack strength that can only be issued by a leader-level death god, and defeated Kenpachi. Only a chilling glance could be used, but he won after all. Not to mention that the strength has improved greatly now. Not only has Bankai been completed, but the strength of the spiritual pressure has also improved a lot in addition to the quality. Simply increasing the amount of spiritual pressure is useless. For example, to steadily improve the quality, every time only by compressing the spiritual pressure to the extreme can it continue to improve. This kind of spiritual pressure is the most powerful. Lu Chengkong is taking this route, and the same is true for the current Zengmu Janpachi. After all, the biggest advantage and strength of Zengmu Janpachi is that his spiritual pressure is huge and the speed of accumulation of spiritual pressure is beyond ordinary people. I'm born with talent. Every god of death has a side that he is good at, let alone a genius among the gods of death. He even makes full use of what he is good at to cover up his own shortcomings and at the same time try to make up for his own shortcomings. Comprehensive development. Little Byakuya, what are you doing? It was just an ordinary duel. Is it necessary to make it like this? Does the noble's self-esteem and face really matter so much? You must know that the Kuchiki family was only born in a plane countless years ago. That's it, can you forget your roots when you become a noble? After all, Sifeng-Yuan Yaiki played with Kuchiki Byakuya since he was a child. Although Yaiki bullied Kuchiki Byakuya most of the time, in the previous battles and Kuchiki's family killing Lu Chengkong, she didn't say anything to Byakuya. But this time she felt compelled to say something. This is Yi Yi's advantage. She is the only person among the 4 nobles who is approachable, the most popular, and the most well-connected. Be a person at night, don't forget your roots. You actually compare the commoners with the people of our Kuchiki family. Yaiki, do you know what you're talking about? Kuchiki Byakuya felt that he and Sifeng-Yuan Yaiki were so unfamiliar for the first time. The concept of the two was actually too to the extreme. Now Kuchiki Byakuya has fallen into the restricted area. Forget it. Now I don't think you can hear what I say. Qian ago, the first generation of the Kuimu family lived from a commoner to become a god of death and followed the spirit king to conquer the soul world, and today's one of the 4 nobles is born. The head of the Kuchiki family, but have you forgotten where the ancestors of the Kuchiki family came from? I just keep remembering where my ancestors came from. All the gods of death here have the opportunity and ability to become new nobles. If you still continue to maintain such a mentality of being superior to others and looking down on the commoners, one day you will suffer a big loss, even your Deadwood family. It seems that it is really rotten, not only you, but also the Siphon Yuan family. What Yi Yi said this time can be described as earth-shattering. The cleavage made the nobles of the Soul World will definitely yell at him, and Lu Chengkong on the side also understood why Yi Yi's original work had defected, except to save Urahara Kazuki had to defect. The most important reason is that he can't stand the mentality and behavior of the people in the Siphon Yuan family. Their faces make Yi Yi very uncomfortable and depressed. It is better to be free. After all, Yi Yi's favorite life is freedom. Stable, calm, it is best to have some fun and exciting things from time to time. This is the pursuit of Yi Yi. And all of this was also felt from Lu Chengkong's side after Yi Yi met Lu Chengkong. He was very relaxed, without a trace of depression. It was precisely because of this relaxed and unconstrained feeling that Yi Yi and Lu Chengkong came together at the beginning. From a little curiosity at the beginning, they became friends at the end, and then they finally became boyfriend and girlfriend because of Yi Yi's silent dedication. Although Lu Chengkong doesn't have much affection for Yi Yi, and desires more than love, but Yi Yi doesn't care. She believes that her efforts will definitely pay off, and she will definitely impress this man with Bingxin. Especially after seeing Lu Chengkong look at him with a gentle look and a hint of emotion, she became firmer. She is such a person, she is strong and decisive, and she is so cool. Once she decides, she will never look back, especially in terms of emotions. Even more so. It's just unreasonable. If it was someone else's words, Kuchiki Byakuya would have been stabbed long ago, but Yi Yi is his nemesis. Even if Lu Chengkong and Yi Yi have come together, he can't transfer the hatred in his heart to him. Yi Yi's body may be too seriously injured, or it may be anger. Kuchiki Byakuya finally couldn't help fainting. Byakuya. Kuchiki Kengchun saw Kuchiki Byakuya's condition, and was immediately furious, and directly Bankai. With the surge in spiritual pressure, he actually surpassed Kenpachi by a lot, and he really deserves to be the contemporary head of the family. No matter what his personality is, the strength is unquestionable, but at this time, he just forced Kenpachi back, not attacking, but came to Kuchiki Byakuya's side in a blink of an eye, picked him up, and disappeared in place, apparently looking for someone to heal him. Che, it's really disappointing. I just left after entering the main show. Zaragi Kenpachi cut and said very unhappy. Okay, Kenpachi, he is the captain of the expedition team anyway, and he is also the contemporary patriarch of the Kuchiki family, unless our strength is stronger than the Kuchiki family, or you want to defect, otherwise you can fight him, or you can beat him half to death, but definitely not kill him. Lu Chengkong patted Zengmu Kenpachi on the shoulder and motioned him to relax a little. After all, this is the junction of the Soul Society and the Void Circle. Are you still worried about the lack of a fight? 398 Yi Yi's little mouth. I think everyone is clear. Kuchiki Kengchun should be dissatisfied with us, and he is likely to fall into injustice when fighting Daxu, and he has killing intent on me. I think there may only be one present. The three of them are the safest, Yi Yi, Shanghai, and Konghe. At that time, everyone should try not to scatter too far, lest they die not in Tai Shu's hands, but in their own hands. Lu Chengkong said. Then he glanced at Yi Yi. Yi Yi, there is a sentence I want to give you. That is, the way is different, and the other way is that you don't talk too much. I understand, maybe it's time to make a choice. Of course, I understood what Lu Chengkong meant. Obviously, he was talking about the concept of himself and Kuchiki Byakuya. Byakuya is a typical kind of person who doesn't care how strong you are. Not strong, good quality or not, to deal with him you must be a noble, at least he is like this now. On the other hand, Yi Yi is the opposite. If you don't show your identity, as long as your quality passes the test and you get her approval, then it will be no problem to make friends. I have to say that this kind of concept is definitely a wonderful flower for today's aristocrats. It must have been the outbreak of Lu Chengkong and Zengmu Kenpachi just now. The death gods of the expedition team did not dare to do anything, so they directly arranged accommodation for Lu Chengkong's people, brought meals, and withdrew with low eyebrows. Chengkong, I'm so scared. Yi Yi sat in Lu Chengkong's arms and buried his small head in Lu Chengkong's arms. Like a wounded kitten, Vivi's body trembled, making people feel like Chu Chu was pitiful and pitiful. What are you afraid of? Lu Chengkong rubbed Yi Yi's little head, and at the same time looked at Bachenliu, who was standing on the side with nothing to do with him, and looked like he was eating and eating. I worry that we will go further and further. The Kuchiki family is the #1 noble in the soul world. Now your hatred can be said to be endless, but you will eventually leave me because of this. Also, I worry that one day I will endure it. Can't live with the decadence and oppression of the nobles, and leave the soul realm. If that's the case, will you accompany me? Siphon Yuan raised his head at night, his watery eyes full of desire. Don't think about it. If there is such a day, I will be with you. Don't think about the future. Cherish the present as the most important thing. I think you are tired too. Go to sleep. Lu Chengkong patted it a little funny. I took a look at Yi Yi's buttocks, and felt the amazing elasticity and sensuality in it, and my heart suddenly swayed. Yi Yi Chao blushed. Although she was outspoken, she couldn't help but feel shy when her most secret part was slapped like this, and she couldn't help but scream. It's not safe here. There are ears on the wall, otherwise I will definitely eat you. Lu Chengkong had to use Bingshin to suppress his lust. After all, there are many dangers here, and there are ears on the wall. It is not good to be heard. Otherwise, just now aroused by Yi Yi's cat-like voice, she ate her clean long ago. Who is afraid of who will eat who will not know. Yi Yi raised his head proudly, as if he had adapted to this kind of battle, and retorted without showing weakness. I hope you will be able to say these words when the time comes, but well, although I can't eat you, I have come up with a better way. Lu Chengkong smiled evilly, which made Yi Yi feel a little nervous. In the middle of the night, I realized what was going on. I saw Lu Chengkong put Yi Yi in front of him, made him sit down on his knees, then took off his trousers, and the smell of the dragon that he had prepared for battle made Yi Dan's face flush red. At the same time, a pair of clear eyes flashed a hint of anger and fiery. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong didn't give him the time to be ashamed. He held her little head against her cherry mouth, and the giant dragon gave him a slap, causing Yi Yi to open his mouth in a conditioned reflex. The size fell directly into Yi Yi's small mouth, and suddenly reached the deepest part of his throat. The moist, slippery feeling spread all over his body along the dragon, and Lu Chengkong couldn't help but let out a comfortable cry. I can definitely do it. Yi Yi quickly recovered after the initial shyness, and cheered himself up. After all, this is what he will do sooner or later as a woman, and Yi Yi is obviously not an ordinary woman, right? She is very open to the person she loves, but she is so self-taught. The next day, Lu Chengkong got up early, looked at Yi Yi, who was still lying in bed and refused to come out, and smiled softly. Obviously, all the savings he had accumulated for several years yesterday burst out in Yi Yi's mouth, letting him. Yi Yi drank a lot of children and grandchildren, and although the two of them didn't break through the final limit yesterday, they still hugged each other and slept together. They had already touched Yi Yi's body all over, and all the secrets were mastered by him. Although Yi Yi is more open, but now he is not as mature and complacent as in the original book. Facing his lover, he was only one step away from being caught by him yesterday, and now he has to change clothes in front of him. Of course I'm a little embarrassed. Women are such strange creatures. Yesterday, they even did oral exercises, and now they are afraid of them. But according to Yoichi's temperament, he won't be afraid of these things soon. But I'm not that idiot like Urahara Kazuki in the original book, so I won't let Yoichi's character change to be dissatisfied like the original book, and I will take off my clothes and give it to him. Household seems to stimulate him. Lu Chengkong laughed secretly. Yi Yi knew his character very well and would never do such absurd things, and he also knew Yi Yi's character very well, and would never do such a thing. Matsumoto Ranju likes to cherish his own body the most, and it is definitely that guy Urahara Kazuki who makes the original book 100% is satisfied, or is always researching. Or maybe he didn't understand what Yi meant to him, so Yi would do such a thing to stimulate him. Now that he exists, Yi would never have the idea to take off his clothes. After all, Yi but she knows her domineering, everything she owns can only belong to herself. And Yi is also very sweet and happy with Lu Chengkong's domineering. What she wants is such a man, who understands her heart, cherishes herself, does not only know how to accommodate in certain aspects, and has the domineering of her own man. Knowing that her whole heart was tied to Lu Chengkong, how could she have such an idea? Da Shu is here, concentrate. Suddenly a god of death shouted, and many gods of death who were still resting rushed out at once, while Yi dressed at an astonishing speed and came to Lu Chengkong's side, embracing his one arm, gave him the best of himself, and looked at Lu Chengkong with tender eyes. 399 The First Battle. Yesterday, the relationship between the two broke through a new layer. After the night, the relationship between Lu Chengkong and Lu Chengkong was completely violent. He didn't care about the surprise of the people around him, the eyes of shock and disbelief, and his love was unreserved, like a fire. She showed it without a trace of reservation, she was such a person Yi. Once the relationship is established between the two parties, her love will no longer be like a long stream of water, slowly nourishing the other party and letting the other party understand her heart, but like a raging fire and Li Mocho in the Legend of Condor Heroes. Very similar, not everyone can afford her special love that combines ferocity and tenderness. Maybe only Lu Chengkong can bear it. At least Kazuki Urahara in the original book can't bear it. He doesn't have this qualification. He doesn't even know Yike's intentions. Just like she did to Lu Chengkong before, she hid behind the scenes, giving silently without expecting anything in return. Today's Daxu is very special. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to attack it desperately. Everyone, prepare for the challenge, and pull out the Zanpakuto in your hands for the sake of Xiao Lingtai. Deadwood King Chun reappeared in the eyes of Lu Chengkong and others, but when he looked at Lu Chengkong today, it was as plain as water, as if he didn't have a trace of hatred. Yes, but Lu Chengkong doesn't think so. Are you planning to assassinate me? Hee, you are too underestimated by me, so I will let you steal chickens without losing money, but today's Daxu seems to be really a problem, isn't it? Lu Chengkong turned around and glanced at Lan Ran secretly. There was nothing abnormal on the surface, but Lu Chengkong still saw a haze of the current Dao Xing of Lan Ran. Obviously, these big virtuals would be so abnormal because he used Jinghua Shuiyu ability. It seems that he has begun to collude with the virtual circle. I don't know the original Kuchiki Kingchen's death in battle because this guy wanted to give Aizen and others a blow at the beginning, but Aizen went crazy and hypnotized, and finally let Kuchiki Kingchen die in battle. Lu Chengkong felt more and more that his conjecture was correct. He called the idiots of the Kuimu family offended and called the others less. They were the boss of the sky, the second child of the earth, the third old man of Yamamoto, and their fourth style. No wonder they died in the end. Kuchiki Byakuya and Kuchiki Ginsu. Xiao Kongkong, when I went out to pee yesterday, I accidentally discovered that Kuchiki Kingchun had sneaked into Shanghai's tent. Although I don't want to think so, Shanghai is already a member of the Kuchiki family after all. Be careful, if he controls your Zanpakuto and then Kuchiki Kingjun goes all out to kill you, it will be very dangerous. Ping Zishenzi's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Chengkong's ears, and when he looked at him again, he found that his face was expressionless. If it wasn't for Lu Chengkong's understanding of her voice and his unique title, he would have thought it was an illusion. If Aizen conducts a virtual experiment on you in the future, I won't let you guys have any problems. Lu Chengkong smiled, but he understood Aizen's sinister intentions, and Hirako Mako, who has been pressing him all the time, has great potential. Zanpakuto's ability is also extraordinary. If he doesn't limit his growth rate, even if he can't compare to Aizen in the end, it won't be much worse. However, in the original book, Aizen used some rubbish emptiness to experiment with them. This rubbish emptiness limited his growth. Although he finally got the power of emptiness, it was all rubbish emptiness. The potential of virtualization can't be compared with Aizen or a household. At the same time, because the virtuality added by these external forces limits the development of Hirako Mako's death power, Hirako Mako, who was originally ahead of Aizen's strength, was abandoned so much in the end. Is it the Kuchiki family? It's not obvious, is it dark? It's a pity that you underestimate Kuchiki Shanghai. If he can't see through the desire for power, his achievements in this life may not be too great, but his Zanpakuto ability is it's more direct and terrifying than Aizen's, controlling Zanpakuto. The current Kuchiki Shanghai is not as simple as you think, and everything in your Kuchiki family may become a stepping stone for the transformation of the Kuchiki Shanghai. Quote. It was the first time Lu Chengkong saw Daxu, but they were all Killian, but don't underestimate Killian. If there were only one or two, or dozens of them, it would be like a god of death above Wuxi. Garbage, but there are at least tens of thousands of Kirin in front of him, and if he releases a virtual flash on a person at the same time, even a captain-level death god will use a unique trick to block it, and he dare not use spiritual pressure directly to resist. Attack! Kuchiki Kangchun shouted, and then took the lead out of the Zanpakuto and rushed over. This was his confidence in his own strength. He would not believe that his own strength would die in the hands of Kirin, but it was a pity that he too arrogant. Roar! A very harsh and unpleasant scream sounded from the Killian group. These Killian eyes suddenly had a red light, and thousands of red virtual flashes were like lasers, shooting at the people of the expedition team. Wow, it's so spectacular, Xiaokong, are these Killian? But they're ugly. Ba Qinliu sat on Lu Chengkong's shoulder and pointed at Killian in front of him with his little jade pointed. Hey, I really lost to Yaqinliu, and I still have the time to talk about it at this time. Matsumoto Ranju held down her head with a bit of distress. To be honest, it was the first time she had experienced such a battle, facing such a large virtual group. The pressure in my heart is really not that big. Regardless of whether it is Ranju or Ichimaru Jin, even Aizen has a feeling that after this expedition, everyone will have a qualitative change in their temperament and strength. This little girl is not simple. Ichimaru Jin is very good at observing people and is very careful, otherwise it would be impossible to discover Kyoka Suzuki's weakness under the cover of Aizen. He found that Yachianryu was not afraid at all. Even his face and breathing didn't change at all, and he didn't see how Bachinliu moved at all. Let's do it, no matter what, we are still the gods of death now. Lu Chengkong took the lead, but instead of pulling out his Zanpakuto, he stretched out his right hand to face Daxu in front of him. Obviously, he planned to take a look at his current situation. How far has the Ghost Road reached? The 63 of the Destruction, Thunder Roar Cannon. The huge thunderbolt with a terrifying blasting force cut through the air barrier at an alarming speed and directly hit the front of Daxu. It exploded with a rumble, and the aftermath of the explosion sent out a large number of nearby Daxu. Fake kill. 400 chopping dead wood Kangchun. How much power does he hide? Lan Ran's eyes flickered, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Although he can do it without singing, his power is definitely not comparable to Lu Chengkong's Thunder Roar Cannon. Obviously, there is still a big gap between them. And now Lu Chengkong still has a lot of abilities that he has yet to use, who knows how strong he is. Gather up your courage, you are all the elites of the God of Death, heroes of the corpse soul world, don't back down, go ahead. Kuchiki Kangchun kept boosting his morale, but to see if his eyes were on Lu Chengkong's side, obviously, he was worried that Lu Chengkong would not rush over, and if the scene was not chaotic enough, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Let's keep up. Lu Chengkong's tone was a bit mocking, and this kind of tricks also came to show off. He may not be as good as these nobles who are immersed in intrigue every day in political struggles, but he is never afraid of conspiracy and calculation, he has always believed in it. The best way to crack the conspiracy is the strength in the hand. Until now, he hadn't seen how strong Lu Chengkong was, and what would he be afraid of with so many trump cards, unless it was old man Yamamoto himself, or Shiruro Yukitaki, Jingle Chunchui, the captain of the level, 3 or 4 pairs of death gods. Round up yourself, otherwise don't try to kill yourself now. It is useless to only use conspiracy, only young conspiracy is the right way. Lu Chengkong was not worried at all, and followed directly. There's a good show to watch. Hiriko Mako said excitedly to the masked army and others around him, and then followed up first. Let's go. Lisa Yatomaru could only helplessly shrug her shoulders. She was helpless about Hiriko Mako's personality and liking. Others had similar expressions, but they followed. Chengkong taking the lead, other people also developed a victorious spirit, some using ghosts, some shikai. They can be said to have their own magical powers, but the number of Daxu is too many, while dealing with the emptiness shooting from all directions. Shen, while also beheading the nearby Daxu, it will be really tiring if it takes a long time. It seems that the plan has changed. You don't need to kill Kuchiki Kingchun with Dashu. Someone can do me. It's true that there is a way to heaven. You can't enter, and there is no door to hell. You can break in, or you are a real captain. Death, the contemporary head of the Deadwood family, should be able to force Lu Chengkong's strength out. Lan Ran noticed that Kuimu Kingchun was actually approaching Lu Chengkong slowly, and between the electric light and flint, Lan Ran understood that Kuimu Kingchun was planning to kill Lu Chengkong in the chaos. When Lu Chengkong died, there was no proof of death, even if someone watched. It's useless to arrive, and now he has entered the Daxu group again. When the time comes, the person who was killed by Daxu will be killed, and there will be no proof for death. Thinking of this, Aizen also slowly moved to the side, trying to hide his figure as much as possible. Obviously, he planned to hide and see how the battle would develop. At the same time, he did not intend to join in. After all, he is not strong enough now. The accumulation of strength is not achieved in one fell swoop. Aizen is so powerful in the original work that it has been accumulated for hundreds of years. Now is not the time to expose himself. Of course, it has nothing to do with himself, and there are so many falsehoods. When the time comes, he can be said to be surrounded by Daxu, but what is more important is that it is easy for him to hide his figure with the help of a mirror. Maybe his current strength is not as good as that of a veteran captain like Jingle Chunchui. To hide, if he is restrained, he is confident that he will never be discovered. Condensate, diamond stars. The Zanpakuto in Kuchiki Kingjun's hand suddenly turned into a Zanpakuto that seemed to be completely polished with diamonds. I have to say that everyone in the Kuchiki clan's Zanpakuto is a direct attack. Or the track system has one thing in common, that is, it is gorgeous enough and sassy enough. Go to hell. Kuchiki Kingchun took a momentary step and appeared directly in Lu Chengkong's outstretched hand. The diamond star in his hand pierced directly into Lu Chengkong's heart. The speed is really fast enough, but I've been paying attention to you. Lu Chengkong instinctively sensed the approaching danger, and without even thinking about it, he pulled out the Shuiyan crazy saber and slashed behind him. Clang! The fiery fire burst out at the collision position of the two weapons, and the powerful force caused a circle of ripples in the air, and the sand beneath the feet sank. Sneak attack is not suitable for a noble's identity. Yes, I almost forgot that all of you nobles are hypocritical, but since you have made a move, don't think about living. You are not the only one who has this idea of dying without proof. Quote. Lu Chengkong sneered, and the icy cold air suddenly radiated. This was not the cold air with low temperature, but the cold air emitted by the combination of the ice core and the ice blade. In addition to eroding the cold air to the body, it was also harmful to the mind and soul. The power that burst out from such a close distance is extremely amazing, and Hong Xing in the snow was originally going to catch the opponent by surprise, whether it was a sneak attack or a frontal battle. The sudden knife, and the knife with such amazing power, made Kingchun Kuchiki, who was in front of Lu Chengkong, unable to dodge and was blasted away by an ice knife with a length of more than 10 meters. It seemed to form an ice sculpture, and then instantly turned into ice chips. I'm a little embarrassed for stealing Kenpachi's opponent, but I'm sorry, you have to die, and give a chilling glance. Lu Chengkong chased after him in a flash, completely ignoring the surrounding Kilian. Obviously such a good opportunity he is, I won't let it go. I'm determined to teach the Kuchiki family a profound lesson. One knife after another, Lu Chengkong slashed out continuously, and the huge ice-blue ice knives formed in the air kept slashing at Kangchen's body, like a violent storm without a single stop. For a while, Kuchiki Kangchen could only hold up the diamond stars in his hand to resist. This kid Raya is only the pinnacle of the vice captain, but the power of every move is to be handled with care even if it is a captain-level death god. No wonder Byakuya is defeated by Shikai's offensive even if he is Bankai, but I am not Byakuya. That way I just realized Bankai, but I realized Bankai's death. While Kuchiki Kangchen was secretly surprised, he was also extremely annoyed. As a captain-level death god, he was not only beaten, but also had to be passively defended, which was too embarrassing. Now is not the time to be in a daze, let's take it, the fourth tactic of Aohen's 6 techniques, Dao Ji Yao Yao. Lu Chenkong took a step back, and it seemed to outsiders that he was a little lacking in stamina, so he was overwhelmed. Kuchiki Kangchen, who was fighting, immediately thought that the opponent was exhausted. After all, after such a powerful attack released so many times, the opponent's spiritual pressure should be exhausted.